You have also been reborn? Indeed. Did you see through the persona I have maintained for so long a glance? Not entirely. There are still some aspects that elude me. What? I couldn't discern that you too have been reborn. A car accident transported a pair of childhood sweethearts back to their high school days. Upon awakening, Zhang Zhu made a silent vow to distance himself from Gu Qinghan, while Gu Qinghan resolved to draw closer to Zhang Zhu. However, neither anticipated the whimsical nature of fate. Chapter 1. Rebirth in High School. A pair of eyes gradually opened, surveying the surroundings with a bewildered expression. I've been reborn. Zhang Zhu gasped in disbelief, for he found himself in his high school years a decade prior. I recall being struck by a truck and my vision blurred. Could this be the key to my rebirth? Zhang Zhu murmured with his head bowed. It was no wonder he felt this way. Everything was too fantastical, resembling scenes from an anime, yet he was not the protagonist of such tales. What's wrong? Still groggy from sleep? A teasing voice rang out from in front of Zhang Zhu. He lifted his gaze to behold a slender figure, and memories surged forth. Is that you, Lin Lu? Lin Lu was Zhang Zhu's deskmate in his previous life, and they were relatively good friends, though they gradually lost contact after university. Lin Lu had just returned from the restroom, and, upon seeing Zhang Zhu's dazed expression, couldn't help but mock him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhu's words left Lin Lu bewildered. If I'm not Lin Lu, then who is? You really are dazed. Zhang Zhu remained tethered to the memories of his past life, while the recollections of high school began to gradually resurface. Lao Nu, you lunatic, hurry and wash your face in the restroom. The next class is with Old Ban. Lin Lu observed Zhang Zhu, who seemed still half asleep, and offered a reminder. Of course, it wasn't solely due to fear of the other person being reprimanded. It was primarily a concern of being implicated himself, as Zhang Zhu would face the consequences if he failed to answer questions correctly, leading to his deskmate's involvement. Zhang Zhu rubbed his eyes, and upon noticing Lin Li's departure, paid him no further mind, rising to his feet. He traversed the memories of high school and arrived at the modest restroom. Turning on the faucet, he cupped his hands to catch the rushing cold water and splashed it onto his face. I really have been reborn. Initially, Zhang Zhu thought it was merely a dream, yet it turned out to be true. In his previous life, the notions of overlapping and parallel dimensions were quite popular, and Zhang Zhu had assumed he was merely traversing time. However, upon meticulous contemplation, he realized he truly had been reborn. After washing his face, Zhang Zhu gently patted his cheeks and made his way back to the classroom. Yet, on his return, he discovered that the students had already dispersed, and it suddenly dawned on him. I can't possibly be late, can I? With a flutter of anxiety, he approached the place that had long occupied his thoughts. In class 3 of the first year, a middle-aged woman stood, precisely the old man Lin Lu had mentioned. Memories of the past surged forth, and Zhang Zhu felt a chill at the sight of two individuals he dreaded most, his former girlfriend and his high school homeroom teacher. Emily glared at Zhang Zhu, her eyes aflame with anger. Did anyone dare to challenge her authority? Zhang Zhu, did you not hear the bell ringing? Zhang Zhu looked at Emily, shrinking back slightly. Teacher, I was feeling a bit unwell, so I went to the restroom and didn't realize class had started. Zhang Zhu resorted to a familiar excuse from his high school days. All right, you're the third person to use that excuse today. Please don't tell me you're also feeling cramps or a stomachache. It was then that Zhang Zhu noticed two individuals standing behind him in class 3, a boy and a girl. Observing this scene, Zhang Zhu fell silent, for he had glimpsed the icy gaze of Emily. I trust one need not elaborate further. Zhang Zhu could only move to the back of class 3, standing alongside the other two. While others experienced grand rebirths, why must mine involve standing in punishment? The two individuals beside him took note of Zhang Zhu, their curiosity piqued. After all, he wasn't a particularly diligent student, but it seemed odd that he had never been late before. The girl beside him poked his sleeve gently and whispered, Zhang Zhu, where have you been? You're later than us. Zhang Zhu looked at them and suddenly recalled who they were, the two notable figures from class 3. I had a stomachache. Ta, Wu Li. If you keep laughing, you might as well leave. Mo Li's chilling gaze fixed on Wu Li, who had been conversing with Zhang Zhu. It seemed that not long after the semester began, her authority had been repeatedly challenged. Zhang Zhu still found it hard to believe the scene unfolding before him. While he didn't consider himself a staunch materialist, he did believe in science. Observing Wu Li's somewhat timid demeanor, Zhang Zhu sighed inwardly. Such a novice, yet so pretentious. Seeing that the trio in the back remained silent, Mo Li commenced the lesson. Today we will cover new material. All right, we'll stop here for today. You three, hurry back to your seats and don't obstruct others. If you dare to be late again, you'll run laps. Understood? Class dismissed. Emily cast a fierce look at the trio, for in her eyes, tardiness signified a decline in academic discipline. Certainly, she could be understanding if someone had a valid reason for their absence, but for those who were merely negligent or indulged in play, she would not be so forgiving. Zhang Zhu dragged his weary body back to his seat, ignoring Lin Li's inquiries. Glancing at the textbook and the environment around him, Zhang Zhu deduced that it must be the second semester of his first year. The catalyst for all future events lay on that fateful day of National Day. What date is it today, damn it? Zhang Zhu struggled to remember, for he had just been reborn and was still struggling to acclimate, let alone keep track of time. Lin Lu was happily chatting with a girl in front when Zhang Zhu suddenly interjected, I think it's the 23rd. May 23rd, which meant summer vacation was merely a month away. In the second year of high school, that was when Zhang Zhu first confessed to someone, marking a pivotal turning point in his life. Let's just let it be. I'll treat her as just an ordinary childhood friend. Zhang Zhu gazed out at the whitewashed walls, the scene vividly etched in his memory. What's the matter? Are you thinking about your Gu Qinghan again? Zhang Zhu raised his profile to meet Lin Li's teasing gaze, unsurprised by the comment. After all, everyone in Class 3 was aware of Zhang Zhu's tumultuous relationship with his childhood sweetheart, as she was notably beautiful. Attractive individuals often drew attention that others found hard to comprehend, and Gu Qinghan was undoubtedly one of those women. Gu Qinghan was Zhang Zhu's childhood friend, a paragon of both intellect and character, endowed with a charm that many could only envy. Zhang Zhu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such matters. He realized he had neglected many assignments, not because he remembered them, but rather due to Lin Li's earlier comments that reminded him of the daunting workload Mo Li had assigned. Gu, could I take a look at your homework? Zhang Zhu nudged Lin Lu, who was still engrossed in conversation with the girl behind him. What now? Let me see your homework, Gu. Stay in your seat and grab it. Chapter 2. Gu Qinghan, after expressing her gratitude, Zhang Zhu picked up the nearby Chinese test paper and began to copy it. As she diligently transcribed the words, a voice emerged from beside her. Your handwriting seems to have improved quite a bit, Xiao Zhu. After years of striving in society, coupled with the influence of Gu Qinghan during their second year of high school, Zhang Zhu unexpectedly achieved a remarkable score on the college entrance examination, securing a place at a prestigious 211 university. This transformation in her handwriting was a testament to her growth. Had she not recently been reborn, her script might have been even more exquisite. It was already beautiful. Why not speak to your little sister? Zhang Zhu did not raise her head, for she noticed Lin Li's handwriting resembled a chaotic scrawl, making her grit her teeth in frustration. Yet she had no choice but to copy it. TCH, you must have practiced secretly during the winter break. And what do you mean, little sister? She's quite a bit older than you. Noticing that Zhang Zhu had chosen to ignore her, Lin Lu discreetly ceased her chatter. After a while, Zhang Zhu finally set down her pen, not because she had finished, but because she could no longer bear to look at the script, which appeared more abstract than that of her 90-year-old grandfather. You're done so quickly? I didn't expect your handwriting to be beautiful and your speed to have increased so dramatically. Had Zhang Zhu not known that there were no distractions at the moment, she might have thought Lin Lu was mocking her. It's all right. Zhang Zhu would rather face the punishment of standing than continue with the incomprehensible script that seemed to require the effort of several words. By the way, isn't the next class physical education, Xiaola? Originally intending to speak to a girl with a side ponytail seated behind them, Lin Lu turned her head upon hearing Zhang Zhu's question. I wonder if our homeroom teacher will steal our class, but since we're only in our first year, it should indeed be P.E. next. Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, recalling that in his memory, first-year students often had ample opportunities for physical education classes. The school bell rang, its chimes resonating throughout the high school. Ah, the familiar feeling of my youth, Zhang Zhu thought, seeing Lin Lu giggling beside her, which prompted her to sit up straight. What's wrong? Zhang Zhu nujed la lues shuldi. It's our homeroom teacher, Lin Lu replied, quietly, as Mo Li entered the classroom. The moment Mo Li appeared, the classroom erupted into a chorus of lamentations. Gazing at her students with a puzzled expression, Mo Li simply came to retrieve a water cup. What are you all doing? I'm just here to grab something. It's not like I enjoy taking class time. Didn't T your P.E. teacher tell you to head outside? Upon hearing Mo Li's words, the students of class 3 transitioned from wailing to cheering. In the entire high school, only the first-year students experienced such joy. Once they reached their second year, they faced various pressures daily. By the third year, it became a relentless grind of practice questions. So the students of Class 3 cherished their physical education classes, even if it meant merely sitting on the grass and chatting. Hurry up and head outside. Don't keep the P.E. teacher waiting. After saying this, Emoli departed with her water cup, prompting many classmates to follow suit, leaving the classroom. Let us go. Xiaola. Zhang Zhu raised her hand and tapped Lin low. You go ahead. I'll wait a bit. All right. Zhang Zhu then stood up and walked outside alone. Upon reaching the playground, she noticed that the class 3 students had already gathered at a patch of grass, so she joined them in lining up. After a considerable time, Linla finally arrived, accompanied by a girl. The P.E. teacher, spotting the two, narrowed his eyes. What took you two so long? Don't you know you need to line up? Lin Lu and the girl shrank their heads and replied in low voices, Teacher, we have stomachaches. The teacher, hearing this familiar excuse, waved his hand dismissively. Get inside quickly. If you're late again, you'll run 1,000 meters. The duo nodded and returned to the line. I had planned to administer a test today, but seeing as time is short, let us have free time this period. Remember, you cannot return to the dorms or classrooms. The students nodded enthusiastically and cheered. Shall we play basketball, Xiaozhu? Zhang Zhu shook her head, as she was not particularly skilled at the game. All right then, you can play by yourself. I'm off. Zhang Zhu nodded and watched as Lin Lu took an oversized basketball and headed towards the court, the girl following closely behind. Why is that rather unsavory Lin Lu constantly followed by that girl? Is she not a sound mind? Zhang Zhu thought, feeling a mix of annoyance and bemusement at Lin Lu's antics. Though she had no desire to recall such memories, they unexpectedly surged to the forefront of her mind. As she observed her familiar companions departing, Zhang Zhu sought solace beneath a large tree, needing to contemplate how to navigate her future. Beneath a parasol tree, she watched as a few green leaves gently drifted down, landing in her hair. Has autumn arrived? Zhang Zhu pondered, gazing upward. Ah, it's me. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared in Zhang Zhu's line of sight, dressed in a school uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and her face radiating beauty. Especially those enchanting peach blossom eyes, reminiscent of the autumn waters. What brings you here? Zhang Zhu recognized this figure all too well. She was none other than Gu Qinghan, his childhood friend with whom he had been entwined for decades, and his betrothed from his previous life. I'm here for P.E. too, when I saw your P.E. Teacher, I thought I'd come over. Do you not want me here? To Gu Qinghan, it was a challenge for any normal boy to refuse her presence. Had it not been for the unfortunate outcome of his past life, Zhang Zhu might have still admired her charm. However, considering their long-standing acquaintance, it would be unwise to act too strangely. No, it's just somewhat unexpected, Zhang Zhu replied flatly, meeting Gu Qinghan's gaze. She nodded and brushed aside a few blades of grass beneath the tree before sitting down. Aren't you going to play some basketball? I recall you enjoyed it during middle school. It's been so long that I've forgotten how to play. After a moment, noticing Zhang Zhu's indifference, Gu Qinghan continued. Shall we go out and explore after school? Tomorrow is the weekend. The mention of the weekend made Zhang Zhu realize today was indeed Saturday, explaining the presence of P.E. class. Though he initially considered declining, the warmth in Gu Qinghan's eyes softened his resolve. All right then, I'll wait for you at the main gate after school. Gu Qinghan's stunning face lit up with joy. Okay. Chapter 3. Gu Qinghan. Also reborn as time passed, a class period swiftly came to an end. Shall we go to the convenience store? Gu Qinghan suggested with a smile. After pondering, Zhang Zhu realized he had finished his bottled water. All right. Gradually he stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Let us go, while there aren't too many people just after class. Gu Qinghan nodded gently and rose to her feet, her tall figure standing gracefully beside Zhang Zhu. All right, let us go. The two individuals strolled side by side towards the convenience store, attracting the attention of their classmates who, upon witnessing this scene, turned their heads to gaze at the pair. Zhang Zhu could faintly hear some of them whispering, "The director of education is right ahead." How dare they? Zhang Zhu's lips twitched slightly. It seemed they were merely standing together. What was the fuss about? Qinghan, perhaps you should walk ahead, he suggested, feeling that it was prudent to avoid drawing too much attention. Although their classmates from Class 3 were aware of their relationship, many others were oblivious. If they were caught by the director, wouldn't it confirm the rumors of early romance? What's wrong, Xiaozhu? Xiaozhu was the name Gu Qinghan had playfully called Zhang Zhu during their childhood, and he never anticipated it would persist into the present. The director is up ahead. I don't want you to get into trouble because of me. Gu Qinghan smiled sweetly upon hearing this. Then I'll go ahead. What do you want to buy? I'll get it for you. Just wait for me at the entrance. Zhang Zhu felt resigned, realizing that Gu Qinghan intended for him to wait. Just some bottled water and a pack of tissues, please. Gu Qinghan nodded lightly and set off with a brisk pace. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhu slowed his steps, reasoning that with so few people around, Gu Qinghan would likely notice his absence and return to find him after her shopping. Are you heading to the convenience store too? Xu Ye. A voice called from behind. Zhang Zhu turned to see a girl in a school uniform approaching. Wu Li, the same girl who had stood beside him earlier. Ignoring her, he continued on his way. So aloof? Trying to play the cool guy? Wu Li remarked, feigning annoyance at his silence. I just think you should hurry. It'll get crowded soon. Zhang Zhu replied, somewhat exasperated. What was this nonsense about playing it cool? He simply didn't wish to engage with her. Her lack of awareness irked him, especially with Gu Qinghan not far ahead. He wondered how she would react if she spotted her. Why aren't you walking faster? Wu Li inquired curiously. I had someone go ahead to buy for me, he replied. Wu Li nodded slightly and then turned away, leaving him to continue to the entrance of the store. Upon reaching the convenience store, Zhang Zhu approached Gu Qinghan, who was still selecting snacks. Are you not done yet? He asked. Gu Qinghan, having heard his voice, lifted her head. No, I wanted to buy something to eat. I didn't have lunch. Didn't he have lunch? Zhang Zhu questioned, puzzled, for she didn't strike him as someone who would skip a meal. Their families, while not affluent, were certainly above average. What were you doing at lunchtime? Gu Qinghan could not reveal that she had just been resurrected in her dormitory. Indeed, like Zhang Zhu, she had been transported from the future back to 10 years prior. Initially, she thought it was a dream until she beheld the youthful visage of Zhang Zhu, a face forever etched in her memory. It was a countenance she could never forget. Only at the moment of her death did she realize that in her past life, she had stifled Zhang Zhu too much. In this new life, she vowed to be a better girlfriend. I arrived, and there was no food left. I lost track of time while doing homework, she explained. Zhang Zhu nodded thoughtfully, his expression revealing little emotion, his dark eyes remaining cold. Then buy some snacks now. We can eat later tonight. Zhang Zhu didn't harbor strong negative feelings towards Gu Qinghan. Rather, he recognized that much of his past distress stemmed from her unreasonable behavior. He was a quiet person, and though he had once cared for her deeply, he now realized that perhaps she did not hold him in such high regard. Therefore, he decided to let this relationship fade away, considering that he had initiated the confession in his previous life. If he was to change the course of events, it would be best to act oblivious and limit their interactions. Gu Qinghan nodded, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhang Zhu. Xiao Zhu seems even more handsome now. Zhang Zhu ignored her compliment, checking her hands for the tissues and bottled water. Gu Qinghan lifted her stunning face to meet his gaze, raising an eyebrow. I've got them. What else with that expression? She held up the items for him to see. Hearing her words, Zhang Zhu felt an urge to cover his face. Gu Qinghan possessed an aura of aloofness that led many to believe she disliked socializing. However, when with Zhang Zhu, she often adopted a playful tone. With no one around, it was tolerable, but with a few second-year seniors watching them intently, it became almost unbearable. Gu Qinghan, please be mindful. Zhang Zhu thought back to the old Gu Qinghan, who, in contrast to her current self, had been much more reserved and serious. Why was today Gu Qinghan acting so strangely? Could it be that, like boys, girls also experienced phases of shyness? Gu Qinghan tilted her head and smirked without responding. After a short while, she finally gathered her items. Did it really take you this long for just a few items? Zhang Zhu questioned, bemused, as her haul consisted of little more than a packet of chips, alongside the water and tissues. I initially intended to buy more, but since you said you'd take me out to eat, I lost my appetite for anything else. She sighed. Zhang Zhu remained silent, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. You just talk too much, don't you? He thought. He nodded and simply stated, I'll wait for you outside, before stepping away. Noticing the dwindling number of students, he realized that the next class would be the last of the day. This rebirth is truly dreadful. I'm at a loss for what to do while Zhang Zhu was lost in thought. Gu Qinghan emerged from the convenience store with a bag in hand. All right, let us go, Xiao Zhu. Zhang Zhu nodded, turning to her and saying, Hand it over. Remember to head to the main gate. Gu Qinghan nodded lightly, retrieving a bottle of water and a small pack of tissues from the bag to hand to him. Make sure to come out early. I'd hate to not see you. Zhang Zhu nodded again and made his way towards class 3 of the first year. Chapter 4. Zhang Zhu's Displeasure. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Zhu maneuvered through the crowd to his yellowing desk. Where have you been? Lao Nu, who had returned early after playing basketball, inquired with curiosity upon noticing Zhang Zhu's empty seat. Typically, Zhang Zhu preferred to daydream alone. I went to buy something, he replied, not bothering to engage further, and began contemplating how he could find an opportunity to distance himself from Gu Qinghan. Perhaps I should seek a new girl and feign a budding romance? This idea struck Zhang Zhu first, as Gu Qinghan was particularly intolerant of his interactions with other girls. In his previous life, he had merely shared tea and conversation with a female colleague at work, but when Gu Qinghan came to find him and couldn't locate him, she exploded with rage. That memory was indelibly etched in his mind. Forget it, forget it. The other party would probably beat him to a pulp. Gu Qinghan, due to her extraordinary beauty, has always caused concern among her family, leading them to contemplate whether they should find someone to teach her self-defense. They indeed found a self-proclaimed female disciple of Wudong, who came down from mountains to instruct her for several years. After this extensive training, Gu Qinghan's skills became exceptionally formidable. Not to mention dealing with a single Zhang Zhu, even 3 or 4 would likely prove insufficient to contend with her. Feeling a headache coming on, Zhang Zhu decided to take things as they come. He then retrieved an extracurricular book from his desk and began to read. In 2011, mobile phones were not yet ubiquitous, so most people tended to indulge in comic books and novels. As for the origin of this particular book, it was passed around by a girl from class 3 who was famously known as the Queen of Comics. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the classroom, accompanied by a rhythmic ticking sound. Many of the students, who had been laughing and chatting, hurriedly returned to their seats, anxious to avoid the teacher's gaze. In Tawano 3 High School, while many students were not overly fearful of their teachers, the one thing they dreaded the most was having their parents summoned. Many teachers seemed to relish using this threat to keep students in line, which resulted in a general reluctance among students to openly defy them. Zhang Zhu looked up in surprise at the person entering the room. It was the class monitor. What a fright. Class monitor, please don't walk like a teacher in the future. Let us continue our discussion. Do you remember that widow incident from last time? The students of class 3 began to murmur upon seeing the class monitor, as the earlier footsteps had indeed sounded strikingly similar to the unmistakable sound of the old class teacher's flat shoes. Huang Mi, the class monitor, approached the podium with a test paper in hand and announced, the math teacher couldn't come due to some matters, so he asked me to write the test questions on the blackboard for you to copy. Upon hearing this, the students of class 3 erupted in complaints. What a pain. Why must we deal with this on the weekend? I refuse to copy. Whoever does is a dog. Exactly. Whoever copies is a dog. Agu. I'm counting on you. Zhang Zhu couldn't help but smile slightly at this scene, as it was a moment he hadn't experienced since entering university. Huang Mi clapped her hands on the podium and raised her voice. The math teacher also said that anyone who doesn't copy will have to bring their parents. The students chose to ignore the class monitor's words, knowing the math teacher was quite lenient, and thus felt no fear. Seeing that the students had fallen silent, Huang Mi picked up a piece of white chalk from the teacher's desk and began copying the contents of the test paper onto the board. Behind Zhang Zhu sat 2 girls at a desk. He pushed the edge of his desk back slightly, having overheard their conversation. Xiao Jing. I just discovered there's an incredibly handsome boy in the second year. Super handsome. The shorter girl beside her lit up at her classmate's words. How handsome? Is he as good-looking as Peng Yuyan? Yes, extremely handsome. After school, let us go take a look. Zhang Zhu recalled the identities of these 2 girls. The taller one was Wang Niu, and the shorter one was Huang Jing. Both were avid fans in class 3, known for their enthusiastic shouts. Zhang Zhu decided not to pay them further mind, as he had not been particularly familiar with them in his previous life. If anything, they were strangers. He glanced at Lin Lu, only to find him engrossed in conversation with a girl, and chose to let it be. He realized that high school in 2011 was rather mundane. He wondered how he had spent his time back then. as Zhang Zhu idly played with a pen. Someone nudged him on the shoulder. Turning around, he found Lin Lu and the girl staring at him. "What is up?" Lin Lu feigned mystery with a smile. "Do you know what just happened?" Zhang Zhu had no idea what had transpired. Was the other party losing their mind? "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not in the mood to chat." Lin Lu chuckled at Zhang Zhu's attitude and turned to the girl behind him. "See, this is the attitude of Zhang Zhu." Growing impatient with their cryptic conversation, Zhang Zhu interjected, "If you're not going to speak, then move along. You two will eventually get transferred by the old class teacher." The girl then chimed in with a melodious voice. "It seems there was a fight in the next class." "A fight? Isn't class 1 elite class?" Zhang Zhu was intrigued because, at Taohua High School, only students with high scores could enter class 1. Those with lower scores had no chance. With 20 classes in a grade, the prestige of class 1 was unmatched. "So what? Isn't fighting a normal occurrence?" The girl continued. "The key is that the person who fought is someone you know." "Someone I know?" Zhang Zhu pondered, trying to recall anyone he knew from class 1, but came up empty. Seeing the confused expression on Zhang Zhu's face, the girl sighed. "Gu Qinghan. She got into a fight? She hit someone?" Zhang Zhu's immediate reaction was disbelief. After all, she was someone who rarely engaged in conversation, let alone resort to violence. The girl, Bai Tao, chuckled and said, "What do you mean? Gu Qinghan is the one who hit him." "Gu Qinghan actually hit someone? This can't be true. Hurry up and tell me." Zhang Zhu leaned back in his chair, eager to hear more. Bai Tao cleared her throat and glanced around cautiously. "Do you know Feng Chong?" Zhang Zhu thought for a moment, shook his head, and replied, "What Feng? What rain? I don't know anyone." "However," Lin Lu exclaimed from the side, "could it be the wealthy young master Feng Chong from urban novels?" Bai Tao rolled her eyes at Lin Lu. "Have you watched too many dramas?" "He is just that slightly creepy-looking boy from class 2. "So what happened?" Bai Tao continued. "Just now, Gu Qinghan was in class 1, and that Feng Chong tried to touch her hand, and she hit him. I heard he even lost a few teeth. Serves him right." Chapter 5. The Formidable Gu Qinghan. Zhang Zhu had anticipated this kind of situation, as he had encountered similar occurrences in the past with alarming frequency. Noticing that Zhang Zhu remained largely unfazed, Bai Tao pressed on, "I heard the principal and the head of the department personally took Feng Chong to the hospital." Zhang Zhu gathered a rough understanding of the situation. It was likely that the boy wanted to negotiate compensation and then continued to harass Gu Qinghan. Right? L'un le, witnessing Zhang Zhu's nonchalant attitude, gros anxieux. After all, she is the most beautiful girl in first year, indeed the most stunning girl in Taohua High School. Why is Zhang Zhu so indifferent? Aren't you worried about Gu Qinghan? Zhang Zhu glanced sideways at Lin Lu. If he knew about Gu Qinghan's prowess, he certainly wouldn't be speaking so carelessly. "I'm more concerned about that guy." Bai Tao gazed at Zhang Zhu with her large, captivating eyes. She had a strong aversion to such boys. If someone liked a person who didn't reciprocate, it was best to let it go. If they forced it, they deserved to be beaten. However, why did Zhang Zhu speak of Gu Qinghan in such a manner? Wasn't she his childhood friend? Could it be that the information was erroneous? "Do you know that Feng Chong?" Zhang Zhu shook his head, reiterating, "As I said earlier, I don't know any Feng, any rain." Gu Qinghan possesses formidable prowess in combat. Zhang Zhu could only narrate this matter in a somewhat trivial manner, for he was not at liberty to elaborate on Gu Qinghan's circumstances, even though he had resolved not to continue their romantic involvement. This decision reflects a fundamental principle of human decency. You might not have encountered Feng Chong. That man is entirely robust. It would be a trivial task for Gu Qinghan to subdue him with a mere slap. Lin Lu had indeed seen Feng Chong once by chance, catching sight of him smoking in the restroom, his imposing stature quite enough to deter her. Zhang Zhu refrained from further commentary. For Gu Qinghan had previously engaged with even more outrageous individuals, scenarios that Zhang Zhu could scarcely fathom. How could a woman, standing merely 172 meters tall, unleash such extraordinary strength? It defies the laws of physics. Why don't you go comfort Gu Qinghan? Although I am not acquainted with her. She seems to be quite a good person, Bai Tao interjected, harboring a slight fondness for Gu Qinghan. All right, I shall convey that to her. Zhang Zhu acquiesced to Bai Tao's request. As it was a trivial favor he felt no obligation to fulfill. Noticing that the two had no intention of resuming their conversation, Zhang Zhu shifted his chair to the center, deeming the current arrangement rather uncomfortable for dialogue. Bai Tao and Lin Lu, perceiving Zhang Zhu's disinterest in their conversation, opted to change the subject. "What should I say to you, Gu Qinghan?" Zhang Zhu mused, propping his chin on his hand as he reflected on the matter. How could the incidents of violence arise so early? Wasn't it supposed to commence in the second year of high school? In his previous life, Gu Qinghan had only begun to experience such events in her sophomore year, though he could not recall the identity of that boy. Surely, such occurrences were absent in the first year. Could it be that his rebirth triggered a butterfly effect? Never mind. He would clarify that later. The class monitor, Huang Mi, had also ceased transcribing at the podium and turned to address the third class. "All right, this should suffice for your notes." After delivering her message, Huang Mi exited the classroom in search of the mathematics teacher. The students paid no heed to Huang Mi's words. Weekends were meant for leisure. Even if they were copy notes, it would be on Sunday evening. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the final class bell rang. The surrounding students swiftly gathered their belongings, hastily making their way toward the exit. After all, the bus stops near Taohua High School were rather scarce, and without a rapid departure, one might find themselves unable to board. Zhang Zhu gathered his things and glanced at Lin Lu and Bai Tao, only to find that neither seemed inclined to leave. Zhang Zhu paid little mind to their presence, but Lin Lu was obstructing his path. He frowned slightly, having pushed against her as if she were invisible. "Lin Lu, could you move aside? I need to leave," Zhang Zhu urged, gently nudging her shoulder. Lao Lu, finally realizing the situation, quickly stood up to let Zhang Zhu pass. "Are you leaving so early, Zhuge?" Bai Tao asked, noticing Zhang Zhu's impending departure. "Why stay here?" Zhang Zhu replied, somewhat puzzled by Bai Tao's apparent fondness for lingering at school. "Aren't you usually wary of crowds, waiting until others have left before you go?" In his past life, Zhang Zhu had dreaded crowds, especially after school on weekends, preferring to wait slowly at school until the coast was clear to catch the bus. Although Gu Qinghan insisted that he could simply follow her, Zhang Zhu had never heeded her advice. "I have a few matters to attend to." Zhang Zhu responded to Bai Tao before departing. The past was the past. He had long since shed his fear of crowded places after years of schooling. "Take care, Chu Yi." Meanwhile, at the school gate, Gu Qinghan slung a blue backpack over her shoulder, savoring a piece of candy. Her striking beauty drew the attention of numerous boys, congesting the already busy thoroughfare. Why is Zhang Zhu taking so long? It was the same before. Why is it still the case now? Having arrived early, Gu Qinghan scanned the crowd, eager to catch a glimpse of his silhouette. Unfortunately, her hopes were dashed. Her tall figure could not spot Zhang Zhu amidst the throng, nor could she find anyone resembling him. Zhang Zhu, from a distance, observed the scene at the entrance and hastened to step into Gu Qinghan's line of sight. "Why are you so slow?" Gu Qinghan expressed her dissatisfaction, feeling that it was he who had kept her waiting. "I was busy sweeping." Zhang Zhu fibbed in response to Gu Qinghan's words, a deception he had employed on multiple occasions. Students gathered at the entrance murmured in intrigue at the unfolding scene. Gu Qinghan was quite renowned at Taohua High School, her beauty and charm unmatched. Moreover, she excelled academically, making her the object of many admirers. Witnessing their goddess conversing and laughing with a boy stirred pangs of jealousy among her suitors. "Shall we go?" Zhang Zhu suggested to Gu Qinghan. "Sure," she replied, and together they navigated through the crowd, making their way outside. At the entrance stood two figures, one of whom remarked, "I can't believe Gu Qinghan actually has someone she likes." The other, a slender young man, furrowed his brow and took a moment to reply, "Having someone you like doesn't guarantee it will last." Chapter 6. A stroll through the commercial street. As the two emerged from the school, they walked side by side. Zhang Zhu carried a backpack, slung casually over his right shoulder. "I heard you got into a fight. You weren't hurt, were you?" he inquired, glancing at Gu Qinghan. With a lightness in her step, Gu Qinghan paused upon hearing Zhang Zhu's question. "No, I'm fine," she replied softly, for it was not her who had suffered the blow. Zhang Zhu nodded in acknowledgement and chose not to delve further into the matter. A few turns and a 2-kilometer walk from Taohua High School led them to a bustling commercial street, replete with delectable food and entertainment options. They strolled leisurely for approximately 40 minutes before arriving at their destination. What shall we eat? Zhang Zhu pondered, aware of Gu Qinghan's preferences but choosing to feign ignorance to avoid fostering dependency. Turning her face towards him, Gu Qinghan winked playfully. You decide. Very well, Zhang Zhu agreed. As they approached the commercial street, the evening sky darkened, and the throngs of people noticeably increased, prompting Gu Qinghan to draw closer to Zhang Zhu for comfort. Without a second thought, Zhang Zhu shifted his body, creating distance between them. Gu Qinghan, noticing this, gritted her teeth. So, Zhang Zhu enjoys avoiding closeness, does he? Just then, a passerby hurriedly collided with Zhang Zhu, causing him to stumble. I'm so sorry, the pedestrian exclaimed, quickly apologizing upon realizing he had knocked Zhang Zhu down. Gu Qinghan, taken aback, rushed forward to assist him. Are you all right, Xiao Zhu? Gu Qinghan asked, her heart aching at the sight of Zhang Zhu on the ground. Zhang Zhu, the party involved, found himself utterly bewildered, having been knocked to the ground due to a momentary lapse in attention. He felt a twinge of pain in his ankle and, with considerable effort, managed to rise with the support of Gu Qinghan. The passerby, clearly flustered, had not anticipated such an incident while playfully tussling with a friend moments earlier. Please, sit tight. I'll call for an ambulance, the pedestrian urged, startled by Zhang Zhu's evident discomfort, especially upon noticing his Taohua High School uniform. Zhang Zhu, equally surprised by the passerby's concern, quickly interjected, It's nothing serious. My ankle is just a bit sore. I'll be fine after a short rest. Gu Qinghan, her eyes filled with worry, gazed at Zhang Zhu, her greatest concern in life being his well-being. Are you truly okay, Xiao Zhu? Zhang Zhu, nearly in tears, desperately wished to assure her that he was indeed fine, merely experiencing a slight ache in his ankle. Did they truly think he was overly dramatic? Observing their skeptical expressions, he stood up and lightly hopped a couple of times. See? I told you I'm fine. Gu Qinghan felt a wave of relief wash over her at this display. The passerby echoed her sentiments, swiftly adding, I'm glad to hear that. If anything arises later, please call me. I'll take responsibility. He fished a pen and a piece of white paper from his satchel and scribbled down his number. Here's my contact. I must be on my way now, he said before hastily departing. Gu Qinghan gently supported Zhang Zhu as he regained his composure. So vain, come on, young master. Having practiced martial arts for a while, Gu Qinghan easily discerned Zhang Zhu's facade of bravado. Surprised by her insight, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but grin. The dim lighting near the trees had indeed contributed to the passerby's accidental collision with him. After helping Zhang Zhu to a nearby bench, Gu Qinghan squatted down beside him. What are you doing, Gu Qinghan? Zhang Zhu assumed she intended to rest for a moment, but was unprepared for what followed. Gu Qinghan raised her exquisite face and playfully replied, What do you think? I'm here to alleviate the pain in your ankle. With that, she reached for his shoe, preparing to remove it. No, not here. My Qinghan, Zhang Zhu exclaimed, startled. Though the area lacked brightness and was sparsely populated, it was still a commercial street. If anyone from Taohua High School were to witness this, it would be quite the scandal. Little did Zhang Zhu realize. Many were already aware of the nature of his relationship with Gu Qinghan, and even if one were to proclaim them lovers, few would bat an eye. Especially after their public display at the school gate earlier that day. I don't want that. I just want to take a look. Gu Qinghan was undeterred by Zhang Zhu's protests. She was determined to see. Firmly holding his foot in place, she deftly slipped off his shoe. Upon inspection, she noted a faint bruise tinged with a hint of blue around his ankle. And you say you're fine? Look at this bruise. Gu Qinghan exclaimed, her concern evident. Seeing Zhang Zhu fall silent, she gently pressed her hand against his injured ankle. Zhang Zhu was taken aback by the unexpected pressure on his wound, a sharp pang shooting through his head. After a few minutes of her ministrations, he began to feel a notable sense of relief. How does it feel? This is what my martial arts instructor taught me, Gu Qinghan remarked with a smirk directed at him. It feels much better than before. Zhang Zhu couldn't deny the truth of her words. It indeed felt significantly improved. He tentatively attempted to stand on his own, discovering that the pain was manageable. Gu Qinghan, observing this, stepped forward to steady him. It's fine. I don't feel any major issues now. Don't be reckless, young master. You've always had a penchant for this kind of bravado since childhood. It's not charming. It's foolish, you know. Gu Qinghan clearly harbored doubts, recalling the many instances from both their childhood and previous life when Zhang Zhu had a history of overexerting himself. Let us go. Let us return to our usual routine. Zhang Zhu reminisced about their past visits to a little hot pot restaurant after solidifying their relationship. However, as students, they were often financially constrained. But if they split the bill, it wouldn't be so burdensome. Where was that place again? Since graduating from high school, they had seldom returned to this area, having pursued universities far from their hometown. Moreover, they had both moved away from the city. Zhang Zhu cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qinghan. What is up? Gu Qinghan, puzzled by his sudden demeanor, questioned him. You lead the way. I'm moving a bit slowly. To avoid awkwardness, Zhang Zhu decided to fabricate a small lie. After all, forgetting after so many years was perfectly reasonable. Gu Qinghan was taken aback by his request, momentarily at a loss for words. Where's that restaurant again? The same query flooded her mind once more. Fortunately, she had memorized the route well since she had guided them to it in the past. As they navigated through the throngs of bustling people, Zhang Zhu realized that this place had thrived even a decade ago. After several minutes of walking under Gu Qinghan's guidance, they finally came to a halt. Gu Qinghan lifted her cool, bright eyes to survey the familiar sign overhead. This is the one. Zhang Zhu mirrored her gaze, an array of memories flooding back to him like a refreshing spring. Indeed, just as I remembered. The hot pot restaurant's staff approached them as they entered. Hello, are you here, dine? We have discounts today, since it's the weekend. In truth, it was Gu Qinghan who had a penchant for hot pot in their previous life. Zhang Zhu merely accompanied her. Just the two of us, Gu Qinghan replied. Please follow me, the cheerful server said, leading them to a table for four. Just a moment, I'll fetch the menu. Zhang Zhu nodded, taking in the surroundings, which felt ever so familiar. Given that it was a small establishment with fewer patrons, it was understandable, especially since summer was upon them and the hot pot season had yet to commence. Shall we explore the city tomorrow? Gu Qinghan, having been reborn, felt that their relationship development in the second year was progressing too slowly. If she was to amend Zhang Zhu's past, she would need to take initiative. Zhang Zhu, unsure of how to respond, remained silent as he struggled to find a suitable excuse. After all, they often ventured into the city on weekends, considering their homes were so close. Regardless of the excuse he crafted, Gu Qinghan would likely see through it. Their years of companionship, even during their high school days, had made her quite attuned to his behavior. Noticing Zhang Zhu's apparent distraction, Gu Qinghan reiterated her earlier suggestion. Zhang Zhu, let us go to the city tomorrow. Frustrated, he felt a strong urge to bite someone. How about we skip it? I do prefer to stay home and play games. Zhang Zhu could only resort to this excuse. If it were too outrageous, it would be unacceptable, and if it were too simplistic, the other party would incessantly pester him. Can't you play tonight? I'll come back later to join you. How could playing games ever compare to spending time with a childhood sweetheart? You scoundrel. Recently, a delightful parkour game was released, and I heard from classmates that it's quite entertaining. I thought I might give it a try. A decade ago, on a fateful day, the emergence of a parkour game shattered various gaming charts, a feat that was almost unbelievable in its magnitude. Gu Qinghan lifted her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes to gaze intently at him, but upon seeing his abyssal, inky eyes devoid of any reaction, she ultimately abandoned this plan. If it's that enjoyable, then I shall play it tomorrow. I will come to your house to find you. Feelings are akin to a warm thread that requires gradual warming to flourish. Gu Qinghan surmised that their emotional connection would likely only reach its fullness in their second year of high school. Thus, she resolved to hasten this process. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Zhang Zhu appeared somewhat bewildered. He had merely sought an excuse, for he seldom indulged in gaming. He had originally planned to draft a project tomorrow. He had even thought of a title, Rebirth. The journey of overcoming life begins with a small goal. However, Gu Qinghan's words thoroughly disrupted his plans. Perhaps it's best to forget it. Girls usually don't enjoy such games. We can postpone it. The quickest way to warm a relationship is through solitude, an unspoken understanding. Of course, Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan were family friends, having known each other since birth. They had shared the same space for years, even sleeping in the same bed. Are you hiding some secret from me? Since her rebirth, Gu Qinghan had begun to notice that Zhang Zhu was somewhat peculiar. He was not the same Zhang Zhu from her memories. The light in his eyes was no longer as clear. That light had once signified his affection for Gu Qinghan, a quality that she could no longer perceive. A strange thought crossed Gu Qinghan's mind. Could it be that Zhang Zhu had also soul-jumped back to this decade of high school along with her during the car accident? Yet, considering their circumstances in the past life, Gu Qinghan dared not reveal too much. After all, if that were indeed the case, he would surely distance himself from her. In light of this, she could only bide her time. It's all right. I've heard from the girls in class that they also want to play. Gu Qinghan's exquisite features sparkled as her eyes widened, shimmering like stars. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Zhu felt a ripple of emotion within him. This was utterly unfair. His greatest fear was Gu Qinghan employing such tactics. How could he refuse? Then you shall come find me tomorrow. Though they referred to it as finding one another, their families lived next door. However, Zhang Zhu's parents were abroad. If he were to play alone, he would likely stay up late. In her previous life, Gu Qinghan had often attempted to visit Zhang Zhu, but no matter how she knocked, no one ever answered. This had infuriated her. After their relationship was confirmed, Gu Qinghan had given Zhang Zhu a spare key to his house. Otherwise, if she wanted to find him, she would have to wait until he awoke, and by then, the day would be gone. Is anyone at your house now? Zhang Zhu pondered for a moment, realizing that his parents were probably still abroad. As for siblings, he had none. He was an only child. Zhang Zhu shook his head in response. No, but they might return for the National Day holiday. Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Then I shall go to your house tonight. Often, it was not only Zhang Zhu's parents who were absent. Gu Qinghan's parents were frequently away as well. They would often dine and work together, leading to a lack of concern regarding the presence of the opposite sex. Tonight might not work. Zhang Zhu immediately denied Gu Qinghan's suggestion. Why not? Explain yourself. What could possibly hinder this? Zhang Zhu, somewhat at a loss, stammered, well, I might, have something. Seeing Zhang Zhu's hesitance and his inability to articulate clearly only deepened Gu Qinghan's suspicions that he was akin to her. In their previous life, their relationship had grown increasingly cold as he treated her similarly, lacking even the warmth of casual conversation. Their betrothal had felt as though it were non-existent. Tonight I shall go. If you're not home, I will call your uncle and aunt to say you went to the internet CAF for an all-nighter. Zhang Zhu quickly interjected, fearing that if his parents were to inform Gu Qinghan, he would face their ire. The previous life had been troublesome enough, now that he had returned to high school. He hoped to avoid unnecessary complications. Fine, you may come tonight. Just come after you finish your shower. Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled as she regarded Zhang Zhu, letting out a playful huff. Chapter 8, The Hot Pot for Memory. At that moment, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed beside them. Here you are, this is our menu. Please take a look. The waitress returned, holding a menu in her hands. Following her was a young woman carrying a teapot. The woman approached their table, pouring tea into 2 cups with delicate grace. This is our house red tea. You may give it a try, the waitress informed them. Zhang Zhu nodded appreciatively and uttered a thank you. When you have made your selections, please mark them with the pen on the table and bring it to the front. With that, the waitress departed. The young woman, however, did not leave. She leaned closer. You're Gu Qinghan? Her sudden question startled Zhang Zhu. Do you know each other? He asked, intrigued, as Gu Qinghan did not seem like someone who had a wide circle of friends. Gu Qinghan was also somewhat taken aback. Did they know each other? The young woman was clad in black attire, her hair tied up, and wearing a mask that revealed only her striking eyes. I'm Su Qing, she said, lowering her mask to reveal a delicate face. Suyin? Gu Qinghan slowly recalled, finally recognizing her. Oh, it's you. Are you working part-time? Many students from Taohua High frequented this commercial street for part-time jobs due to the lucrative pay, often working a few hours just to cover their meal expenses. Yes, I come here to work part-time. There's nothing else to do at home. Su Qing replied with a soft smile. Gu Qinghan did not know much about Su Qing, but she did not appear to come from a destitute background, so she refrained from probing further. I see. Su Qing glanced at the boy sitting across from Gu Qinghan, somewhat surprised. While she had heard that Gu Qinghan was close to a boy, she had never seen him before. However, upon seeing Zhang Zhu, she felt curious about what kind of boy could capture Gu Qinghan's heart. Zhang Zhu observed the conversation between the two without interjecting, as he was unfamiliar with the girl, neither in this life nor in his past. However, when he lifted his gaze, he caught the girl looking in his direction. Out of courtesy, Zhang Zhu greeted her. "Hello, I am Zhang Zhu from Class 3, a friend of Gu Qinghan." Upon hearing his words, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he would initiate a conversation. "Hello, I'm Su Qing from Class 1. Zhang Zhu nodded with a smile and then picked up a pen to sketch on the menu. Gu Qinghan, seated nearby, refrained from saying much, as her disposition did not lend itself to engaging extensively with acquaintances, especially since the two were not particularly familiar with one another. Observing this exchange, Su Qing understood the situation and remarked, "Take your time eating. Just hand me the menu when you're ready." After Su Qing departed, Gu Qinghan gently patted her face and exhaled, "Why does it feel a bit warm?" After her sigh, Gu Qinghan shed her school uniform, revealing a black long-sleeve shirt underneath. "It's nearly 30 degrees today, and there's no fan here," Zhang Zhu replied quietly. "Is this sufficient? Is there anything else you desire?" He then handed the sketch menu to Gu Qinghan. She glanced at it briefly before responding, "This will suffice." Nodding, Zhang Zhu stood up and made his way to the front counter. Shortly thereafter, he returned, stating, "I ordered a mildly spicy broth. Eating something too spicy in this heat might cause breakouts." Gu Qinghan had always enjoyed extremely spicy food, but Zhang Zhu could only tolerate a moderate level of spice. In his past life, he had endured numerous trials with fiery dishes for her sake, often suffering as a result. After that, Gu Qinghan refrained from indulging in excessively spicy meals, primarily out of concern for him. "All right, mildly spicy sounds good." In no time, a server brought the broth to their table. This small establishment did not offer a yin-yang pot, which would have allowed for a milder option. Zhang Zhu felt a twinge of regret as he sensed a breakout looming, knowing that spicy food would exacerbate the situation. "Aren't you curious as to why I confronted that person today?" Noting Zhang Zhu's silence, Gu Qinghan sought to stir the conversation. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Zhu looked up at her. He understood that she wished to hold his hand. Strangely, he seemed to recall details about Gu Qinghan effortlessly, as if remembering them was second nature. Gu Qinghan was momentarily surprised by his insight. "Indeed, and that's not all. That person stated they would confront you unless they became his girlfriend." "Confront me? Why would they want to fight me? Shouldn't they be confronting you?" Zhang Zhu questioned, perplexed, as he was not Gu Qinghan's boyfriend in this lifetime. "He claimed to have investigated us. That person is Conan, right? But an investigation does not justify a confrontation. I'm not rejecting you. It's justified. Someone like that deserves a good thrashing." If Zhang Zhu possessed any fighting prowess, he would have sought out this wind and rain individual himself. As their conversation unfolded, the ingredients for the hot pot were gradually delivered to Su Qing. "All right, these are all the items you ordered. Enjoy your meal," she said softly to Gu Qinghan before departing. Gazing at the array of ingredients before her, Gu Qinghan delicately picked up the vegetables with her chopsticks and placed them into the pot. Zhang Zhu stood up and headed to the condiment station, returning with 2 plates of dipping sauces, which were his preferred flavors. "This should be enough. Go ahead and eat." Gu Qinghan retrieved the cooked items from a pot and placed them into Zhang Zhu's bowl. "It's delicious, though some of it is still a bit undercooked." Zhang Zhu took a gentle bite, savoring the familiar taste that evoked memories unique to his past. "Really? Then, I shall cook it a little longer." Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, Gu Qinghan sampled it and confirmed that indeed, some pieces were not fully cooked. Thus, the two engaged in light conversation while enjoying their meal. Time swiftly passed, and an hour slipped away. "Are you finished?" Zhang Zhu lightly wiped his mouth. He had enjoyed his meal, which was quite delightful. Gu Qinghan had also finished, though typically she would not consume such a large quantity. However, the flavors were intertwined with cherished memories. "All done." Zhang Zhu nodded gently and stood to settle the bill. A brief moment later, he returned with 2 bottles of drinks in hand. "Let us go home." Chapter 9. Homeward Bound. As they walked along the cobbled yet weathered path, students bustled about. Zhang Zhu glanced at the sky. noting that the twilight had fully enveloped the horizon. Do you want to eat anything else? Or shall we head home? He observed Gu Qinghan, who walked briskly beside him, her hair slightly tousled. Gu Qinghan was not particularly eager to return home. Yet she recognized that pursuing her bond with Zhang Zhu in this life was of greater significance than mere amusement. Let us head home. It seems there is nothing left to eat or play with. Zhang Zhu nodded lightly and continued walking ahead. Their homes were situated not far from Taohua High School, merely 2 to 3 kilometers apart, but the distance extended with the presence of the commercial street. After walking for less than 20 minutes, Zhang Zhu wiped the sweat from his brow. The night had fully descended, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Noticing Zhang Zhu had halted, Gu Qinghan smiled softly. Are you tired? Would you like me to carry you? Zhang Zhu cast a sidelong glance at her playful grin, sensing mischief in her tone. Who says I need carrying? Am I the kind of person who is easily fatigued? No need. My shoelace is just loose, he retorted, attempting to maintain his composure. Seeing Zhang Zhu's stubbornness, Gu Qinghan's smile radiated brightly. Enough, Gu Qinghan, be reasonable. In their previous life, Gu Qinghan had demonstrated greater boyfriend-like qualities, often taking on physically demanding tasks. Sometimes, Zhang Zhu felt she resembled a boy more than he did. All right, then tie your shoelaces, Gu Qinghan urged gently, revealing a charming dimple that enhanced her beauty. Zhang Zhu watched this scene, feeling his heart flutter. Indeed, the high school version of Gu Qinghan was at her most captivating, a beauty that even the 20-something Gu Qinghan of his past could not rival. Why did he feel this way? It was perhaps the enchanting blend of youthful innocence and the allure of adulthood, resulting in a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. Let us go. Let us go, little Zhu, Gu Qinghan chirped, breaking into a sprightly stride ahead. Zhang Zhu shook his head and followed closely in her wake. Thus, after walking for less than half an hour, they reached home. Of course, it was fitting to say both, for Gu Qinghan's home was right next to Zhang Zhu's. Indeed, as childhood friends, it was only natural that their homes would be in such close proximity. Zhang Zhu cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qinghan, who stood at his doorstep. Why are you here when you're not going home? He understood that Gu Qinghan was innocent. His aversion lay with the version of her from 10 years hence. It was also true that neither of them had yet undergone the necessary period of adjustment. To circumvent potential melodrama, he had chosen to limit his interactions with her, even if it might provoke her confusion and misunderstanding. Nevertheless, he believed this was a step toward a more favorable outcome. My water heater is broken, Gu Qinghan said, sticking out her tongue, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I can fix it. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, her exquisite features momentarily faltered, her enchanting eyes widening in surprise. It was indeed in college that Zhang Zhu had learned to repair a water heater. She recalled vividly the day when she had gone to the restroom alone, preparing for a shower, only to find that the water heater had failed, further aggravating her already tumultuous argument with Zhang Zhu. In desperation, she had called him for assistance, and to her astonishment, he had managed to fix it. That had been his first foray into repairing water heaters. The Zhang Zhu of high school had been utterly incapable of such feats, which served as proof that he was indeed a Zhang Zhu from the future. With her eyes slightly reddened, she hadn't anticipated that his rebirth would entail distancing himself from her. She had always believed their issues could be resolved. But why did he feel the need to eliminate their connection? She didn't want that. She cared for him deeply. Zhang Zhu, noticing the glimmer of tears in Gu Qinghan's eyes, was taken aback. Had she always been so prone to tears during their high school days? Mean, but I must insist you don't cause any trouble. With that, he retrieved the key from his backpack and deftly turned it in the lock. As Zhang Zhu stepped inside, Gu Qinghan discreetly wiped away the impending tears, steeling herself before following him in. Upon entering, she beheld Zhang Zhu seated on a chair, savoring a piece of candy. So, reflecting on Gu Qinghan's earlier teary expression, Zhang Zhu decided to embrace his humanity, even if their paths diverged. The bond they shared could never be trivialized. Gu Qinghan accepted the candy Zhang Zhu offered, unwrapping the delicate blue confection and placing it in her mouth. What is this? It's delicious. The moment it touched her tongue, she was enveloped in a unique sweetness, refreshingly light and not cloying at all. I have no idea. It was given to me by Wu Li when she left today, claiming it was a new candy. Who is that? Can you ask her for more? Gu Qinghan inquired, relishing the flavor, yet a deeper concern gnawed at her. Was this gift from a male or female? Though the odds were slim, she intended to quash any potential rivalries in their infancy. Zhang Zhu shook his head. You and T know them. They mentioned it was something new, probably still in development. With that, he retreated to his bedroom. Gu Qinghan felt a pang of discomfort at his apparent disregard for her, reminiscing how things had never been this way before. Here, Zhang Zhu re-emerged from his room, now holding several more pieces of candy. Didn't you say there weren't any left? I never said that. I merely suggested that the person who gave them to me might not have many. He handed her the candies, and Gu Qinghan took them, then pulled out her phone, settling onto the wooden bench. Weren't we supposed to play a game? I brought my phone. Let us do it. This particular game was unfamiliar to Gu Qinghan, not due to any lack of gaming enthusiasm, but rather because she had only played it with Zhang Zhu for a short while back in their formative years. Later, I need to prepare for a shower, Zhang Zhu replied, initially intent on heading straight to the bathroom, but he paused, glancing at Gu Qinghan, who remained nonchalant. Aren't you going to shower? Chapter 10, Gu Qinghan replied, My rank is too low. I'm not worthy of being matched with you. I'll wait for you to finish, then I'll go. Zhang Zhu, bewildered, noticed her narrowed eyes scrutinizing him. How can you shower without clothes? Zhang Zhu felt a sense of bewilderment. Without her bringing clothes, how was she to bathe? Realization dawned on Gu Qinghan, and she felt her face flush at the thought that her past habits almost returned to haunt her. Oh, I'll run back home to get some. Wait for me. With that, Gu Qinghan hurried toward her own house next door. Zhang Zhu, sipping a cup of cola, watched her retreat. Before long, Gu Qinghan returned with a few articles of clothing. Zhang Zhu had little interest in what she chose to wear, as they had been on the brink of marriage in their previous lives, having grown up as childhood friends for over 20 years. There was little he hadn't seen before. Noticing Zhang Zhu's lack of reaction, Gu Qinghan felt a pang of disappointment. She had realized that her high school outfits seemed rather outdated and found herself too embarrassed to wear them. Why don't you sit for a moment? There are drinks on the table, and some chips you like, Zhang Zhu suggested after finishing his cola. Okay. As he left, Gu Qinghan pulled out her phone and began to browse. She noticed it was an iPhone. Opening the messaging app, she glanced at Zhang Zhu's phone charging beside her. A sly smile crept across her face as she quickly grabbed his phone, contemplating its secrets before figuring out the passcode. Zhang Zhu had always used the simple combination of 232,425, which was far too easy to remember. Upon accessing Zhang Zhu's messages, she found only a few scattered notifications, among which a female profile had sent a message just hours earlier. Is it good, Zhuge? Should I bring you some more tomorrow? Notably, Zhang Zhu had not responded, which relieved Gu Qinghan. She feared her rebirth might have inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect. She quickly typed a reply, No need, thank you. Aware of Zhang Zhu's usual disinterest in messaging apps, she knew that if he were engaged, it wouldn't have been her responding. He replied swiftly, Is it not tasty? I still have several flavors here. Would you like to try? Seeing the message flash from a girl named Wu Li, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of irritation. Did this girl not realize that Zhang Zhu had a childhood friend who was as beautiful as a goddess? Such audacity! A smirk curled at the corners of her lips. She had a plan. No, I don't like things that are too sweet. If you still have some, could you bring a bit for Gu Qinghan? In another room, Wu Li paused, momentarily taken aback. Why should she bring anything to Gu Qinghan? However, she concluded that it wouldn't hurt to share, and thus, she readily agreed. Very well, I shall bring a few more delicacies for Gu Qinghan to savor next week. Gu Qinghan gazed at the scene before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. She was curious to see what manner of woman would dare to challenge her. This celestial being. I conveyed my gratitude to Gu Qinghan before excusing myself to take a bath. Farewell. All right, goodbye. As Gu Qinghan perused the chat history, her smile broadened. Subsequently, she deleted all the messages, including the previous greetings regarding Zhang Zhu. She then connected to Zhang Zhu's home network and initiated the download of that once wildly popular youth parkour game. Observing the painfully slow progress bar, Gu Qinghan felt a twinge of annoyance. Accustomed to the rapid speeds of her past life, reverting to a primitive internet connection was indeed frustrating. After plugging her phone into the charger, Gu Qinghan rose to her feet. Entering Zhang Zhu's room without hesitation, she noted a cotton bed placed near the window, accompanied by a pristine white desk laden with numerous books. A lamp adorned with flowers stood nearby, beneath which rested two figurines of female protagonists from Japanese anime. With a gentle leap, Gu Qinghan reclined upon Zhang Zhu's bed. How comfortable, she mused, her eyes drifting closed as she reflected on the day's events. In contrast to the joy of her rebirth, Gu Qinghan realized that Zhang Zhu's attitude towards her was far more disheartening. As she regained her composure, she contemplated her former self. Have I been too oppressive toward her? This time, I will not repeat that mistake, Xiaozhu. Gu Qinghan whispered, clutching Zhang Zhu's duck plushie. For many, a romantic relationship embodies youth, affection, exhilaration, and the choices between right and wrong, as well as the allure of love at first sight and enduring companionship. However, for Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu represented her lifelong partner. She had little to articulate. Seeing Zhang Zhu brought her joy, and her happiness mirrored Zhang Zhu's. Conversely, if Zhang Zhu were to engage merrily with another girl, jealousy would ignite within her, and the absence of their shared moments would also spark frustration. Yet, despite her emotions, her heart belonged solely to Zhang Zhu. As Gu Qinghan pondered, a few tears escaped her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhu stood in the bathroom, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. There stood the youthful version of himself, strikingly handsome, particularly his eyes, which shone like beacons in the night, captivating all who beheld them. Hurry up and wash. I suppose it depends on the circumstances. He muttered to himself before proceeding with his shower. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Zhu emerged from the bathroom, clad in a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, a white towel in hand to dry his damp hair. Noticing a few stray wet strands, he ventured to the living room to retrieve a hairdryer and began to dry his hair slowly. Where has Gu Qinghan gone? He wondered, perplexed at her absence from the living room. She hasn't gone home, has she? After quickly drying his hair and putting away his items, Zhang Zhu prepared to return to his room. What are you doing here? He exclaimed upon finding Gu Qinghan sprawled on his bed, clutching her beloved duck plushie. This elicited a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Why did she have such an affinity for his bed? In his previous life, his own bed was significantly superior to Zhang Zhu's, yet she had always preferred his. This left Zhang Zhu baffled. Did his bed possess some hidden allure he was unaware of? Yet, when he inquired with his mother, she provided no answers. Am I not allowed to come in? Gu Qinghan replied, discreetly wiping her tears. As long as you like it, she countered. Zhang Zhu had grown somewhat immune to Gu Qinghan's antics. Despite her becoming increasingly clingy in her last life, she had been quite assertive in high school. If Zhang Zhu were to reject her now, she would likely retaliate. He certainly could not withstand that. Chapter 11. Zhang Zhu. Why do I always match with such skilled opponents? How am I supposed to play? How did you finish so quickly? Gu Qinghan raised her head to look at Zhang Zhu, having noticed he had only just entered the shower not long ago. Isn't it normal for boys to shower quickly? Zhang Zhu questioned, bewildered. Were there really boys who took longer than 10 minutes? I see, Gu Qinghan replied, her stunning visage fixed on Zhang Zhu. You should go wash up. Unable to endure her gaze any longer, Zhang Zhu urged her to take her turn. Hearing his words, Gu Qinghan rose from the bed and responded, All right, I will go first. Please check on the game progress for me. Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, confident that monitoring the game would pose no issue. Gu Qinghan slipped on her slippers and retrieved her clothes from the living room before heading to the bathroom. Watching her leave, Zhang Zhu briefly surveyed his bedroom from 10 years prior, then exited. Seeing Gu Qinghan had disconnected his phone from the charger left Zhang Zhu speechless. He then unlocked his own phone and noted the battery was alarmingly below 50%. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan's phone sat at an impressive 98%. She disconnected my phone while hers was still charging? Doesn't she realize how slow charging is right now? In the past decade, nothing was more annoying than slow charging speeds. Of course, had he not experienced the wonders of 240 fast charging, he would have been less critical. Zhang Zhu felt a surge of frustration. It truly took over an hour to charge fully, and he could hardly bear it. After unplugging Gu Qinghan's phone, he connected his charger to his own device. Much better. Setting his phone down, he picked up Gu Qinghan's phone, the password still fresh in his mind. After unlocking it, he opened the App Store. The download is at 90%? Astonishing. If he guessed correctly, Gu Qinghan must have just recently downloaded it. He then accessed her social media account. Having never viewed it before, primarily because Gu Qinghan had always kept such personal matters private from him. Staring at the profile picture of a girl with a selfie of herself, Zhang Zhu was taken aback. She truly has no qualms about exposing her photo. Upon sifting through her friends' list, he found only Zhang Zhu listed. Staring at the screen, Zhang Zhu was astonished. Had she truly added only him? He tentatively opened their chat history and was met with a photo that sent his heart racing. It was a picture of them together from elementary school, taken at an amusement park. Zhang Zhu was seen carrying Gu Qinghan on his back, looking utterly disinterested, while she beamed with joy, playfully flashing a peace sign at the camera. A tremor of emotion coursed through him. This was a moment he had never anticipated. In his previous life, he had never seen this photograph. As Zhang Zhu lost himself in thought, Gu Qinghan stood in the bathroom, momentarily stunned by the scene before her. Why is this water so scalding? I enjoy warmth, but not to this extent. After Gu Qinghan had removed her clothes, she initially intended to wash her hair. However, upon activating the spray, she was taken aback by the exceptionally hot water, leaving her utterly startled. How am I supposed to bathe like this? Is Zhang Zhu's skin heat-resistant? Gu Qinghan called out to Zhang Zhu outside. Hurry and adjust the water to a cooler temperature. Since the heater was controlled from outside, she was unable to make the adjustments herself. Zhang Zhu, who was in the living room flipping through Gu Qinghan's penguin collection, suddenly realized the situation upon hearing her call. All right, he responded loudly, hastening his steps towards the bathroom. Upon reaching the bathroom door and glancing at the heater, he recalled that he had accidentally set the temperature too high earlier. He stood on tiptoe and adjusted the dial slightly towards the cooler setting. Done. Check if it's still hot. Inside the bathroom, Gu Qinghan tested the water with her hand and found that it had indeed become merely pleasantly warm. All right, she called out, satisfied, as Zhang Zhu turned to leave. The reason he did not catch a glimpse of Gu Qinghan's exquisite form was simply that the door was such that no shadow could be seen. With the noises outside fading away, Gu Qinghan dismissed her thoughts and began to enjoy her bath in peace. Why are you lounging here? Gu Qinghan inquired gently as she emerged from the bathroom, running her fingers through her damp hair. Zhang Zhu reclined on a mahogany chair in the living room, charging his device while watching television. The room was stifling. Being near the coast, summer arrived swiftly, especially at night. Those who believed they could rely on the sea breeze were mistaken. There was none along the coastline, only heat and nothing more. Why not turn on the air conditioning? Is it too costly? Gu Qinghan remarked, knowing well that Zhang Zhu had an air conditioner in his bedroom, even if she hadn't seen it. It gets too cold when it's on. The living room is quite comfortable, Zhang Zhu replied. He was not particularly sensitive to cold, but the evolving nature of their relationship made him hesitant. If he were to enter his bedroom, she would likely follow, and he couldn't help but feel that it would be a delicate situation. Is that so? What about the hairdryer? Zhang Zhu pointed towards the area beneath the television. Gu Qinghan turned her gaze there and indeed spotted the black hairdryer sitting prominently. Could you help me dry my hair? It's quite challenging to do it alone. After retrieving the hairdryer, Gu Qinghan settled beside Zhang Zhu and gazed into his eyes. Zhang Zhu initially considered ignoring her request. After all, he was not her servant. Why should he acquiesce? Noticing his indifference, Gu Qinghan's eyes flashed with a hint of annoyance. She lightly grasped his solid arm, catching his attention. I'll dry it myself, she insisted. Gu Qinghan's actions startled Zhang Zhu. Although she had not exerted force, memories of past encounters lingered, reminding him that if she were to truly apply pressure, it would leave him sore for quite some time. You're so fussy about drying your hair. I prefer the old you, Gu Qinghan scoffed. Fully aware of Zhang Zhu's thoughts, she knew he merely wished to rid himself of her presence, but that was out of the question. The past is the past, and the present is different. Besides, my hair-drying skills aren't very good, Zhang Zhu retorted, at a loss for words against Gu Qinghan's statement. Once, they had mutual affection, but now their feelings were transformed and the dynamics had shifted. Chapter 12. Zhang Zhu. How can childhood friends be so close? As Zhang Zhu picked up the hairdryer and plugged it in, he sighed while observing the quiet Gu Qinghan. Hurry up. Didn't you say we were going to play a game? Gu Qinghan turned her head, puzzled by his demeanor. Zhang Zhu gently lifted her hair, feeling a delicate sensation transfer from her strands to his fingers, a unique feeling that belonged solely to her. Apply a bit more pressure. There are still many damp spots. Gu Qinghan remarked, sensing that Zhang Zhu's touch was too gentle, and he was not taking the task seriously. I can't believe you want to make it comfortable for me. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Zhu began to tousle her hair more vigorously. After a simple 10-minute session, he finally managed to dry her hair satisfactorily. All right, Gu Qinghan called out, feeling the coolness of her hair. Have you finished downloading my game yet? She asked. Yes, I just completed the installation, Zhang Zhu replied. Before Gu Qinghan could even grab a bite, he had already installed the game on her phone. He had initially wanted to check out her penguin collection from high school, but she had emerged too quickly, not at all resembling the typical pace of a girl bathing. Let's start playing. I heard this game allows for 2-player battles. Let us give it a try, Gu Qinghan said eagerly. Zhang Zhu turned to her with a look of curiosity. How do you know that this game has a 2-player mode? Have you played it before? I haven't. I just heard those boys talking about it, she explained, referring to the boys who frequently engaged in competitive play. Zhang Zhu realized that he had almost overloaded his CPU with surprise. The familiar sounds echoed in his mind. Those were the games that defined their youth. The most enjoyable game of that summer. What's your name? How should I address you? Gu Qinghan asked. We have each other as penguin friends, don't we? Oh, in that case, add me quickly. Zhang Zhu pulled Gu Qinghan into the 2-player battle mode, selecting his favorite character. They both chose their enhancements and began the game. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, their characters swiftly accelerated from the starting line. Zhang Zhu held a lofty regard for Gu Qinghan, at least within the context of the game. Though he was not a gaming addict, he was certainly not a novice who would be easily outplayed by her. Gu Qinghan was fully aware of Zhang Zhu's perspective, but she was determined not to yield this time. In her past life, she had practiced various games to compete with him. In fact, she had achieved a high score of over 2,300 in the popular game Honor of Kings. Not only was she academically inclined, but she had also never been bested in gaming. As for Zhang Zhu, he was merely of average skill, with Gu Qinghan often carrying him to victory, which eventually made him reluctant to play. With a burst of speed, Gu Qinghan's character zipped past Zhang Zhu's. Turning her head, Zhang Zhu gazed at her with disbelief. He hadn't expected her to be so skilled. After all, she had always shown disinterest in gaming before. However, Zhang Zhu, undeterred, accelerated past her as well, albeit only momentarily. As the character Gu Qinghan entered the final sprint phase, he swiftly surpassed Zhang Zhu by a considerable margin. Zhang Zhu was filled with disbelief. Was this truly Gu Qinghan? How could he be so adept at this game? While Zhang Zhu would not claim to know everything about Gu Qinghan, his understanding was substantial. The latter's prowess was far beyond what Zhang Zhu could comprehend. Was there something he remained unaware of? Gu Qinghan let out a cold snort in response to Zhang Zhu's incredulity. Could it not be that I possess exceptional talent? Zhang Zhu stared at him, unconvinced by the notion of any extraordinary talent. His own gaming aptitude was commendable. How could he possibly lose in such a simple one-on-one match? I would sooner believe I am the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang than accept your so-called exceptional talent. In truth, I've been playing on my deskmate's phone during class. She has been engrossed in this game, and I merely joined out of boredom. Zhang Zhu nodded, realizing that this explanation could indeed make sense. After all, in his previous life, it was during a similar experience with his deskmate that he accidentally embarked on his gaming journey. Within a week, he had surpassed his deskmate, who had been playing for a year. Thus, he could empathize with Gu Qinghan's words. After all, he had once been regarded as a gaming prodigy. It was only upon encountering a true genius that he recognized his own insignificance. If you have the time, could you help me level up my account, Qinghan? Zhang Zhu harbored a lingering regret from his past. He had ranked second in class, overshadowed by a single individual who consistently outperformed him on the leaderboard. That individual was none other than his high school deskmate, who had an uncanny ability to annoy him unintentionally. Witnessing Gu Qinghan's skills was a revelation for Zhang Zhu. It felt like a timely blessing, as though today's events were the manifestation of a butterfly effect meant to alleviate his past suffering and strike back at that deskmate. Why? Gu Qinghan was perplexed by Zhang Zhu's request, as this had not occurred in his previous life. My deskmate constantly pretends to be superior, and I find it quite infuriating. Initially, Zhang Zhu had intended to keep this shameful truth to himself. However, considering Gu Qinghan's personality, he realized that without a persuasive reason, it would be improbable to convince him to assist in gaming on his behalf. You boys are truly immature. Why pretend to be superior over such trivial matters? Gu Qinghan possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the competitive nature of boys. Having spent so many years together, she was well aware of Zhang Zhu's character. If even the aloof Zhang Zhu had a competitive streak, one could only imagine the tendencies of other boys. Observing Zhang Zhu's speechlessness, Gu Qinghan reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. Do you wish to continue playing? Gu Qinghan regarded herself, having crossed the finish line first, and then glanced at Zhang Zhu. I want to play anymore. I've suddenly realized I have other matters to attend to. When confronting the weak, I can speak to you kindly. When facing rivals of equal standing, I can muster my full strength to duel. Yet, when confronted with those far beyond my capabilities, I choose to disregard them. This was Gu Qinghan's current sentiment. Zhang Zhu truly did not wish to seek out further humiliation. Moreover, it appeared that Gu Qinghan had no intention of easing her efforts. Chapter 13. Zhang Zhu. Tutoring homework? You should supervise me instead. What is it? Gu Qinghan asked curiously, for it was he who had proposed gaming, even mentioning all-nighters. Why had he suddenly backed out? Was it perhaps due to insecurity? I need to finish my homework. I just realized I haven't completed the assignment given by our Chinese teacher. If someone claims to enjoy challenging the strong, they are surely unwell, and severely so, possibly even a masochist. No one relishes the prospect of seeking out suffering, especially without any means of resistance. Zhang Zhu was currently in such a state. Moments ago, he had been utterly outclassed by Gu Qinghan, experiencing the effortless superiority of an athlete over a humanities student. Gu Qinghan's character had sped past the finish line, while Zhang Zhu had barely covered half the distance. Had he not been watching Gu Qinghan right before him, he might have suspected that she had cheated. It was utterly astonishing, with comparable characters, mounts, and similar enhancements. How could the disparity be so vast? Let me teach you. I happen to want to reinforce my knowledge of Chinese. At Taohua High School, the elite Class 1 was composed of prodigies hailing from various regions. Each student had achieved scores exceeding 700 in their entrance examinations. Gu Qinghan consistently ranked among the top 3 in such a class, her academic prowess nothing short of terrifying. Thus, for Gu Qinghan, tutoring Zhang Zhu was well within her capabilities. Moreover, in her past life, her grades had sufficed to gain admission to a prestigious 985 university. Unfortunately, despite Zhang Zhu's fervent encouragement for her to aim higher, he ultimately altered her application in secret, leading her to a mediocre 211 university, his own school. This was a source of perpetual regret for Zhang Zhu. Therefore, with a childhood friend of such formidable talent tutoring him, Gu Qinghan felt confident. No need. I'm merely writing a couple of papers. It's not worth your trouble. Zhang Zhu chose to disregard Gu Qinghan's suggestion, although the math homework had originally been assigned. It was Gu Qinghan's forte, making it even less likely for him to allow her to shine. Of course, as a former student of a 211 university, Zhang Zhu found high school mathematics to be relatively easy, achieving a score of 130 without much effort. It's no trouble at all. Just hurry and take it out. Gu Qinghan smiled at Zhang Zhu, well aware of his thoughts. Observing his demeanor today, she was now fully convinced that he had indeed been reborn. His current reluctance toward her suggested that perhaps only a change in herself would allow him to accept her again. No, I suppose I will need it. Initially inclined to refuse, Zhang Zhu, upon noticing Gu Qinghan's clenched fists, wisely agreed. In their past life, Gu Qinghan had feared hurting Zhang Zhu, but the high school version of Gu Qinghan was untroubled by such concerns. The previous trauma had led Zhang Zhu to work out at the gym for several months. While he eventually discovered he could not surpass her, he did manage to develop some abs. Take it out. Faced with the inevitability of the situation, Zhang Zhu could only retrieve 2 Chinese papers from his backpack. These had been assigned that morning, with the understanding that no teaching was required. Everyone was merely to practice on their own. However, witnessing the scene before him, Zhang Zhu felt compelled to tell a small lie. Ironically, I love to speak the truth. You go ahead and do it, I'll watch. Gu Qinghan regarded the rather simple paper before her, opting not to teach directly, but to observe Zhang Zhu's problem-solving approach. Zhang Zhu looked somewhat reluctant, finding Gu Qinghan's focused gaze on him somewhat uncomfortable. What's wrong? Would you prefer to play on your phone for a while? It's rather uncomfortable with you so close. Zhang Zhu felt a bit uneasy with Gu Qinghan nearly pressing against him. In the past, he would have thought nothing of such proximity, even embracing her without hesitation. Because the previous Gu Qinghan greatly enjoyed embracing Zhang Zhu. Even while walking, he insisted on holding the other's hand. Why are you looking at me? Aren't I here to help you with your homework? With a gaze imbued with reluctance, Gu Qinghan fixed his frosty eyes upon the other. Any further protest was silenced as Zhang Zhu reluctantly closed his mouth. I also want to find a master from Wudong Mountain. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Not bad. Your skills don't seem to reflect someone ranked 300. They resemble those of someone within the top 100. Gu Qinghan gazed at Zhang Zhu with astonishment, albeit feigned. After all, for Zhang Zhu, who had once been admitted to a moderate 211 university in his past life, such fundamental problems were merely trivial. Cough. Perhaps the questions today are particularly simple. Unbeknownst to Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan had been reborn, thus he instinctively sought to avoid arousing suspicion, commenting, "Isn't this the preparatory midterm exam paper?" Generally, preparatory midterm papers are significantly more challenging than regular tests. "Oh, is that so? I must have been studying too diligently," Zhang Zhu replied, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor, fearing that Gu Qinghan might press him further. "Oh, in that case, little Zhu, you are quite impressive." Gu Qinghan regarded Zhang Zhu with a playful smile, his peach blossom eyes twinkling, a small dimple appearing at the corner of his mouth. Faced with Gu Qinghan's affectionate yet rule-bending demeanor, Zhang Zhu could only suppress his feelings and turn his gaze towards the sky outside. Noticing Zhang Zhu's disregard, Gu Qinghan gradually stood up. "Would you like a midnight snack, little Zhu? I can prepare something for you." At Gu Qinghan's words, Zhang Zhu instinctively sought to refuse, but the thought of not eating enough to compete with him deterred his objections. "All right, I appreciate it, Qinghan. Not a bother at all." After responding to Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan slipped on his slippers and made his way to the kitchen. Watching Gu Qinghan depart, Zhang Zhu's face reflected a myriad of yearnings. "If only you could always be like this, Qinghan." To Zhang Zhu, the grown-up Gu Qinghan no longer felt as intimate, yet he remained his closest kin. In contrast, the younger Gu Qinghan held a special place in Zhang Zhu's heart, representing a realm forever unreachable as they matured. Supporting himself with his hands, Zhang Zhu stood and gazed at the moonlit sky. After a brief moment, a voice echoed from the front. "All right, little Zhu, come here." Snap back to reality. Zhang Zhu paused before replying, "Okay." Entering the kitchen, he was met with 2 steaming bowls of noodles, momentarily taken aback. "What do you think? Looks appetizing, right?" Gu Qinghan beamed at Zhang Zhu with delight. "Indeed, it looks great." Chapter 14. The eve of our departure for adventure. A pair of eyes slowly opened, gazing out at the horizon where a ray of sunlight streamed in from afar. "What splendid weather," Zhang Zhu mused, his thoughts swirling as he felt a profound connection with his past self from 10 years prior. After sharing a meal with Gu Qinghan yesterday and engaging in conversation, Zhang Zhu had concluded their time together under the pretense of wanting to sleep. The good news was that their gathering had ended. The bad news was that Gu Qinghan had stayed over at Zhang Zhu's home, citing fear of being alone as the reason. Zhang Zhu could only acquiesce, knowing that refusing would likely lead to an argument. "Are you awake?" A melodious voice resonated from outside the door. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's voice, Zhang Zhu hastily replied, "I'm up." Since he had promised Gu Qinghan to visit the city, he dared not be lax, particularly after feeling pressure the previous day. The timeline gently rewinds to the night before. "Little Zhu, do you think it's better to go to the city early or later?" Gu Qinghan, familiar with outings alongside Zhang Zhu, had traveled extensively together in their previous lives, exploring the breathtaking landscapes of their homeland. However, this time felt different. It was tinged with youthful innocence and a hint of boldness. In their youth, Gu Qinghan had felt bashful even when merely walking beside Zhang Zhu, let alone holding his hand. As Zhang Zhu feigned interest in the scenery, as if it held infinite allure, Gu Qinghan simply smiled softly, devoid of the irritation or threats he displayed today. Rising gently, he brushed a stray strand of hair from his shoulder, the fragrance of jasmine wafting from his hair, a scent uniquely his, derived from a carefully chosen shampoo. I noticed a few Japanese magazines on your desk. What would you say if your parents found out? At Gu Qinghan's words, Zhang Zhu's expression tightened. How did Gu Qinghan see my books? Unaware of Gu Qinghan's rebirth, he assumed his friend had stumbled upon them accidentally. I think morning is preferable, don't you? Zhang Zhu wasn't intimidated by Gu Qinghan. He merely viewed spending time with a childhood friend as a trivial matter. How about 8 o'clock in the morning? You should inform my mom, then. 8 o'clock was a time Zhang Zhu only associated with school. On weekends, even 10 o'clock felt like a stretch. I noticed it had an empty cover. Cough. Is 8 o'clock too late? Perhaps 7:30 would be better? Oh my. You even saw my teacher's cover. Surely you aren't deceiving me. Zhang Zhu initially believed Gu Qinghan was jesting, only to realize he had indeed been caught. Zhang Zhu harbored a certain fear of his parents. Although they weren't overly strict, they were rather verbose, and the thought of them discovering his interests was daunting. As they were not fond of noise. I'm fine with whatever. Returning to the present, the sequence of events unfolded as such. You should hurry and get ready. I've already bought breakfast. Wash up and come out to eat. Gu Qinghan's cool voice drifted in from outside. Understood. I'll be out as soon as I get dressed. With that, Zhang Zhu quickly leapt from his bed, selecting a favorite outfit from his wardrobe. Glancing at his phone on the bedside table, he was startled to see it was already past 7. This sudden realization left him a bit flustered. After all, he had only been speaking casually. No wonder he felt a bit sleepy earlier. Pushing open his bedroom door, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. In a short while, he emerged, gently patting his face dry with a towel. Spotting Gu Qinghan already enjoying breakfast, Zhang Zhu walked straight over. Have you finished washing up? Zhang Zhu nodded, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Gu Qinghan's oil-smeared mouth. What's wrong? Observing Zhang Zhu's confusion, Gu Qinghan watched as he grabbed a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth. Seeing this scene, Gu Qinghan's heart raced unexpectedly. I haven't even begun to exert myself. Why did he just yield? Could it be that I am the protagonist of a novel? With a hint of oil, I shall wipe it off for you. Zhang Zhu gazed upon Gu Qinghan's exquisite visage, tinged with a blush, and those captivating peach blossom eyes radiating warmth. This sight made Zhang Zhu feel somewhat bashful. Casually, he picked up a bun purchased by Gu Qinghan and took a gentle bite. The savory essence of the meat burst forth in his mouth. Is this from Old Zhou's shop? Nearby Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan's residence lies a renowned bun shop, albeit known only locally. The proprietor, Old Zhou, is famed for crafting the most delectable buns in the area, all at an affordable price. Since graduating high school, neither Zhang Zhu nor Gu Qinghan had revisited this cherished locale. As the familiar flavor danced on his palate, Zhang Zhu's memories began to intertwine. Yes, it's the weekend, and with fewer people around, I decided to buy some. Besides, didn't you always favor these buns? Gu Qinghan, observing Zhang Zhu's surprised expression, offered a gentle smile. For it had been many years since she last visited as well. Yet, the bun shop remained a consistent topic for Zhang Zhu. Every time he indulged in a bun, he would mention, it doesn't compare to Old Zhou's. No one of theirs so delicious. Zhang Zhu nodded slightly, recalling the unparalleled taste of Old Zhou's buns etched in his memory. Before long, the two had finished their breakfast. I ventured out today and found the weather quite pleasant, though I fear it may get a tad too sunny. Should we bring an umbrella? Gu Qinghan tilted her head, addressing Zhang Zhu. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Zhu glanced outside to see sunlight streaming in, predicting a hot day ahead. Yes, let us take it. You're so fair. We wouldn't want you to get sunburned. Very well then, let us set forth. The bus is due to arrive in just a few minutes. Agreed. Having settled their plans, Gu Qinghan returned to retrieve her favorite simple black backpack from high school, which contained some essentials and an umbrella. Zhang Zhu, on the other hand, took only some cash, graciously provided by his parents, ostensibly for their shared fund as childhood friends. Let us embark. Let it go. Chapter 15, The City. At a bus stop, two figures awaited their transport. When will the bus arrive? Gu Qinghan murmured, her gaze fixed on the empty road ahead. Beside her, Zhang Zhu, observing her restlessness, sighed. It is the weekend. It's normal for the wait to be longer than usual. Why don't you take a seat here? The sun is quite relentless now, and the temperature is rising steadily. Zhang Zhu looked at the blazing sun outside the bus stop, and then at the excited Gu Qinghan. Unsure of what to say, I applied sunscreen. See? Doesn't it smell delightful? Gu Qinghan gleefully hopped in front of Zhang Zhu, extending her pristine hand for him to admire. Indeed, as she offered her hand, a rich fragrance of jasmine wafted towards him. I could smell it from afar. But does applying sunscreen truly make a difference against the sun? It's my first time encountering someone who treats sunscreen as a shield against the sun, considering the sun's intensity cannot be thwarted by a mere bottle of lotion. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's remarks, Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes. What do you mean by intentionally sunbathing? I merely stepped out to check for the bus. Here it comes, Zhang Zhu exclaimed, spotting the approaching number 17 bus. Gu Qinghan also noticed the vehicle, retrieving her umbrella from her backpack and waving it to signal the driver. I'll handle the fare. Just follow me, Xiao Zhu. As Zhang Zhu trailed behind Gu Qinghan, he intended to take out cash, only to realize she had already paid. All set. After paying their fare, the two found seats towards the back of the nearly empty bus. It was still just past 7, the first bus of the day. The interior felt incredibly spacious and quiet. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a glow on Gu Qinghan's face, her hair cascading down her shoulders. Zhang Zhu distinctly felt the gentle brush of her hair against his shoulder, causing him to sneeze suddenly. Achoo! Gu Qinghan turned to Zhang Zhu, slightly startled by his unexpected sneeze. Are you catching a cold, Xiao Zhu? As Gu Qinghan reached out to him, Zhang Zhu gently interrupted. No, it's just your fragrant hair that made my nose itchy. Then I'll rest my head elsewhere. With that, Gu Qinghan swept her hair aside, but leaned her head onto Zhang Zhu's shoulder. Zhang Zhu was taken aback by her sudden closeness. When did Gu Qinghan become so audacious? Ahem, Qinghan, did you not sleep well last night? Typically, any boy who isn't completely oblivious would understand the implication of such proximity. Of course, the most concerning are those who feign ignorance. Someone didn't join me in my dreams last night, so I've come to keep him company in reality. Gu Qinghan's head rested just beneath Zhang Zhu's chin, her enchanting eyes glimmering as they met his gaze. That person isn't Superman. How could he join you in your dreams? Zhang Zhu replied, turning his face to look at Gu Qinghan. He may not be Superman, but he is my superhero. Does he realize he holds such a title? He has always known. Time passed as they traversed the city, and suddenly, a bustling urban landscape emerged before them. We've arrived. Let us hurry, Gu Qinghan exclaimed, delight sparkling in her eyes. Before them lay the heart of their city, Huaqing. Where shall we go first? I recall someone mentioning a park nearby. Shall we explore it? Gu Qinghan looked at Zhang Zhu, her voice laced with excitement. As long as you're happy. Fenghua Park is the largest in Huaqing, filled with lush greenery and various recreational facilities. Not to mention, it offers an abundance of picturesque views and attractions. After a brisk 10-minute walk, they spotted the outline of the park. Upon witnessing the throngs of people at Fenghua Park, Gu Qinghan gasped in surprise. I thought it would be less crowded. This is quite unexpected. Xiao Zhu, stay close to me. I remember my desk mate mentioning a delightful play area for children nearby. Initially nodding along, Zhang Zhu suddenly paused. A children's South amusement park? What are we to do there? Watch children play? Can't I? I'm merely a 15-year-old girl. Zhang Zhu regarded the now towering Gu Qinghan, her naturally cool demeanor giving her an air of maturity. Had they not known each other since childhood, he might have mistaken her for a university student. Seeing the incredulous look in Zhang Zhu's eyes, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of annoyance. Though she was a decade older, she was still merely a high school student. Please, I said nothing to warrant such a look. Noticing Gu Qinghan's clenched fists, Zhang Zhu quickly reassured her. Your eyes betray your thoughts. I insist we visit the Children's South amusement park. You are well aware of my fondness for visiting the amusement park for children. Let us journey back to the time when we were in elementary school, where a swing set awaited us. The petite Gu Qinghan, driven by her innate competitiveness, often found herself at odds with her female peers, resulting in their reluctance to engage with her. Moreover, Gu Qinghan was not particularly adept at expressing herself. Thus, after school, she would often arrive early to the swings, relishing her solitary moments. A small figure perched on the swing, yet remained still and unyielding. Zhang Zhu, on the other hand, would always be behind her, gently pushing the swing. The curious young Zhang Zhu often pondered why it was he who pushed, rather than Gu Qinghan herself, receiving only a bemused response in return. As time flowed and they matured, Zhang Zhu gradually comprehended Gu Qinghan's plight. He refrained from urging her to communicate with others, instead choosing to remain silently behind her, providing gentle pushes to the wooden swing. Zhang Zhu, too, was not favored by his peers, being a quiet individual himself. Nonetheless, he cherished moments spent with Gu Qinghan. Many boys held Zhang Zhu's behavior in disdain, causing them to keep their distance. Gu Qinghan, keenly aware of Zhang Zhu's struggles, once attempted to distance herself from him, hoping to win the favor of others. This led to Zhang Zhu's distress, culminating in tears, a moment that left a lasting impression on Gu Qinghan, who vowed never to act in such a manner again. That autumn, beneath the swing set, they shared a poignant moment, surrounded by leaves of golden hue. Xiao Zhu, will you always be there for me? As long as you are, I shall be, he replied, sealing their promise with a pinky swear that would last 100 years, unchanging. Chapter 16. Zhang Zhu, my native language is silence. Time returns to the present. Then let us proceed. Lead the way. Zhang Zhu, resigned, nodded and spoke to Gu Qinghan. Shortly thereafter, under Gu Qinghan's guidance, they arrived at a particularly large amusement park for children. Given that it was the weekend, the crowds were abundant, primarily consisting of parents with their little ones. Let's go there. Gu Qinghan pointed to a shaded area beneath a tree, where 2 wooden swings stood unoccupied. Igniting her excitement, she gracefully ascended the swing, using her legs to propel herself forward. I can't do this alone. Xiao Zhu, please come and give me a push. Noting that her height was insufficient for an adequate swing, Gu Qinghan called to Zhang Zhu, who had been transfixed by a group of children nearby. Captivated by their play with miniature excavators in a sandpit, Zhang Zhu watched in wonder, as he had never experienced such joy before, not due to financial constraints, but rather a lack of companions. Gu Qinghan, being a girl, preferred more tranquil pursuits. Zhang Zhu was pulled from his reverie by Gu Qinghan's voice. Oh, all right. Gu Qinghan nodded earnestly as she prepared for his assistance. However, when Zhang Zhu pushed gently, Gu Qinghan expressed her dissatisfaction, for his efforts were too slow and feeble, prompting her to scold him. Determined to prove his worth, Zhang Zhu resolved to muster all his strength. You imbecile, do not mock the bond that holds us. A flurry of sounds filled Gu Qinghan's ears as Zhang Zhu exerted himself fully. With a strong push, Gu Qinghan soared higher into the air. This height is exhilarating. Zhang Zhu, initially intrigued, began to feel a twinge of unease as the swing continued to ascend. How does one stop this? From Zhang Zhu's perspective, the swing showed no signs of slowing down, soaring to heights reminiscent of earlier moments. Worry crept into his mind. Gu Qinghan, are you all right? Should I find something to stop you? Zhang Zhu shouted from a distance. Gu Qinghan, feeling the wind whip around her, embraced the thrill surging through her veins, a sensation she adored, a feeling that resonated with her very soul. This delightful rush coursed through her, igniting a spark of electric joy. This is how one should play. Gu Qinghan, momentarily lost in her world, responded to Zhang Zhu's concern. I'm fine. No need for alarm. Just give me a moment. I want to swing a little longer. Zhang Zhu, hearing her words, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Well, he could wait. The question of how she would descend loomed large. How will you come down? You'll find out soon enough. Patience. As Gu Qinghan continued to swing, An inexplicable sense of inertia seemed to propel her back to the starting point, defying the laws of physics. All right, watch me. With that, Gu Qinghan surveyed her surroundings from the swing, gauging its trajectory. Now, with a graceful leap, she dismounted the swing, landing seamlessly on her feet. Beautiful! Zhang Zhu marveled at the scene before him, astonished by Gu Qinghan's unexpected prowess. Had she truly honed her skills since their high school years? How was that? Gu Qinghan approached Zhang Zhu with light steps, her enchanting gaze meeting his. Impressive. Is that all there is to it? You're truly remarkable. Haha, just a little trick. Their playful exchange attracted attention, as parents nearby began to gather, initially intending to admonish Gu Qinghan for her actions. However, upon witnessing her remarkable display, they were left momentarily speechless. Had it not been daylight, they might have thought themselves in a dream, for such a feat was not easily accomplished by the average child. Applause erupted from the onlookers, as they recognized the thrill of witnessing such a spectacle. Care to continue? Zhang Zhu smiled at Gu Qinghan, who held her head high. No, it's lost its charm. Let's explore instead. All right. With that, the two departed the amusement park. Not far away, two high school students observed the scene, momentarily stunned. Is that Gu Qinghan? If she isn't a twin, then it must be her. If that thing were to jump, would you be able to do it? I feel as though I might transform into Hawking. The two exchanged glances before ultimately departing from the place. By the Fate Lake beside the Lotus Pool, Zhang Zhu gently leaned against the railing made of green rock, slightly lifting his head to gaze at the clouds drifting in the sky. Are you tired? Not at all. The clouds are particularly white today. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly, then retrieved a folding fan from his backpack. Would you like me to fan you? Zhang Zhu lifted his gaze to meet Gu Qinghan's, who was gently waving a fan adorned with ink wash paintings. No need. It's quite warm. A tranquil heart naturally brings coolness. Thus, the two lapsed into a serene silence for a few moments. Why is this place so picturesque yet devoid of visitors? Because there's only one pavilion here. So, if you occupy the space alone, what purpose would others have in coming here? Just as Gu Qinghan was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly snapped to attention. Are you implying that I am heavy? Zhang Zhu's eyes widened in surprise. When did he ever say that? Were we discussing why no one comes here? Discussing others' absence is one thing, but why did you say I am heavy? You win. Chapter 17. Zhang Zhu. Sometimes I really want to call the police. The rhythmic ticking echoed across the fields, a crisp and melodious sound resonating in the air. Shall we go down to see if there are any fish to catch? Gu Qinghan remarked, his eyes catching a glimpse of what seemed to be fish in the water. What brings the most joy in summer? Soda, the beach, and splashing in water. Catching fish certainly falls within the realm of water play. I think you should not think that way. Zhang Zhu surveyed the pond's bottom, estimating it to be about 2 meters deep. He, however, was not a swimmer. Descending into the water would be akin to asking a pig to climb a tree. I have made up my mind. I will go down. Gu Qinghan shot a sidelong glance at him. Go ahead, I'll record on my phone. Yes, I am a war correspondent. Zhang Zhu nodded thoughtfully, as if having concocted an impeccable excuse for himself. If I go down, you'll be the one to catch me when I become a stranded chicken. If you don't go down, help me find something to scoop the fish instead. Do you see anything around here that could serve that purpose? Zhang Zhu looked around, only to find dirt and wood. What was he supposed to find? A chicken feather? Not going down anymore? I'm exhausted. Let us go. Observing Gu Qinghan, who appeared utterly drained, Zhang Zhu pretended not to notice. He knew that whenever the other came out to play, he would act wildly. It was always the same. This time I concur. Gu Qinghan raised his head to look at Zhang Zhu, who had been nodding incessantly, feeling a surge of frustration. In the previous life, the other would feign playfulness with him, and now it seemed they had skipped even the prelude. What kind of situation is this? Carry me, I'm tired. Zhang Zhu glanced at the seemingly energetic Gu Qinghan, then at his well-built physique. It was hard to discern any signs of fatigue. He looked more like someone ready to throw a punch. You might not know my situation? Gu Qinghan's eyes widened in surprise. There were things he didn't know about the other. Due elaboraci. My back has been weak since childhood, and my feet are not great either. What do you think? I think you are quite resilient to beatings. Coughing, Zhang Zhu gazed into Gu Qinghan's eyes, which sparkled, particularly as they fixated on him. A chill swept over him. A formidable champion is terrifying indeed. Just one glance from those eyes could shatter my resolve. You know me, Qinghan. You're tired. I want to carry you. Gazing at the feigned innocence of Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan chose to disregard him. With all this talk, why not just squat down? Oh, I thought you would leap up like before. In the distance, at a small staircase, stood a mother shielding her child's eyes. Such a young age to be exposed to such vulgarity. Shall we take a walk? The two meandered for about 20 minutes, gradually leaving the pond's edge and heading towards the central garden. All right, you don't seem to be in the best shape. With that, Gu Qinghan lightly leaped off Zhang Zhu's back. Gu Qinghan clapped his hands and then accepted the backpack from Zhang Zhu. Here, drink this. Zhang Zhu looked curiously at the water Gu Qinghan handed him. Did the other not feel thirsty? After all, it was nearly 30 degrees at noon, and despite the two being under an umbrella, the heat was palpable in the air. I had a few sips by the pond earlier. Zhang Zhu nodded lightly, accepting the water. However, upon noticing that the bottle was open, he displayed a questioning look. What? You can't drink what I've already sipped? Gu Qinghan gazed intently at him. Although their last life had ended on a sour note, their bond was undeniably strong. If he wouldn't drink a drop of water, she would have to contemplate whether to slip something into his drink. Cough, no, it's just that my eyes hurt. If your eyes hurt, then don't stay up late, you novice. The corners of Zhang Zhu's mouth twitched slightly. The other was still as eloquent as ever, gulping down 2 large mouthfuls. He soon finished off what remained in the bottle. This heat is unbearable. Let us find a cool place. Gu Qinghan nodded. She too could feel the sting on her skin. Even with sunscreen and various creams applied, one could not withstand the direct assault of ultraviolet rays. I heard my desk mate say that many cold drink shops have opened near the Central Park, something about a beverage shop. Gu Qinghan pondered. In their previous life, they had never visited this place, and they were merely seeking out unfamiliar locations. Then let us search for it. Zhang Zhu surveyed the surrounding trees, each towering high and blocking the searing sunlight. After walking a bit further, they soon spotted several intriguing shops ahead. Ice King's house. Gu Qinghan muttered absently, eyeing the bustling store filled with people. They stepped inside, immediately enveloped by a refreshing sensation that penetrated to the soul. It was the light of summer, air conditioning. Zhang Zhu curiously scanned the environment, observing many young people queuing in one area. Shall we join them? It seems they sell ice cream and milk tea here. Gu Qinghan nodded, having noticed the same. While such establishments would become commonplace a decade later, they were indeed rare and precious at this time, given the different era. Thus, the two stood quietly for a moment, and in under 10 minutes, it was their turn. Hello, what would you like? A lovely woman stood before Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan, greeting them warmly. We would like 2 cups of Snow Ridge and 2 cups of Flower Blue. The woman nodded gently, and Gu Qinghan handed her a bill. Soon, she calculated the total and returned change to Gu Qinghan, with a ticket in hand. The two individuals settled into a window-side table, benefiting from the cool air conditioning. It was truly unexpected for such a place to host this kind of establishment, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant, Gu Qinghan remarked. This venue, like many others, offered a unique novelty, Zhang Zhu observed, glancing at the surrounding youthful patrons. A decade ago, when the internet was not as pervasive, many young people preferred exploring intriguing places rather than surfing the web. Each time a new venue opened, these youths would flock there promptly, largely to showcase their trendiness. Otherwise, they would feel embarrassed to admit they were simply wandering. Look over there. Many students from Taohua High School, Gu Qinghan noted, spotting familiar figures. Although she didn't recognize all of them, her memory served her well. Students from Taohua High School are still just people. You have a penchant for twisting words, Zhang Zhu quipped. I merely speak the truth. Nonsense. Chapter 18, Serendipity. Hello. Here are your Snow Ridge and Flower Green. A waitress presented their orders. Gu Qinghan nodded gently at the young woman and expressed her gratitude. She took a small spoonful of the Snow Ridge, essentially ice cream, savoring a delicate taste. Quite delightful. You should give it a try. Having tasted it, Gu Qinghan offered her commendation, which was certainly warranted. Zhang Zhu gazed at the pale blue ice cream, noticing wisps of white smoke swirling above. It was indeed quite delectable. After sampling a spoonful, Zhang Zhu concurred with an approving nod. See? No wonder it's so popular. People aren't foolish. Gu Qinghan held rigorous standards when it came to culinary experiences. She would not praise the mediocre. Such standards were a mark of respect for gastronomy. However, if a dish was truly exceptional, she would not hesitate to shower it with praise as a testament to its merit. Not necessarily, Zhang Zhu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Qinghan, the meaning of which was unmistakable. What do you mean? Gu Qinghan shot back, feeling a playful irritation at Zhang Zhu's cheekiness. How had she not noticed before how adept Zhang Zhu was at provoking her? I mean precisely what I said. Which meaning? The one you understand. Are you looking for trouble? Gu Qinghan, observing Zhang Zhu's penchant for riddles and wordplay, promptly adjusted her clothing. Ahem, Zhang Zhu said, noticing Gu Qinghan's readiness to retaliate, and promptly ceased his mischief. After all, Gu Qinghan's strikes were rather painful, and with so many witnesses around, his own skin was not as thick as hers. If he were to face social embarrassment, he would be at a loss for a place to hide. Ahem, just a little unexpected, I learned about penguins. Gu Qinghan was well aware that Zhang Zhu was merely referencing trends from the future, but he feigned innocence with his mention of penguins. Try the flower green. Gu Qinghan suggested, having taken a small sip earlier. While it was not as astonishing as the Snow Ridge, it was still commendable. It surpassed many of the technological milk teas from her past life. Zhang Zhu followed suit, taking a sip of the flower green. A rich floral fragrance mingled with a fresh herbal aroma blossomed in his mouth, causing his eyes to glimmer with delight. Delicious. This is hundreds of times better than many milk teas from my previous life, Zhang Zhu affirmed with enthusiasm. Indeed, I share your sentiments. The ingredients and preparation must be quite innovative. Zhang Zhu nodded, recognizing that it was indeed rare to encounter such an eye-catching delicacy. As they immersed themselves in their culinary experience, a group of young people approached from a distance. Lin Lu and Wu Li had also arrived early near the Central Garden. Familiar with the renowned Ice King house, they made their way there promptly. Hello, we need 3 cups of flour fairy, Lin Lu informed the waitress at the counter. Wu Li, dressed in a flowing white gown and sporting twin ponytails, was taken aback by the crowd, having thought they had arrived early enough. As Wu Li sought a place to sit, one of her companions grasped her hand. Is that Zhang Zhu? Upon hearing this, Wu Li turned her gaze in the indicated direction and indeed spotted 2 familiar figures. That's her. The girl must be Gu Qinghan. Lin Lu, having just procured their drinks, approached the 2. What's up? Not looking for a seat? Lin Lu inquired, puzzled by Wu Li and Zhang Zhu's standing amidst such a throng. Look who's in front of us. Wu Li pointed toward Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu? Lin Lu exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. Let's go over and say hi. Wait, don't. Wu Li began, but Lin Lu had already dashed off towards Zhang Zhu. Wu Li covered her face with her hands while another girl beside her chuckled. What's wrong? Are you scared to see Zhang Zhu? I'm not scared. I'm just a bit awkward, Wu Li confessed, unsure how to articulate her feelings about inviting these 2 to hang out again. Zhang Zhu, you 2 are here at Ice King House too, Lin Lu shouted from a distance. Zhang Zhu, engrossed in conversation with Gu Qinghan, was abruptly interrupted by the familiar voice. Laune? He turned to see Lin Lu approaching, his heart fluttering slightly. What brings you here? And is this Gu Qinghan? Lin Lu had intended to say more, but upon seeing Gu Qinghan next to Zhang Zhu, he hesitated. Gu Qinghan, dressed in jeans and a light blue top, her hair tied back and wearing light makeup, radiated a natural beauty that captivated Lin Lu, making it difficult for him to maintain eye contact. Hello, Gu Qinghan acknowledged with a warm smile. Zhang Zhu noticed Lin Li's awkward demeanor and couldn't he help but smile, as his memories of Lin Lu were far from the current awkwardness. Wu Li and her companion joined the group. So you 2 are here as well. Wu Li and Qian Shui. Zhang Zhu inquired curiously, glancing at Lin Lu again. Are you 3 together? Wu Li was struck by the stunning Gu Qinghan, utterly amazed. Although they attended the same high school, she had rarely seen Gu Qinghan in her full splendor. She had never imagined that a girl of her age could be so breathtakingly beautiful. Yes, Lin Lu invited us out for some fun. Qian Shui chimed in. Noticing Wu Li's silence. Yes, Lin Lu mentioned a fun place and brought us to check it out. Wu Li added, her gaze directed at Zhang Zhu. Ah, I see. This place is indeed quite nice. Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the charm of Ice King House. Observing the arrival of two more young women, Gu Qinghan's expression subtly shifted, her attention peaked. In their previous lives, these two had never crossed paths. Greetings, I am Gu Qinghan from Class 1. Observing the unpleasant conversation between them and Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan resolved to make her move first. Otherwise, she would become an outsider. Wu Li and Qian Shui, noticing Gu Qinghan's affable demeanor, promptly replied, "Hello, we are from Class 3 and classmates with Zhang Zhu." Ah, I see. I had assumed you were from different classes. I appreciate you looking after my Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan remarked, her tone almost territorial. Wu Li and Qian Shui exchanged glances, bemused. Meanwhile, Lin Lu, unable to interject, quickly chimed in, "What splendid weather we are having today." Chapter 19, Playing Cards. If you can't find a place to sit, we have a few spots available here, Zhang Zhu suggested. Noticing the nearby seats were all occupied, Wu Li appeared somewhat troubled, while Qian Shui seemed unperturbed. Her feelings toward Zhang Zhu were rather indifferent. So she nonchalantly took a seat in front of Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan. Lin Lu had already settled down, leaving Wu Li awkwardly standing alone. "What is the matter?" Zhang Zhu inquired, curious. Although he and Wu Li were not particularly close in their past life, they had exchanged words during their university days. He knew Wu Li was not the type to be shy. She was quite straightforward. "It's nothing, really." Wu Li, regaining her composure, gently sat beside Qian Shui. Gu Qinghan, observing the seating arrangement, smiled subtly, concealing any displeasure. "By the way, Zhang Zhu, did you two arrive early today?" Qian Shui asked, noticing the atmosphere had grown quiet. Before Zhang Zhu could respond, Gu Qinghan nodded lightly and chuckled. "Indeed, today both Xiao Zhu and I arrived early." He mentioned that the weather was exceptionally nice and suggested we go out for a stroll. Surprised by Gu Qinghan's engagement, Qian Shui had assumed she would be aloof. "I see," she replied, sensing the conversation had lapsed into silence once more. Lin Lu, noticing the awkwardness, decided to inject some humor. "How about we play a game of cards? What do you think?" Zhang Zhu, observing Lin Li's social ineptitude, felt compelled to save him from embarrassment. "Sure, I'll just watch you all play." Wu Li toyed with her fidget spinner, raising her eyes to Zhang Zhu. "All right, but why do you carry a deck of cards everywhere, Lin Lu?" "Isn't that a bit odd?" Curious, Qian Shui looked at Lin Lu, perplexed by the notion that carrying playing cards could be considered manly. Had the world outside changed so much that she was unaware? "I think bringing some medicine along would be much more practical," Wu Li remarked disdainfully. Gu Qinghan chuckled softly, but kept her hand resting in Zhang Zhu's palm. Although Zhang Zhu discreetly tried to pull his hand away, he was met with her gentle squeeze, stirring a bittersweet sensation that nearly brought tears to his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were seeing his great-grandmother. "The flower fairies you ordered are ready," announced a waitress who placed 3 ice cream cups before Wu Li and the others. "Enjoy your meal." After the waitress departed, Wu Li took a tentative taste. "Not bad," she remarked, closing her eyes in delight, which piqued Zhang Zhu's curiosity as he watched her. Gu Qinghan, observing Zhang Zhu's expression of discontent, felt a surge of irritation. She lightly placed her hand on his palm and smiled at him. Instinctively, Zhang Zhu turned away, a reflex from their past life. "Shall we begin?" Lin Lu said, his voice brimming with excitement. "You all play. I'll just keep an eye on Gu Qinghan's cards," Zhang Zhu declared. Wu Li and the others were taken aback, having assumed Gu Qinghan would be the one observing. This revelation deviated from their expectations. Gu Qinghan's exquisite features radiated a gentle smile as she softly remarked, "My hand isn't too shabby, either." With that, the others acquiesced, as her demeanor was so warm that they found no grounds for criticism. The only discomfort stemmed from their unfamiliarity, which might lead to a few awkward moments. "What rules are we playing by?" Zhang Zhu asked, noticing the lack of discussion regarding the rules among the group. Having witnessed various card games before, he was aware that there were several variations, and he and Gu Qinghan played differently. "Let us just play as individuals. No team play," Wu Li suggested, reasoning that given their lack of familiarity, teaming up might hinder their enjoyment. Lin Lu and Qian Shui nodded in agreement, clearly supportive of this approach. Gu Qinghan also gently nodded, acknowledging her understanding. Then I shall shuffle the cards, Zhang Zhu said as he took the deck Lin Lu handed him and began to deal. In under a minute, for piles of cards were arranged on the long table. Everyone picked up the cards in front of them, and Gu Qinghan examined her hand. Your cards are rather poor, Zhang Zhu murmured as he leaned closer to her. Gu Qinghan shot him a sidelong glance, and understanding his intent, Zhang Zhu promptly fell silent. 4 of diamonds. Lin Lu led with the first play. 8 of clubs, Qian Shui followed, frowning at her hand. 10 of hearts, Wu Li announced, deciding to take a risk and create 2 sequences. Gu Qinghan, frustrated with her disjointed hand, furrowed her brow. Ace of hearts. 2 of clubs. 3 of hearts. No, I can't play either, Gu Qinghan realized, noting that no one had played the 3 of spades, indicating it was likely in someone else's hand. Go ahead, Qian Shui said playfully, revealing her hand contained both the 3 of hearts and the 3 of spades. As everyone looked at her with puzzled expressions, she couldn't help but chuckle. A sequence from 7 to 11. Wu Li's brow lifted in delight, as she had just the right cards to match Qian Shui's sequence. I'll take that from 10 to ace. No, I want to take it either. Seeing that both Lin Lu and Gu Qinghan were unwilling to accept her move, Wu Li was about to discard another sequence when a voice interjected. I'll take 3 sixes with a pair of 5s. Wu Li felt a pang of worry. Her hand was likely insufficient to compete. Nobody wants it. You should just go, Wu Li replied, somewhat exasperated. She never anticipated Qian Shui would have such a strong hand. 3 of spades, then a 9. That's it, haha. Qian Shui dropped all the cards in her hand, her face illuminating with excitement. The spades circle. Wu Li discarded her last 2 relatively high cards. Gu Qinghan gazed at her hand, sighing as she glanced at Zhang Zhu beside her. Diamond 3. Club 3. Frustrated at her inability to gain any leverage with her cards, Gu Qinghan silently offered a prayer to Jesus. Chapter 20. The Journey Home. None of these should be, right? Then I am at 8. Wu Li gazed at the small sequence before her, feeling a desperate urge to give up. Not worth it. Gu Qinghan assessed her cards, surmising that there were likely no substantial cards left outside. Considering Lin Lu had played a pair first, it was probable that the opponent's pair was formidable. Meanwhile, Wu Li appeared half dead, suggesting she either had a sequence or scattered cards. This meant if she could endure Lin Li's pair, Gu Qinghan would be able to pass. To K, Gu Qinghan, having played her strongest card, sighed again as she looked at her remaining cards. After all, this truly was a situation where one had to rise from the ashes. To 2, seeing her strongest card claimed by Lin Lu, Gu Qinghan sighed once more. Zhang Zhu chuckled, leaving his thought unfinished. Gu Qinghan, feeling a bit restless, lightly tapped Zhang Zhu's forearm. What is that for? Nothing. Lin Lu, having finished playing his cards, smiled. Since you don't want them, I shall take my leave. Wu Li shook her head, for she truly had no pairs at all. To 7. No, just play all your cards. Observing Gu Qinghan and Wu Li's remarks, Lin Lu promptly discarded a large number of pairs. To circle. Single 6. Wu Li, curious, looked at him. Wasn't he supposed to have a multitude of pairs? Where do they all go? Little 2. Wu Li, with only a sequence left in her hand, hoped desperately that no one would claim it. No. Gu Qinghan, staring at her hand full of low cards and scattered ones, truly considered discarding. Heart 2. How do you still have it 2? Wu Li looked at the opponent in disbelief. Launu shukud. There's nothing to be done. This is the fortune of those with good luck. Shouldn't you hurry up and say? Gu Qinghan shook her head. Wu Li did the same. Then I'll pass. To 4. Seeing Lin Lu's completed hand, Qian Shui remarked curiously, why didn't you play such strong cards against me from the start? Lin Lu? Lin Lu looked at her with a hint of disdain. You had all sequences and the 2 highest 3s. How could I play against that? Inda. Wu Li, observing the last discard of a pair of 4s, realized that if Gu Qinghan didn't go for it, she could walk away with a sequence. Do you want it? Gu Qinghan looked at her pair of small 5s and silently drew them out. Yes, to 5. Wu Li, witnessing this scene, felt utterly defeated, realizing she had no luck at all. I concede. I still have a 6 to 10, but I cannot compete with you. Wu Li threw down all her cards, revealing a sequence. Zhang Zhu, momentarily stunned, looked at Wu Li's face, then at Gu Qinghan's eyes, before bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Wu Li asked, puzzled. Is it not normal to concede with such a hand? Guam Qinghan cards cannot beaturs. After saying this, Zhang Zhu took Gu Qinghan's cards, revealing a diamond 10, single 7, single 5, single 4. Wu Li stared in disbelief. My goodness. Gu Qinghan was equally surprised, but merely smiled faintly without speaking. Thus, the group spent several hours playing cards beneath the Ice King's house. During this time, they ordered several different ice creams and milk teas, with the jasmine tea proving to be the most delightful, inspiring Zhang Zhu with a desire to drink it daily. Well then, we'll take our leave. See you next week. As dusk approached, the three of them bid farewell to Zhang Zhu. Although the buses in Huaqing were not comparable to those in smaller cities, the last one left around 7, prompting Wu Li to leave early with Lin Lu and Qian Shui to wait, lest they be late. See you next week. Zhang Zhu nodded gently at Wu Li. Gu Qinghan held a blue cup in her hand, equipped with a straw, sipping her drink while observing the scene before her. In her previous life, Gu Qinghan had no knowledge of Wu Li and the others, not even during high school, as they had never appeared in Zhang Zhu's world. Thus, the present Gu Qinghan was quite curious about why this person had suddenly appeared here. Could it be that the timeline had been altered by the butterfly effect? As Wu Li and the others vanished at the park's end, Zhang Zhu withdrew her gaze. What's wrong? Why are you staring? Gu Qinghan's voice suddenly reached Zhang Zhu's ears. Zhang Zhu, carrying her belongings, walked alongside Gu Qinghan as they approached the garden's exit. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Zhu hesitated slightly before responding. Nothing, I was just a bit surprised today. Gu Qinghan nodded lightly and, with a sprightly step, walked ahead. Zhang Zhu, taken aback by Gu Qinghan's lively pace, called out, Qinghan, hurry out and take a look. Don't wait until the bus leaves. At a bus stop, Gu Qinghan turned to Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu, resigned, stood up and scanned the distance for an approaching bus. A bus had just passed, so they would have to wait another 15 minutes. Observing the multitude of vehicles by the roadside, Zhang Zhu sat at the bus stop and spoke to Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan regarded Zhang Zhu, then looked at the dusky clouds in the sky. It's all right. If we can't go back, we can always walk. Zhang Zhu, incredulous, stared at her. The urban area of Huaqing was 6 kilometers from their home. Walking would take at least a few hours. Are you serious? Then you should hope for a bus to come soon. Thus, the two checked the bus stop repeatedly until, at last, a bus appeared in the distance. Zhang Zhu spotted it as the one they needed to take home, the number 7 bus. Let us board. I'll take care of it. Zhang Zhu gently told Gu Qinghan. All right. Moments later, the bus halted before them. Zhang Zhu retrieved some snack money from her pocket and placed it in her palm. A decade ago, buses only accepted cash, meaning if one forgot to bring small bills or money, one could only pray that their home was nearby. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. In modern times, one could simply use city-specific apps to easily board. After boarding, Zhang Zhu deposited 4 coins into the fare box and gently tugged on Gu Qinghan's hand behind her. Since it was the weekend, the bus was crowded, and Zhang Zhu didn't want Gu Qinghan to be jostled. Gu Qinghan, similarly holding on to Zhang Zhu's forearm, followed her to the window seat at the back. You sit on the inside. Okay. Chapter 21. The Troubled Gu Qinghan. The scenery outside the window gradually recedes into the distance, taking with it not only people's gazes, but also the fateful encounters of life. What's wrong? You look utterly despondent, Zhang Zhu inquired, settling into his seat as he observed Gu Qinghan, who appeared to be in a state of utter exhaustion. After all, the demeanor she exhibited moments ago was far from this listless version of herself. Leaning against the window, Gu Qinghan's exquisitely beautiful eyes cast a faint glance at the passing scenery outside. She paid no heed to Zhang Zhu's words, simply gazing quietly as the landscape slipped from her view. Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Zhu asked, concern etched on his face as he regarded Gu Qinghan's pallid complexion. His feelings toward her had oscillated between dislike and fear, but he had never entertained the thought of leaving her. Nor did he ever wish for her to experience any misfortune. Observing her one appearance, he felt a surge of worry for her well-being. It's nothing, just a bit uncomfortable. Gu Qinghan replied, her tone devoid of energy. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Zhang Zhu regarded her incredulously. Did you visit Aunt Flo today? Gu Qinghan pondered his question for a moment before offering a faint nod. I believe so. Zhang Zhu's lips twitched slightly. After consuming so much cold food today, it was no surprise that she felt unwell. I have some red dates and brown sugar at home. I can prepare some for you to drink. Gu Qinghan merely nodded in response, her stunning visage appearing to regain a hint of vitality. Zhang Zhu instinctively longed to embrace her, reminiscing about how, in a past life, she would lean against him for solace during such times. However, the thought of that previous existence made his hands tremble, and he refrained from acting on his impulse. At that moment, Gu Qinghan gently rested her head on Zhang Zhu's shoulder. The pleasant scent of her shampoo wafted towards him, causing a slight tickle in his nose. Zhang Zhu was taken aback. After all, the Gu Qinghan of their high school days would never have been so audacious. Could it be that the butterfly effect altered not only circumstances, but also one's character? It's cold, she remarked. Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, recognizing her discomfort. It would indeed be excessive to concoct various excuses for her condition. Leaning against him, Gu Qinghan listened to the rhythm of his breath, finding solace in the warmth of his shoulder, which alleviated her initial distress. Raising her delicate hand, she clasped Zhang Zhu's palm, enveloping it in a serene silence as she leaned against him. Zhang Zhu felt little resistance to her gesture, for their hands had always been intertwined throughout their lives, a bond etched into their very DNA. As dusk descended, the golden hues of the setting sun bathed Gu Qinghan's face in a warm glow, softening her furrowed brow into a gentle smile. The light was warm, yet the presence beside her brought an unparalleled warmth, a warmth that felt everlasting. As they descended from the vehicle, Zhang Zhu contemplated the few hundred meters left to their home. Noticing Gu Qinghan's pale countenance, he crouched down, offering his back to her. Hop on. Next time, we shall indulge in something warmer. All right, the Ice King's treats are delicious, but they do upset the stomach. With you, she replied. Zhang Zhu, slightly exasperated, observed her indifference and sighed. Let us head home. Okay. He gently squatted, allowing Gu Qinghan to wrap her arms around his neck. Is this all right? Yes, it's fine. Thus, their figures melded together, gradually disappearing into the embrace of the twilight. Upon arriving home, Zhang Zhu carefully laid Gu Qinghan on his bed. Why not return her home? Because her keys were at his place, and he preferred not to open the door, carry her back, and then prepare something for her to drink. As Gu Qinghan settled under the covers, Zhang Zhu softly said, Take a short nap. I'll brew some brown sugar water for you. It'll only take about 20 minutes. Gu Qinghan nodded gently, turning to hug Zhang Zhu's plush toy as she slowly closed her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Zhu quietly exited the room. In the kitchen, he opened the refrigerator and retrieved goji berries, red dates, and brown sugar. Why would someone living alone have such items? Of course, it's because he had a childhood sweetheart. You wouldn't understand. After briefly soaking the goji berries and red dates, he took a pot and set on the stove to boil water. He added a bit of hot water, a few pieces of brown sugar, and then the red dates and goji berries, stirring gently. After about 20 minutes, the brown sugar water was ready. Zhang Zhu poured a bowl into a white ceramic dish and fetched a sky blue spoon from the sterilizer before exiting the kitchen. He lightly knocked on the door, only to hear the faint sounds of Gu Qinghan's breath within. Upon pushing the door open, he found her cradling the toy, lost in slumber, her stunning features marred by a furrowed brow. Setting the brown sugar water on the nearby table, he placed a gentle hand on her forehead, soothingly caressing her skin. Gradually, the tension in her brow began to ease. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and as the brown sugar water cooled, Zhang Zhu softly called out to her, Qinghan, Qinghan. He lightly shook her arm, and soon she opened her sleepy, doe-like eyes. What is it? Come drink some brown sugar water. Struggling against her drowsiness, Gu Qinghan met Zhang Zhu's gaze and propped herself up against the headboard. Have I been out for long? No, not even 40 minutes. Zhang Zhu handed her the bowl of brown sugar water and offered her the spoon. Gu Qinghan shook her head at the sight, responding, I'm not feeling well. You feed me. Zhang Zhu, slightly helpless, regarded her as one would a child. Nodding in acquiescence, he prepared to assist her. Zhang Zhu watched as she opened her lips just a fraction, exasperated. What's the matter? Why such a small mouthful? Is it a problem? You like it. Thus, with Zhang Zhu's gentle feeding, warmth gradually enveloped Gu Qinghan, alleviating the discomfort that had once plagued her. The pain that had encircled her began to dissipate, no longer as unbearable as it had been at the onset. All right, that's enough. It's delicious. Of course, it took quite a while to prepare. You're the best, Xiaozhu. Chapter 22, A Different Side. With her discomfort easing, Gu Qinghan held the toy and gazed at Zhang Zhu. Are you still in pain? Observing her now rosy complexion, Zhang Zhu asked. Much better. I feel far more comfortable than before. She continued to squeeze the toy's ears, quietly studying Zhang Zhu. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Zhang Zhu, noticing the other party's silence, found himself at a loss as to what to do and prepared to rise to leave. Could you please fetch my clothes? Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Zhang Zhu instinctively paused, realizing that she had yet to take a shower. Given the sweltering heat of the day, it would be rather unpleasant to remain unwashed. That wouldn't be appropriate, Zhang Zhu remarked. Gu Qinghan, with a sidelong glance from her cool eyes, regarded him silently for a while before responding. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I would like that blue top and the white shorts. Initially inclined to refuse, Zhang Zhu, upon observing the pallor of her face, fell silent and acquiesced. You should rest. If you're uncomfortable, just lie down. Let's play some games. Zhang Zhu, who had been ready to step outside, was taken aback by her suggestion. After contemplating, he declined, reasoning that given her current exhaustion, engaging with her phone would likely be an undue burden. Never mind. Playing games can be quite draining. Just lie down for a while. Gu Qinghan, who felt a twinge of annoyance at Zhang Zhu's persistent refusals, inexplicably found herself a bit angry. Bored. Let us watch a variety show. I recall that Running Man has recently been updated. It's not as enjoyable alone. Noticing how overt her hint was, and seeing that Zhang Zhu remained oblivious, Gu Qinghan decided to present him with a little bait. Initially intending to shower and then reject her offer, Zhang Zhu, upon raising his gaze and witnessing Gu Qinghan's now darkened expression, felt a shift in his demeanor. Though her current strength was diminished, he was well aware that even a withered camel is larger than a horse. In her prime, she was an existence he could only gaze up to in awe. All right, I'll accompany you to watch, he proposed, to which she responded affirmatively. Thus, in a rather muddled manner, Zhang Zhu found himself lying quietly beside Gu Qinghan, his phone in hand, streaming a wildly popular variety show. Time flew by, and before long, the 2 hours of entertainment had swiftly concluded. The sky had turned pitch black, and the bright moon hung high in the night sky, unobserved until now. All right, it's over, Zhang Zhu announced, stretching his back, feeling somewhat uncomfortable for being pressed against Gu Qinghan earlier. Could you bring my clothes? Are you planning to shower here? What other option do I have? My water heater at home is still broken. Very well. Following Gu Qinghan's direction, Zhang Zhu retrieved her garments from her home. Here you go. This should be it, he said, handing the clothes to her before unplugging his phone. He needed music to shower comfortably. All right, I'll go wash up first, he stated. Okay. Watching Zhang Zhu depart, Gu Qinghan pulled the covers back and rose from the bed. She sank gently into a yellowed chair within the dormitory, her eyes drawn to a language book on the table, where a bookmark was nestled. Curiously, she opened it to find several lines of text. What is youth? The elegant script captured Gu Qinghan's attention. As she continued to leaf through the pages, she discovered a myriad of thoughts penned by Zhang Zhu, expressions of joy, sorrow, and interpretations of various experiences. Gazing at Zhang Zhu's notes from a decade prior, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, as this was something she had never encountered before. A sense of novelty and the joy of unearthing a previously unknown side of Zhang Zhu enveloped her. What does it mean to love? Upon flipping to a certain page, she found an outline of a girl's silhouette, an enchanting figure that stirred the imagination. Below the text was a photo from their middle school days, depicting Gu Qinghan in her school uniform, scarf adorning her neck, a radiant smile as she flashed a peace sign. Gu Qinghan's pupils dilated in astonishment. For this candid shot had been taken by Zhang Zhu during a playful moment, marking one of their most memorable days. Memories surged, and she felt her eyes grow misty. Beneath the photograph, a beautifully penned line read, "This is my youth." Gazing at this scene, Gu Qinghan remained transfixed for quite some time. Eventually, breaking her reverie, she murmured, "Childish." Yet, unbeknownst to her, a smile crept on her lips, and a dimple emerged on her cheek. Continuing to peruse the records within the book, Gu Qinghan discovered various traces of Zhang Zhu's presence throughout the lessons, most of which were trivial matters. Setting the language book aside, she glanced at a nearby composition notebook. Instinctively reaching for it, Gu Qinghan was suddenly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Tidying her belongings, she organized the desk before rising to step outside. Zhang Zhu, freshly showered and on his way to retrieve a hairdryer from the living room, paused upon seeing Gu Qinghan emerge from the room. Curiosity piqued. "If you're feeling unwell, just call for me. There's no need to come down. Would you like some water?" Observing Gu Qinghan's improved complexion, Zhang Zhu expressed his concern. "Could you help me dry my hair?" "You can do yours afterward," she replied, her damp hair hanging loosely. Initially inclined to refuse, Zhang Zhu reconsidered and agreed. In the living room, Gu Qinghan promptly seated herself and retrieved the hairdryer. "Come here, I'll dry your hair," she instructed. "All right." Zhang Zhu leaned against the chair as Gu Qinghan positioned herself behind him, plugging in the dryer and setting it to the highest setting. She gently tousled his hair, carefully working at the roots. The soft, comforting sensation of his hair stirred a sense of relaxation within Zhang Zhu, causing him to close his eyes in contentment. After a while, he heard Gu Qinghan's voice. "All done." "Oh, really?" Opening his eyes, Zhang Zhu beamed at her. Gu Qinghan, intrigued by his sudden cheerfulness, questioned, "What is up? Is there something on my face?" "No, I just find this doesn't seem like you." "What do you mean by that?" "I am who I am." After placing the hairdryer back on the table, Gu Qinghan stretched her back. "I'll go shower now." Having taken her clothes to the living room earlier, she was ready to wash up. Zhang Zhu nodded, then recalled, "The water might not be hot enough. You should adjust it before showering." "All right." Chapter 23, The Argument. Watching Gu Qinghan depart, Zhang Zhu picked up his phone to pass the time. He opened the messaging app to find the class group buzzing with activity, piquing his curiosity. Scrolling through, he noticed a flurry of messages, leading him to wonder why the normally quiet class was so lively today. As he reached the top of the chat, he spotted a girl's message that seemed to ignite the discussion. "They can argue over this?" The incident stemmed from a classmate accidentally bumping into a boy after school, setting off a chain of events. Initially, the young man had already offered his apologies. However, the demeanor of the other party was far from sincere. Due to an urgent matter following school, the young woman chose to disregard him. Yet, upon returning home, her anger intensified, leading her to confront the situation in their group chat. The protagonist of this narrative is Mu Xian, the leader of the Zhang Zhu group. At 5 o'clock, Mu Xian sent the first message, questioning, "Wang Lin, why didn't you apologize when you bumped into me?" and promptly tagged Wang Lin. Wang Lin, who had just returned home after playing basketball, was startled by the vibration of his phone. He picked it up, opened a messaging app, and found that the first responses were not from Wang Lin, but rather from several gossipy classmates. "What happened after school?" "Eating melons. I have seeds." "Where did Wang Lin go?" Faced with a flurry of messages, Wang Lin was utterly perplexed. Hadn't he already apologized? Wasn't it accepted? Why was it being brought up again? Wang Lin quickly typed a response to Mu Xian, "Sorry, but didn't I apologize this afternoon?" In Mu Xian's room, she gazed at her phone, her eyes glimmering with irritation as she read the message. "Your apology lacks sincerity. Was that truly a man's apology?" Wang Lin had intended to set his phone down and take a shower after his game, feeling somewhat grimy from exertion. However, Mu Xian's words provoked his annoyance. "Am I not a man? Wasn't it you who walked too fast and caused the collision?" "Nonsense. Clearly, you weren't paying attention. Does anyone know where the fault lies?" "Eating melons. Who wants some?" Mu Xian, seeing the last message, replied, "We were on the stairs. There was no one around." "I see." She continued, "I don't care. You need to apologize sincerely again." Had Wang Lin been addressed with more civility, he would have gladly apologized, as he indeed had unintentionally bumped into her. However, he did not expect such unreasonable persistence from her. Having already apologized sincerely once before, Wang Lin felt no obligation to continue this exchange. Dream on. Haven't I already apologized? Is that your idea of a genuine apology? It certainly doesn't reflect your current attitude. Zhang Zhu observed the escalating fervor of both parties with keen interest. Just then, the class monitor, the academic committee member, intervened. Noticing the heated argument in what had previously been a harmonious group, the committee member interjected, "If there are issues, please discuss them privately. If you feel unable to resolve it, we can address it on Sunday evening. For now, let us have some quiet." Zhang Zhu had expected the committee member to impart some wise reasoning to persuade them. Instead, he read the message indicating, "Wang Lin is muted for a day, and Mu Xin is also muted for a day." Zhang Zhu shook his head with a smile. Indeed, physics proves to be more practical than language arts. The other spectators in the class expressed their surprise, as many were eager for the entertainment, noting that such situations rarely unfolded more than once a year. During the vibrant and tumultuous high school years, even a bit of drama could provide endless amusement. Exiting the chat, Zhang Zhu opened a video app but found nothing captivating. He then turned to his music playlist and quietly listened to a song. As the simple yet profound melody flowed from his phone, Zhang Zhu closed his eyes, gradually allowing himself to reminisce about a decade past. "Have you fallen asleep?" Gu Qinghan emerged from the bathroom in shorts, brushing her hair aside. Noticing Zhang Zhu resting in the hall, she initially thought he was asleep. The classic song playing nearby was one that had once captivated audiences nationwide. "No, just a bit bored," Zhang Zhu replied, slowly opening his eyes upon hearing Gu Qinghan's voice. "What is up?" "Nothing. Are you feeling unwell?" "Oh, much better now." Zhang Zhu nodded, glancing at his phone to discover it was already past 8. However, gazing outside, the bright moon shone luminously, incomparable to anything he had seen in recent times. "Dry your hair," he suggested, picking up a hairdryer to his sister. In comfortable silence, the two worked in unison, the only sound being the hairdryer's hum. "All right, check if it's dry," Zhang Zhu said, tousling her hair and feeling it was no longer damp. Gu Qinghan gently touched her hair, confirming it was dry, and nodded in agreement. Rising, Zhang Zhu moved to the refrigerator, retrieving a can of cola. Gu Qinghan observed him, remarking, "Drinking cola at night isn't good for you." Smiling at her concern, Zhang Zhu replied, "It's fine. Having it occasionally one tea hurt. Is there any left?" "What's wrong?" "There are 2 cans left. I want some too." Zhang Zhu shook his head, declining, "Let us save it for a couple of days." Gu Qinghan chuckled, narrowing her eyes at him playfully. "All right, but you owe me one in class." At that moment, Zhang Zhu's phone vibrated, sending a series of notifications. Curiously, he opened it to find a message from Lin Lo. "You won't believe it. Wang Lin made Mu Xin cry." "Oh my goodness." Zhang Zhu marveled, astonished by Wang Lin's unexpected ferocity. Weren't those two just muted? How did they start arguing again? What happened? Wang Shui asked them to discuss privately, and they ended up in a heated argument instead. It turns out Mu Xin couldn't hold her ground against Wang Lin and confided in her friend. Zhang Zhu stared at the messages, momentarily lost in thought. The world is truly fascinating. Chapter 24. An early insight into class activities. "How did you find out?" Zhang Zhu inquired. He wasn't very familiar with Mu Xin, only knowing she was a strong-willed girl, with little else to go on. "Oh, Chang Su accidentally let it slip in the group, and I bet she is too scared to show her face now." Impressive. Zhang Zhu could only give a thumbs up to such peculiar antics. "What are you so engrossed in?" Gu Qinghan asked, noticing Zhang Zhu was fixated on his phone. She knew him well enough to realize he was typically one to get caught up in social media. Moreover, he had few friends on the platform, just checking on a spat among classmates. A spat? Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She adored such drama. "What's going on? Tell me." Zhang Zhu, feeling a bit parched, took another sip of his cola before sharing the details. Seeing Gu Qinghan's interest, he handed his phone over for her to read. Upon receiving Zhang Zhu's phone and perusing the messages, Gu Qinghan quickly grasped the situation. "Difficult to judge." "Agreed." As Gu Qinghan was about to return the phone to Zhang Zhu, she suddenly stumbled upon something extraordinary. She noticed that Zhang Zhu's phone had accumulated a plethora of friends, which seemed rather suspicious. Zhang Zhu, upon seeing Gu Qinghan gazing at her phone for an extended period, leaned in with a puzzled expression. "What's the matter? You have so many friends on QQ." Despite their childhood camaraderie, everyone harbors a certain degree of shyness. Therefore, Gu Qinghan feigned ignorance and inquired. "They're all classmates." They mentioned something about fostering class culture and insisted on adding friends to form teams for participation. Just last night, as Zhang Zhu was preparing to sleep, she suddenly saw a barrage of mentions from the class group directed at the class monitor. The message indicated that over half of the class needed to add friends for an upcoming activity. Zhang Zhu had no choice but to accept this predicament and subsequently added a few familiar classmates. Consequently, several individuals also added Zhang Zhu, leading to a significant increase in her friend count. So that's how it is. But it seems I haven't received any requests, Gu Qinghan remarked, recalling her own past experiences. In her previous life, she had been rather reserved and seldom participated in collective activities, resulting in no one ever calling upon her for such events. "Perhaps it's because you are somewhat aloof," Zhang Zhu teased, rolling her eyes at Zhang Zhu's comment. Gu Qinghan continued, "What activities are you planning? Are they within the class or outside?" Zhang Zhu shook her head, admitting that she was not very informed about the details. Although a similar situation occurred in her past life, she did not partake in it. If there were no butterfly effects in this life, the activities would likely be held in the classroom. The theme revolved around discussions about the world of anime. On that day, students could wear costumes of various characters to school and create bulletin boards inspired by different dimensions. Zhang Zhu found this concept intriguing, but in her previous life, she had been pulled away by Gu Qinghan and thus missed the event entirely. Consequently, she was utterly oblivious to what transpired during those activities. Given the opportunity to relive her life, Zhang Zhu naturally wished to experience the sights she had never seen before. "It should be within the classroom." Gu Qinghan gently nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Qinghan, and she asked, "May I visit your class during the event?" Zhang Zhu considered that there seemed to be no restrictions against students from other classes attending. "Sure," she replied. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's response, Gu Qinghan narrowed her eyes and studied her friend intently. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under her gaze, Zhang Zhu pretended to admire the scenery outside the window. A gentle breeze wafted through the open window, carrying the scent of falling leaves into the room. A rich fragrance began to blossom in the hall, and Zhang Zhu, drawn by the aroma, stood up and stepped outside. There, in the corner, the jasmine flowers were slowly revealing their beauty, the source of the intoxicating scent. "The flowers have bloomed," Gu Qinghan observed, equally captivated by the jasmine's allure, for the fragrance was simply too overwhelming. "Indeed, they have bloomed," Zhang Zhu remarked, feeling a sense of serenity wash over him. Turning to face Gu Qinghan, he was momentarily transported back to memories of the little girl she once was. "What's wrong?" Gu Qinghan asked, noticing Zhang Zhu lost in thought as she waved her hand in front of him. "It's nothing. You should get some rest. It's late." Zhang Qinghan replied with a gentle smile and a nod. They then parted ways, with Gu Qinghan continuing to stay at Zhang Zhu's home. Just as she had the previous day, a ray of sunlight gradually pierced the horizon, illuminating countless places with its brilliance. Gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window, Zhang Zhu slowly opened his eyes, letting out a weary groan. The previous Sunday, Gu Qinghan had insisted on studying with him for an entire day. And despite his initial desire to refuse, he was caught off guard when she called his mother, effectively cornering him. Thus, he spent the entire day practicing various exam papers. Having been away from high school for so long, the experience rekindled memories of stress and anxiety. He rose from bed, dressed, and stepped out of his room. Entering the bathroom, he squeezed out some toothpaste and, upon looking into the mirror at his disheveled hair, brushed his teeth with a sense of oblivion. "Why do you look so lethargic?" Gu Qinghan, donned in her blue and white school uniform with her hair cascading down, curiously inquired as she observed him from the bathroom doorway. "The exam papers are a bit challenging," he replied, continuing to brush. After rinsing his mouth, Zhang Zhu returned to his room to organize his books before heading to the living room. There, he found Gu Qinghan quietly enjoying some steamed buns at the table. Her demeanor surprisingly vibrant, which struck Zhang Zhu as somewhat unbelievable. If his memory served him correctly, they had both stayed up late the previous night. "Why are you staring at me? Eat your breakfast," Gu Qinghan urged, noticing Zhang Zhu lost in thought. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Zhu approached the table, eyeing the soy milk in several buns, and took a bite. "Is this a new flavor?" He wondered aloud as an astonishing taste unfurled in his mouth, one he had never encountered in his past life. Gu Qinghan nodded enthusiastically. "I believe they are lamb buns. They taste quite delightful." Indeed, Zhang Zhu felt he could give this bun an exceedingly high rating. Thus, the two of them quietly finished their breakfast in just a few minutes. "Let us go. We don't want to be late." Chapter 25, Monday. The two arrived at the bus stop early, as there were not many students around yet. Shortly, the bus heading to Peach Blossom High School appeared before them. "It's here," Zhang Zhu announced. "Yes," Gu Qinghan replied. Zhang Zhu paid for both of them, and they settled into seats towards the back. In front of them sat a sparse scattering of students, but as they passed several intersections, the bus became crowded with students. Observing the various colored uniforms, Zhang Zhu momentarily struggled to recognize which high schools they belonged to, as there were simply too many in Huaqing. Within half an hour, as the bus came to a stop, Zhang Zhu realized that some students from Peach Blossom High were calling out for the stop. "Let us go," he said to Gu Qinghan. "Okay." Thus, Zhang Zhu navigated through the crowd, with Gu Qinghan trailing behind him as they disembarked. After bidding each other farewell at the school gate, they both headed in different directions. Since Zhang Zhu was assigned to the cleaning duty for the day, his first task was to sweep the grounds. As he walked toward a corner of the playground, he spotted a few classmates waving their brooms. "Good morning," he greeted them. "Good morning. What brings you here so early today?" Although sunlight had started to appear, it was still only a little past 6:20. This was quite a departure from the usual time he arrived. Zhang Zhu recognized one of the classmates, a chubby boy named Qingyu. Today, having risen early, Zhang Zhu arrived promptly. Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement, then chose to disregard Zhang Zhu, as their acquaintance was merely superficial. Observing the unfamiliar faces of their classmates, Zhang Zhu decided to ignore them as well and quietly commenced cleaning in a secluded corner. As he gazed at the drenched floor beside him, Zhang Zhu felt perplexed, for he realized that sweeping leaves in such a damp place was quite an ordeal. Noticing Zhang Zhu's dilemma, Qingyu spoke up. "The director just watered the flowers here, and the water has flowed over there. You better not sweep that area. It's too difficult." Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, preparing to relocate to a drier spot, feeling somewhat guilty about leaving this area unattended. As the saying goes, a dead friend is preferable to a living one. He moved to an open area where the concrete surface made sweeping a much lighter task. Zhang Zhu silently approved of his decision. "Hey, why are you here so early, Bamboo brother?" A cheerful voice chimed from behind Zhang Zhu. He turned to see Wu Li, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, her hair tied up, exuding the vibrant charm of a youthful beauty. "Getting up early leads to arriving early. Isn't that the usual?" "Not really. I usually struggle to rise early," she replied. Qingyu, who had been quietly sweeping, brightened at the sight of Wu Li, having harbored fondness for her for quite some time. Despite being in the same group for ages, he had seldom conversed with her. He then remarked, "Wu Li, you look lovely today." Wu Li, initially intending to engage Zhang Zhu in conversation, turned at the sound of Qingyu's voice. "Who is this?" However, her expression remained unchanged, and she merely smiled lightly, saying, "Thank you. You look handsome today, too." After that, she returned her attention to Zhang Zhu. "I can't believe I ran into you guys just 2 days ago. What a stroke of luck." "You already mentioned that yesterday," Wu Li replied, biting her lip in irritation. "I just like to repeat myself. What is wrong with that? You're infuriating. What are you all so cheerful about?" Zhang Zhu recognized the voice instantly. It belonged to the rather unsavory Lin Lu. Sure enough, a somewhat unimpressive boy strolled over from a distance. "We were discussing the formation of the Big Bang," Wu Li replied with a hint of annoyance. "Oh, are you interested in that too?" Lin Li's eyes lit up at her words. He had stumbled upon this topic in recent months and found himself unexpectedly captivated. As Wu Li spoke, A flood of thoughts surged through his mind, akin to a relentless river. I know about that. The Big Bang is. Seeing Lin Li's enthusiasm, Wu Li turned away, having never encountered such an eccentric boy before. What is wrong with her? Lin Lu inquired curiously, glancing at Zhang Zhu. I suspect she might be a little upset. Qin Yu, having overheard Zhang Zhu's comment, recalled Wu Li's earlier irritation and nodded pensively. Enough about her. The girl you were with the other day. She is your childhood friend, right? Zhang Zhu looked at Lin Lu with curiosity, as he was aware that Lin Lu had met Gu Qinghan before. Why was he asking about her? Yes, it is her. What's the matter? Nothing. I just saw someone in another class mention wanting to pursue her. Lin Lu responded casually. Oh. Zhang Zhu nodded in comprehension. Lin Lu gazed at him, astonished. Shouldn't Zhang Zhu be anxious? Why did he appear so unfazed? Are you not worried? She is practically the paragon of beauty. Zhang Zhu regarded him with a puzzled expression. Should I be expecting to be humiliated by this person, with Gu Qinghan following suit to ridicule me until I meet a dire fate? Clearing his throat, Lin Lu finally realized Zhang Zhu was a true homebody. That is not the point. I merely meant you should pay more attention to your sister. She is older than me. Shouldn't she be my sister? Is this really the time for wordplay? Zhang Zhu replied. I believe it's time to get back to sweeping, as the director is approaching. Lin Lu, startled, broke into a cold sweat and quickly glanced around, failing to spot the director. Are you messing with me? To your left, Zhang Zhu replied. Classmate, what are you looking at? Chapter 26, The Early Announcement of the Sports Meet. Lin Lu stiffened at the sound of that familiar voice. Hello, director. We were merely discussing academic matters. The academic director nodded and gave Lin Lu a stern look, saying, It's commendable that you have such intentions, but you must sweep quickly. We need to gather soon. After delivering his message, the director departed towards the cafeteria. Once the director had left, Lin Lu exhaled in relief. I can't believe you weren't deceiving me. I wish you had been. Zhang Zhu paused his sweeping, lifting his head to look at Lin Lu intently. I'm not that bored, but if you don't hurry, you'll likely have to redo this tomorrow. In class 3 of the first year, to deter laziness, the homeroom teacher instituted a reward and punishment system. Those who excelled academically or in labor could be exempted from homework for 1 to 3 days, while the slothful will be sentenced to a week of repetitive chores. The decision on who would be punished was made by a vote among those working alongside the individual. Zhang Zhu was intrigued. If Lin Lu continued this way, he would probably end up sweeping for days on end. Oh, you're right. I should get on with it. Lin Lu then grabbed a broom and dashed to the area with the most litter, making a grand display of his efforts. Zhang Zhu shook his head and chose to ignore him. Soon after, the members of the fourth group arrived one after another. With everyone's efforts combined, they managed to finish cleaning within the allotted time and return to the classroom. From afar, Zhang Zhu could hear the sound of reading aloud, and a wave of familiarity washed over him. If his intuition was correct, he was about to face the rigors of high school training. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Zhu maneuvered through the desks until he reached his own seat. However, Wu Li and the others were considerably faster than Zhang Zhu, which piqued Zhang Zhu's curiosity. Hadn't they just discarded their trash? This seemed rather perplexing. What could have happened? Wu Li was initially searching for water, but upon lifting her gaze and noticing Zhang Zhu's intense stare, she felt a bit uncomfortable. No, it's just that you returned faster than I did, which seems unusual. Wu Li smiled and explained, I didn't throw away any trash. Those two sisters were about to, so I helped them out. Understanding this, Zhang Zhu nodded inwardly. Since she had provided a satisfactory explanation, he chose to ignore Wu Li and sat down to sip his water leisurely. Just as Zhang Zhu was lost in his thoughts while drinking, Wu Li poked him gently on the back. Is something the matter? He inquired, setting down his drink and turning to face her. I forgot to buy water. Could you spare me a little? Zhang Zhu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Didn't she understand the boundaries between genders? Moreover, as far as he remembered, they didn't share any special bond. Was it simply that she was genuinely thirsty? Why don't you wait until the assembly is over and then buy a bottle? Zhang Zhu suggested, feeling that this was a reasonable compromise. Wu Li opened her mouth and leaned closer to Zhang Zhu, saying, Look, it's all gone. Naturally, Zhang Zhu could not lean in to see, so resignedly, he handed over the newly purchased bottle of water. Having just finished cleaning, He had taken the opportunity to sneak off to the convenience store to buy a bottle of water and some snacks, only to find it had become a gift for someone else. "Thank you. I'll return the favor with a bottle of Dompung later," she promised. Zhang Zhu shook his head, replying, "No need, just enjoy it." "But how did you know I just bought a bottle?" "I saw it when I came back," she replied. "Then why didn't you buy one on the way?" "Laziness," she admitted. "It's all your fault." Time swiftly passed, and soon the assembly bell rang. Zhang Zhu organized his belongings on the table before heading to the assembly area. Since it was Monday, many announcements were to be made today. Upon arriving at the playground, he scanned the dense crowd, struggling to locate his class. After all, he had only been reincarnated for a little over 3 days. Although he retained a vague memory of assemblies from 10 years ago, the details were no longer clear. Following the echoes of his memory, he soon spotted Lin Lu squatting in one spot. Quickly approaching, he found his designated position, which, if you remember correctly, was third from the last. Once in place, he caught sight of Wu Li not far ahead, which relieved him. After all, mistakenly entering the wrong class would have been rather embarrassing. Looking at the square, he noticed that several teachers had already taken their places, with the academic director he had just seen standing before them. Under the gaze of the crowd, a portly man holding a piece of draft paper ascended the platform. This was Principal Wu of Taohua High School. Principal Wu surveyed the sea of students with a beaming smile and then took up the microphone to address them. "Hello, students." As his words resonated, applause erupted from the students, not out of genuine enthusiasm, but rather due to the watchful eyes of their homeroom teachers. Today is Monday, and after the weekend, I hope some of you can refocus. As for the second and third year students, you must concentrate on your studies as the college entrance examination is approaching. However, I want to be the bearer of bad news today. I'm here to announce that our School sports meet will take place on Wednesday. As in previous years, those wishing to participate should sign up from their respective classes. For those who prefer not to participate, you may engage in your class activities instead. The event will last for 3 days, from Wednesday to Friday. That's all. You may now head off to lunch. As Principal Wu concluded his speech, the applause was genuine this time, filled with excitement and joy. After all, 3 days without classes was quite a treat. Upon hearing the dismissal, many students, guided by their teachers, left the playground in an orderly fashion. Zhang Zhu observed the departing crowd and noticed they were all heading towards the convenience store. He quickly dismissed the thought of joining them. It was far too crowded, and he had no desire to be sandwiched in the throng. Upon returning to the classroom, he noticed only a few stragglers remaining, realizing that a significant portion of the class had gone to the convenience store. No wonder it was so crowded. More than half of the class had gone. Gradually, students from other classes began to return, and soon the boisterous Lin Lu reappeared. As soon as he entered, he began chattering excitedly. "Did you know? I just saw a girl who was exceptionally beautiful." Zhang Zhu turned his head to look at him, asking, "How beautiful? Is she as stunning as Fan Bingbing? If that's the case, I'd be smitten." Lin Lu exclaimed, licking his lips. "I've decided I'm going to pursue this girl. Does she realize she's about to face calamity?" Chapter 27. Lin Lu, the feeling of love. "Huh, you're just jealous." L'un retorted dismissively. "Nonsense. Who would be jealous of such things?" Zhang Zhu pondered, genuinely curious if anyone would actually pursue a girl out of jealousy. Wasn't that akin to self-sabotage? "Do you know who this girl is?" Seeing that Zhang Zhu had ignored him, Lin Lu continued, "You want to know, right? It's Nangong Ling from Class 1. Nice name. She seems lovely too, hee hee." Zhang Zhu cast a disdainful glance at his vulgar companion, questioning how someone like him could pursue anyone. Given his name, she must not be hard to find. Glancing at Lin Lu, who wore a lecherous grin, Zhang Zhu silently closed his eyes. How did his high school desk mate turn out to be such a character? Shaking his head, Zhang Zhu pulled out his Chinese textbook to study, as the next period was taught by their homeroom teacher, and he wanted to avoid a repeat of last time. Noticing Zhang Zhu's lack of interest, Lin Lu grew anxious. He felt as though he had fallen head over heels and needed to share his excitement with a friend. The fleeting glimpse of Nangong Ling had awakened his romantic inclinations. Zhang Zhu, in Lin Li's eyes, was the ideal confidant. Should I buy her something, or create an unexpected encounter? Zhang Zhu, who had been engrossed in his textbook, finally lifted his head at Lin Li's question and replied, I think you should probably wait 3 years. Is it like in dramas, where one secretly pines for 3 years to win over someone? No, harassing someone in high school could easily lead to expulsion. I'm being serious. Then I suggest you abandon the idea. I could never give up. Zhang Zhu looked at him incredulously. Given Lin Lu's demeanor, it was unlikely he'd successfully woo anyone. He ought to be more concerned about not scaring her away from school altogether. You must have a plan. After all, Gu Qinghan is far more beautiful than Nangong Ling Zhang. My happiness depends on you, my bro, my bamboo bro. After saying this, Lin Lu grasped Zhang Zhu's arm. Zhang Zhu had intended to say something further, but upon noticing Lin Li's dripping nose, he quickly pushed him away. Why do you think I have the capability to pursue you? As for Gu Qinghan, it was merely an unexpected occurrence. Our acquaintance has simply spanned too long. Lin Lu was about to say something when a voice interrupted. What are you all discussing so excitedly? Wu Li held a small bag, brimming with contents. Lin Lu glanced at the other person and quickly fell silent, for their propensity to gossip rivaled his own, and he wished to avoid any uproar. He yearned for a moment of brilliance. You should ask Lin Lu, Zhang Zhu remarked, as he truly did not wish to delve into such matters. They were too difficult to articulate. It's nothing, just discussing academic affairs. Observing their reluctance to speak, Wu Li disregarded it and retrieved a bottle of dongpeng from the side bag. Here, this is for you. Zhang Zhu shook his head upon seeing it. A bottle of mineral water was trivial compared to the higher value of dongpeng. No worries, consider my treat. Besides, wasn't that water also your invitation to me? This is what we call mutual courtesy. Faced with Wu Li's earnest expression, Zhang Zhu reluctantly acquiesced, knowing that if he continued to refuse, she would launch into another lengthy discourse. Lin Lu, eyeing the dongpeng Wu Li had presented, chimed in, do I get any, sisterly? Wu Li raturta. As if you deserve any at all. If you don't want to give it, then don't. What is the point of cursing? I'd rather resort to violence. With a scoff, Lin Lu privately shook his head. He still preferred Nangong Ling's demeanor. Ignoring Lin Lu, Wu Li turned back to Zhang Zhu. Are you preparing to participate in the class or the school sports meet on Wednesday? Zhang Zhu recalled that in his previous life, he had merely watched the sports meet with Gu Qinghan, and there was even one occasion when she dragged him into participating. As for the class events, he had never tried. He had only observed. I suppose I'll join the class events. My athleticism isn't commendable. Wu Li nudda fully. And what about you? Zhang Zhu regarded her, as his memories of her participation were somewhat hazy. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Li replied, I initially intended to join the sports meet. I thought the 800 meters wouldn't be too challenging, but after consideration, I believe I'll participate in the class events instead. Zhang Zhu observed her slender frame, standing at around 1.7 meters tall, and concluded that the 800 meters indeed didn't seem overly difficult. After all, an individual's athletic talent could not be entirely correlated with their height and weight, though there was a significant connection. I see. Just as the two were about to converse further, the class bell rang. Class is starting. We can continue this later. All right. With the final bell, the last class concluded, and school was dismissed. Since their homes were not particularly close, Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan typically ate at school, and today was no exception. After packing his belongings, Zhang Zhu stood up, waiting for his classmates to leave first. As time passed, one by one, his classmates departed, most rushing to the cafeteria, while a few who lived nearby went home. Aren't you leaving yet? Wu Li and Qian Shui returned from the restroom and were somewhat surprised to see Zhang Zhu still in the classroom. Waiting for someone, he replied casually, having initially intended to maintain distance from Gu Qinghan. However, she had approached him during the last period, offering a friendly greeting, which he reluctantly accepted. Who? Gu Qinghan. As Wu Li was about to nod in acknowledgement, she suddenly recalled that she had promised Zhang Zhu to bring Gu Qinghan some unique candies last week. Never mind. I'll give them to her this afternoon, she decided, dismissing further thoughts. You should wait for her. I just passed by and saw her writing something, so you might have to wait a bit. It's fine. Watching the two depart, Zhang Zhu shook his head, particularly at Gu Qinghan's leisurely pace. At this hour, the cafeteria would likely have only leftovers, and he reminisced about the high school meals, regretting that today would not provide that experience. The sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, a rhythmic tapping. Sure enough, When Zhang Zhu looked up, he spotted two figures approaching. One was Gu Qinghan, the other an exceptionally beautiful girl. "Let's go." Zhang Zhu nodded and followed behind them. "I forgot to introduce her. This is my friend, Nangongling." Nangongling? That name sounds somewhat familiar. "Hello." Zhang Zhu greeted Nangongling with a slight nod. "Hello, I'm Nangongling, Chapter 28 Zhang Zhu. If possible, I'd rather not eat leftovers. I thought you would forget to wait for me." Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Zhang Zhu silently refrained from responding. While forgetting was feasible, the reality of facing her wrath was not. "Are you hungry?" Seeing Zhang Zhu ignore her, Gu Qinghan continued, "I'm all right. I had a hearty breakfast." Nangongling, observing their intimacy, was taken aback. Although she had heard of their rapport, witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. After all, Gu Qinghan appeared to her as a proud swan. This only piqued Nangongling's curiosity further. "Are you implying that I also eat a lot?" "I meant to convey that I'm not hungry. If I say I have, then I do. What does that have to do with me? Are you looking for a fight?" After having endured a few jabs, Zhang Zhu finally ceased to challenge her retorts. He pondered how, despite feeling utterly drained, her blows still stung. "Qinghan, you two seem to have a wonderful relationship," Nangongling teased, viewing the typically aloof Gu Qinghan through a different lens. She had always assumed that Gu Qinghan was ethereal and above the mundane, only to realize that even a celestial being partakes in meals. "He annoys me daily. Our relationship is merely cordial," Gu Qinghan replied. "I simply enjoy countering some of his more impractical assertions." Zhang Zhu vehemently disagreed with her characterization. It was not him who provoked her, but rather her constant threats that kept him on edge. The greatest agony in life is the inability to speak the truth. "I merely wish to build my arm strength through exercise." "You win." Nangongling found their banter amusing. Having expected a conversation between two individuals of the opposite sex to be awkward, she was pleasantly surprised to witness such playful exchanges. "Do you both enjoy eating leftovers?" Zhang Zhu suddenly inquired. Looking up at the two, Nangongling appeared puzzled. Who would relish leftovers? "Not really. The cafeteria probably only has leftovers left." Observing that it was just the three of them and considering the student population at Taohua High, Zhang Zhu optimistically speculated that the cafeteria might not have any rice left at this point. "No need. I brought several meals from home. Otherwise, Qinghan wouldn't have stayed so late." Upon realizing that Gu Qinghan had not informed Zhang Zhu, Nangongling understood why they hadn't gone to the cafeteria earlier. "So that's how it is. Gu Qinghan is just being inconsiderate for not mentioning it beforehand. You should be grateful to have food. Don't complain." "Why should I be grateful? Didn't you say you'd wait for me?" "You could have left without waiting." "Then don't clench your fists when you speak." "My apologies. It's just a natural disposition." Zhang Zhu gazed silently at the temperamental Gu Qinghan, feeling a deep sense of fatigue when faced with someone who could neither be outmatched in a debate nor physically. All right. Perhaps Qinghan has simply forgotten," Nangongling quickly interjected, coming to Gu Qinghan's defense. "Shall we go to the flower pavilion for a meal?" she inquired, as they had initially intended to dine at the cafeteria, only to find it completely packed. Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, but then cast a glance at the scorching sun outside, swallowing hard at the thought. Gu Qinghan also felt a twinge of trepidation, as it seemed there were no trees to provide shade at the flower pavilion. Observing the discomfort on their faces, Nangongling suggested, "What about heading to the convenience store?" The convenience store at Taohua High is unlike those at many other places. It has plenty of seating and numerous fans. It's a paradise for many boarding students. However, due to the lunch hour and the impending curfew shortly after, the store was usually quite empty during this time. "Sounds good," Zhang Zhu concurred, recognizing that it was indeed a pleasant and cool option. Before long, under Zhang Zhu's guidance, the group arrived at the convenience store. Noticing the sparse number of patrons, they quickly settled into a spot near a fan. Nangongling then pulled out 3 lunchboxes from her backpack, while Zhang Zhu emerged from the store with 3 bottles of cola. Although Zhang Zhu initially preferred Sprite for the summer, Gu Qinghan had recently insisted on cola due to a craving. "Here, this is for you," Gu Qinghan said, handing a lunchbox to Zhang Zhu. "Thank you," Zhang Zhu replied, opening the box to reveal a generous serving of braised pork accompanied by green beans and cauliflower. as she delicately picked up a piece with her chopsticks. The rich aroma instantly filled her mouth. Delicious, she remarked, though it fell short of being exceptional, yet it was still quite appetizing. Indeed, my mother prepared this. She used to be a chef, Nan Wuling said with a smile. Gu Qinghan, after taking a bite, also found the flavor to be notably better than the cafeteria options. Zhang Zhu, while watching fellow classmates finish their meals and pass by, lowered her gaze. It was not for any particular reason, but she suddenly recalled Lin Lu. It dawned on her why Nan Wuling's name sounded so familiar. She was the girl Lin Lu had expressed interest in pursuing earlier that day. If Lin Lu were to see her, he might mistake her for some sort of romantic expert, relentlessly pursuing her. That thought sent shivers down her spine. Seeing Zhang Zhu looking down, Gu Qinghan assumed she was feeling hot and suggested, "Xiao Zhu, you should position yourself closer to the fan." "I'm not hot. Just..." Zhang Zhu began to respond, but was interrupted by a voice calling out, "Zhang Zhu, what the hell?" As expected, when she lifted her head, Lin Lu was striding towards them, accompanied by a moderately built boy named Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had initially intended to greet Zhang Zhu, but turned beet red upon spotting Gu Qinghan and Nan Wuling, having never seen such beautiful girls before. "Zhang Zhu, are you eating?" He stuttered. "Just started. What about you?" Zhang Zhu replied, recognizing him as one of the more amusing boys in class. "Yeah, if there is nothing else. I'll take my leave now." With that, Jiang Yi hurriedly exited the scene. What was that about? Zhang Zhu wondered aloud, then turned to Lin Lu. Perhaps he needed to use the restroom. He seemed to eat quite a bit just now. Lin Lu, who had initially wanted to share a humorous incident with Zhang Zhu, suddenly froze upon seeing Nan Wuling, the girl he had been smitten with. This left him too startled to speak. "What is wrong?" Zhang Zhu asked, noticing l'un le soudain silence. Nothing at all," Lin Lu stammered, clearly flustered. "This is Gu Qinghan, whom you should know, and this is her friend, Nan Wuling." Nan Wuling, having noticed the unfolding scene, smiled and greeted, "Hello, I'm Nan Wuling from Class 1. Hello, I'm Lin Lu, Zhang Zhu's deskmate," he said, his face displaying an abundance of awkwardness. As Zhang Zhu resumed eating, she observed Lin Lu's face, which was a canvas of tension. This amused her greatly, and she couldn't help but sneak glances at him. Gu Qinghan, noticing Zhang Zhu's mischievous demeanor, poked her arm lightly, signaling her to behave. "What's wrong?" Zhang Zhu asked, still lost in her own thoughts. "Look at Lin Lu," Gu Qinghan urged. "What's with him?" Zhang Zhu replied, feigning ignorance. "Don't you think he seems a bit odd?" Gu Qinghan pressed. "What is odd about him?" Zhang Zhu queried. "He likes Nan Wuling," Gu Qinghan revealed. "How do you know?" "Isn't this their first time meeting?" Zhang Zhu countered. "It's a crush, and it's on the very first day." Gu Qinghan exclaimed. "Such melodrama, I love it," Zhang Zhu declared, feeling invigorated despite the heat. Lin Lu, sensing the sudden hush, decided it was time to act. Remembering how his classmates dubbed him the class clown, he thought he might lift the mood and perhaps earn Nan Wuling's admiration. "Let me tell you about an embarrassing incident I had while dining out. Would you like to hear it?" Nan Wuling, noticing that Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan had ignored Lin Lu's attempt at humor, intervened. "What happened? One time, when I was out having fun, my phone ran out of battery, so I asked the store if they had a power outlet. The clerk looked terrified and insisted, 'I'm just a clerk.' I replied, 'No, I'm in an outlet, not a clerk.'" Lin Lu chuckled at his own story, while Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how he managed to keep a straight face through such a corny joke. Nan Wuling could only mumble a hesitant ha-ha in response, still caught off guard. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm from his audience, Lin Lu pressed on with another joke, convinced he could elicit laughter this time. "Do you know which animal makes a quiet sound when it's angry?" "What animal?" Zhang Zhu asked, realizing Nan Wuling was no longer paying attention to Lin Lu's antics, and felt compelled to offer a lifeline. "A gorilla, l'un le proclaimed." Gu Qinghan nudged Zhang Zhu again, her eyes conveying a silent plea. "I don't know," Zhang Zhu replied. "Then why did you respond?" Gu Qinghan shot back, clearly exasperated. "I was afraid he'd embarrass himself," Zhang Zhu responded, feeling the weight of the situation. "Why? L'un le incroyable." "Because gorillas get mad and start beating their chests." After finishing his words, Lin Lu began to sob with laughter, finding the situation utterly amusing, and he collapsed onto his chair in mirth. This time, Zhang Zhu quietly closed his eyes, at a loss for words. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist. Rather, he questioned why such awkward topics were being brought up. Observing Zhang Zhu's silence, Gu Qinghan interjected, "Ha ha." Nan Gongling, noticing the collective awkwardness, could only feign a laugh. "Isn't it funny?" Lin Lu wiped away his tears as he gazed at everyone, convinced that the joke was truly hilarious. "Is this really a joke?" Zhang Zhu raised his head, feeling compelled to send Lin Lu away. Despite the sweltering 30-degree heat, he found himself shivering. "You all have such low standards for humor, if you don't understand this. I'll share more next time." "No need. I think normal conversation is quite sufficient," Zhang Zhu replied, struggling to fathom how one could shiver in such heat. He had no desire to experience that phenomenon again. "I believe it's better to keep things normal. I cannot comprehend this interdimensional humor," Nan Gongling stated slowly, also wishing to avoid a second encounter with such antiquated jokes. "I see. Then I'll share some fun stories with you next time, for I have plenty to tell," Lin Lu said, patting his chest with a smile. Beside them, Gu Qinghan paused momentarily, then continued to poke Zhang Zhu, conveying with her gaze, "Is he genuinely clueless or merely pretending?" "I think he is genuinely foolish," Zhang Zhu replied, exasperated as he regarded Lin Lu, pondering why a boy would discuss such things with girls. "This guy's CPU has clearly malfunctioned. No wonder." No wonder Gu Qinghan also recognized the lack of emotional intelligence on Lin Lu's part. Even she, who was typically oblivious, realized something was amiss. While Lin Lu continued to grin foolishly. "Didn't you say you're going back to the dormitory or home?" Zhang Zhu finally spoke, as Lin Lu showed no inclination to leave. It was not that he wished to hasten Lin Lu's departure. He simply found the conversation painfully embarrassing. The commencement of any relationship should not begin with one person acting like a clown. As his desk mate, he could only assist him to this extent. "It's fine. I'm not sleepy this afternoon," Lin Lu remarked, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Zhu's hints, still chuckling. Gu Qinghan took a sip of her cola, observing the scene before her, feeling an unexpected sense of tranquility. How delightful it was to be an onlooker. Why had she previously been so pretentious? "By the way, Nangong, are there also underperformers in your class?" Lin Lu inquired, gazing at her exquisite face, wishing he could simply admire her forever. Nan Gongling had intended to eat a few more bites, but the midday heat made food taste off, so upon hearing Lin Lu's question, she reluctantly set down her chopsticks. "They're all pretty much on par with me," she pondered, acknowledging that while her classmates worked hard, a few lazy ones did exist. Yet their innate talent often compensated for their lack of effort, making it appear as though the diligent ones were creating a wider gap. However, it was terribly far apart, as the difficulty of the standard test was not excessively high. "They are far superior to those in my class. Class 3 is quite notorious for slacking off," Lin Lu exclaimed, growing increasingly animated. "Ahem, let us not exaggerate. My class also works hard." As a member of Class 3, Zhang Zhu felt compelled to defend their reputation. Gu Qinghan looked at Zhang Zhu and soon burst into laughter. "You, with such a low ranking, claim to work hard?" Zhang Zhu shot her a sidelong glance, irritated. "What are you trying to imply?" "I'm merely stating the truth." "Are you feeling anxious?" "I'm not anxious. You are. After school this afternoon, you should walk slowly so I can talk to you." Nan Gongling, initially puzzled by Lin Lu's cold humor, found the banter between Gu Qinghan and Zhang Zhu quite amusing. Indeed, having a playful childhood friend was a source of great joy. "I also want a childhood friend." "Oh, dear heavens. Chapter 30, l'un Louis Metteurs?" Gu Qinghan, noticing Zhang Zhu's persistent teasing, discreetly pinched his hand. Only when she saw his brow furrowed did she release her grip. Zhang Zhu had not anticipated Gu Qinghan resorting to such underhanded tactics, leaving him quite flustered. Moreover, the impact was surprisingly potent. Why the silence? Gu Qinghan smiled at Zhang Zhu. Nan Gongling, watching the two, blinked in astonishment. "I was just bitten by a mosquito and felt violated, so I didn't want to speak. Perhaps your breath is so foul that the mosquito was drawn to you." "Thank you, but my hands do not smell." "Your breath can spread to your skin. Do you not understand?" Our biology teacher would be astounded. Lin Lu, observing their exchange, instinctively chimed in. Which biology teacher? Nan Gongling, who had been covering her mouth and chuckling, paused at Lin Li's question. What does that have to do with our biology teacher? Zhang Zhu shot Lin Lu a sidelong glance. Are you sure you're not sleepy? Lin Lu had intended to continue speaking, but upon hearing Zhang Zhu's inquiry, he replied, I'm genuinely not sleepy. Look at how bright my eyes are. Suddenly, Lin Lu seemed to teleport in front of Zhang Zhu, his face swiftly nearing him. Zhang Zhu, initially intent on continuing his meal and uninterested in Lin Lu's attempts to flirt, was startled by Lin Li's sudden proximity. In a moment of distraction, he fell from his chair, sending his food soaring into the air, landing squarely on his thigh. The unexpected scene left Zhang Zhu momentarily stunned. Who am I? What am I doing? Gu Qinghan and Nan Gongling also stared in disbelief, as if the entire occurrence was too surreal, akin to winning the lottery without any comprehension of how it happened. Are you all right, Xiao Zhu? Gu Qinghan set her meal aside and rushed to help him up. I'm fine, Zhang Zhu replied, dusting off his clothes and accepting a tissue from Nan Gongling to wipe himself clean. Lin Lu stood frozen, shocked by what had transpired. He had merely wished to demonstrate that he was not sleepy. How had things escalated so dramatically? I apologize, Zhang Zhu. I only wanted to show you my eyes. Lan Lu explained. Zhang Zhu remained silent, regretting that he had ever engaged with Lin Lu from the start. Who could he blame now? Himself. I just slipped, and I'll be all right after a quick wipe. Zhang Zhu hurriedly waved his hand, signaling that he was okay. Following this incident, none of them felt like continuing their meal and quickly wrapped things up. Lin Lu, as if realizing something, promptly dashed away. Does it hurt? After the three of them had dealt with the situation, they bought some snacks at the convenience store and walked back to the classroom. Zhang Zhu shook his head, asserting that he had merely stumbled and hadn't hurt himself. Beside him, Nan Gongling held a bag and walked alongside Gu Qinghan, her expression tinged with contemplation. After a moment, she leisurely remarked, That boy seems somewhat familiar, doesn't he? Zhang Zhu, upon hearing this, turned to her with a face full of disbelief. How could Lin Lu leave such an impression? Is it that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Gu Qinghan, equally intrigued, directed her gaze towards Nan Gongling, pondering the possibility that these two individuals might share some undisclosed connection or secret. I saw him teasing another girl at the intersection of Qizhong on my way home last time, Nan Gongling replied, her expression a mixture of incredulity and amusement. It was indeed typical behavior for Lin Lu. Furthermore, it was unfortunate that his actions were witnessed by her idol, prematurely extinguishing any hopes of romance. I initially intended to intervene, but then I saw him get slapped by that girl and crumple to the ground. She continued, a look of astonishment crossing her face. She had not anticipated that such a petite girl could bring down a boy so much taller than herself. Shaking her head, she concluded that regardless of the circumstances, the act of provoking a girl without cause certainly did not speak well of him, earning him a negative mark in her eyes from the very start. Zhang Zhu fell into a contemplative silence, utterly taken aback by the unexpected twists of events. In contrast, Gu Qinghan's expression darkened with indignation. Well done. People like him deserve a good beating. If that girl is slight and delicate, should she just be bullied? Indeed, Lin Lu had crossed a line. Zhang Zhu could not deny this fact. While attraction to beauty was understandable, it must be pursued with sincerity. This behavior resembled that of the unruly youths loitering on the streets. I never expected he would be acquainted with you, Nan Gongling remarked, her face displaying a hint of surprise. Zhang Zhu nodded and replied, He is my desk mate. Ah, I see, Nan Gongling acknowledged. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of Class 1 in the first year. You two go ahead. I'm heading back to the classroom for a nap. I'm feeling quite tired. At Taohua High School, students who did not return home for lunch could take a nap in the classroom. To accommodate this, fans were allowed to be turned on inside the classrooms. So many students opted to eat in the cafeteria and then return to the classroom for a restful slumber, as the familiar desks and chairs invariably induced drowsiness. I'll see you in the afternoon, Gu Qinghan said, handing Zhang Zhu a bottle of water. Do you have something to do? He inquired. I don't know about my own matters. What about you? Aren't I asking if you have something to do? If you have nothing, can't you wait for me? If you don't have anything, why look for me? Is it forbidden to seek someone when there's nothing going on? Fine. Zhang Zhu initially intended to refuse, mindful of his promises. After all, how is this any different from his previous life? He wished to leverage his time to amass wealth, dreaming of experiencing the life of the affluent. However, with Gu Qinghan's gentle hand resting on his shoulder, he could only smile and agree to her request. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. I shall remember this debt. Gu Qinghan, you may leave now. Don't forget. With that, Gu Qinghan strode into the classroom without a backward glance. Goodbye, Nangong Ling said to Zhang Zhu before turning to leave. Watching the two depart, Zhang Zhu shook his head, glanced at the water bottle in his hand, and then exited the scene. Chapter 31. Wu Liwa. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Zhu was not particularly surprised by the sparse number of classmates present. After all, the majority had opted for dormitory accommodation, and those nearby did not mind the brief journey home. Thus, only a handful remained in the class. Twisting the cap off the bottle, he took a sip of water. Why does this taste so much better than what I expect in the future? He mused, savoring the subtly sweet flavor that was a rarity in his previous life. Placing the water bottle beside his chair, he stacked the books on his desk and laid several newspapers atop them. Not bad, he thought, nodding in satisfaction at his handiwork. Just as he was about to doze off, he noticed a figure entering through the door, none other than Wu Li. With a light-hearted gait, she hummed a tune, an ice cream cone nestled between her lips and a bottle of soda in hand that she shook excitedly. Excessive indulgence. You mustn't shake soda, my emperor. As Zhang Zhu pondered this, Wu Li approached him from behind. Is it just me, or does it feel significantly hotter today? Upon returning to her seat and setting her things down, she addressed Zhang Zhu, who was still fixated on the blackboard. It's not just your imagination. I'm practically sweating from the neck down. It's unbearable. You could turn the fan up to 5, Zhang Zhu suggested, his gaze unwavering. You're right, Wu Li exclaimed, slapping her forehead before moving to the switch and cranking the fan from level 3 to 5. Instantly, a refreshing gust of air began to cascade down from the ceiling, gently tousling Zhang Zhu's hair and invigorating his senses. Much cooler now, Wu Li remarked, reveling in the summer's refreshing breeze. At a nearby desk sat a girl who shot a disapproving glance at Wu Li. If the homeroom teacher catches you, you're going to get scolded for having it so high. Wu Li pouted in response. Please, she said we could adjust it. What's the difference between 3 and 5? She doesn't even monitor this. You talk too much. Is it not cool at 5? It's very cool. Then shut it. Wu Li, pleased that the girl had finally ceased her incessant chatter, couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Many classmates were taken aback by the exchange, as the silence in the room was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have echoed. Why does it feel so much cooler now? Indeed, the breeze is significantly stronger. Someone must have turned it up to 5. The students around them remarked, though none blamed Wu Li for her actions. After all, what purpose would it serve to report her? She was merely benefiting those who wished to sleep. Observing Wu Li, who radiated confidence, Zhang Zhu lowered his head, pondering how she approached the task of adjusting the fan as if it were a monumental endeavor. Noticing the attention she garnered, Wu Li nodded appreciatively before returning to her seat. Not bad. I'll do this again tomorrow. As long as you're happy, but I wonder if the homeroom teacher will mind. She won't. I've already checked. Zhang Zhu was momentarily taken aback by Wu Li's surprising information-gathering skills. You say, could it be that the other party possesses some knowledge unbeknownst to oneself? Oh, I happened to pass by the principal's office last time and heard that air conditioning would soon be installed, rendering the fans unnecessary. So what harm is there in turning them up a bit? After Wu Li expressed this thought, she seemed to have an epiphany, nodding lightly. Is that all? Zhang Zhu looked at her in disbelief. Indeed, that is all. Do you not think my discovery was quite timely? Are you aware that our school has a bulletin board? Of course, what of it? This matter was posted last week, so you... Zhang Zhu couldn't help but laugh, especially at the serious expression on Wu Li's face. An inexplicable sense of absurdity washed over him. Wu Li's eyes widened in confusion. Shouldn't she be receiving compliments now? And how could she not know when it was posted? This was quite unusual. Are you serious? Wu Li remained skeptical, although she wasn't particularly inclined to seek out information. There was no reason for her to be unaware of something even Zhang Zhu knew. You can check for yourself. It's still there. Zhang Zhu looked at her with a hint of exasperation. Was there really a need to deceive her? Oh, I already knew. I just feared you were unaware. You think that is sufficient? Just ignore me. Wu Li shot a discontented glance at Zhang Zhu, who was dismantling the FAOD. Why feign ignorance? The one unhappy about it is both of us, not just you. Aren't you a person too, Zhang Zhu? Why should I be sad? Work? This beautiful girl is feeling down. Shouldn't you share my sorrow? You win, sister. Upon seeing Zhang Zhu with her eyes closed, Wu Li chuckled softly, surprised at how amusing it was to tease her. I'm off to sleep, dear sister. I'm rather tired. Zhang Zhu picked up a newspaper beside her, slid a couple of soft candies inside, and addressed Wu Li behind her. She was indeed feeling somewhat drowsy. Why are you sleeping so early? Wu Li glanced at the clock, which had just ticked past midnight. Wasn't Zhang Zhu usually awake much later? Studying has worn me out. Zhang Zhu did not wish to dwell on the events of the previous day. She merely wanted to catch up on sleep. Playing games is one thing, but studying has exhausted me. Wu Li dismissed Zhang Zhu's claim with a scoff, as her academic ranking was still superior. What disdain! Zhang Zhu shook her head and chose not to pursue the matter further, promptly laying her head down to sleep. Observing Zhang Zhu's indifference, Wu Li clicked her tongue and also succumbed to slumber at her desk. A series of footsteps gradually reached Zhang Zhu's ears, stirring her from her slumber. Still sleeping? Zhang Zhu? A voice called out beside her. As Zhang Zhu slowly emerged from her foggy consciousness, she opened her eyes to find Lin Lu standing there, a piece of candy between her lips and 2 packets of spicy strips in her hands. Are we in class? Zhang Zhu surveyed her classmates, noting that nearly everyone had arrived. No, there's still about 20 minutes. Lin Lu observed Zhang Zhu's red-rimmed eyes and continued speaking. Zhang Zhu nodded lightly, then recalled something. Why did you run off today? Didn't you want to chat? I didn't dare. It was quite embarrassing, remembering the day's events. Lin Lu felt her cheeks flush. Chapter 32, Offering Candies. Zhang Zhu chuckled softly, but remained silent. It wasn't merely embarrassing. It was exceedingly so. As for what Nangong Ling had said about teasing girls from the 7th high school, Zhang Zhu chose not to mention it. After all, she had already been dismissed, and saying much more would only serve to irritate herself. Hey, why you seem so familiar with her? Lin Lu stared at Zhang Zhu wide-eyed. She found it unbelievable that such a poetically beautiful girl could be Zhang Zhu's childhood friend. The girl she had just spoken about miraculously appeared beside her. Could it be that she was a goddess ruling over the seas of ancient Greece? I don't know her. Zhang Zhu genuinely had little recollection of Nangong Ling. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, the past and present began to diverge, leading Zhang Zhu to learn about her for the first time. Of course, she only knew her name. Beyond that, all she was aware of was that she was female. Really? Fake. Then why would you lie to me? Zhang Zhu gazed at her in exasperation, as if Lin Lu was determined to believe she knew the girl. All right, after I left. Did Nangong Ling say anything about me? Yes. Is it true or false? True. Upon hearing this, Lin Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if something wonderful had been revealed. What did she say? Nothing more? Lin Lu's expression fell, her gaze drifting to the scenery outside, where a few leaves danced in the wind, mirroring her own feelings. Zhang Zhu paid little mind to Lin Li's predicament. Setting aside how unfortunate their encounter had been, even if they met again, Lin Lu would likely be the one to pursue her relentlessly. That girl was strikingly beautiful, tall, academically gifted, and her attire was anything but cheap. Such girls were genuinely unattainable. One could only surpass them to have any chance. Zhang Zhu glanced at Lin Lu, who was now biting the bottle of mineral water, staring blankly at the contents. Not even in the same league. Zhang Zhu shook her head. All she could do was mock such a lovesick admirer. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Soon, the first period had quietly come to an end. All right, class, that's all for today. A teacher of average stature addressed the 3rd class before turning to leave. Zhang Zhu placed her physics book back on the desk and pulled out a small packet of snacks, nibbling on them. Meanwhile, Wu Li gently prodded Zhang Zhu and said, "Here are 2 new candies for you. Zhang Zhu paused momentarily before accepting the candies from her. Thank you. Wu Li smiled faintly and then rose to leave the classroom. Watching her depart, Zhang Zhu paid little attention. Girls frequently left for the restroom or the convenience store during breaks. In class 1, Gu Qinghan gently twirled a pen in her hand, her eyes shimmering as she gazed out the window. Someone's looking for you, Gu Qinghan. A girl near the door called out to her. Hearing her name, Gu Qinghan lifted her head to see a familiar figure standing next to the girl, Wu Li. A smile crept onto Gu Qinghan's lips as she stood and walked toward them. Is there something you need? Upon reaching Wu Li, Gu Qinghan met her gaze, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a unique allure. Wu Li felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Gu Qinghan's beauty was so striking that it seemed to radiate waves of light. No, Zhang Zhu asked me to give you some candies. Here. With that, Wu Li extended a small bag of candies toward her. Initially, Wu Li intended to offer just a few pieces, but upon reflection, she deemed it somewhat meager, prompting Zhang Zhu to enhance the offering with a touch of the basic variety. Although fully aware of the situation, Gu Qinghan chose to feign ignorance. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes imbued with a hint of curiosity as she gazed at the other. Zhang Zhu asked you to give this? Yes, Wu Li responded. He mentioned these are delightful and urged me to share some with you. Are you two quite close? Moderately, she replied. I see, thank you. Gu Qinghan nodded gently and accepted the bag from her. As she drew near, a subtle fragrance wafted from Gu Qinghan, permeating Wu Li's senses, a refreshing aroma that was undeniably pleasant. Wu Li was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering someone with such a natural scent, especially as she herself often found her own perspiration rather unappealing. Would you like to sit for a moment? Gu Qinghan inquired, noticing Wu Li frozen in place. No, classes are about to start. Goodbye. With that, Wu Li turned and departed from sight. Upon returning to her seat, Gu Qinghan gently tore open a package, revealing a pale blue candy, intricately etched with a floral design. As she brought it to her lips, the sweet, floral aroma enveloped her, reminiscent of a blooming meadow. With a delicate taste, her eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a sudden burst of brilliance in the dark of night. Delicious, unlike yesterday's confection. This one resonated with her palate in a way that was ineffably exquisite. Nan Gongling had also observed this exchange early on, presuming Wu Li to be a close friend of Gu Qinghan, thus harboring no suspicions. Approaching Gu Qinghan's desk, she noticed a few candies laid out, which caused her to raise an eyebrow. It was rare to see Gu Qinghan indulging in sweets, considering her history with cavities. Here, Gu Qinghan offered a raspberry-hued treat to her. Delicious, Nan Gongling exclaimed after a taste, utterly captivated by the exquisite flavor. Where did you buy this? I must get a plethora to take home after school. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Gu Qinghan. A friend gifted it to me. Was it that girl from earlier? Nan Gongling recalled seeing someone hand a bag to Gu Qinghan. Yes, she gave it to me. You two must be quite close for her to share such delightful candies. Gu Qinghan shook her head in modesty. We've merely crossed paths a few times. We're not particularly familiar. Nan Gongling regarded her with surprise. If you're not close, why would she give you something so sweet? Is she trying to curry favor with you? Am I in some sort of novel? Upon hearing Nan Gongling's musings, Gu Qinghan chuckled lightly, shaking her head. She's not some unattainable figure. There's no one who would deliberately gift her anything. She's simply a friend of Zhang Zhu. Nan Gongling's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Chapter 33. Nan Gongling. The drama unfolds around me. If she wasn't mistaken, Gu Qinghan and Zhang Zhu shared a childhood bond. Their unusual connection had spread throughout the class, and Gu Qinghan had even acknowledged it. Yet, why would that girl give Gu Qinghan candy? What exactly is going on between you two? After considerable contemplation, Nan Gongling found no reasonable explanation. I don't know, I just found out too. Gu Qinghan could only pretend ignorance regarding the circumstances surrounding this unfolding drama. Initially, she merely sought to discern who the individual was, and having encountered her over the weekend, her interest waned, realizing they were on different levels. She had no desire to engage in any form of competition. Could it be that Zhang Zhu had sent her to assert some sort of claim? A sudden realization struck Nan Gongling, her eyes sparkling with insight. You're cunning. Gu Qinghan retorted, this isn't a drama. There aren't so many malicious second female leads. Honestly, I recently watched a drama where the male lead was enamored with that kind of innocent girl. Someone like you, beautiful and understanding, wouldn't even attract his gaze. What if Zhang Zhu is that type? Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes at her friend, who seemed overly influenced by television tropes. Reality isn't like a show, and Zhang Zhu isn't a domineering CEO. Also, I am not the second female lead. She's not an innocent heroine. Nan Gongling quickly interjected, don't dismiss it. I've gleaned so much from various dramas. Just be careful not to unwittingly become the second female lead. You might find yourself with nowhere to cry. Gu Qinghan responded with a hint of exasperation. Her friend was truly incorrigible. I might not know about crying, but I can assure you that she will. Having practiced martial arts for many years, Gu Qinghan remained confident in her ability to make others question their life choices. I've seen enough dramas to know that girls like you, who appear aloof on the surface, are often the most vulnerable inside. As a friend, I can only say this much, beware. With that, Nan Gongling shook her head and returned to her own seat. Observing the seemingly mature Nan Gongling, Gu Qinghan narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Is she unwell? As she turned back to see Wu Li approaching, the latter's expression was flustered, prompting Zhang Zhu's curiosity. What happened? Why the sudden change in your demeanor? Oh, I just slipped in the bathroom, Wu Li replied, genuinely perplexed by the overwhelming aura some girls exuded. Could it be that she had developed a case of paranoia, misinterpreting things? Shaking her head, she took a small sip of water to steady her nerves. It's always you. Zhang Zhu chuckled lightly, noting that she had exited through the right door, which was not the path to the restroom, rendering her excuse rather flimsy. Wu Li ignored Zhang Zhu's comments and continued drinking her water. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Zhang Zhu gazed at the unfamiliar teacher before him, a Mediterranean figure, feeling a sense of strangeness. Why do you have a history book out during biology class? Lin Lu asked, puzzled by Zhang Zhu's choice of reading material. There isn't even a history test to study for. What is going on? A biology class. Zhang Zhu finally realized, recalling that this session was indeed biology, explaining the discrepancy with his memory of the history teacher. Time slipped by swiftly, and before long, the end of one class and then another approached quietly. I have an announcement to make, everyone. The class monitor ascended the podium, clutching a piece of paper, addressing the students below. Lin Lu leaned closer to Zhang Zhu, whispering, I bet this is about the upcoming sports meet. What do you think, Zhang Zhu? Zhang Zhu, not particularly inclined to engage with such trivialities, nodded in acknowledgement, considering it his first opportunity to participate in a class event. It seems so, he replied. The class monitor continued. If anyone wishes to participate in the sports meet, please come find me to register. The deadline is tomorrow at noon. If one wishes to participate in the class activities, preparations may commence this very evening, thus eliminating the need for self-study tonight. Naturally, to deter any slacking, should anyone be remiss in their responsibilities, they shall be tasked with cleaning duties for an entire month. That is all for now. Oh, and please report your participation to your group leader. Should you require leave for any reason, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I shall inform the homeroom teacher. With that, the class monitor exited the classroom. Not long after the class monitor's departure, the bell signaling the end of school rang. Zhang Zhu had initially contemplated returning home for a shower and a meal before coming back. However, the monitor's words stirred something within him. For many items related to the class activities were likely to be moved into the classroom shortly. Engaging in such preparations tonight would lead to discomfort from the heat, rendering the shower an unworthy endeavor. Thus, he resolved to head to Class 1 to prevent Gu Qinghan from returning home alone. With a swift motion, Zhang Zhu bolted from the classroom, startling Lin Lu, who almost dropped his belongings. He had been minding his own business when Zhang Zhu's sudden movement caught him off guard. Behind them, Wu Li looked on in confusion, wondering where Zhang Zhu was rushing off to. Do you know what he is up to? Why the sudden haste? I was about to ask you the same, came the reply. Zhang Zhu hurriedly arrived at the door of Class 1, only to find a throng of bespectacled students staring at him, leaving him perplexed. Was there something amiss with his appearance? Soon, Gu Qinghan emerged from the classroom holding a small bag, her gaze meeting Zhang Zhu's at the entrance. "Let us go," she said softly. "I'm not going back." "Why don't you return alone?" Zhang Zhu replied, his curiosity piqued by Lin Li's earlier discussion. Gu Qinghan regarded him with her captivating, almond-shaped eyes, filled with curiosity. "Why not? Is someone expecting you?" "Mind your own business. Just head back," he retorted. Zhang Zhu chose not to elaborate, confident that she could surmise the truth, even if she preferred to engage in playful banter. "Then I shan't return either," Gu Qinghan declared, her eyes narrowing as she recognized his intent. After all, the Zhang Zhu of her previous life had never partaken in such collective activities. "And where are you headed? Are you not bringing me along? Why would I take you? Are you a child? Allow me to grant you another chance to speak," she teased. "I refuse." Gu Qinghan's gaze intensified, taken aback by his fortitude. Could it be that Nan Gongling had been correct in her assertion that Zhang Zhu had developed feelings for that sweet, naive girl? "Whether I care or not is irrelevant. Lead the way," Zhang Zhu conceded, feeling a mixture of exasperation and amusement at her assertiveness. Chapter 34. Old Chicken Soup? Chicken Feather Soup. "I'm heading to Class 3 for the gathering. What about you? Aren't you going to eat?" "Not particularly hungry." "That's of no concern. Lead the way." Gu Qinghan firmly grasped Zhang Zhu's hand with one hand while balancing the bag against his chest with the other. "What is this? You don't even know where the cafeteria is?" With the impending sports meet and various classes preparing activities today, the cafeteria, which would typically be bustling, was surprisingly sparse. Zhang Zhu guided Gu Qinghan to a window devoid of a queue, where he began to serve their meals. "What would you like, young man?" the cafeteria lady inquired with a smile. Zhang Zhu surveyed the food before him, all of which appeared appetizing, and replied, "I'll have the stir-fried green beans with pork and the eggplant with pork, plus a serving of pickled cucumbers." After placing his order, he collected Gu Qinghan's plate to continue serving. "Auntie, I'll have 2 of the same, please." The lady, noticing the attractive pair before her, beamed and said, "All right. I'll give you both a bit more meat." Zhang Zhu accepted the 2 plates, each overflowing with meat and vegetables, leaving him astonished at the generous portioning, which seemed beyond the typical standards of the cafeteria staff. Gu Qinghan, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle, finding Zhang Zhu's satisfaction rather endearing. The two then settled into a relatively quiet corner to enjoy their meal. "Here," Zhang Zhu said, handing an empty bowl to Gu Qinghan, puzzled by her request. "What do you need an empty bowl for?" "Please help me get a bowl of soup." "Thank you." "Don't you have hands?" "I don't, thank you." "Neither do I." "Truly, my apologies, madam." "Are you certain?" "I am not uncertain. I am quite certain." Gu Qinghan, amused by his indignation, set the bowl down and playfully pinched his hand, eliciting a wince from Zhang Zhu, who could hardly believe her strength. "What are you doing? That hurts," he exclaimed, taken aback by her unexpected intensity. "I must ask you, what is your relationship with Wu Li today?" Gu Qinghan's unease grew. Zhang Zhu's demeanor was uncharacteristically different. Connecting Wu Li to his behavior, she speculated that he might be seeking a false girlfriend to deflect attention from himself, inciting her irritation. "Just classmates. What other relationship could there be?" Zhang Zhu replied, bewildered by her sudden suspicion. "Are you certain that it's merely a classmate relationship, and nothing akin to a sibling bond? Are you implying that I am romantically involved with her?" "I am not. I merely find it curious." "You're being ridiculous. How long have I known her? Have you not heard that childhood friends cannot compete with unexpected arrivals? You've been watching too many anime, sister. I believe you have something to hide." As Zhang Zhu moved to retrieve the soup, Gu Qinghan smirked, finding his flustered state amusing. "Here, this soup isn't even good. Why bother drinking it?" She recalled how, in the past, Gu Qinghan had always turned her nose up at soup, finding it distasteful. "Are you trying to act like a commoner? Mind your own business. You know, it feels like I want to punch you when you say that. By all means, give it a try. Have I ever said you couldn't hit me? You win." Zhang Zhu, observing her haughty demeanor and the disdain in her eyes, felt a pang of internal conflict. Had he known that encouraging her martial arts practice would lead to this, he might have thought twice. Now, it felt as though the consequences of a decade-old decision were striking back. Zhang Zhu glanced at the food before him, suddenly devoid of appetite. Why aren't you eating? Gu Qinghan inquired, noticing his stillness with curiosity. I was contemplating why I am not the wealthiest person in the world. I should be dining at a high-end restaurant. You fool, dreaming before evening. Hurry and eat, then take me to see your class activities. Zhang Zhu had intended to dig in, but upon hearing her words, his hand froze mid-air. Slowly, he turned to face her, entranced by the beauty of her eyes. What did you say? You want to come to my class? Of course. Our class 3 does not welcome outsiders. Thank you. There is no such rule in our school. Thank you. But class 3 is unique indeed. I shall report you at once. Upon finishing her words, Gu Qinghan stood up abruptly, harboring an impulsive desire to head to the principal's office. This startled Zhang Zhu, who instinctively grasped her hand, frustrated that she seemed so intent on undermining his boastful remarks. How vexing. You said it yourself. Am I invited, my esteemed Miss Qinghan? Please, take a seat, he urged, exerting all his strength to pull her back down, yet to no avail. This display of resolve from Gu Qinghan made Zhang Zhu relent. She truly had the audacity to go, indifferent to whether he was merely a street beggar or a childhood friend. With a slight nod, Gu Qinghan smiled at him. After sipping the cafeteria's soup, she felt an overwhelming sense of technological absurdity. What a dreadful concoction of old chicken soup. I suspect it's merely chicken feather broth, devoid of any real substance. She pushed the bowl toward Zhang Zhu. If you don't drink it, what will I strike you for? Zhang Zhu looked at her, perplexed. No, I merely heard others say that the cafeteria soup is particularly unpleasant, so I wanted to give it a try. Now that I have, it's indeed terrible. You're quite a character, Gu Qinghan. Zhang Zhu stared at her, bewildered by her newfound frivolity. Gu Qinghan, observing his reaction, let out a soft laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. Is it truly that amusing? Not all, just a tad absurd, he replied. You're the real jester here. Did I ever call you a clown? Your eyes say otherwise. Well, congratulations on your accurate guess, haha. Zhang Zhu resolved to flee after finishing his meal. Eager to distance himself from this woman who so delightfully mocked him, he devoured his food ravenously, while Gu Qinghan watched him with eyes that sparkled, as though she could see through the very fabric of existence. As Zhang Zhu neared the end of his meal, Gu Qinghan finally spoke up. If you run away, you will surely be punished, and I might even visit your classroom. His hand paused mid-bite, disbelief etched on his face. How could she possibly know his thoughts? And what of that venomous comment? He contemplated reporting this scorpion-like woman. You know my eating pace, running? What's that about? Gu Qinghan glanced at his rapidly diminishing food and nodded lightly. I trust you, Xiao Zhu. However, I've been in need of sparring partner lately. What do you think? Cough. I've been frail since childhood, as you're aware, so let us skip that. Being frail is no issue. Just train more. All right, never mind. Zhang Zhu recalled his previous futile attempts to compete with her, one of which left him with a nosebleed, while she merely regarded him with cold indifference. That incident marked the loudest he had ever cried. Since then, he had refused her sparring requests under the pretext of being unskilled in combat. After a while, Gu Qinghan gently set down her chopsticks and delicately wiped her red lips with a tissue. Shall we go? By the way, have the props for your class arrived? As they walked toward the assembly point for class 3, Gu Qinghan turned her head to Zhang Zhu. I'm not sure. You don't know? Can't you come home later? I enjoy it this way. Is that a problem? How peculiar. Hurry up and lead the way. Before long, the two weaved through the bustling crowd and entered a room filled with many familiar faces to Zhang Zhu. The most prominent among them was Lin Lu, who stood on the highest platform, vigorously shaking a long poster. Zhang Zhu paused, momentarily taken aback by the ostentatious display. Beside him lay an array of paints, costumes, and various sheets of paper. Zhang Zhu guided Gu Qinghan through the throng until they reached a tree-like structure akin to a Christmas tree, adorned with costumes. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who had purchased such an item for their dimensional class. A bespectacled boy nearby, noticing Zhang Zhu's fascination, chimed in, That's Feng Qin's creation. She claims it's from some anime. Zhang Zhu nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his attention to an object of particular interest, a long sword from Crimson Blade. He gazed at it, tempted to examine it closely. That was bought by me, Jean. Impressive, right? I heard it cost several hundred, the boy added. Zhang Zhu gasped, realizing that was equivalent to weeks of living expenses. Truly formidable individuals around him. Adjacent to the prop sword, a plethora of dimensional weapons lay scattered. Various instruments, crossbows, knives, an assortment of all kinds. Oh, those were brought by Gu Qinghan. He said he would fetch more if needed. Zhang Zhu pondered this individual, and soon a handsome face emerged in his mind. He never anticipated that Gu Qinghan was a devoted otaku. Gu Qinghan, too, was astonished by the scene before her. She noticed several girls already donned in cosplay outfits, among them Shuexia and Shengren. Having heard Zhang Zhu chatter about various anime, she recognized many of the characters. Previously, they had only attended sports events together, and she had never participated in class activities, mistakenly believing they were all dull affairs. Until now. It took a while for Gu Qinghan to notice Zhang Zhu had somehow found his way to the girls in cosplay. Oh my, Wu Li! He gazed in disbelief at Wu Li, who was cosplaying as Shuexia, the character he adored most from the series. The moment he spotted someone dressed as Shuexia, he had instantaneously teleported nearby to take a closer look. He had imagined many possibilities, yet he never expected it would be Wu Li. Observing Wu Li's remarkable resemblance to the character, coupled with the exquisite craftsmanship of the costume, Zhang Zhu surmised it must have cost a fortune. What is up? Haven't he seen a beauty before? Wu Li, clad in Shuexia's attire and wielding a sword from One Piece, struck a pose. However, upon catching sight of Zhang Zhu, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, halting her display. And no, when did you get this? I came right after class. So, what do you think? Am I stunning? Zhang Zhu scrutinized her from head to toe. Indeed, she was breathtaking, and the makeup enhanced her beauty significantly. You got a bit of talent. Don't get too enchanted. In the midst of their conversation, Gu Qinghan had unknowingly approached Zhang Zhu, holding a red dagger. What are you chatting about? She inquired, gently tapping the blade in her hand and rotating it slowly. Zhang Zhu stared, astonished. And no, nothing at all. Is that so? Gu Qinghan nodded lightly, her gaze drifting back to Wu Li. Upon seeing her cosplay as Shuexia, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. For the girl's beauty had transformed remarkably, unlike the plain girl she had met earlier. Wu Li gave a slight nod to Gu Qinghan before hastily retreating. Beside them, Zhang Zhu chuckled and remarked, "You frightened everyone away. I don't eat people. You may not consume flesh, but you certainly instill fear." "Haha," came the retort, tinged with a hint of madness. While the two engaged in their banter, a trio from Class 3 observed from a distance, whispering amongst themselves. "Is that Gu Qinghan? Quite the sight, isn't she?" One mused. "Had I not seen her before, I would hardly believe such beauty graced Taohua High School." Another added, "I thought Wu Li's snow-white complexion was breathtaking, yet pales in comparison to her bare visage." The discussion was animated, particularly among two girls, one being Qian Shui and the other a petite yet endearing girl, who was none other than the class representative, Yu Xinghan. Curiosity sparkled in Yu Xinghan's eyes as she turned to Qian Shui. "Is that truly Gu Qinghan?" "Yes, it is. I encountered her last time when Lin Lu and Wu Li and I went out. I assumed someone like her would be perpetually ensconced in her studies. Iu xin ponde a lao. Why is it that only the beautiful can have such privileges? Ah, are you unaware of her ranking in the year? What is it? Second. Impressive. I am in awe." Qian Shui, though not particularly focused on academic standings, still maintained respectable grades, often ranking within the top 300 in a class of 20. Thus, she regarded those in the top 10 as almost otherworldly. After all, many ordinary students could achieve decent scores, and even those of average ability could manage with a bit of effort. Beyond a certain threshold, however, the difficulty escalated, rendering it unattainable. As the school had set the bar exceptionally high for the CR, me de la CR me, this disparity became increasingly pronounced with higher scores. I truly hadn't anticipated such unfairness from the heavens. Yu Xinghan nodded in agreement. I estimate she could easily gain admission to a prestigious institution like 985. She probably could choose freely. If she falters, perhaps a 211 awaits her. With her own grades hovering around 70 in the year, Yu Xinghan acknowledged her peers' academic prowess. After all, Those who excel always admire those who surpass them. Chapter 36, Hua Xian mused. This is not at all what I envisioned. Last year, a few seniors from our school ranked among the top 10 of their year and gained admission to Qingbei, Yu Xian recounted. Qian Shui nodded, recalling that this had even made it into city-wide reports. If Gu Qinghan maintains her current performance, she is likely a candidate for Qingbei as well. This left Qian Shui somewhat bewildered, pondering how Gu Qinghan had become entwined with Zhang Zhu, who she recalled was merely of standard caliber. The disparity in their backgrounds was striking. The last major exam had featured a particularly challenging math problem, one that was said to be beyond the syllabus. And only Gu Qinghan had managed to solve it. Yu Xian recalled the perplexity she had felt upon encountering that problem. It was the first time she had been completely at a loss. It wasn't until a classmate inquired with the teacher that they learned it was intentionally difficult. Yu Xian had frequently achieved perfect scores in mathematics throughout her primary and middle school years. Yet this time she had merely scribbled a solution without grasping the basic approach. She had been quite taken aback. Although Qian Shui excelled in the sciences, setting her apart from many of her peers in the humanities, she found herself daunted by those particular questions, not even wanting to glance at them. They were truly formidable. I must take my leave. It seems the class monitor has summoned me for paint, Yu Xian suddenly announced to Qian Shui. Very well. The class was in need of a bulletin board, and many supplies had been previously purchased and stored in a dormitory. Coincidentally, the class monitor resided there as well. Is this real or a mere fabrication? Zhang Zhu inquired, his eyes fixating on the formidable blade before him, an unmistakable replica of Hawkeye's sword from the world of pirates. The blade gleamed like ice, delicate as a whisper of snow. I suspect it is merely copper infused with a hint of iron, Gu Qinghan mused, observing the weapon. Zhang Zhu, entranced, felt an urge to reach out. Yet he recalled someone mentioning that this was a cosplay prop, and thus should not be handled. Nonsense, this is school. It must be fake. Came a voice from behind Zhang Zhu. A strikingly handsome boy approached, clad in a Hawkeye cosplay outfit. Hua Xian, is that you? Zhang Zhu asked, curiosity evident. Hu Xin, a dashing yet introverted lad, enjoyed a decent rapport with Zhang Zhu, known for his amiable nature. You guessed it. What do you think? Handsome, right? Hu Xin, striking a few poses. Zhang Zhu chuckled. Indeed, you are handsome, but perhaps a touch foolish. Hua Xian retorted in jest. You, Zhang Zhu, must be envious of my looks. Zhang Zhu merely smiled in response. Gu Qinghan, observing the exchange, paid little mind and approached, gently flicking the blade. What are you doing? Huo Xin et Galim, rushing forward to inspect the weapon. He intended to speak, yet upon seeing Gu Qinghan's visage, his hand froze mid-air. A celestial being, recovering from his stupor. Hua Xian shook his head, beaming. If you'd like to take a closer look, feel free. It's quite all right. What material is this? Gu Qinghan inquired, unable to discern its composition. It's made of rubber. Beyond that, I'm not entirely sure, Hua Xian replied. Gu Qinghan nodded, then moved to stand beside Zhang Zhu. You were mistaken. And you were mistaken as well, Zhang Zhu countered. What does watching anime have to do with this? Hua Xian, intrigued by their exchange, widened his eyes. Do you two know each other? Zhang Zhu regarded him curiously. It seemed Hua Xian was unaware of his connection with Gu Qinghan. Of course we do. What of it? Hua Xian looked astounded, unable to fathom how someone as beautiful as Gu Qinghan could associate with Zhang Zhu. She is Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu clarified, nudging Hua Xian, who appeared to be grappling with his disbelief. Oh, I see. Hua Xian finally understood. In class 3 of the first year, who was unaware of Zhang Zhu's stunning childhood companion. Yet, he had never seen her and assumed she was just slightly more attractive than Wu Li. Reality, however, proved to be far more daunting. What's wrong? Why are you so dazed? Zhang Zhu asked, noticing Hua Xian's sudden stupor. Nothing. I just think your childhood friend is exceptionally lovely, Hua Xian confessed, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks as he spoke of Zhang Zhu's companion. Ha, indeed. I speak of you, Zhang Zhu teased. Thank you. You're handsome as well, Gu Qinghan replied graciously. Zhang Zhu, intrigued, wondered how Hua Xian had come to the decision to cosplay. That outfit seems rather costly. Hua Xian's eyes brightened at the question, and he eagerly exclaimed, finally, someone inquired about that. It's not too expensive, just a little over 2,000. Oh, is that all? Hua Xian squinted at Zhang Zhu, realizing this was not the reaction he had anticipated. Surely, one should be astonished. Hua Xian, surely you weren't just waiting for me to say this, were you? My heavens! How cruel of you to treat me as just another passerby. Zhang Zhu feigned surprise as he addressed Hua Xian. He had long since discerned the other's trickery, a stale routine that had been thoroughly dissected in later times on the internet. I did not. Oh, right. It seems someone is calling for me. I must take my leave. Goodbye. Hua Xian merely sought to satiate his own competitive spirit. He did not expect Zhang Zhu to vocalize it, especially in the presence of such a beautiful girl. This made his face flush crimson, and he wished to escape the situation immediately, particularly under the thoughtful gaze of the ethereal beauty. Upon witnessing Hua Xian's hasty retreat, Zhang Zhu burst into laughter. In this high school, untouched by the trials of the online world, many may harbor ill intentions, yet countless others are simply innocent and playful. You've really put him in quite the predicament. Not at all. I merely expedited the revelation of his true character, Gu Qinghan remarked, rolling her eyes. And you? Why do you lack any adornment? Gu Qinghan noticed that everyone else present had their own unique style, while Zhang Zhu seemed to be aimlessly observing. I'm just looking around, he replied. So, is this the entirety of your involvement in Class 3? There's still a bit more. What? I'm in charge of getting the water. How absurd. Zhang Zhu recalled that every year during the sports meet at Taohua High, vendors would sell various outfits at the entrance. He wondered if they would still be present this year. If so, he would check to see if there were any suitable cosplay options. Zhang Zhu, could you help me carry these items upstairs? The class monitor called out from a distance. Of course, class monitor, Zhang Zhu replied, turning to Gu Qinghan, I'll go carry the items upstairs. You do as you please. With that, he dashed to the class monitor and grabbed a large box of items to take to Class 3. Chapter 37. Zhang Zhu. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Wait, let me finish my slogan. Gu Qinghan gently shook her head and followed Zhang Zhu's pace. She was merely here to accompany him, as she didn't know anyone else in Class 3. As for seeking attention, she was an ordinary person, shy by nature. Upon placing the items down, Zhang Zhu surveyed the classroom filled with people, astonished. It was barely past 5 o'clock, yet some were already painting on the bulletin board behind them. Curiosity piqued. He approached to take a look. What is this going to be? He stared at the area overflowing with blue paint and hints of other colors. Intrigued by what they were creating. What are you painting? A nearby girl, mixing paint, responded, Have you seen 5 centimeters per second? Zhang Zhu nodded. Not having seen, it would have been a shameful admission for a self-identified otaku. Is it your childhood sweetheart? He asked, exasperated by her teasing, aware she was enjoying his embarrassment. What do you think, sister you? The girl in front of him was Qin Yu, the class discipline officer and a decent friend of Zhang Zhu's. No hints. But your childhood sweetheart is truly stunning. I could drool just looking at her. Qin Yu remarked, gazing at the breathtaking beauty outside, her heart fluttering for a moment. She's sitting in my spot. You should go talk to her. Are you out of your mind? I don't even know her. Just keep your distance and let me focus on painting, Zhang Zhu retorted, shaking his head as he walked away, muttering about her being barbaric. Gu Qinghan's first impression of Class 3 was that it felt remarkably open. In Class 1, the windows were seldom opened, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere, whereas in Class 3, nearly every window was wide open, allowing the scent of spring to waft in. Zhang Zhu was seated by the window, prompting Gu Qinghan to lean against the sill and gaze outside, lost in thought. What are you looking at so intently? Zhang Zhu inquired as he approached her curiously. Oh, nothing much, just finding this quite pleasant, she replied. Indeed, sometimes during class, I find myself gazing outside to alleviate boredom. But there is nothing interesting to see outside during class, is there? Some girls like to throw away trash, and the wind rustles the trees, she answered. So, you're only watching those girls? Why do you only focus on that first remark? Because the emphasis lies in the first statement, which is the honest truth. You win. Noticing Zhang Zhu's silence, Gu Qinghan gently flipped through his book, revealing it was devoid of any writing, save for some doodles. She chuckled softly, realizing he had not changed at all. However, Upon turning a few pages, she spotted a brief passage he had written, reminiscent of what he had penned before. The wind is light, the snow is soft as cotton. Qinghan is but a pig. As she opened a mathematics textbook, this phrase stood out prominently, leaving Gu Qinghan momentarily stunned. She turned to Zhang Zhu, who was still chatting with other girls, feeling a surge of frustration. What on earth are you doing? Zhang Zhu, who had been engaged in conversation, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was evident that Gu Qinghan was pinching him again. What did you write? Gu Qinghan inquired, extending the book towards him. This? I swear it wasn't me. Would you believe me? I do, but you owe me a martial arts session after evening study today. Wow, is it really necessary? Then why did you write something discrediting me? Why not include a few more flattering lines? Do you even have any virtues? All right, you make a good point. Gu Qinghan fixed her piercing gaze on Zhang Zhu, astonished that the reborn Zhang Zhu could be so cheeky. It seemed he believed he could bully her just because she was a high school student without experience. Qinghan, my Qinghan, I was wrong, all right? Noticing Gu Qinghan's silence, Zhang Zhu dared not be cheeky any longer. Her demeanor suggested she could retaliate quite fiercely. He truly could not match her strength. Unable to endure even a basic arm wrestling match against her for 10 seconds. Observing that Gu Qinghan was still ignoring him, Zhang Zhu took a small paper windmill from his desk and handed it to her. What do you mean by this? Look, if you place this outside the window, the wind will make it spin, he demonstrated. That's rather mundane, and playing during class would surely catch the teacher's attention. Not at all, during class. I would just use some adhesive to stick it to the wall beside the windmill. If the teacher comes, it will just be glued there. I think it might be a bit simple-minded. The teacher would see you from afar. Would sticking help? What? Are you serious? Zhang Zhu looked at Gu Qinghan in disbelief, not expecting her to point out the flaws in his seemingly foolproof plan to sneakily play with the windmill during class. Had he already landed himself on the teacher's radar for troublemakers? The mere thought of that made him shiver, recalling the expression of the teacher, Emily. Whose seat is next to you? Gu Qinghan asked, glancing at the desk beside Zhang Zhu with curiosity. That would be Lin Lu. He's the most annoying one. And behind him? Wu Li and Zhang Yan. Wu Li. Upon the mention of that name, Gu Qinghan's eyes flickered momentarily. He had always felt that since his rebirth, this name had been an inseparable companion to the two of them. Could it be that the butterfly effect had induced a shift in their fates? Are you all attending evening self-study tonight? Yes, our class is organizing a literary competition. Zhang Zhu's lips twitched slightly. It certainly resembled a typical endeavor by ordinary individuals. Then why aren't you heading back? Zhang Zhu gazed out the window at the dusk, which signaled the impending time for evening study. What about you? We don't want to. How about it? Are you feeling a sense of imbalance? Haha, feeling unbalanced is precisely what I intended. Gu Qinghan cast a cold glance at Zhang Zhu and suddenly remarked, I simply told my homeroom teacher that I was coming to play. Huh, that's not right. You told your homeroom teacher you were coming to play? What? What are you saying? The words are so obscure that I can't even piece them together. Do you think I jest about being second in the grade? All right. What is this? Zhang Zhu pointed at Gu Qinghan, but the subsequent words eluded him. Is this an abuse of privilege? Gu Qinghan replied indifferently. Yes, indeed. This is an unfair advantage. You could also achieve second in the grade. Oh, I forgot to mention, I tied with the top student. It's just that his Chinese score is slightly higher than mine. Don't bully me too much. I've heard that one shouldn't take advantage of the young and poor. Stop it. You've worn that line out. It's becoming quite tiresome. Zhang Zhu gazed at him, on the verge of tears. He truly hadn't anticipated that the one to wound him most deeply would be his childhood friend. Chapter 38. Entry and Exit Form. All right. I'll go inform my homeroom teacher, Gu Qinghan said before leaving class 3. Zhang Zhu, at a loss for what to do, realized he had never participated even once, leaving him unsure of what he was supposed to do. Primarily, the study committee had mentioned that someone would notify him, but he had never received any information. Zhang Zhu, which character are you planning to cosplay? A girl asked upon noticing Zhang Zhu sitting quietly at his desk. I don't have a cosplay outfit. Oh, I see. No worries. There are plenty of places outside the school selling them. You might find a large selection. If you're short on cash, you could rent one. Zhang Zhu nodded thoughtfully, intrigued by the idea. Back in college, he had seen other clubs cosplay during the sports festival, and he had always wanted to try it. Unfortunately, Gu Qinghan was unwilling to join him in that endeavor. The clothes aren't dirty, right? The girl paused, then burst into laughter. No, no. They seem to be about 90% new. Many of us rent them from there, otherwise buying would be too expensive. Is it at that place by the entrance? Yes, but if you go out now, you'll need to request an entry and exit form from a teacher. I see, thank you. No problem. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Zhu headed toward the teacher's office, his pockets still containing 2 cans of Red Bull. He was eager to give it a shot, especially since he had seen many girls wearing exquisite outfits. Some boys' costumes were also quite impressive, with many being popular cosplay characters. Zhang Zhu pondered that since he didn't have classes for the next few days, he would go check it out, and if all went well, rent an outfit. Navigating through the crowd, Zhang Zhu swallowed hard as he approached the teacher's office. The imposing presence of Mo Li lingered in his mind, causing him to hesitate. It's fine. It's fine. Upon entering the office, he saw Mo Li chatting animatedly with a stylishly dressed teacher. Hello, teacher, Zhang Zhu greeted as he approached. Montauk Li, engrossed in conversation with the first-grade homeroom teacher, suddenly heard someone call out. She lifted her gaze, and to her surprise, it was Zhang Zhu. What brings you here? Do you have any questions? Zhang Zhu, feeling awkward, remained silent, acknowledging that such diligence was not characteristic of him. No, teacher, I just want to step out and rent a costume for the class activity. Why didn't you go when you had the chance? The doors are already locked now. Mo Li's sharp gaze scrutinized him. She was concerned he might run off to surf the internet and cause trouble. However, she knew Zhang Zhu was a decent student, albeit one whose intentions could be difficult to gauge. I was aware of that. Zhang Zhu fidgeted with his fingers, perplexed about how his classmates had received such information so quickly. Hello, teacher. A melodious voice rang out at the door. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Zhu turned his neck, and indeed, it was Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan was equally surprised to see Zhang Zhu in the office. The first-grade homeroom teacher beamed upon seeing Gu Qinghan, her favorite student. Beautiful like a celestial being, excelling academically akin to a top scholar. And so serene, though she had heard rumors about him being close to a certain boy, which she did not favor. What is the matter, Qinghan? Do you need something? Before Gu Qinghan could respond, Mo Li interjected. All right. Remember to return early, okay? Otherwise, if I go to the classroom and can't find you, you'll be in trouble. Mo Li shot Zhang Zhu a glare, then retrieved an entry and exit form from her drawer, signed her name, and handed it to Zhang Zhu. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Zhu expressed his delight upon witnessing this exchange. Where are you headed? Gu Qinghan inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. What concern is it of yours? Why wouldn't it be? Speak up. I'm going outside to see some things. I'm going too. With that, Gu Qinghan addressed the teacher. Teacher, I also need an entry and exit form. The first-grade homeroom teacher was somewhat perplexed by the scene before her. It appeared as though Gu Qinghan was quite familiar with a student from Mo Li's class. What are you going out for, Qinghan? It's already evening. It's not safe. The first-grade homeroom teacher cautioned Gu Qinghan, given her striking beauty and demeanor. It's all right, teacher. I'll be with him. If anything happens, he can handle it. Gu Qinghan pointed at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu, bewildered, looked at Gu Qinghan, then pointed to himself and said, I handle it, and you run away, right? What do you think? I believe I'm faster than you. Let us see if a sports underachiever can outrun me. Resorting to personal attacks now, are we? It's merely the truth. If I've offended you, my apologies. Mo Li watched the scene with intrigue. She certainly recognized Gu Qinghan, second in the grade, even tying with the top student. Exceedingly beautiful and exceptionally polite, she had envied her for quite some time. Had Gu Qinghan been willing to join her class, she would have gladly driven a luxury car and lived in a villa. Yet, she had never found the opportunity to converse with her. Moreover, Gu Qinghan was a student of her friend, making it even more complicated. After all, her friend had trained in martial arts. It was perplexing how such an exceptional girl had become acquainted with Zhang Zhu and appeared so close. She sensed there was more to their relationship than met the eye. Do you two know each other? Mo Li curiously asked Zhang Zhu. We do. Zhang Zhu nodded in response. It seems that you, Zhang Zhu, are capable of making friends after all, Molly said, her face illuminated by a radiant smile as she gazed at Zhang Zhu. However, their homeroom teacher was less than pleased. How could Qinghan, from her class, grow so close to a boy at such an early hour? Surely, he must be leading her astray. Forget it, Qinghan. Boys these days are unreliable. Zhang Zhu was momentarily taken aback by these words and then shot a glare at the attractive young woman before him. Was this not a blatant attack directed at him? It's fine, teacher. Please just hand it over to me, Gu Qinghan urged. Reluctantly, the homeroom teacher surrendered the permission slip. She had been with this student for nearly a year, and given her stubborn nature, she dared not voice her objections. If the student were to leave, she wouldn't know where to express her grief. Let us go, Gu Qinghan said, clutching the paper tightly as she addressed Zhang Zhu. With a resigned nod, Zhang Zhu followed her out the door. Take good care of Qinghan, Zhang Zhu, Molly called after them, leaving Zhang Zhu speechless. After all, he was the one who was supposed to be the student here. I know, teacher, he replied. As they stepped outside, Gu Qinghan walked briskly, her hands clasped behind her back. I didn't expect your teacher to be so concerned about you, she remarked. Is that really concern for me? It should be concern for you, Zhang Zhu retorted. Haha, are you feeling jealous? Not at all. Chapter 39. Selecting COS costumes as they approached the entrance. Zhang Zhu noticed a few security guards and addressed them. Which class are you from? Don't you know the gates are closed now? I'm from class 3 of the first year. Our teacher asked us to step out to buy some supplies. Here, the permission slip. Zhang Zhu presented the signed document for the guards to inspect. After confirming its validity, one of the guards nodded. Be sure to return early. It's unsafe at night. Zhang Zhu took Gu Qinghan's hand and headed outside. It wasn't that he wished to hold her hand. It was merely that she had been gripping it tightly. Since entering middle school, they hadn't held hands at school, primarily due to the awareness that came with adolescence. 2 guards at the security booth observed the pair as they walked away. How bold of them! Holding hands, one commented. Indeed, but that girl is quite pretty, the other replied. They arrived at a shop selling costumes, where only a few girls were present. Hello, are you here to look at costumes? One of the girls noticed Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan and greeted them. Yes, we're hoping to find something suitable to wear to school in a couple of days. Would you like me to assist you? We have a variety of anime costumes, and if you're not familiar with them, we also have traditional styles. Zhang Zhu's eyes brightened at the mention of the costumes. However, we don't have many traditional styles left. A few other students came in the afternoon and rented most of them. I'm not sure if you will like what's left, the girl explained. Let us take a look first. Thank you, sister. The girl's charm made her heart flutter at Zhang Zhu's respectful address. How about I recommend something for you, little brother? I studied this major before college, so I know quite a bit. Gu Qinghan's cold gaze fixed on the girl, and she interjected, no need. We're fine, thank you. The girl, realizing her overstep, awkwardly smiled and said, feel free to browse. The fitting rooms are over there. Just let us know when you're ready. With that, she quickly distanced herself from them. You're quite fierce, Qinghan, Zhang Zhu teased, eliciting a snort from her. Let us go check that area, he said, pointing toward the section adorned with numerous costumes. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Zhu struggled to identify which anime the costumes belonged to. Is this Hinata from Naruto? He mused, admiring the exquisite design of the garment, which exuded a sense of comfort. This as he gazed intently at the attire, which featured a blend of white and hints of red. Sao, Gu Qinghan Dhimak Instinquito. Her eyes drawn to the outfit. Wow, I didn't expect to find this here. But it's a female costume. I don't see any appealing male ones, Zhang Zhu noted. Not particularly fond of the male protagonist's outfit in Sword Art Online. Gu Qinghan, too, was not keen on it. She preferred cooler characters. They then separated to explore further. Zhang Zhu found himself among costumes of male characters, perusing numerous popular figures. Naruto, not quite fond of any current characters. One Piece, seems they don't have Shanks. Is a no-go. I'd rather not run into Wu Li. And Ice Fruits? Definitely not. It's too easy to get criticized. After further searching, Zhang Zhu picked up a costume at the last section, and his tranquil eyes began to shimmer with emotion. Is this Natsume Takashi? He wondered, the memories of the past flooding back. He had once admired this protagonist, though he had forgotten much about the series in later episodes. This is the one. I wonder which one Qinghan chose. He lifted the costume and turned to see Gu Qinghan waiting for him by the door. You're back so soon. This character is quite nice. I really like it, she replied. Who? You'll find out. Zhang Zhu regarded her with curiosity. What are you staring at? Hurry and pay. All right, Gu Qinghan, you've been waiting for me. Haven't you? Zhang Zhu conceded and approached the girl from earlier to inquire if we rent for 5 days. How much will it cost for these 2 outfits? The girl assessed the costumes in Gu Qinghan's hands and Zhang Zhu's before providing a figure. For 2 outfits, it will be 100 for 5 days. Zhang Zhu nodded, finding it within his expectations. However, you'll need to leave a student ID as collateral. If you take the costumes without returning, we'll report you directly to the administration. Zhang Zhu complied, promptly reciting his name. Please show us your student ID. Last time someone tricked us, and we ended up looking for the wrong person. Zhang Zhu hesitated momentarily before retrieving his student ID from his pocket. All right, but do remember that if the costumes are damaged, you will be liable for compensation. Understood. We'll return in 5 days, he affirmed. The girl accepted Zhang Zhu's payment, placing it in the cash register. The 2 girls nearby, having noticed Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan, commented, those 2 students are quite charming. I doubt anyone else can shine as brightly in their costumes. Ah, high school truly is the era of beautiful youth, the girl assisting Zhang Zhu remarked. Yet youth should not be defined merely by appearances, for beauty is innate, and we cannot change that, can we? Teacher, we're back. Zhang Zhu originally intended to return to the office first, but after some contemplation, he decided it was best to extend a greeting. Otherwise, if an issue arose next time, he would have to venture out again. What if Molly remembered this instance of neglect? Fortunately, it was not too late. Molly sat alone in the office, poring over the materials for the upcoming sports meet. When she looked up and spotted Zhang Zhu, a smile graced her lips. Well, teacher, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. It's been a while since we last had a conversation. Zhang Zhu regarded Molly with a hint of suspicion. Had they ever truly engaged in dialogue? Teacher, do tell. Recalling today's encounter with Gu Qinghan, Molly voiced her curiosity. Are you quite familiar with Gu Qinghan from Class 1? You both seemed rather close today. Zhang Zhu gazed at her with intrigue. What had prompted her interest in this matter? We attended the same kindergarten. And that is all? We also went to the same elementary and middle schools. Molly looked at Zhang Zhu in disbelief, astonished that he had such a profound connection with Gu Qinghan. So by that reckoning, you have known each other since the very beginning of your academic journey. Well, in fact, we have known each other since birth. She lives next door to my family. Zhang Zhu explained. Molly's eyes sparkled with revelation. That was simply astonishing. If the probability of 2 people meeting was 1 in a billion, the chances of them subsequently embarking on a journey together would diminish exponentially. It seemed virtually impossible for a scenario like Zhang Zhu's to arise. You ought to learn more from Qinghan. Do bring her to our class for some exchanges and mutual learning. And Zhang Zhu, you must know that among all my students, I have always held the highest regard for you. Zhang Zhu listened quietly to Molly's words, feeling as though the world had gone mad. How could even Molly be acting so strangely? When had she ever shown such favoritism towards him that he was oblivious to? When I taught humanities in the 2nd year of high school, I heard that your grades in that subject were exceptional. Indeed, teacher, my performance in the sciences does not compare to my humanities scores. Upon hearing this, Molly's aged eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. Has Qinghan considered taking humanities in her 2nd year? It was then that Zhang Zhu comprehended the true reason behind Molly's desire to engage him in conversation. She was attempting to poach the class teacher from Class 1. How devious of her. Furthermore, Zhang Zhu had no inclination for Gu Qinghan to choose humanities. If she did, there was a significant likelihood they would end up in the same class. Zhang Zhu's scores in humanities were probably in the top 70 of the grade, but his overall performance was lacking. Taohua High School was notably strong in the sciences. Thus, if Gu Qinghan selected humanities, she would undoubtedly be placed in the same class as Zhang Zhu. I'm not entirely sure, teacher, but Gu Qinghan has always performed well in the sciences. I suspect she will choose that path. Zhang Zhu was uncertain about her choice, but he knew he could not suggest humanities. Observing the intensity in Molly's eyes, he realized she was intent on recruiting Gu Qinghan to her class. Ah, But there's nothing inherently wrong with humanities. In fact, I've noticed Qinghan's performance in that area is not inferior to her science grades. She simply hasn't encountered an admirable teacher. That admirable teacher, Zhang Zhu mused silently, must refer to himself. Teacher, you might want to speak with Gu Qinghan directly. You can see for yourself that she berates me daily. My words hold little weight. Molly rose, adjusting her glasses, and said meaningfully, alas, at my age, my greatest wish is to teach a student who gains admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Zhang Zhu, you wouldn't want me to carry this regret for a lifetime, would you? I rather hope you do, Zhang Zhu thought, dismissing her words, remaining blissfully ignorant. Teacher, you're putting me in a difficult position. Frankly, my words would be ineffectual. If you're too shy to speak, I could at most relay a message, but nothing beyond that. Molly sighed and took a seat once more. Very well, please do convey my thoughts. Of course, teacher. Zhang Zhu observed Molly as she returned to grading assignments. Feeling a bit anxious, what excuse could he concoct to make his escape? Zhang Zhu. Yes, teacher. He was startled by her call. If you wish to leave, then go. Why have you become so bashful of late? Molly regarded him curiously. He had become considerably more reserved recently, which pleased her. I shall take my leave then, teacher. Goodbye. With that, Zhang Zhu swiftly exited the room. Oh, that Zhang Zhu, Molly chuckled, shaking her head before returning to her grading. Where have you been? I haven't seen you all night. Lin Lu asked, twirling a long sword in his hands, looking at Zhang Zhu with curiosity. Just like you. Did you go to class 1 to check out the girls? Lin Lu regarded Zhang Zhu with a knowing glance, surprised to discover they shared a similar interest. But weren't Gu Qinghan and Zhang Zhu already together? Was there still a need for covert glances? I was referring to renting a cosplay outfit. Where did your mind wander? Zhang Zhu retorted, slightly exasperated. Did he really seem like the type to sneak peeks at girls? If Gu Qinghan caught wind of that, his reputation would be ruined. Well, everyone else went yesterday. If you go today, the quality will likely be subpar. Lin Lu said awkwardly, regretting his hasty words. Watching Lin Lu hastily change the subject, Zhang Zhu chuckled softly. Lin Lu, you remain as perverse as ever. Where did you hear about this? Someone posted in the group. Didn't you see? Did they? Check out Fong Qin's post. She was the first to rent one, and it was just last night. Oh, I was too busy to check my phone yesterday. Zhang Zhu recalled the previous day and realized he hadn't looked at the group messages at all, which explained his ignorance. Where did you get that sword? It looks rather fine. Zhang Zhu admired the striking sword before him. Its blade of vivid red with an intricate design on the hilt. Who else but Hua Xian? He brought a whole sack of them. Just look at that yellow sack in the corner, filled with two-dimensional weapons. Zhang Zhu stood up and indeed spotted a light yellow sack in the corner. What a wealthy young master. By the heavens. Who are you planning to cosplay as? It looks a bit unappealing. What nonsense are you spouting? This is Zoro from One Piece. Just look at my three-sword style. Doesn't it look impressive? L'un de deux claret, producing two swords from beneath his chair and mimicking Zoro's pose. Ha ha ha. Watching Lin Lu's antics, which resembled a monkey. Zhang Zhu couldn't help but support his face with one hand, embarrassed for his friend. How could he muster the audacity to show up like that? Since there were no classes today, many students were preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming sports meet. Lin Lu's performance had evidently caught the attention of those around, who began to cheer him on. Not bad. Lin Lu, you've captured a bit of Zoro's essence. It actually looks quite convincing. Lin Lu, give us another demonstration. Well done. Zhang Zhu observed the crowd, encouraging Lin Lu, utterly bewildered. What perplexed him most was the fact that they claimed Lin Lu resembled Zoro. For heaven's sake, even he knew that would be a compliment he could do without. Haha, I too believe I bear a striking resemblance. Since everyone seems to think highly of it, I must perform the ultimate technique of the three-sword style. Lin Lu stood amidst the crowd, basking in the cheers surrounding him. And for the first time in a long while, a smile graced his face. He then began to imitate Zoro's classic maneuvers from the anime. Bam! Just as Lin Lu was about to leap into the air, he collapsed to the ground, and the swords nearly pierced him. Zhang Zhu could hardly fathom how embarrassing it must be for Lin Lu, standing there in the crowd. He couldn't even bear to look at him, especially given his current ridiculous state, which was exceedingly comical. Chapter 41. Language, Gu Qinghan. With Lin Li's fall, the classroom fell silent. However, within mere seconds, laughter erupted throughout the room. What on earth was that? Incroyable, l'enle. I can hardly believe how awkward this must be for you right now. Do you have any tissues? I can't stop the tears, ha ha. Lin Lu, lying on the ground, could not confront the reality of the situation. He never anticipated it would turn out this way, so far removed from his expectations. Ha ha. This Lin Lu has a talent for the circus, ha ha. Wu Li, back in her school uniform, laughed until tears streamed down her face as she spoke to Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu could barely contain his laughter. It was truly too amusing. I think he might need some assistance, he mused, feeling that if someone intervened, Lin Lu could salvage a bit of his dignity. Ha, it's fine. Isn't he the one with the three-sword style? Just like in the anime, poof, and he disappears. Zhang Zhu chuckled as he watched Wu Li mimic Lin Lu. I say, enough already. Is this really that funny? Lin Lu decided he could no longer remain in this state. If he did not rise soon, his lifelong reputation would be tarnished. The crowd paused for a moment, glanced around, and then an overwhelming wave of laughter washed over them. Ha, not funny at all. Not funny in the slightest. You classmates, I must truly admonish you. Ha ha ha. I can't keep it together. Lin Lu, do you know what that looked like? It was like my dog jumping off a chair and then falling over. Ha. We are well-educated individuals. We would never mock a classmate unless we couldn't help ourselves. Witnessing the laughter of former friends and classmates, Lin Lu could only endure the embarrassment and chose to act as if nothing had occurred. With a huff, he returned to his seat. Not bad, not bad. The three-sword style is quite impressive, Zhang Zhu remarked, eyeing Lin Li's reddened face, which was not from tears but from the fall. You're laughing too, aren't you? Lin Lu shot back, shocked that his former deskmate would treat him this way. Am I laughing? I just learned to face each day with a smile. Zhang Zhu replied with a grin. You gotta be kidding. I can see your tears. Ha ha, my apologies, but it truly was hilarious. The image of you jumping down like that, akin to a dog eating excrement, brings me to tears. All right, Zhang Zhu. Prepare to receive a punch from me. Lin Lu resolved to take his revenge on Zhang Zhu, commemorating his lost dignity and 3 years of dating rights. Okay. I won't laugh anymore, all right? Zhang Zhu wiped away his tears and spoke, observing Lin Lu, who was ignoring him. Zhang Zhu quietly watched the students next to him working on their art project. Before long, a simple outline began to emerge under the hands of the artists. Zhang Zhu had always felt like an utter novice at drawing. He believed those who could create art possessed a certain life and soul. He was utterly captivated by this sensation. What are you so engrossed in? A melodious voice chimed from behind Zhang Zhu. What are you doing here again? He instantly recognized it was Gu Qinghan. Is that not permissible? Gu Qinghan approached with an apple-flavored candy, quietly observing him. Did I say it wasn't? If it's allowed, then give me your seat. Zhang Zhu was momentarily taken aback, then stood up and nudged Lin Lu aside. Hey, you prioritize romance over friendship. Lin Ye, Yim Soda. You could go sit with Fengge. With that, Zhang Zhu pushed Lin Lu aside. Well done. I grant you my appreciation. Gu Qinghan, seeing Zhang Zhu's understanding demeanor, handed him the candy she received from Wu Li. Zhang Zhu regarded the candy with a puzzled expression, feeling it seemed familiar, yet could not place it. Qinghan, could I ask you for a favor? Speak your mind. Help me with my Chinese homework, along with math, English, physics, chemistry, and politics. Use proper language. Help me write it. Gu Qinghan narrowed her eyes at him, contemplating for a moment before stating, You fool. Zhang Zhu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You're so focused when you insult people. I suggest you take a look at the brain-dead section. You're getting increasingly eccentric. Why do you keep insulting me? You're not Gu Qinghan. You must be some kind of demon. I don't care who you are. Get off Gu Qinghan, or I shall unleash the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Unable to contain herself, Gu Qinghan swatted Zhang Zhu's hand. Be serious. Ouch. Zhang Zhu gasped, feeling a surprisingly sharp pain from her light tap. Noticing Zhang Zhu's silence, Gu Qinghan flipped through his book, observing the numerous blank assignments with a look of confusion. You don't want to write. It's not that I don't want to. Zhang Zhu had just returned to life after a long absence from using a pen. He truly couldn't find a rhythm. Writing requires a certain feeling. Without strength, with weak hands, and feeling sore, it's hard to find the mood to write. You must have it done by next week. Gu Qinghan regarded him coolly, then added, Do you think you're the Jade Emperor? What do you mean? Why are you so nosy? Don't you know I'm not just loafing around? I can be strong when I need to be. Gu Qinghan cast a cold, disdainful glance at Zhang Zhu. What else would that look? Your QQ farm vegetables have withered. What? I said your vegetables are dead. Zhang Zhu paused, then laughed. Your joke is so cold it feels older than you. Is it funny? Gu Qinghan shot him a frosty stare. Not at all, and you know me. I never laugh at others. Lin Lu, who had not wandered far, glared in their direction. You were the loudest and mocking just now. And now you dare to say that? I bear witness. Zhang Zhu loves to mock others. Lin Lu declared, a smug expression on his face. Not you, Lin Lu. Zhang Zhu stared at Lin Lu in disbelief, shocked that his desk mate had betrayed him. Any last words? Huh? Don't bother me. Just help me fan some air. Gu Qinghan felt the summer heat intensifying. Today, Class 3 had used a lot of paper for their artwork, resulting in the fans not being turned on. The heat was unbearable. Do you have a fan? Fold your book into one, just like in elementary school. My book is of use. Then why is it blank? What I engage in is not the theft of ancestral knowledge. As for you, it is not merely theft. You might not even be aware of who the ancestors are. Is it wrong for me to fold this? Zhang Zhu could only bear witness by folding a completed English newspaper into a paper fan reminiscent of his elementary school days. Chapter 42. The Great Artist. Are you hungry? Gu Qinghan rested his chin on his hand and addressed Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu looked at him in confusion. Had he not just eaten? How could he possibly be hungry again so soon? Not hungry, why do you ask? Are you hungry? If you're not, then fan a little faster. Don't make me sweat. What a literal interpretation. And let us not even mention your clumsy English. An elementary school student would outperform you. Fine, fine, fine. Zhang Zhu glared at Gu Qinghan. Realizing that his repeated tolerance had only resulted in slander, he resolved to reclaim his true self. Observing Zhang Zhu cease his actions, Gu Qinghan regarded him with perplexed eyes. What are you staring at? Who's looking at you? I'm merely questioning why you've stopped fanning. Who is fanning? Are you? What is your purpose? To study. Hearing Zhang Zhu's response, Gu Qinghan cast a scornful glance at his books and exam papers. They were as pristine as if freshly released from the factory, utterly unblemished. You seem to have a profound respect for knowledge, unwilling to sully it with even a drop of ink. Indeed. Meanwhile, during their exchange, several classmates behind the blackboard had already completed the basic outlines and were preparing to add color. The onlookers soon gathered around to observe the scene. The painting is truly exquisite, Yujia. The details are remarkable. It is no wonder it is a masterpiece by Xianjia and Yujia. The coloring will surely overshadow all the wall posters of the first year. Upon hearing this, the artist Qin waved her hand and smiled. It's not that impressive. Saying so would merely invite ridicule. Wu Li, who was closest, remarked that it was the first time she had seen such a beautiful wall painting in reality. It is not an exaggeration. It truly is stunning. Qin had not anticipated such high praise from her classmates, and her smile widened. After all, painting was her forte. Even without applause, she could silently create. Yet if someone were to cheer for her, she could also flourish in the limelight. Don't you also paint? Is it as beautiful as Qin Yu's? Zhang Zhu looked at Gu Qinghan, recalling that she too had some talent in painting. Gu Qinghan gazed at him quietly, taking a moment before responding. I painted that in elementary school, and it was merely a few ordinary flowers, lacking in complexity. Your classmate possesses talent or has studied for a long time. Otherwise, it is difficult to attain such skill. Zhang Zhu nodded, suddenly recalling something. Do you think Zhang Hua had such skill back in middle school? Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment and replied, She likely has a bit more talent. I heard she entered the provincial art class in high school. How do you know she got in? Gu Qinghan sighed, feeling that Zhang Zhu sometimes lacked awareness of what to say. The middle school class group and the many Fu Lian at the entrance of the campus prominently featured Zhang Hua's name. Zhang Zhu then remembered. It had been many years ago, and his memory had faded. Since entering high school, he had hardly communicated with his middle school friends. After entering university, interactions with high school friends had also diminished. Perhaps this is the nature of temporary companionship. She is quite impressive. She used to enjoy painting during her extracurricular time. She must have started at a young age. He recalled the delicate girl who would, after each class. Take a small notebook and a few colored pens to meticulously draw on her desk. From her initial rough sketches to the refined works just a month later, it was evident she had put in the effort. Gu Qinghan had sat beside her during those times, waiting for Zhang Zhu to approach her. If he didn't tea, she would quietly watch her draw. No wonder, no wonder. Zhang Zhu listened to Gu Qinghan's words and finally remembered that silent, persistent individual. No wonder her painting skills were so exceptional. However, your paintings are not lacking either, young Master Zhang. Gu Qinghan reminisced about Zhang Zhu's artwork, smiling involuntarily. Is that really necessary? Is it amusing? I recall in the 3rd grade of elementary school, we could choose our seats freely. Gu Qinghan had pulled Zhang Zhu to sit together. One day during an art class, the teacher asked everyone to draw their likeness. While Gu Qinghan, despite her lack of skill, managed to create a decent cartoon girl, Zhang Zhu's drawing resembled a duck. Whenever he thought back, he could still feel Gu Qinghan's light laughter. You've had enough. Why remember such trivial matters for so long? Is it amusing? But I wonder if you've improved in drawing over the years. I don't draw, so of course, I haven't tea. Isn't that obvious? So, it's still the same as before, a mere scribble? Zhang Zhu chose to remain silent, wishing for a moment of tranquility. Don't ask him who he wishes to be quiet with. He simply desires peace. What is wrong? Are you angry? I'm weary, longing for home. Gu Qinghan gently nodded, then gazed at the crowd surrounding Qingyu, lost in thought. All right, everyone, don't crowd around. Once we finish coloring, it will look even better. Qingyu addressed the enthusiastic crowd, urging them to step back as their presence made it difficult for her and others to access their paints. The onlookers complied, returning to their respective places to observe Qingyu and her group continue their artwork. By the way, what are you painting? Gu Qinghan inquired, looking at the dazed Zhang Zhu. 5 centimeters per second. Do you know it? The childhood friends? Lin Lu, hearing the mention of childhood friends, turned to Zhang Zhu and asked, what is going on with your childhood friends? Zhang Zhu looked at Lin Lu in confusion. When had they arrived? And what was going on? Aren't they just sitting there peacefully? Didn't your childhood friend mention you two were childhood sweethearts? She said Qingyu is drawing the leads from 5 centimeters per second. What a talent. Lin Lu awkwardly turned away. Indeed, every time I leave, I pretend to be relaxed. The ancients did not deceive me. Your deskmate resembles you quite a bit. Gu Qinghan remarked playfully to Zhang Zhu. What a scathing assessment. Observing Zhang Zhu's expression as if he had tasted something bitter, Gu Qinghan chuckled and chose to ignore it. Gu Qinghan continued to rummage through Zhang Zhu's desk and soon discovered a comic book. Oh, you bought this? No, it belongs to someone else. I borrowed it out of boredom during class. No wonder your grades are poor. After Gu Qinghan remarked, she gently flipped through it. The familiar art style and texture brought a tinge of nostalgia to her eyes. The misunderstandings of the past life and the opportunity to relive this life filled Gu Qinghan's heart with words she had once struggled to understand. Turning her face to look at the smiling Zhang Zhu, then gazing out at the night sky, Gu Qinghan finished reading and smiled faintly. There is still a chance now, is there not? Chapter 43, A Promise to be Deskmates. Some become bosses, while others remain grounded. It is all in service to the people, regardless of stature. Do you understand? Zhang Zhu cast a furious glare at Gu Qinghan, only to realize that his academic performance was barely half as good as hers. This left Zhang Zhu feeling quite diminished. The days of elementary and middle school seemed like a distant memory. Back then, even if he scored poorly, he never fell below 50 points. Now, however, the gap was so vast that even copying the answers barely sufficed to match her prowess. You might wonder why he used to perform so poorly, yet now he struggled even more. In the past, Gu Qinghan could effortlessly achieve a score of 730, while Zhang Zhu managed 695. She struck with ease, and he merely caught the repercussions. Now, she stood at 705, while he languished at 580. He had little left to say. All he desired was a moment of quietude. Seems you have quite an interest in the local floorboards. He remarked, I could take on the role of the proprietor while you handle the floorboards. Of course. He was reluctant to engage with such a dimwit. After uttering this, Gu Qinghan ignored Zhang Zhu entirely and immersed herself in her comic, a schwa. Are you not returning to study and instead here to watch a schwa. Is there a volume of Charlie 9 available? Let me check. Zhang Zhu could only accept Gu Qinghan's indifference, especially with a multitude of classmates observing. Sister Qi, do you have Charlie 9? He approached a seat further back, where he noticed only one person occupying what should have been 2 seats, an undersized girl with short hair and glasses. Let me see. I found it. Which one would you like? Zhang Qi displayed several volumes of Charlie 9 to Zhang Zhu, inquiring which one he desired. I'll take this one, he replied, spotting a volume he hadn't yet read. Thank you, Sister Qi. Not a problem, but you must return it in a couple of days. I haven't finished reading it myself. Okay. Upon returning to his seat, he handed the blue-covered Charlie 9 to Gu Qinghan. Here for you. Gu Qinghan looked at Zhang Zhu with a smile. I didn't expect you to have such a wide circle of connections. Of course, I am known as the social butterfly of the peach blossoms. Ha! That name sounds akin to that of a prostitute. You're quite sharp, Gu Qinghan. As Gu Qinghan became engrossed in her comic, a light, rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from outside. It was Mo Li, who had just finished correcting assignments. The noise from the classroom irritated her. After all, if the principal caught her, she would face reprimand once more. Why is it so noisy? Even though we don't have self-study, we should still keep it down and focus on our tasks. The other students quickly returned to their seats upon seeing Mo Li, except for Qin Yu and a few others, who were naturally diligent students engaged in creating a poster. Just as Mo Li was about to speak, her gaze fell upon Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan by the window. A spark of excitement lit her eyes. She had been seeking an opportunity to meet with them. After all, Mo Li was not a teacher of Class 1, and approaching Gu Qinghan so openly could raise suspicions among others. The class teacher would likely come armed with a metaphorical sword. Zhang Zhu, the teacher was just looking to speak with you. Zhang Zhu, bewildered by Mo Li's approach, asked, About what? Didn't we just talk? The teacher heard you might be considering humanities in your second year. Is that true? Zhang Zhu looked at Mo Li in horror. What nonsense! He merely mentioned his good grades in humanities. He never said he intended to pursue it. I still need to think it over. Beside him, Gu Qinghan observed the exchange thoughtfully. Given the circumstances, it was wise to deliberate, as choosing a field of study was no trivial matter. Mo Li then turned to Gu Qinghan with a bright smile. Qinghan, I heard you and Zhang Zhu are childhood friends. Why not both choose humanities and join my class? Zhang Zhu understood Mo Li's intentions. She viewed him as a mere tool. Yes, teacher, Qinghan and I indeed grew up together. As for the subject selection, I still need to consider it. Gu Qinghan added, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Zhu. Mo Li, who quickly grasped Gu Qinghan's hint, beamed at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu, I've always had great faith in you. If you remain in my class for your second year, I will ensure you receive the best support. Zhang Zhu inwardly scoffed. What faith? That S is transparent as Sima Zhao's intentions. He refrained from responding to Mo Li, stating instead, Teacher, I actually prefer challenges. Montak Li, understanding Zhang Zhu's subtle implications, maintained her amiable demeanor. The college entrance examination is a significant hurdle in life. There's no need to take unnecessary risks now. You can always challenge yourself later. Zhang Zhu. Gu Qinghan, amused by their interaction, chuckled softly. Nearby students had already taken note of the unfolding scene, their eyes drawn to the unusual sight of Mo Li being so warm toward someone. The sight of Gu Qinghan laughing while speaking with Mo Li astonished them even more. Most astonishing of all was that Mo Li seemed neither angry nor dismissive, but rather cheerful and engaged in conversation. Qinghan, right? You should also advise Zhang Zhu properly, Mo Li suggested, glancing at Gu Qinghan, who was still holding a comic. Her eyes widened momentarily before she regained her composure. Had it been one of her own students, she would have reprimanded them immediately. However, with Gu Qinghan, she hesitated to speak out. I believe what Teacher Mo said holds merit. Zhang Zhu, considering your weakness in the sciences, perhaps you should avoid that path. Gu Qinghan remarked, observing Zhang Zhu's reluctant expression. What is wrong with liking the sciences? He retorted, then why do you still struggle with it compared to humanities? Everyone has different talents. Are you admitting that you lack in the sciences then? Zhang Zhu was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Gu Qinghan's sharp retort. Li, noticing the prolonged discussion without resolution, interjected. I've heard some classmates say you two share quite a close bond. The teacher could facilitate your seating arrangement if you both join my class in the second year. Zhang Zhu looked up at Li, incredulous at her earnestness. He could hardly believe she was serious. After all, while the school regulations did not explicitly forbid boys and girls from sitting together, there had been an unspoken rule against it for nearly 2 decades. Tiaha, isn't this a bit inappropriate? You're not the one to decide that, Zhang Zhu, Li replied, somewhat exasperated at his reluctance. You promised to help. Yet it seems you're doing the opposite. It's Gu Qinghan who is doing all the assisting here. Chapter 44. Nangong Ling. Even when Gu Qinghan is scolding, she looks quite captivating. Am I being too much of a burden, Teacher Mo? Gu Qinghan asked with a smile. Seeing the possibility of success, Missouri Li quickly added, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. If you agree to join, I'll take responsibility. She concluded with a playful pat on her shoulder. Zhang Zhu remained silent, feeling that Li had perhaps lost her senses. As for her attitude, he did not mind too much. After all, there had been times in the past that were far worse than this. What do you think, little Zhu? Gu Qinghan regarded the serene Zhang Zhu and gently inquired. I believe it is still too early. It has only been a short while, and we must take time to deliberate. Li, observing Zhang Zhu's unyielding demeanor, continued. It won't be long. In just a month, summer vacation will commence, and upon your return, you'll be faced with the choice of subjects. It is not that I am being intrusive, but rather that the capabilities and quality of my teaching are well acknowledged by all. If you were to join Qinghan in the humanities, your future would undoubtedly be boundless. Zhang Zhu, witnessing Li's incessant self-praise, found herself at a loss. It seemed that her counterpart had no intention of departing until she achieved her goal. Teacher, I will consider it. However, what? Might it be possible for Gu Qinghan and me to leave class a bit earlier today? Our cosplay costumes have yet to be washed. At Zhang Zhu's words, a flicker of discomfort crossed Li's face. When had a student dared to negotiate terms with her? Yet, in the spirit of boasting to old classmates in the future, she was willing to relent. No problem, just inform the security guard of my name when you step out. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Zhang Zhu's features. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan found the scene amusing, for it was rare to witness someone so genuinely discomfort Zhang Zhu. Teacher, may I have a word with you outside? A voice resonated from the doorway, revealing a young female teacher beckoning to Li. Well, consider your options, and I must attend to matters, Li stated before exiting the classroom. It seems your teacher has quite an affinity for you, Gu Qinghan remarked with a smile directed at Zhang Zhu. Her intentions are not centered on my merits. Had you not been present, I suspect she would have reprimanded me, Zhang Zhu replied, understanding the implication behind Gu Qinghan's laughter. Is it truly amusing? It's merely that she moved too swiftly. I did not have enough time to observe her. Should we not depart? I feel the urge to visit the restroom, Zhang Zhu thought, recalling Li's pressing demeanor. Fortunately, fate had intervened, expelling the unwanted presence. Otherwise, Zhang Zhu might have been thoroughly unnerved. How does it appear, everyone? Is it not far more visually appealing than before? After 2 hours spent coloring, with assistance from several classmates, Qingyu had finally completed the poster. Once monochrome, it now radiated a theme dominated by blue hues. The upper section was characterized by a sky of white and gray, while the lower section depicted the male and female protagonists standing in a field, gazing at the horizon. Impressive. This surpasses the works of many art classes. One student exclaimed, I recall that poster. It resembles this artwork exactly. Another added, overwhelmed by the sensation of stepping into another dimension. The classmates were captivated by the newly colored poster, and upon hearing the positive remarks, they flocked to admire it. Qingyu and her peers, witnessing the enthusiasm, could not help but smile. Notably, Lin Lu approached the artwork, eager to touch it. No, the paint is not yet dry. It may smudge, Qingyu called out. Fortunately, Lin Lu heeded her warning and ceased her movement. Phew, thank goodness it remained untouched. Otherwise, I would have had to redo that area. Qingyu sighed in relief. Realizing something, she stated, Everyone, this paint is still wet and must not be touched until tomorrow. Please be cautious. The others nodded in understanding. Wu Li, observing the magnificent artwork, humorously remarked, with such an impressive poster created by Qingyu, I have no doubt our class will secure the top spot in the poster competition. Qingyu quickly waved her hands, saying, this is the result of everyone's efforts. It was not my sole creation. However, we remain confident that victory is within our grasp. Qingyu, you are remarkable. I must touch the flowing banner of the poster. Reflecting on her youth, Zhang Zhu realized she had never truly understood the essence of adolescence until now, when she recognized that the age she once inhabited was indeed youth itself. The scene before her encapsulated the beautiful memories of Class 3. Noticing the late hour, Zhang Zhu glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already 8:40. Shall we take our leave? Gu Qinghan, engrossed in her manga, took a moment to process Zhang Zhu's words. Where are we headed? She inquired. Home. Where else could we go? Zhang Zhu replied. Anywhere is fine. Rising from her seat, Zhang Zhu observed that everyone was still gathered around Qingyu. Let's go. No one is paying attention to us. Gu Qinghan nodded in agreement, tucking her manga back onto Zhang Zhu's desk. I left my clothing in the classroom. Please wait for me at the door. Suddenly recalling her cosplay costume, she prepared to retrieve it. All right, but won't the teacher say anything to you? Weren't you supposed to attend self-study? Zhang Zhu asked. No worries. Teacher Bai is quite understanding. Thus, the two swiftly made their way to the entrance of Class 1. Unlike the raucous atmosphere of other classes, a young teacher continued to lecture, while the students sat quietly. What brings you back, Qinghan? Bai Su inquired, her curiosity piqued. I thought you were going to Class 3 for collaboration until dismissal. I just needed to grab something. Teacher, Gu Qinghan replied. Very well, Bai Su smiled, as Gu Qinghan returned to her seat to collect a black bag. A voice interrupted her. Where have you been, Qinghan? Nan Gongling, observing her curiously, questioned, did you really go to watch Class 3 paint? Or was there a particular individual you sought? With a playful smile, Nan Gongling's implication was unmistakable. You should watch fewer domineering CEO dramas. It seems you have changed. Gu Qinghan, aware of the attention directed at her, remained unfazed by others' comments, but took note of Nan Gongling's observation. Such a sycophant. What a transformation. She jested before departing. Only then did Nan Gongling realize Gu Qinghan had been teasing her. Initially inclined to feel offended, she found herself chuckling at Gu Qinghan's serious expression. Even when scolding, Qinghan remains charming. Chapter 45. The CUS family. Come if you have issues. Bai Su watched Gu Qinghan leave with a smile, but her expression darkened as she caught sight of a familiar figure by the doorway. That troublesome boy again. I must have Mo Li address this matter properly. Stepping outside, Zhang Zhu greeted the familiar security guards, saying, Hello, our homeroom teacher is Mo Li from Class 3. She asked us to step out for a moment. One guard, distracted by his Nokia while playing a puzzle game, turned to Zhang Zhu, curiosity evident on their faces. Were those two earlier also with you? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Zhu nodded. Your teacher really has a lot of requests. She keeps asking you to fetch things. You may go. The guard promptly opened the door for Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan. Let us go. Gu Qinghan nodded, following the guard's lead as they exited the campus. As I walked along the path leading home, the dim yellow glow of the streetlights cast reflections upon the ground. Two figures emerged beneath the light, strolling leisurely. Shall we grab a bite to eat? Zhang Zhu inquired, glancing at Gu Qinghan, who held a black bag containing their cosplay outfits. What should we eat? Zhang Zhu pondered, realizing that the nearby options primarily consisted of barbecued delicacies, which Gu Qinghan was not particularly fond of. It seemed there was little to satisfy their appetites. How about you cook me some noodles when we get back? I'll go do the laundry. Zhang Zhu looked at Gu Qinghan, illuminated by the soft glow of the streetlights, finding them exceedingly beautiful. All right. Once they returned home, the two parted ways. Gu Qinghan headed to do the laundry, while Zhang Zhu ventured into the kitchen to prepare noodles. Faced with the ingredients before him, Zhang Zhu was uncertain about what to create and opted for a simple dish. He ignited the stove, poured in some oil, cracked an egg, set the heat to medium, and sprinkled a pinch of salt. Before long, a perfectly cooked fried egg was ready. He repeated the process once more. He fired up the stove again, this time without needing to wash the pan, added water, tossed in a handful of noodles, stirred, added a bit of salt, a splash of peanut oil, and a dash of soy sauce. Zhang Zhu looked at the noodles before him, nodding in satisfaction, and took 2 round bowls, filling them equally with the noodles. He continued to add water, blanching some greens for a brief moment until the water boiled, then promptly removed them. From the refrigerator, he retrieved a bit of Cantonese sausage, slicing it before sauteing in a pan for a short while. Finally, he arranged the dishes, a bowl of clear noodles topped with a fried egg, a few greens, and some sausage. After placing the 2 bowls on the coffee table in the living room, he noticed Gu Qinghan was still absent. He stepped into the courtyard, spotting Gu Qinghan hanging up clothes. That outfit looks somewhat familiar, Zhang Zhu remarked as he approached quietly. No guessing, or I'll hit you. Gu Qinghan, having just finished washing, was taken aback by Zhang Zhu's sudden appearance. Haha, I won't guess. I've finished the noodles. Let's head back and eat. It's getting late and chilly. As they observed the night sky, the moon had seemingly begun a game of hide-and-seek, its presence eluding them. All right. Gu Qinghan neatly folded the clothes and, with a teasing smile aimed at Zhang Zhu, replied, Your noodles aren't too shabby. You've acquired half my skill. After putting everything away, Gu Qinghan took a delicate bite of the noodles. Though simple and unpretentious, they were wonderfully comforting. With each taste, the flavors gradually unfolded. The fried egg and Cantonese sausage were not overly greasy, and paired with a small mouthful of noodles, it was delightful, especially with the youthful greens that Gu Qinghan adored. Oh, you really know how to flatter yourself, Sister Qinghan. Just as well, little Zhu. Within a few minutes, they had finished their meal. I'll clean up. Are you staying here tonight? Zhang Zhu asked, gazing at Gu Qinghan. No, I'll head back after my shower. It's been ages since I've slept in my room, filled with memories. I miss it. All right, I've checked the hot water. It should be at the temperature you like. So considerate. In the early morning, while the sky was still dimly lit, Zhang Zhu had already risen. For some reason, he felt a surge of vitality since his rebirth. After a quick wash, he discovered that Gu Qinghan had already procured breakfast and arrived at his door. Shall we eat while we walk? Zhang Zhu suggested, glancing at the brightening horizon. Sounds good. As they made their way, they finished their breakfast and soon spotted the bus from yesterday. Much like the previous day, it was sparsely populated, and the two settled into their familiar seats. Let us go. Upon arriving at the school gate, Gu Qinghan waved goodbye to Zhang Zhu. Okay. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Zhu was taken aback by the scene before him. My goodness, it's all cosplay. A multitude of anime protagonists, both male and female, adorned the room, all from popular series that even those unfamiliar with anime would recognize. Wooly was dressed in the same cosplay as the day before, representing a character from Snow Under. Why aren't you dressed up? She asked, puzzled by Zhang Zhu's school uniform. Aren't we wearing them tomorrow? You could try it today, otherwise. You might look out of place at the sports meet. That's a valid point, but how are you all in dry clothes today? We didn't wash them. Zhang Zhu felt somewhat embarrassed. In the center of class 3 stood a figure brandishing 3 swords with flair, Roranoa Zoro. Indeed, the person was reminiscent of Lin Lo, dressed in a white ensemble paired with green accents, topped with a green wig. Beside him was a striking cosplay of Doraemon, and yes, it was a male student named Wang Lin, the one who had quarreled with Mu Xian. He donned a blue outfit, complete with a mock-up of the treasure chest on his belly. My hair. And there was also Qian Shui's rem, which caught Zhang Zhu's eye, albeit briefly. For the execution was rather poor. Nearby, someone had even attempted to cosplay a slime. What a talent. The most outrageous, however, was a character dressed as the Hulk. Oh my. 30 years of the River East, 30 years of the River West. Do not bully the young for their poverty. A loud voice rang out from a corner. A boy clad in a black robe stood, wielding a long black ruler. Isn't this the male lead from my ex-fiancé? Zhang Zhu thought incredulously. What the heck? Where did this Soul Hall elder come from? Zhang Zhu felt overwhelmed, as nobody had informed him that today was a cosplay day. He felt like an outlier in his school uniform. Wow, Zhang Zhu, why aren't you dressed up? A tall boy in black approached him. Oh my, even Yishio is here? Where are the waves of beautiful women? Am I handsome? Hua Xian grinned at Zhang Zhu, clearly enjoying the moment. Very unfortunate. Extremely unfortunate. Zhang Zhu replied. I think so too. With that, Hua Xan mimicked Yi Xiao from the online game, brandishing a spear with exaggerated movements. What do you think? Do I resemble Yi Xiao from the anime? You resemble someone who wants to die. It looks like a dog crawl. Not you. This is jealousy. You're definitely jealous of my good looks. No doubt about it. Hua Xian nodded in agreement. My hair? Jealous? Is the world upside down, or am I going mad? Am I jealous of someone with a hole in their head? You're right. I am jealous. Jealous. Now, get out of my sight, okay? Don't run away. Watching Hua Xian leave, Zhang Zhu finally exhaled in relief. The sports meet drained physical energy, while the class meeting unleashed peculiarities. Indeed, in the vast class 3, he, Zhang Zhu, was the only one who appeared normal. With the sports event scheduled for tomorrow, numerous staff were already preparing the venue on the field, rendering today a day free from classes and gatherings. Zhang Zhu glanced at the clock, which was nearing 8 o'clock, and felt a slight urge to visit the convenience store. His throat parched. However, considering that there were no classes today, he anticipated a throng of people and thus abandoned the thought. Oh my goodness, my dear mother, Zhang Zhu. Do you know what I just saw? Lin Lu suddenly rushed back into the classroom from outside, heading straight for Zhang Zhu's seat. I just saw a stunningly voluptuous figure. Oh my, it was absolutely gorgeous. What do you mean by stunningly voluptuous? Zhang Zhu replied, feigning ignorance. Is it someone with ample bosom, curvaceous hips, and golden hair? Precisely that. Lao Lu exclaimed. So, are you suggesting we go see it together? I'm too timid. Who are you, sir? Zhang Zhu retorted. Is this how you play? Are we not brothers anymore? Do we ever truly have that bond? Lin Lu, amused and infuriated, shot back. 2 bottles of Dongpa. Oh, 3 bottles. Oh, 4 bottles. Seeing that Zhang Zhu was still unresponsive, Lin Lu gritted his teeth and added 7 bottles plus a day of cleaning for you. Lin Li's words instantly brightened Zhang Zhu's expression. We're brothers. Why mention such things? Which class are you from? Let us go. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu finally acquiesce, a flicker of joy crossed Lin Li's face. We got it from class 2. Let us hurry. Class 2 was situated just 2 doors down from class 3, and in a few steps they arrived. Zhang Zhu followed Lin Lu to the entrance of class 2 and noticed that most students inside were clad in cosplay outfits. Have I stumbled into a cosplay den? Lin Lu pressed his face against a window, peering inside. Look over there. Following Lin Li's gaze, Zhang Zhu spotted a tall girl with golden hair and an impressively ample bosom. Incredible. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Lao Lu beamed. Indeed, she is quite stunning. As Lin Lu spoke, he chuckled. Just earlier, I was about to head to the convenience store when I passed by class 2, and she was standing right at the entrance. I nearly what? Zhang Zhu prompted. Nearly had a nosebleed. Oh my goodness, it was too explosive. Wow, Zhang Zhu replied, speechless at Lin Li's embarrassment. Why would you even say that out loud? What if we just went in? Lao Lu suggested. Not a chance. But if you're covering the expenses, I'm game. During the school sports event, students were allowed to mingle between classes, which made Zhang Zhu indifferent. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even entertain the idea of inviting someone like Lu Yifei. What if it were true? Then I would go. Liang, I enjoy telling a few little lies. Let us go in then. I know a few people in class 2. We could pretend to chat. As Lin Lu stepped into class 2, the two quickly pretended to be familiar and found a spot near a boy to converse. Long time no see, Brother Chi. Isn't this my Legu? What brings you here? I missed you, just wanted to check in. I'm not in a guy's Legu. You can look, but don't think of me. Where are your thoughts wandering off to? Just look at you. A slender boy sat close to the golden-haired girl, and Lin Lu stood nearby, bantering. Zhang Zhu, however, was unconcerned and wandered over to examine the bulletin board in class 2. My heavens, what is this? Fireworks, anime-style fireworks. A voice came from behind Zhang Zhu. Turning around, he saw a graceful girl addressing him. This is beautiful. Your class's artist is quite talented. Really? What makes you say that? It captures the essence of the original work. Almost lifelike. I think so too. This artist is indeed remarkable. Yes. The girl glanced at Zhang Zhu and, realizing he wasn't from class 2, continued. What class are you from? What brings you to class 2? Zhang Zhu pointed ahead. Class 3. What are you doing here? Zhang Zhu gestured toward Lin Lu and subtly indicated the golden-haired girl. I'm accompanying my friend to see Su Ling. You're accompanying? What do you mean? Suling. Do you know her? Suling? She was Zhang Zhu's class monitor for 3 years in middle school. How could not know her? That's an understatement, especially since she sits right in front of him. Upon hearing the name, Zhang Zhu felt a desire to slip away. As for Lin Lu, survival was paramount. Hey, Su Ling, your friend is here. The girl suddenly shouted, causing Su Ling, who had been chatting with her friends, to turn her head. What is it? Your friend is looking for you. Zhang Zhu quickly shook his head, signaling the girl to keep quiet about him. This boy, do you recognize him? To Zhang Zhu's dismay, the girl either misunderstood his signals or was simply looking to stir up some amusement and blurted it out. Su Ling approached, her eyes narrowing in suspicion as she scrutinized Zhang Zhu, who had been fixated on the bulletin board. Who are you? I must have mistaken you for someone else. Zhang Zhu stammered awkwardly. Wow, you're Zhang Zhu, aren't you? Zhang Zhu turned in disbelief, astonished at how she recognized him. When I saw you and Gu Qinghan at Taohua High, I thought it must be you since Gu Qinghan doesn't hang out with me. Only you could be here. You're impressive. Su Ling gently flicked her golden hair, her gaze resting lightly on Zhang Zhu. What is up? Need something? Nothing. My friend has something. Zhang Zhu resolved to prioritize his own safety over all else. Chapter 47. Face-to-face encounter. You are actually the stunning girl. Lin Lu had already noticed this entire scene and was utterly astonished. However, upon hearing Zhang Zhu call out to him, he was too frightened to speak. Please, please, my dear Zhuge, pretend I'm invisible. Alas, reality is not a film. If it's your turn to face social demise, then so be it. Seeing Lin Lu ignoring him, Zhang Zhu narrowed his eyes. You can't blame me. With that, Zhang Zhu led Su Ling right in front of Lin Lu. Lin Lu, look who I brought you. Zhang Zhu struggled to suppress his laughter as he looked at Lin Lu. Su Ling curiously regarded Lin Lu, then smiled and greeted him. Hello. Hello. Observing the bashful Lin Lu, Zhang Zhu decided to lend him a hand. Didn't you say you adored this golden-haired beauty? Lin Lu became too frightened to respond, while Zhang Zhu boldly pressed on. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Su Ling, unfazed by Lin Lu's apparent discomfort, chuckled cheerfully. Indeed, you resemble a sporty guy. Zhang Zhu felt embarrassed for Lin Lu. What a ridiculous compliment. Noticing Lin Lu's continued silence, Zhang Zhu understood he was terrified. Yet, he suspected his dongpeng and labor contributions would go to waste. Weren't you saying you needed to go to the restroom, Lin Lu? Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, Lin Li's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Yes. I'll head to the restroom first, bye. Observing Lin Lu, who appeared to be fleeing, Zhang Zhu could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. Is it amusing? Su Ling inquired with a frosty gaze. Her demeanor markedly changed from before. Ahem, it's not funny. I shall take my leave, class monitor. Farewell. Where do you think you're going? Su Ling firmly grasped Zhang Zhu's wrist as he attempted to depart. Not only was Su Ling strikingly beautiful and academically accomplished, but her strength was also astonishingly formidable. My goodness, how is it possible that Su Ling possesses the strength of an ox? It was merely a jest. We haven't finished our conversation yet. Why are you leaving? Su Ling regarded him with an enigmatic smile as Zhang Zhu offered his explanation. Meanwhile, a figure lingered at the door of Class 2 before finally departing. Alas, Qinghan, your Zhang Zhu has been abducted. The figure was Nangong Ling, who had merely intended to pass by Class 2 but lingered upon hearing the commotion within. To her shock, she beheld Zhang Zhu engaged in animated conversation with a blonde girl. This sight felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. Rushing back to Class 1, she informed Gu Qinghan, what does this mean? Zhang Zhu has been chatting intimately with a voluptuous girl. What voluptuous girl? Gu Qinghan queried. She has golden hair and a rather ample bosom, as large as a watermelon, and a posterior as pert as that of a basketball. Ah, I see. And then Zhang Zhu was seen laughing and conversing with her. That's of no concern. How can it be of no concern? That girl is extraordinarily alluring. Even a man would find it unbearable. You must go check, Nangong Ling exclaimed, her urgency palpable as Gu Qinghan seemed unfazed. Could it be that her Qinghan had surrendered? No, that absolutely could not be. The Qingzhou faction would not admit defeat. If I am not mistaken, that girl is a friend from my middle school days. So there is no need for worry. Gu Qinghan, without hesitation, identified the individual as Su Ling, the class monitor from 3 years prior. She was well aware of Su Ling's character and inclinations, hence her lack of concern. You are unaware of the treachery that lies in the hearts of men these days. Some present one facade while harboring another behind their backs. I still advise you to take a look, Qinghan. Why do you seem more anxious than I? I am merely concerned for you, Gu Qinghan replied with a smile, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Feeling somewhat unsettled under Gu Qinghan's gaze, Nangong Ling promptly seized her hand and began to lead her toward the door. If you won't go, I shall drag you along. All right, I will go. Gu Qinghan regarded Nangong Ling with exasperation, feeling helpless against her curiosity. Meanwhile, in class 2, Zhang Zhu and Su Ling were conversing. Why does it feel like you've become significantly more handsome? Su Ling appraised Zhang Zhu with admiration. I've always been this handsome, my apologies. Shameless. You have also become more beautiful. I've always been this beautiful, my apologies. Are you imitating me? Saw the. Zhang Zhu found himself speechless at Su Ling's infectious laughter. What was so amusing? Apparently, when people become overly joyful, it can baffle the ordinary person. Oh, by the way, did you delete me from your contacts? You rascal, Zhang Zhu? Ahem. Zhang Zhu recalled that during graduation, he had intended to mute her notifications but inadvertently deleted her instead. Fearing her retaliation, he dared not add her back as she remained unaware. Unbeknownst to him, in the days leading up to graduation, the class had organized gatherings, and Su Ling had hoped to invite both Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan. However, upon searching for Zhang Zhu's name on her friend list for an entire day and finding it absent, she realized she had been deleted. Ahem. It was Gu Qinghan who deleted you, not I. You know how she is. Gu Qinghan would never engage in such trivial matters. Incorrect. Ling Jie. Zhang Zhu quickly interjected. Zhang Zhu's apprehension towards Su Ling stemmed purely from her immense strength and lack of personal boundaries. She had a penchant for playfully striking him, leading to his burgeoning fear of her. This was not simply a psychological fear akin to that of Gu Qinghan. It was a tangible dread, an absolute humiliation. TSK. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? I never intended for my apology to be effective. It still falls to you. Take a punch from me. After receiving a playful punch, Zhang Zhu finally settled down, and Su Ling nodded in satisfaction. Rate this outfit for me, Su Ling said, twirling a strand of hair and casting him a flirtatious glance. At this sight, Zhang Zhu shivered slightly. If I were to give a score, I would award you an 88 out of 100. Though the perfect score was 100, Zhang Zhu mused internally. Such a high evaluation. Yet your portrayal of the character Yuki Yuna lacks authenticity. Hearing this, Su Ling gazed at Zhang Zhu with curiosity, believing her portrayal to be quite accurate, as many had commented on its resemblance. Not dark enough. Suddenly struck by a thought, Zhang Zhu burst into laughter. Get out of here. I am a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs. What do you know? Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan, under Nangong Ling's guidance, quickly arrived at the entrance of Class 2. Upon seeing Su Ling dressed as Yuki Yuna, she was momentarily taken aback. This is quite sensational, far removed from my recollections of Su Ling. However, she swiftly regained her composure and proceeded into Class 2, with her classmate Nangong Ling following closely behind, her head held high and a light chuckle escaping her lips. What are you all so cheerful about? Nangong Ling's melodious voice floated into Zhang Zhu's ears. Upon turning to look, Zhang Zhu spotted Gu Qinghan and her companion. We were discussing high school physics. You are the only one here with the poorest grades, yet you're discussing high school physics? How amusing. Seeing Nangong Ling's taunting expression nearly pushed Zhang Zhu over the edge. Nevertheless, recalling her position as the 12th in the grade, he decided to maintain the peace. After all, harmony is virtuous. Noticing Zhang Zhu's silence, Nangong Ling continued. Why are you not speaking? Are you pondering high school chemistry? Her words seemed to amuse her, eliciting a chuckle from Nangong Ling. Well. Who would have thought that I, the protagonist of a noble novel, would one day be ridiculed? I confess, I am the top student of Guangdong province. Of course, this was merely a figment of the protagonist's imagination. Returning to reality, Zhang Zhu noticed Nangong Ling's unwavering gaze upon him and curiously examined himself. I seem to be fine. But I bet you're thinking about how to strike me. Su Ling remarked with a laugh. Ha, no worries. I have trained in Wing Chun for 2 years. Nangong Ling responded to Su Ling's jest with laughter, extending her pristine arms to reveal well-defined muscles. Zhang Zhu swallowed hard at the sight. My goodness, so you have trained. You could take on 7 of me. Why 7? Because there are 7 little gourd kids. Zhang Zhu could no longer endure it. 2 of you are enough. Don't push me, or I'll make sure you both regret it. Nangong Ling and Su Ling exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, they erupted into laughter. All right, enough of that. At the side, Gu Qinghan appeared unable to endure the scene, furrowing her brow before casting a scrutinizing glance at Nangong Ling and Su Ling ahem. Qinghan, you know me. I have a penchant for boasting, Nangong Ling hastily explained, sensing Gu Qinghan's impending ire. It's merely a bit exaggerated. Su Ling giggled, glancing at the displeased Gu Qinghan. Just joking, just joking. Zhang Zhu gazed at Gu Qinghan with gratitude, realizing once more that Qinghan was indeed the most caring towards her. What brings you to class 2? Gu Qinghan inquired, prompting Zhang Zhu to stutter. I came to accompany a friend. Where's your friend? Gu Qinghan surveyed the surroundings, seemingly failing to spot anyone from class 3. His dog is about to give birth, so he left early. Speak plainly. He was sent away. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, Gu Qinghan's eyes gleamed, and she remarked, Then why weren't you sent away? Before Zhang Zhu could respond, a girl nearby interjected, Because he knows this big-busted sister. Imisosuri. Su Ling turned her head towards the girl, feeling quite irked by the crude moniker. Why was it necessary to resort to such names? Where had even the most basic respect gone? Did you come here just to see Su Ling? Gu Qinghan expressed her disdain for the girl's words, finding it inappropriate to publicly label someone with such derogatory terms. I would not have come if I knew Lin Lu was here to see Su Ling, Su Ling remarked from the side. Since you're not here to see her, then leave. Come to the convenience store and accompany me to buy something. Gu Qinghan cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Zhu before stepping outside. Upon hearing Lin Li's name, Nangong Ling pondered for a moment before recognizing who it was, and she paid it no mind. Su Ling observed the departing crowd, shaking her head as she resumed her conversation with her friend. The two walked along the cement path beneath the trees, with a gentle breeze accompanying them. Is it beautiful? Huh, what is beautiful? Gu Qinghan turned her face, her remarkably enchanting eyes sparkling as she spoke. Su Ling's outfit, Zhang Zhu replied after a moment's thought. It's far more stunning than before. So it's beautiful? It's all right, but what? But you're even more beautiful. Zhang Zhu laughed heartily at Gu Qinghan, who seemed to shy away. From the beginning, Zhang Zhu always believed that Gu Qinghan was the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered, possessing unparalleled grace, beauty, talent, and eloquence. Perhaps Zhang Zhu viewed her through rose-tinted glasses, as in his heart. No one could compare to Gu Qinghan's soft smile in that light blue and white school uniform, whether it be Wu Li cosplaying as Shuexia, Nangong Ling, or Su Ling in her golden hair as Yu Yuan Kanai. Watching Zhang Zhu, who was laughing ahead, Gu Qinghan paused momentarily before hastening to catch up. After purchasing their items, they parted ways at the entrance of Class 3. I'm off. Zhang Zhu waved gently at Gu Qinghan. All right. Upon returning to his seat, he found that only half of the students remained, as most had gone to the playground to observe the setup for the competition. Zhang Zhu noticed Lin Lu was missing, and even Wu Li had vanished. With a resigned sigh, he returned to his seat, wishing to see the spectacle, but knowing he had more pressing matters to attend to, completing his homework. He opened his desk to retrieve his math assignment, glancing at it and nodding slightly. However, just as he was about to write, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Which formula should I use for this problem? Cosplay. As these thoughts swirled, Zhang Zhu jolted, slapping himself. What the hell? Why am I even thinking about anime? Casting aside his worries, he focused on solving the problems. After completing less than 3 major questions, Zhang Zhu resolved to copy someone else's work. He had forgotten many formulas and had no desire to cram them. Looking around, he realized he was unfamiliar with most of his classmates. Just as he was about to give up, Hua Xian walked in through the door. Hey, what is up? Hua Xian, having just returned with water, noticed Zhang Zhu seemingly seeking him out. Can I borrow your math homework to copy? Hua Xian regarded him with a strange expression before asking in disbelief. Are you sure? Zhang Zhu, curious, asked, sure about what? Is copying homework even a matter of certainty? Sure, Hua Xian replied, as if he had discovered a new continent, then handed Zhang Zhu his math assignment from a nearby stack of books. Here you go. Thanks. I'll treat you to a drink sometime. No problem. Having received the homework, Zhang Zhu briefly scanned it upon returning to his seat. The handwriting was decent, suggesting good grades. Satisfied, he nodded at Hua Xian's neat writing, though he had entirely forgotten how many points Hua Xian scored in math. Chapitre 49, l'un le is bête. Ah, finally done. Zhang Zhu set down his pen, stretching lazily. Looking at the densely filled pages of math work, he felt quite pleased. He had initially intended to return the homework to Hua Xian, but upon turning around, the latter had already left the classroom. I'll just return it next time. After twisting open a bottle of mineral water and taking a couple of sips, Zhang Zhu noticed only a handful of students remaining around him and decided to venture outside for some fun. Having tidied up his belongings and placed them in his desk, Zhang Zhu made his way outside. Upon reaching the playground, he observed a remarkable transformation. The track had been marked with lines for the 1,000-meter race, and the high jump area had been cleared. Further ahead, the sandpit had also been marked with auxiliary lines. Even in an open space, the high jump equipment and mats had been set up. The most significant change was the plethora of signs and balloons adorning the playground. The nearby trees were similarly adorned with wind chimes. Zhang Zhu initially sought a quiet spot to sit and watch, relishing a rare moment of tranquility. However, a large group of students gathered not far away, chatting loudly, piquing his curiosity. It seemed he was not alone in his desire to find a spot to observe others at play, though such raucousness was indeed scarce. Nevertheless, Zhang Zhu had never enjoyed the chaos of a crowd, so he intended to remain seated and continue watching. What do you think you are? A loud voice reached Zhang Zhu's ears from afar, and to his surprise, it was Lin Lu's voice. This intrigued him. Lin Lu sounded quite upset. Making his way through the crowd, Zhang Zhu squeezed in closer. He saw Lin Lu and several boys from class 3 angrily confronting a few boys ahead of them, who were equally defiant. You're really pushing it, Lin Lu. A medium-built boy with glasses squinted at Lin Lu. I'll just say this. Didn't I arrive at the track first? You're not even on my level. Hurry up and get lost. Do not mistake my disdain for you. It is directed towards your entire class 5. Your academic performance is lacking. Your athletic prowess is equally unimpressive. And you, in particular, are even more so. Lin Lu cast a scornful glance at the bespectacled boy before him. Dare to utter another word, and I shall not hold back. The bespectacled boy, taken aback by Lin Li's audacity to insult both him and Class 5, felt a surge of indignation. Repeat that once more, 10 times, or even 1,000 times. Your ineptitude remains unchanged. Upon hearing Lin Li's derisive tone, members of Class 5 began to encircle them, the atmosphere charged with the potential for conflict. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Lin Lu regarded the approaching Class 5 students with a dismissive curl of his lips. Meanwhile, boys from Classes 3 and 4 stood by Lin Li's side, equally unfazed. Is your class for also seeking trouble? The bespectacled boy, seething with rage at the sight, retorted. Who do you think you are? Get lost, do you understand? Lin Lu continued his mockery unabated. Very well, such confidence. I hope you won't collapse during tomorrow's 1,000-meter race. Were you a competitor? How about we wager on it? The bespectacled boy, momentarily taken aback, swiftly agreed. Huh, you think you can challenge me? I'm an athlete. Lin Lu merely shook his head, his expression dripping with disdain. Even an art student could outpace you. The wager shall be that the loser must lie on the campus ground and shout, I am an idiot for 10 minutes. Fine, remember your words. The bespectacled boy, emboldened by Lin Li's audacity, rallied Class 5 and departed the playground. Lin Lu exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched them leave. He had been striving to maintain his composure, and his hands had turned pale from tension. Thank you, everyone. In a bit, I shall treat each of you to a bottle of water. The boys from classes 3 and 4 erupted into laughter. It's a trivial matter. I have long been irked by them. Class 5 is all talk with no substance. That frog is the most repugnant of all. Zhang Zhu observed the scene with fascination, surprised to see Lin Li's popularity. As Lin Lu and his companions began to disperse for training, Zhang Zhu lost interest and decided to leave. He had already prepared to bring snacks the next day to witness the spectacle. Zhang Zhu initially intended to return to his previous spot, only to discover a couple occupying it, entwined in each other's embrace. He inwardly cursed, hoping for the appearance of the disciplinary head. Finding no alternative places to sit, he noticed a secluded area beneath a tree where a pull-up bar stood, shaded and inviting. Upon approaching, he saw that the tree was a sycamore, with only a few scattered leaves on the ground. There were 2 pull-up bars, one high and one low. Spotting no one around, Zhang Zhu rolled up his sleeves. What the heck? Why is this so difficult? The first was easy, the second manageable, but by the 5th he began to struggle, and by the 7th, he felt he might collapse. Unfortunately, there was no 7th. As he attempted it, his grip faltered, and he fell to the ground. Who put this hard concrete floor here? Zhang Zhu complained while sitting on the ground. Pathetic, yet filled with excuses. Recognizing that voice, Zhang Zhu turned to see Gu Qinghan approaching. How did you find me? You shouted so loudly that even those in the teaching building could hear you. No way. At Gu Qinghan's remark, Zhang Zhu quickly scrambled to his feet, glancing left and right, though there was no one around. It seems no one noticed us here, he mused, puzzled. Haha, I was just teasing you. Gu Qinghan, amused by Zhang Zhu's gullibility, covered her mouth with her pristine hand, laughing softly. You're insufferable, Zhang Zhu retorted, feeling slightly exasperated. Why harbor such resentment? If you can't do it well, then don't do it at all. That way, you won't get frustrated. Gu Qinghan glanced at Zhang Zhu, whose pants were covered in dust, and replied, Are you that impressive? I suppose I'm slightly better than you. Care to test that? Zhang Zhu, skeptical, had not seen Gu Qinghan exercise in quite some time and doubted her abilities. Let us give it a shot. Gu Qinghan, after saying this, handed Zhang Zhu her water bottle, rolled up her sleeves, and approached the pull-up bar where Zhang Zhu had just struggled. 1, 2, 4, 7, 15, wait, something's amiss. Zhang Zhu watched in disbelief as Gu Qinghan executed pull-ups effortlessly, ultimately reaching 23. How about that? Are you convinced yet? Gu Qinghan, pulling her sleeves down, smiled at Zhang Zhu. I can only express my thoughts with 2 words, impressive. Chapter 50 truly had a knack for jinxing things. Thankfully, in the past, he felt he could manage 30. Zhang Zhu fell silent, contemplating. Pull-ups are a true test of arm strength and muscle endurance, leaving him incredulous. Nearby, 2 stone benches caught his eye. He approached and sat down. What's wrong? Zhang Zhu asked, noticing Gu Qinghan's unwavering gaze upon him. Let me sit too. Amused, Zhang Zhu clapped his hands a few times. Go ahead. A gentle breeze rustled the sycamore leaves above them. Do you wish to participate in the sports meet? Zhang Zhu turned to Gu Qinghan, who was basking in a breeze. What do you think? Gu Qinghan replied, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. If you compete, I'm certain you'll take first place. Would you like to see? Zhang Zhu, momentarily taken aback, took a while to comprehend her meaning. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. He chuckled at her, but as they sat close together, a few strands of her hair brushed against his lips. All right, I'll sign up for the 100,000-meter races. Do you particularly like those? Gu Qinghan, hearing this, gently shook her head, her enchanting eyes sparkling as her dimples appeared with her smile. Because only those 2 have a finish line. Zhang Zhu, taken aback by her serious demeanor, took some time to recover. The stirring sensation her words evoked lingered around his heart. Why the silence? Gu Qinghan inquired, observing Zhang Zhu's focused gaze. I was trying to think of a perfect response, but nothing came to mind. At Zhang Zhu's remark, Gu Qinghan burst into laughter. With you around, it's always perfect. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, the gentle breeze heralding the long-awaited day of the sports meet. Zhang Zhu entered the classroom clad in a meticulously crafted outfit inspired by summer friends, drawing the attention of several classmates who curiously gathered around him. That outfit looks rather familiar, one of them remarked. Another girl scrutinized Zhang Zhu with keen interest and suddenly had an epiphany. Oh, you're the character from Summer Friends. Today, Zhang Zhu appeared exceptionally gentle, as if he had stepped right out of a manga, exuding a protagonist's soft demeanor. You look truly splendid today, Zhang Zhu, several girls exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon hearing their compliments, Zhang Zhu offered a subtle smile and softly replied, "Thank you all." As he approached his seat, he was taken aback to find Lin Lu, his desk mate, transformed. "Where's your Roronoa Zoro outfit?" Zhang Zhu inquired, observing Lin Lu clad in athletic wear. A red ribbon tied around his head emblazoned with the words "Victory is certain." With a confident expression, Lin Lu declared, "Today, I shall unleash my full potential in the 1,000-meter race and utterly defeat that fool from Class 5. Recalling the event of that day ignited a fierce flame within Lin Lu. "When can we start?" He impatiently pressed, unable to contain his excitement and anticipation. Zhang Zhu, equally curious about the forthcoming confrontation, understood that such exhilarating spectacles were rare and should not be missed. "Let us set it for 10 o'clock. L'un le replied enthusiastically." Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, satisfied with the arrangement. As more classmates gathered around, Lin Lu was acutely aware of the time constraints. He bid farewell to Zhang Zhu, saying, "I must go warm up and familiarize myself with the track." "All right, go ahead," Zhang Zhu responded. After watching Lin Lu depart, Zhang Zhu found himself feeling somewhat aimless and even a bit bored. Why is this sleeve so difficult to manage? He muttered to himself while attempting to arrange his garment. Yet, no matter how he manipulated it, he could not get it to cooperate. The awkward sleeve was proving quite uncomfortable. After some effort, Zhang Zhu resigned himself to defeat, concluding that it was likely a flaw in the garment itself. "Wow, looking dapper today," Wu Li remarked as she sauntered in, carrying several small dumplings. Upon lifting her gaze, her eyes lit up at the sight of Zhang Zhu. "You look beautiful too," he replied with a smile, admiring her exquisitely done makeup. Wu Li appeared even more alluring than usual, captivating those around her. Outside, snowflakes danced gracefully down, blanketing the world in a pristine white, resembling a fairy tale draped in silver. This snowfall seemed more enchanting and dreamlike than ever. Of course, beauty runs in the family. But you look quite splendid today as well. Your outfit, let me think. Is it the male protagonist from Summer Friends? Wu Li tilted her head and blinked playfully. "Indeed, it is," Zhang Zhu confirmed. "I particularly admired that character when I watched the anime. He has a warm and approachable aura." To his surprise, seeing himself dressed similarly evoked the same sentiment in Wu Li. "Perhaps it's simply my inherent charm. Haha. After all, someone as dashing as I am inevitably draws attention wherever I go," Zhang Zhu said, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Ugh, spare me the self-admiration. You're simply too much. Would you care for a dumpling?" Wu Li rolled her eyes, half jokingly, as she offered him one of the dumplings. With a look of disdain, she waved the dumpling in front of him, teasingly asking if he wished to partake. "No, I've already eaten on the way here," Zhang Zhu declined politely, waving his hand. "This cosplay outfit shouldn't hinder you from participating in the sports meet, right?" Woody inwitted, had curiosity piqued. She pondered internally. This Natsume Takashi ensemble appeared quite simple, hardly distinguishable from his regular attire, save for the addition of a yellow wig atop his head. "It doesn't affect me at all." Zhang Zhu gently shook his head, affirming that his attire was not dissimilar to what he typically wore. After all, Natsume Takashi's style was inherently minimalist and natural, akin to that of an ordinary person. "Just be cautious. The sports committee has been actively seeking boys to participate in the 400-meter race," Wu Li warned. Zhang Zhu, intrigued, quickly probed, "Are they short on participants?" "I've seen plenty of boys signing up. They're all for long jump and high jump. Not a single person from our class is competing in the 400 meters. The main reason is, do you know Feng Chang from Class 2? Upon hearing the name, Zhang Zhu nodded slightly, recalling the incident from his first day back, when that formidable individual had knocked out 2 of Gu Qinghan's teeth. "Yes, so what's the significance?" Zhang Zhu asked. "His 400-meter time is the best in our school, at least currently. There have been several seniors who were much better than him in the past." Zhang Zhu then realized there were indeed formidable competitors, and he had no desire to subject himself to humiliation. "Let them be impressive. I'm not participating." You wouldn't gain anything from competing anyway. It would simply lead to embarrassment, Lin Lu added. If you can speak, say a little more. Zhang Zhu shook his head, dismissing the idea. If the sports committee called on him, it would be futile. He had seen Feng Chang, a towering figure at 185 meters, robust, and likely possessing significant explosive strength. The 400 meters tested just that. Seeing Zhang Zhu lost in thought, Wu Li decided to remain silent and quietly continued her breakfast. A few moments of tranquility passed when hurried footsteps approached. There you are, Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu looked up with curiosity, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. The person was none other than Lu Qing, the sports committee member who had been animatedly discussing something with Wu Li moments before. His face bore an urgent and flustered expression, as though an important matter awaited resolution. He strode swiftly to Zhang Zhu's side, halting and fixing his gaze intently upon him. Zhang Zhu, would you consider participating in the 400 meters? Even if just to fill the spot. The moment those words left his lips, Wu Li in the back row couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems the saying holds true. Speak of the devil. We just mentioned this topic, and here you're inquiring about it. I can't possibly do that. I'm far too slow, and merely participating would be humiliating. Zhang Zhu quickly waved his hands in refusal, expressing his utter disinterest in the 400-meter race. He would not foolishly volunteer himself for such a demanding and unflattering endeavor. Lu Qing frowned, his face etched with distress, as he implored Zhang Zhu with pleading eyes. But the teacher said, we're just one person short for the 400 meters. I'm truly at my wit's end. Please help us. Zhang Zhu. Nevertheless, despite the earnestness of his request, Zhang Zhu resolutely shook his head and replied, you should seek someone else. I genuinely cannot assist. After all, he was not the kind of person who would easily acquiesce to a few kind words. Chapter 51. The astonishing Gu Qinghan violet. Think about it. What about class pride? Never heard of it. There will be girls screaming when you compete. Don't you want to give it a try? Thank you, but I can't imagine that, Zhang Zhu retorted. Just make a request. We need to report by 10 o'clock, or our class will face penalties. Lu Qing's eyes were filled with an urgent expression as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Zhu. This won't do. You should find someone else, or you might as well participate yourself. Listening to Zhang Zhu's words, Lu Qing felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He too wished to compete. But the crux of the matter was that he had already signed up for 3 events, one of which coincided with the 400-meter race. Unless he could clone himself, how could he possibly participate? Are you really not considering it? I can guarantee you a week's worth of homework across all subjects. He continued, but then paused. Wait, what did you just say? Zhang Zhu had initially intended to decline, but upon hearing Lu Qing's proposition, her eyes lit up. Really? You're not reconsidering? That last part. I can guarantee you a week's worth of homework. That's the clincher. However, I need to confirm, is it sufficient just to show up? Or do I need to aim for first place? No, just showing up is enough, Lu Qing replied, a flicker of relief crossing his face. Since you've agreed, I'll take my leave now. Remember, the competition is tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. With that, Lu Qing departed, finally free from the burden of worry. Beside him, Wu Li stood in stunned silence. A week's worth of homework? Lu Qing is incredible. If I had known, I would have volunteered as well. The thought of a carefree week without a single assignment filled her with intense envy. Just a moment ago, you were cowering in fear of being seen. Zhang Zhu remarked with a hint of annoyance. My back has been weak since childhood. You know that. Wu Li stuck out her tongue. Enough about that. I need to find a good spot. As Zhang Zhu prepared to rise, Wu Li inquired, what spot? Aren't you starting tomorrow? Don't you know? Know what? What should I know? Hurry up and tell me. Zhang Zhu looked at her quizzically. Given Wu Li's penchant for gossip, she shouldn't be oblivious. Lin Lu was down there yesterday, making a bet. Didn't you hear? I didn't know. What was the bet about? Wu Li pressa. He bet with a boy from class 5 that the loser of today's 1,000-meter race would have to crawl around campus, shouting, I'm an idiot for 10 minutes. Wu Li raised her thumb in admiration. Lin Lu is truly impressive. If he loses, he might as well find another planet to live on. I watched them argue yesterday and never imagined it would escalate like this. Anyway, I need to go claim my spot now. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Wu Li exclaimed, eager to join in on the amusing gossip. Under a shady tree, 2 figures sat, their eyes fixated on the playground before them. Zhang Zhu opened a can of cola with a gentle pull of the tab. Didn't they say 10 o'clock? Why is there no one here at 9:30? Zhang Zhu observed the sparse presence of a few individuals on the field. With the sun blazing like this, I'd get a headache if I went out. We won't have to run later, right? Wu Li replied, irritation evident in her voice, convinced that Zhang Zhu had lost his senses. You make a valid point. Zhang Zhu conceded. Wu Li shook her head and opened a bottle of Sprite beside her, taking a sip. Why is it that drinks with ice are best enjoyed in the sun? Perhaps it's the ice, Zhang Zhu quipped. What's wrong with ice? Why are you looking at me like that? Your Mandarin is not standard, Wu Li teased. Impossible. I'm the best at Mandarin. No one dares to challenge that. What about Gu Qinghan? She asked not any better. Just as Wu Li was about to mock Zhang Zhu further, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure behind him, abruptly halting her words. Why don't you continue? It's always the same story. Wait, what do you mean? It can't be. Zhang Zhu instinctively turned around, only to find Gu Qinghan standing quietly behind him. Continue speaking, she urged. My throat is dry. Let me drink some water first, Zhang Zhu said, feigning ignorance of her presence. Wait, something feels off. Upon turning, Zhang Zhu was taken aback to see Gu Qinghan wearing the cosplay outfit from that day. Violet Evergarden. Gu Qinghan was clad in a flowing gown, her hair transformed into a soft golden hue, and her eyes sparkled with blue irises, adorned with 2 red ribbons tied to the sides. She mused, lightly brushing her hair aside before sitting down next to Zhang Zhu. My heavens, you look incredibly beautiful. Oh my, Wu Li exclaimed, noticing that Zhang Zhu was momentarily rendered speechless. For a few seconds, Wu Li truly believed that Violet had stepped out from another realm. The slender figures of Violet and Gu Qinghan bore an uncanny resemblance, leaving Wu Li in awe. It turns out that the perfect answer is you today, Zhang Zhu remarked, smiling at the stunning sight before him. I suppose so. Beautiful people always have that effect. Gu Qinghan replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Wu Li inwardly rolled her eyes, so pretentious. Is it good? What's good? Zhang Zhu was momentarily taken aback by Gu Qinghan's inquiry. The cola. It's decent, quite cold. Let me try, Gu Qinghan said, taking a sip from Zhang Zhu's cola. Wu Li, astonished, could hardly believe her eyes, as if she were frozen, watching the two of them. It's all gone. Observing the empty can, Zhang Zhu shook it. Here, have this. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Qinghan had produced 2 bottles of cola, also chilled with ice. Where did you buy these? Just now. Wu Li, sensing that her presence was somewhat superfluous, decided to excuse herself. I'll take my leave, Zhang Zhu. It seems Shui wants to see me. Oh, all right. As she watched Wu Li depart, Zhang Zhu turned back to Gu Qinghan. Why does it feel like you're always with that girl? Luck, perhaps. Trust in science. If I didn't want to be with you, even super glue wouldn't hold. Gu Qinghan regarded Zhang Zhu with a serene expression, her blue eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. You're overthinking it. Zhang Zhu shook his head, understanding Gu Qinghan's words, but feeling as though their relationship had become simply ordinary. It felt much the same as it had in a past life. A bond, if not nurtured through time, lacks authenticity. It is merely a fleeting attraction. Are you implying that I'm handsome? Did I ever say the word handsome? It's merely a fleeting attraction. I'm saying you're the one with fleeting attractions. In your past life, you must have been a master of silence. Gu Qinghan listened to Zhang Zhu's words, her gaze dimming as she reflected. In my past life, I was simply a woman failed in love. Chapter 52. The Bet's Outcome. What are you doing here? Zhang Zhu asked. Gu Qinghan chose to ignore his question. Upon hearing her silence, he recounted the circumstances to her. Your desk mate is quite the intriguing fellow. No need to be so gentle. No one else is listening. A lunatic is a lunatic. Gu Qinghan lightly shook her head, gazing into the crowd on the playground as a gentle breeze brushed past. Is this Pepsi? What's wrong? Gu Qinghan tilted her head, looking at him with curiosity. Nothing. I just remember you always preferred Coca-Cola. That brand sold out. As the clock swiftly approached 9:45, the playground was bustling with numerous boys clad in athletic attire. On one side, several teachers stood equipped with starting pistols and notebooks. From a distance, Zhang Zhu spotted Lin Lu on the 3rd track, while the bespectacled boy from yesterday occupied the 5th track. Whether by sheer luck or some prior knowledge, The situation felt rather coincidental. Lin Lu cast a nonchalant glance at the bespectacled boy, who was brimming with provocation. The latter, undeterred, reciprocated the challenge. As the time for the race drew near, the area became increasingly crowded with students. Class 1 was represented by Huang Qian, Class 2 by Wu Lin, Class 3 by Lin Lu, Class 4 by Chen Xing, Class 5 by Gu Qi, Class 6 by Wang Qi, and Class 7 by Pan Li. With all classes accounted for, the teacher, notebook in hand, addressed the 20 participants, one from each class. Everyone is here. Good. Let's warm up a bit. We would want anyone to injure their feet while running. Consequently, the students commenced their stretching exercises. Who do you think will take first place? Zhang Zhu inquired, his eyes fixed on the unfolding scene, curiosity evident in his tone. What is your opinion? I suspect it might be that boy from class 13, came the reply. Why do you think so? Just a feeling. I share your sentiment. You're quite the rascal, Zhang Zhu teased. I'm merely following your lead. Before long, the students completed their warm-up and assumed their starting positions. Everyone ready? We're about to begin, one teacher remarked, noticing some still standing apart. As the remaining students hastily gathered on the track, they took their stances, crouching low. On your marks, 3, 2, 1, go. At the sound of the starting pistol, several students surged ahead with remarkable speed. In a matter of moments, the front runners were comprised of boys from classes 10 and 11, while Lin Lu and the bespectacled boy found themselves in the middle of the pack. The remaining participants were merely there to join in the experience. Zhang Zhu observed the scene with curiosity. Running so fast at the start, but there are still 2 laps to go. How will they maintain this pace? Those leading will likely tire after the first lap. Gu Qinghan responded, equally concerned. Starting with such a sprint is risky, unless they can sustain it throughout. They'll fall behind once their energy is depleted. I concur. As anticipated, the 3 boys who had sprinted ahead soon began to slow down just over a lap into the race. Lin Lu and his peers swiftly overtook them. The teachers, witnessing this turn of events, shouted, "Don't stop. Keep running." Meanwhile, some boys who had joined merely for fun lagged behind, creating a noticeable gap from the leading group. Lin Lu, noticing Gu Qi not far ahead, clicked his tongue in frustration and increased his speed. Around the playground, a multitude of students cheered for their classmates. Go! Louis, you're in first. ISNT, that was something? ISNT, he currently in last place? Why cheer for first? Last place ISNT first, right? Come on. Gu Qi, take down that boy from class 3. Lin Lu, defeat that 4-eyed guy. Lin Lu noticed that the boy from class 3 was still accelerating, as was the boy from class 5. What is going on with those two? He wondered aloud, finding it challenging to shake off Gu Qi, who was also exerting his utmost effort but remained unable to surpass Lin Lu, his face flushed with exertion. Will they collapse from exhaustion? Zhang Zhu asked from a distance, observing their relentless pace. It depends on their stamina. Typically, it's half and half, came a reply. How is that any different from stating the obvious? Just trying to spare you some embarrassment. You're too kind. Lin Lu, feeling as though his legs were laden with lead, pushed himself despite the heaviness. Yet, his speed was markedly diminished compared to earlier. Damn it. ISNT, he's supposed to be a humanities student? How is he running so well? Gu Qi thought, growing increasingly furious as he watched Lin Lu pull ahead. Gritting his teeth, Gu Qi surged forward, managing to overtake Lin Lu. With less than 100 meters remaining, joy flickered across Gu Qi's face. However, just as he prepared to accelerate again, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. A cry of despair escaped him. Students and teachers alike noticed the commotion, and one teacher jogged over to Gu Qi, assessing the bloodied knees of the fallen boy. The teacher quickly realized that Gu Qi could no longer continue and called for assistance to carry him away. Lin Lu, having witnessed Gu Qi's misfortune, gradually slowed his pace, and the first place goes to Lin Lu from class 3. The teacher's voice rang out as Lin Lu crossed the finish line. Leaning against a wall, he gasped for breath, having pushed himself relentlessly to outpace Gu Qi. Had Gu Qi not fallen, Lin Lu too would have risked collapsing from overexertion. As Lin Lu completed the race, another participant crossed the finish line shortly after him. The students of Taohua High School erupted in cheers for their classmates. I can't believe Lin Lu actually took first, Zhang Zhu exclaimed, astonished at Lin Lu's accomplishment. If that boy hadn't fallen, Lin Lu likely wouldn't have won. But it was inevitable that someone would stumble at such a pace, Gu Qinghan noted, observing the race. Indeed, both of them must have had racing hearts. It's a wonder neither fainted after such an intense sprint. Standing beside the teacher recording the results, Lin Lu beamed with joy. First place or not, as long as I outperformed Gu Qi, that's what matters, he thought, relishing his victory in the wager. You must be Lin Lu from class 3. Quite impressive, a tall teacher remarked, regarding Lin Lu with approval. Thank you for your kind words, teacher, Lin Lu replied, pleasantly surprised to be recognized by the school's physical education instructor. Chapter 53. Zhang Zhu. This doesn't seem like the Lin Lu I know. Has he considered pursuing athletics in high school? The sports teacher, impressed by Lin Lu's unexpected prowess, felt a sense of regret at the thought of such talent going unrecognized. I haven't really thought about that yet. I'll take some time to consider it. L'un le répondait. His participation in the race stemmed from his disdain for Gu Qi. He had never considered training in athletics. After all, his academic performance in humanities was decent enough to secure a place at an average second-tier university. The realm of sports was an uncharted territory for him. Norus, take your time to think it over, the sports teacher said before departing. Afterward, Lin Lu collected a medal and prepared to leave, eagerly awaiting Gu Qi's return from the medical room. Alternatively, he contemplated seeking out Gu Qi, having secretly recorded the event on his phone, determined to witness the aftermath of his rival's downfall. 1,000 meters ISN, too slow after all. Zhang Zhu took a sip of cola and, gazing at the conclusion of the race, remarked with a sense of wonder, usually the slowest takes about 4 minutes at most. Gu Qinghan turned to Zhang Zhu and, after gently sipping her drink, inquired, which event did you sign up for? Zhang Zhu cast a curious sidelong glance, asking, what is it? Tomorrow, at 10 in the morning, came a reply. What event? The women's 1,000 meters. Can you secure first place? Zhang Zhu asked with genuine curiosity, as he had never witnessed her compete in sports. He wondered if being adept at fighting could be considered competition. If so, Gu Qinghan would undoubtedly be the reigning champion. Not bad. Not bad? What does that mean? Why do you speak so ambiguously? Not bad means no one is better than me, Gu Qinghan said coldly, fixing her gaze on Zhang Zhu. Your attitude seems to have taken a downer lately, Xiao Zhu. Oh, does it? Are you mistaken? Zhang Zhu, sensing Gu Qinghan's irritation, felt a surge of pride, nearly forgetting that she too excelled during high school, especially in her prime of physical and mental acuity. You know what might happen next time, right? Gu Qinghan said blandly, not turning back to face Zhang Zhu, which only intensified the pressure Zhang Zhu felt. Was this spiritual pressure? Could it be that she was a formidable opponent? Ahem, I signed up for an event as well. Do you know which one? Pull-ups? Competing for who is the least skilled? Enough of that. Is it amusing? Gu Qinghan chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with unspoken meanings. I'm running the 400 meters tomorrow afternoon. Do you think I'll earn a medal? I don't know. But just don't end up like that boy from today, falling flat on your face. The tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Don't underestimate the youth, right? All right, stop rambling. You should read a couple of novels instead, so you won't be so repetitive. Gu Qinghan remarked impatiently, looking at him. Are you dismissing me? Fine. Zhang Zhu, amused by Gu Qinghan's exasperation, smiled and made a few non-committal sounds. I won't say any more. I'm heading back to the classroom, he added, as a thought struck him. Do you have something to do? No, why? Then why are you going back? Lin Lu probably won, and I need to see him gloat. Sit down. Gu Qinghan was a loss for words, wondering how Zhang Zhu could be so childish. He has definitely gone to find that bespectacled boy from class 5. I can't bear to miss it. Zhang Zhu, feeling anxious, speculated that Lin Lu had already sought out Gu Qi, ready to engage in their usual banter. Given their tempers, a heated exchange was likely imminent. He couldn't afford to miss it, especially with the stakes of their wager so high. He didn't want to become a cautionary tale from high school. So, Gu Qinghan looked at Zhang Zhu with an air of indifference, questioning why he found such trivial matters so compelling. Why not come with me? Let us go watch together. I don't want to. Just sit quietly. Come on, Qinghan. Sister Qinghan, Zhang Zhu urged, rising to take Gu Qinghan's hand and leading her toward the infirmary. Gu Qinghan, exasperated by his antics, found herself pulled along, ultimately conceding to accompany him. Inside the infirmary, two figures were present. So, your foot isn't broken, right? Lin Lu taunted Gu Qi, who appeared disheveled, with his foot wrapped in white bandages. Gu Qi glared at Lin Lu, seething with anger. Had it not been for him, he would have fallen so severely due to running too fast. Now, he had the audacity to mock him. However, Gu Qi was acutely aware that Lin Lu had claimed first place, and he had lost their bet. A sense of humiliation washed over him. A petty person revels in their small victories. Just be wary. A petty person may never achieve greatness. You know why I'm here, right? Gu Qi was not oblivious. Yet he feigned strength. A gentleman's word is his bond. You need not worry. Once my foot heals, I will fulfill my promise. Lin Lu, reading between the lines, was well aware of Gu Qi's intentions. He was attempting to stall, knowing that any delays would lead to a mess. As for his foot, it would take a month to heal properly. Lin Lu was no fool and had no intention of allowing such a situation to pass unnoticed. I don't care if your foot is fine or not. If you haven't died, just make sure to honor this bet. If you refuse or deny it, even if there aren't 100 witnesses, there will be at least 80, and I will make sure word gets around. Do you wish to be someone who stands by their word, or do you prefer to be someone who breaks their promises? Gu Qi's face paled at Lin Li's threats, fully grasping the gravity of his predicament. If he fulfilled the bet, his reputation would be tarnished. If he didn't, he would still be disgraced. As a small leader of Class 5, if word got out, he would lose all respect. Fine, at noon today, at the entrance of the teaching building, I will fulfill my promise. A gentleman's word is his bond. Lin Lu clapped his hands and smiled at Gu Qi's response. Good, I'll be waiting for you. Farewell. As Lin Lu departed, Gu Qi slumped back onto the bed, astonished that a student from the humanities could run so fast. After all, he was supposed to be among the elite in sports. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhu waited at the entrance for what seemed like an eternity, casting a puzzled glance at Gu Qinghan. What is wrong? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Your tone doesn't sound like Lin Lu's. It's almost as if you're reciting lines. Zhang Zhu was correct. Lin Lu had indeed rehearsed his words before confronting Gu Qi. He wouldn't have known what to say otherwise. Aren't you supposed to know him the best? Why do you think that? Is it because I'm handsome and he is not? Zhang Zhu retorted, noting that forums often claim that high school desk mates understood each other best. You should watch less of that. Zhang Zhu felt a bit out of sorts, as Gu Qinghan's comments made it seem as though he and Lin Lu were the best of friends. He.S. just an ordinary classmate. I don't know anything about him. Chapter 54. The bet is in effect Gu Qi's social death. Time rewinds to the classroom, where Lin Lu stood with several boys. Hurry up and recite. I adapted this from a television show, and it will surely leave Gu Qi stunned. Lin Lu looked skeptically at the boy before him. Are you sure? I don't want to end up embarrassed. Just recite it quickly, or you can say it yourself. You know Gu Qi well. He is ugly and loves to play dirty. If you can't scare him, he will definitely back out of his promise. Lan Nu did. Having dealt with Gu Qi for half a year, he knew the latter was nothing but trouble. What does a promise mean to him? In his eyes, it's something easily broken. I'll take my leave, but if he doesn't fulfill his end, you all should spread the word. No problem. I'll keep an eye on things at the entrance. Time rewinds once more to the present. So how did it go? The anxious boy asked Lin Lu. Gu Qi said he would be at the teaching building at noon. All right, I'll grab my phone and call in reinforcements. Indeed, this group had no intention of letting Gu Qi maintain any semblance of dignity for the remainder of his high school life. After all, Gu Qi had always bullied them with his perceived superiority, and now that the opportunity had arisen, they would not show him any mercy. No problem. Upon finishing his words, Lin Li's face blossomed with joy, for the once dominant Gu Qi had always been a source of oppression for him. He was now eager to witness how a prideful individual like Gu Qi would navigate the ensuing humiliation. At the entrance of the medical room, two figures stood at a distance. Did you hear that? Gu Qinghan inquired, addressing Zhang Zhu. What? Your gossip hour has commenced in the teaching building. I must go and see for myself. Gu Qinghan shook her head at Zhang Zhu, pondering how she had not noticed his avid interest in gossip before. Had she perhaps been too oppressive in their previous interactions? Before long, noon arrived, and a throng of students gathered around. In most crowded area, Lin Lu stood with a few members of Class 4. Where's Gu Qi? Not sure, but he should be here soon. Soon, a figure appeared before Lin Lu and his companions. It was the limping Gu Qi. Behind him, several boys followed, their expressions peculiar as if something monumental had transpired. So, it begins now? Gu Qi glared at Lin Lu with an unyielding demeanor. Let us commence, Lin Lu replied, a smile gracing his face despite Gu Qi's grim countenance. In an instant, Gu Qi's companions vacated the vicinity, leaving him in an open space. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qi prostrated himself on the ground and began his confession. "Ia fall, ia fall." With each repetition of his self-deprecating chant, the students gathered at the teaching building could no longer contain their laughter. Isn't that Gu Qi from Class 5? Why is he lying there shouting that? He does have a certain talent. He resembles my dog in posture. Please, don't insult dogs. Serves him right. He acted so smug, and now he is facing the consequences. I need to record this and share it. Count me in. Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan had arrived early at a vantage point in the teaching building, catching sight of the spectacle from afar. He must have been single for 3 years, if not more, Zhang Zhu remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy for Gu Qi's predicament. In this age of the internet, leaving behind video evidence could be detrimental. Why do you seem so gleeful? Gu Qinghan observed Zhang Zhu's smirk, suspecting that perhaps even the dog had been wronged. I just gathered some intel. You wouldn't believe how despicable that person is. He used to bully others, steal from kids, and particularly enjoyed belittling girls. Most importantly, he relentlessly pursued girls until they transferred schools. Gu Qinghan paused, a look of cold disdain washing over her as she regarded the figure below. That hardly seems like a fitting punishment. Indeed, but the troubling aspect is that this scoundrel performs decently academically, she sighed. A person of good academic standing will only receive more advanced education and, by extension, cause more harm. Gu Qinghan silently observed Zhang Zhu, who remained contemplative, unsure of what to say next. Below in the teaching building, Lin Lu and his friends exchanged amused glances as they watched Gu Qi on the ground. Before long, 10 minutes had passed in a blur. Gu Qi rose, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Lin Lu and the others before storming off. Were you posting this? I'm on Tieba. What about you? I'm on WeChat. I posted on Tushio. I'm on a station. After sharing their plans, Lin Lu and his companions nodded in satisfaction before departing. It wasn't that they had finished their conversation. Rather, the disciplinary director had received word and was on the prowl. Let us not linger. I owe you a meal, Zhang Zhu suggested as the crowd dispersed. Where are we dining? The cafeteria? Where else can we eat? Zhang Zhu chuckled. I thought you were suggesting a 5-star establishment with that tone. Once at the cafeteria, the two settled at their usual spot. The food seems better today than usual, Zhang Zhu remarked as he savored his meal. It's no different from any other day, Gu Qinghan replied, delicately picking at her food with chopsticks. Meanwhile, the surrounding students animatedly discussed the day's sports events. I saw a girl excel in the long jump today. You must be referring to Huang Yu from Class 7. She has won numerous medals in the past. And that boy from Class 4, who excels in the triple jump, is impressive as well. Did you hear what happened in Class 1 today? What happened? Indeed, a boy lost a bet and had to kneel in the teaching building, shouting that he was a fool. It was quite the spectacle. Impressive. That guy must have a grudge against the one he bet with. You don't know the half of it. The one who lost the bet deserved it. Let me elaborate. Soon, through the retelling of the story, students from other grades became aware of the feud originating from Class 1. What a pity I missed it. You can catch it on your phones. Someone recorded it and shared it. It's likely on many platforms. Just search for our school's name. Just then, a student who had been about to add something to the conversation noticed the disciplinary director and swiftly vanished from view. Indeed, it is only through gossip that stories spread further. Zhang Zhu observed this unfolding scene and shook his head with a smile. Aren't you guilty of the same? Gu Qinghan teased, her eyes sparkling with amusement. That's different. I merely enjoy gossip. It doesn't mean I'm perpetually intrigued by it, Zhang Zhu replied, pondering thoughtfully. Are you attempting to appear profound? Gu Qinghan quipped, feeling an urge to laugh at Zhang Zhu's expression. You've seen right through me, he chuckled, seemingly struck by a thought. The food today tastes significantly better, Zhang Zhu commented again, noting the heightened flavors. This is the second time you've mentioned it. There is no need for repetition. Readers might find it tedious, Gu Qinghan remarked with a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, Gu Qi glared darkly at his subordinates. Those fools have posted your prostration video across various platforms, a diminutive boy timidly informed him. I don't need to hear it from you. Gu Qi barked angrily at the boy, causing him to shrink back in fear. I summoned you here to resolve this issue, not to hear your nonsense. Do you understand? He cast a baleful glance at his ineffectual followers. One scrawny boy raised his hand and suggested, we could encircle Lin Lu from Class 3 and film him in return. Do you think I Haventy considered that? Class 3 and Class 4 combined outnumber us several times over. What do you propose we do then? Gu Qi adjusted his glasses and scolded the boy harshly. The others, witnessing Gu Qi's ire, exchanged nervous glances, fearful of incurring his wrath. Silence can indeed resolve a problem, can't it? Normally, you are quite loquacious when bullying others, aren't you? Speak up. Gu Qi glared at his cowering subordinate, his anger mounting. Out of loyalty, he had foolishly accepted Lin Li's wager, leaving him feeling utterly trapped and at a loss. With a heavy sigh, Gu Qi attempted to steady his emotions, gazing at the distant teaching building. I shall remember you. Beneath a tree on campus, two figures sat together. Aren't you going to sleep? Zhang Zhu inquired curiously. Observing Gu Qinghan. I'm not very tired, and this outfit is quite uncomfortable for sleeping, Gu Qinghan replied. She had tried it in the morning and found it constricting around her neck. Hey, Xiao Zhu. While Zhang Zhu pondered, Gu Qinghan leaned in closer, mere centimeters apart. Zhang Zhu caught a whiff of her fragrance, which was subtly pleasant, and instinctively placed a hand against her head. What's wrong? Don't come too close. It's a bit warm. Listening to Zhang Zhu's words, Gu Qinghan regarded her with cool indifference. All right, you stay close then. In the past, a younger Gu Qinghan had a strong aversion to sleep, preferring to lean on Zhang Zhu's shoulder and engage in leisurely conversation until drowsiness eventually overcame her. Yet, as they grew older, Zhang Zhu felt a twinge of embarrassment, but Gu Qinghan never afforded her the chance to refuse. Thus their situation persisted. Gu Qinghan gently rested her head on Zhang Zhu's shoulder and softly asked, What are your plans for the summer vacation? Zhang Zhu gazed quietly at the blazing sun, feeling the gentle breeze. After a moment's thought, she responded, I'd like to see the ocean. Then let us go together, Gu Qinghan proposed. Zhang Zhu was about to say something when she recalled Gu Qinghan's words. Could you repeat that? To see the ocean? It would cost quite a bit for two people. This was undoubtedly beyond the financial reach of high school students. Didn't you say you love the ocean? I'll accompany you, Gu Qinghan said, her melodious voice ringing out. But where will we find the money? Both of their families were of modest means, lacking in financial abundance despite having sufficiency in other aspects. Do you remember middle school? Zhang Zhu asked, puzzled by the connection. What about it? Gu Qinghan smiled slightly, recalling. I topped the city in exams, and the school rewarded me with 5,000 yuan, which I've kept in for quite some time. Keep your money. It's unnecessary. Zhang Zhu shook her head, unwilling to spend Gu Qinghan's money for a trip to the ocean. Then accompany me. Let me treat you, Gu Qinghan suggested with a smile. Do you really want to see the ocean? Zhang Zhu turned to look into Gu Qinghan's enchanting, flower-like eyes, which sparkled with a hint of blue. I want to see the ocean with you. I dislike going alone. Gu Qinghan playfully tapped Zhang Zhu's head, saying, The wind is gentle, and the leaves are turning golden. The sentiments of youth stir within the hearts of the young. Then let us go together to see the ocean. Later that afternoon on the playground, Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan stood at a distance, intrigued by the high jump event. Who is participating today? Zhang Zhu asked. It's mostly seniors, Gu Qinghan remarked, having familiarized herself with the situation. High jump, unlike other sports, requires practice. Otherwise, it's difficult to clear the bar. Many didn't know how to utilize their waist for power, which explained why few first-year students participated. As time passed, numerous athletes in sportswear gathered on the grass, followed by several teachers arriving to oversee the event. Class 9 of the second year, is Wu Shi present? A teacher called out. I'm here, teacher. A girl of ordinary appearance raised her hand and responded. Let us begin then. How high do you wish to jump? The same as others at one. 3 meters? I'll try for 1. 5 meters. Teacher, I believe I can do it. The teacher smiled at her confidence. Very well, let us start. Soon, the girl positioned herself a few meters from the bar, took a running start, and gracefully arched through the air. Indeed, she successfully cleared it. Excellent, excellent. This is a second-year student. Quite impressive. The recording teacher praised as he observed her ease. Zhang Zhu watched in admiration, touching her waist, and wondered aloud. Do you think it would be easy for me to jump? Gu Qinghan regarded her coolly, choosing to remain silent. Why aren't you speaking? Do you find it too easy to comment? Zhang Zhu teased. You could try it now, but it's best to wear a mask. You might end up face-planting. Are you serious? That sounds dreadful. Zhang Zhu decided against attempting the jump, realizing the embarrassment would be a lifetime burden. Chapter 56. The Tale of the Peach Blossom is Su Ning from Class 2 of the 3rd year present. A teacher read from a list, then looked up. I'm here, teacher. A tall girl with striking features stood up. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement and asked, Su Ning, will you jump 1? 3 meters. Or do you wish to choose for yourself? 1. 6 meters. Teacher, Su Ning replied, surprising the teacher, who beamed at her. Wonderful. Today, as sports meet, is truly exceeding my expectations. Let us begin. With a fellow student as assistance, the high jump bar was set to 1. 6 meters. Su Ning began her approach, accelerating into a magnificent leap, executing a perfect arc and landing steadily. The surrounding students erupted into applause. Impressive. It seems you have a thorough understanding of the high jump, the teacher remarked with a smile. Indeed, teacher. I've been practicing since childhood, but have yet to surpass 1. 7 meters. I believe you can achieve it. Your talent is evident. You may step down now. The teacher advised, admiring Su Ning's tall stature. Following Su Ning's jump, no other student matched her brilliance, with many struggling and causing laughter among their peers. That Su Ning appears quite remarkable, Zhang Zhu noted, having witnessed the elegance of the high jump through Su Ning's performance. It was an indescribable beauty. The flawless lines and curves in the air were unprecedented. She is impressive. She has already reached the level of a second-tier athlete, Gu Qinghan acknowledged. She began training early, inspired by a particular event, and gradually developed a love for sports, gaining knowledge about various athletic levels. The female high jumper surpassed the national level for secondary athletes with a remarkable height of 1. 6 meters. However, she remains far from achieving the primary level. A secondary athlete, how impressive! Zhang Zhu was unaware of who this athlete was, only knowing that she was a senior in high school and had already reached the level of a secondary athlete. You could do it too, Gu Qinghan remarked, her gaze fixed calmly on Zhang Zhu. Me? I can too. Zhang Zhu pointed at himself in disbelief, taken aback by the revelation of his own latent talent. I meant you have a talent for gossip. As for high jumping, you haven't even reached the threshold. Finding humor in her jest, Gu Qinghan covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled softly. You're quite the jokester. Zhang Zhu rolled his eyes, surprised to see her playful side. As the last senior made their jump, the high jump event concluded, and, unsurprisingly, the first place for girls was awarded to Su Ning, while the boys' top spot went to a medium-built sophomore. The next event was the triple jump, which attracted a larger crowd, resulting in many students congregating to watch. Zhang Zhu wished to see, but upon witnessing the throngs of sweaty bodies under the scorching sun, he reconsidered. Would you like to take a stroll? Oh wait, have you ever explored the school? Zhang Zhu asked Gu Qinghan, who sat quietly on a bench, sipping her drink. Dressed in a violet Evergarden cosplay, she seemed to transcend dimensions, causing passing students to slow down, captivated by her beauty. Gu Qinghan turned her face towards him, speaking serenely. No, you've never taken me around. All right, let us go then. Unlike many high schools, Taohua High boasts a small lake and a dense sycamore forest bordering it. Legend has it that the founding principal planted those trees in memory of someone significant. Initially, he planted only a few sycamores, but subsequent generations of students and teachers continued the tradition, giving rise to the Sycamore Grove. The two arrived beside the grove, with the teaching building in the distance and the small lake nearby. I've always been curious about how deep the center of this lake is. Teachers always warn us to stay away, Zhang Zhu remarked, placing his hands atop his head, gazing at the lake's surface. Gu Qinghan, sipping the drink Zhang Zhu had bought her, paused slightly before responding. If I recall correctly, there's a sign that states its depth. Having noticed the plaque that detailed the lake's depth and name, Gu Qinghan remembered it being around 2 meters deep. For safety reasons, it was merely a decorative lake, though she was uncertain if it contained any fish or shrimp, having only seen people sneak in without any reported catches. Ah, is that so? Haha, just kidding. Zhang Zhu suddenly remembered and laughed, realizing he had lost track of their conversation. They soon arrived at the renowned sycamore grove, where sunlight lingered above the trees, unable to penetrate the dense foliage. The yellowing leaves mingled with green, and a sweet fragrance pervaded the air. As they walked, leaves fell gently around them, perhaps by fate or fondness. It's quite cool here, but there's nowhere to sit, Zhang Zhu mused, contemplating the sycamore trees. If there were benches or stone seats, I can only imagine how many couples would choose this as their romantic rendezvous. Ahead lay a wooden bench facing the lake, though its occupancy was uncertain. Gu Qinghan remarked, "You said you've never explored, yet you're deceiving me." With a sidelong glance, her striking blue eyes coldly scrutinized Zhang Zhu before she continued. "Can I have heard about it from others?" Zhang Zhu sensed her exasperation. He too felt something amiss lately, perhaps due to a lack of inspiration. Deciding to reclaim his usual self, he pressed on. Before long, they reached the rustic wooden bench, marked with the unique scars of time. Fortunately, it was unoccupied. Perhaps due to the sports meet, the sycamore grove was nearly deserted. They settled onto the bench, sitting quietly while gazing at the lake's center. "Why have you fallen silent? Are you trying to appear profound?" Zhang Zhu teased, echoing her earlier sentiment. "You've caught me," she replied with a hint of amusement. Chapter 57, The Philosopher. "Why are you mimicking my speech? Aren't you doing the same?" Zhang Zhu smiled, reflecting on her silence. "What is on your mind?" Gu Qinghan inquired, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "I just think that while you're dressed as Violet Evergarden, you don't resemble her at all." "Who do I resemble then?" "You resemble Gu Qinghan." Rolling her eyes, Gu Qinghan retorted, "So I'm not myself? What I mean is, you are Gu Qinghan, uniquely you. There is no comparison." "Oh, you're so cheesy." "Haha, is it charming? If not, I want to say it again." Gu Qinghan playfully tossed her hair and gazed at Zhang Zhu, saying, "Charming? Then you should say it for a lifetime." In a corner of Class 3, Lin Lu and a few others watched a video, their faces alight with smug satisfaction. "Do you think Gu Qi will act out of desperation?" Lao de Mused, recalling that Gu Qi was indeed a wild card. If he were to retaliate, he would also face ruin. Even if he lost a fair bet, it wouldn't matter to him. He only cared about preserving his pride. "No worries, I've already spoken with Qingge. He'll keep an eye on Gu Qi. If he dares to make a move, he'll be dealt with decisively," a boy with a buzz cut remarked. Qingge was a well-known figure in Class 4, known for his decency and academic prowess, unlike Gu Qi, who was notorious for his unscrupulous behavior, leading to a mutual disdain. "With your assurance, I feel at ease. L'un de twisted quand j'ai eu es réputation." Had Gu Qi not been so outrageous, Lin Lu and T have taken initiative. They quickly concluded that Gu Qi was already intimidated, especially given the unimpressive nature of his followers. A reckless leader posed little threat. "We should head out, but there's a 400-meter race tomorrow in our class. Do you want to join us for practice?" As the boys prepared to leave, one recalled this and addressed Lin Lu. "Sure, I just signed up for a 1,000-meter race. I haven't tried the 400 meters yet." Lin Lu observed that there were not many people in Class 3. Upon hearing the invitation from others, he readily agreed. Soon, a few individuals found themselves on the playground, which was sparsely populated due to the ongoing sports meet. "This will do. It's quite empty here," Lin Lu remarked to the members of Class 4 as they arrived at an open space. "All right, let's warm up." Meanwhile, in a nearby grove of parasol trees, two still figures occupied a wooden bench. "Why have you fallen silent again?" Zhang Zhu turned to gaze at Gu Qinghan. This question had appeared for the third time in the book. Even the readers must be weary of it. "Oh," Gu Qinghan replied, her gaze fixed on the distant outline of the teaching building. She pondered curiously what it would be like if there were another her on the opposite building, locking eyes with her current self. It would be eerie. After all, this is a contemporary story, not a horror one. Gu Qinghan's expression momentarily froze at this thought, but she soon looked at Zhang Zhu with a gentle smile. playfully tapping her hand on his shoulder. You certainly enjoy making jokes, don't you? Zhang Zhu was taken aback by Gu Qinghan's reaction and burst into laughter. You are quite amusing when you are serious. I enjoy it when you playfully jab at me. As Zhang Zhu gazed into the distance, a realization struck him. He had promised Lu Qing to participate in the 400-meter race tomorrow. It had been quite some time since he last ran. Perhaps he should practice a bit? Are you suggesting that if you don't practice, you'll secure the first place tomorrow? Zhang Zhu inquired, tilting his head toward Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan, fully aware of Zhang Zhu's intentions, shot him a cold look before responding after a brief pause. You one team manage it. I know what you're hinting at, but unfortunately, you lack the capability. Zhang Zhu muttered a few curses under his breath. All right. So you look down on me, do you? He had initially not intended to showcase his abilities, but such ridicule compelled him to reconsider. I'll reveal my true self. I am Michael Johnson. Let us go. Weren't you saying we should practice? Gu Qinghan glanced at Zhang Zhu and sighed, feeling puzzled by his thoughts. Yet, once he spoke, she felt she understood his intentions. Do I really need to? 15 minutes later, Gu Qinghan observed that Zhang Zhu had taken nearly 80 seconds to complete a lap, leaving her speechless. I can run it in under 60 seconds. Generally speaking, shouldn't boys have better endurance and stamina than girls? Don't drink water. Take a breather, she said aloud as she noticed Zhang Zhu gasping for air, reaching for his water bottle. That can lead to a sudden chest pain, as it won't alleviate the discomfort after running. How do you dare to participate in the 400 meters with that speed? Gu Qinghan looked at Zhang Zhu with curiosity, perplexed. I was forced by the physical education committee. Honestly, do you seem like someone who would be compelled? Zhang Zhu, having been seen through, coughed a couple of times before revealing the truth. 7 days of homework for all subjects. Are you trying to ruin me? In his previous life, even though Zhang Zhu managed to enroll in a 211 university, he severely hampered Gu Qinghan's progress. Yet, because of love, she had never deemed it a negative aspect. However, now that they had been reborn, she hoped Zhang Zhu would cast his gaze further afield, not just for her sake, but for his own as well. Later, while Gu Qinghan was studying for her graduate entrance exams at a university she should have attended, Zhang Zhu chose not to pursue further education and embarked on entrepreneurship. It wasn't that studying more was inherently better. Gu Qinghan merely wished for Zhang Zhu to gradually improve, as he still possessed a degree of childishness. After 3 years of entrepreneurship, he hadn't even earned half of her scholarship. I once said, one must learn to balance work and rest. Homework is merely a concept. Does writing it guarantee improvement? That is a flawed notion. Furthermore, does not writing it imply one cannot progress? Sighing, she observed the seemingly wise Zhang Zhu and couldn't help but smile. In his past life, he had also been like this, though by then, he no longer bore the visage of youth. Now, with his youthful appearance, he spoke of profound truths, creating a rather unique contrast. May I pose a counter-question? Gu Qinghan asked. With all your talk, does not running imply you wouldn't necessarily be slow? Running more doesn't guarantee you'll be faster than others? Coughing. Zhang Zhu recognized the reasoning behind her words, yet he also detected the underlying mockery. The retort lodged in his throat as he noticed Lin Lu sprinting ahead of him effortlessly. What is happening? Didn't he just finish the kilometer? Isn't that your desk mate? Is he also competing in the 400 meters? If so, you might want to prepare a helmet. Mosey once stated that mocking someone is a lowly act. A philosopher also remarked that mockery brings joy. Which philosopher is so unscrupulous? I am. As chapter 58 titled Accompanying the Run unfolded, Zhang Zhu stood up and spotted Lin Lu and others in the distance. The very individuals who had surrounded Lin Lu earlier to taunt Gu Qi. He chose to ignore them since he wasn't very familiar with Lin Lu and his companions. How about I run with you? Gu Qinghan suggested, recalling that in certain exercises, having someone lead could significantly enhance speed. What is your fastest time for the 400 meters? Zhang Zhu asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. There were so many people on the track, and he hoped not to be outperformed. 58 seconds, Gu Qinghan replied nonchalantly. Zhang Zhu regarded her with skepticism before pulling out his phone to search for the women's 400 meters record. The results shocked him. Gu Qinghan had already reached the level of a second-tier athlete, and with just 1.5 seconds more speed, she could qualify as a first-tier athlete. This revelation struck Zhang Zhu hard. After all, in his previous life, he had scarcely encountered many first-tier athletes in the university's track and field team. Yet thresholds are merely thresholds, and perhaps Gu Qinghan was simply recording her own times, making them inaccurate. Zhang Zhu reassured himself silently. Then you should run slower. I cough. Prefer to enjoy the sensation of a leisurely pace. Don't worry. I will consider your dignity, Gu Qinghan thought, fully aware of Zhang Zhu's mindset. Yet running was no longer solely up to him. Soon, the two arrived at an unpopulated area and commenced their warm-up exercises. Warm up more, that way, you can unleash your strength later, Gu Qinghan remarked, observing Zhang Zhu's warm-up routine, which resembled a dog-esque stretch, causing her to cover her face in disbelief. Nevertheless, to ensure he could run faster later, she continued, otherwise, what if you cool down too much? Zhang Zhu, who had been focusing on his warm-up, stiffened at her words. He had put considerable effort into it, even breaking a sweat. He thought he would surely receive commendations for his diligence. Yet here he was being told he and T warmed up properly. What was going on? How can the one instructing me on warm-ups seem to be exercising more than I am on my main activity? After a while, as Zhang Zhu was drenched in sweat, Gu Qinghan looked at him with confusion. Didn't you go to warm up? Have you secretly run a lap? Hearing Gu Qinghan's question, Zhang Zhu found himself at a loss for words. This was quite embarrassing. He merely followed the other's rhythm to warm up, not expecting to feel this exhausted. You seem to be ready as well. Let's begin. Gu Qinghan gazed at the horizon, where the blazing sun had receded. Bringing a pleasant coolness, this presented an ideal moment for running. Or shall we wait a bit? Zhang Zhu felt he had already exerted himself and was feeling somewhat fatigued. Come on, it is natural to feel tired now. Shortly, you will discover that you can run significantly faster than usual. The two then made their way to the track. And with Gu Qinghan's countdown, they commenced their run. 3, 2, 1, go. Their figures darted forward like leopards. Students passing by paused in their tracks at this sight. Zhang Zhu gritted his teeth, watching Gu Qinghan, who was maintaining a lead, despite his full effort, showing no signs of being overtaken. This ignited a sense of deja vu reminiscent of a past encounter with Gu Qi. With a final surge of energy, Zhang Zhu quickened his pace, his spirits lifting as he neared Gu Qinghan. However, upon witnessing her sudden acceleration, he realized she had distanced herself from him yet again, maintaining a gap of a body length. Zhang Zhu's expression stiffened. What a frustrating endeavor this was. The ensuing sensation of exhaustion and depletion washed over him, accompanied by a relentless discomfort in his chest, pervading his lungs. This caused a dramatic decline in his speed. No need to dwell on it. You must overcome this feeling. Gu Qinghan had already noticed Zhang Zhu's slowing pace and turned to offer encouragement. Zhang Zhu was too fatigued to respond verbally. He merely gazed silently at her figure. Keep running. I will be waiting for you at the finish line, Gu Qinghan said with a smile before hastening ahead. Fortunately, the finish line was only 100 meters away. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhu pushed forward. The earlier discomfort in his chest dissipated like mist, replaced by a newfound surge of strength coursing through him. Well done, 62 seconds. Gu Qinghan had been waiting at the finish line, phone in hand, observing his arrival. Zhang Zhu gasped for air, leaning against a tree to alleviate the pain in his chest. After a while, he managed to recover and lifted his gaze to Gu Qinghan. That doesn't seem like 58 seconds. You were much faster than me. After pondering Zhang Zhu's question, Gu Qinghan replied, that was back in middle school. I cannot say for certain now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu realized that Gu Qinghan had long since reached the level of a first-class athlete. No wonder he struggled to catch up, even with all his effort, and he was a male, inherently endowed with a physical advantage. Take a moment to rest. I will train with you again. Your stamina isn't as weak as you think. Observing Zhang Zhu's flushed face, Gu Qinghan smiled, as she seldom saw him in such a state, given his usual disdain for physical activity. Should we call it a day? Zhang Zhu, having experienced the discomfort in his chest, felt somewhat reluctant to continue. The exhilarating rush of speed was quite enjoyable, wasn't it? Zhang Zhu reflected on this, recalling the experience that had been incomprehensible at the moment, painful yet rewarding in retrospect. Speaking of which, That explosive feeling of power truly provided Zhang Zhu with an exquisite experience. Shall we try a few more times? Whatever you wish. Let's go as many times as you desire. Gu Qinghan sighed softly, for some reason feeling as though she was pressuring him into exercising. It was she who had previously encouraged him to train. How had she ended up in such a position? Soon, they embarked on a 4-hour training session. After their sunset rendezvous, the azure sky gradually transformed into twilight hues. Zhang Zhu, drenched in sweat, stood on the steps, observing the bustling crowd, feeling an unexpected surge of enlightenment. Gu Qinghan held a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and quietly regarded him. While his improvement was not monumental, it was a far cry from the 80 seconds of ineptitude he had once displayed. "We are champions!" Suddenly inspired, Zhang Zhu shouted exuberantly across the playground. Gu Qinghan, somewhat puzzled yet amused, wondered at his sudden display of enthusiasm. Had he not been socially anxious? Chapter 59 revealed he had quite the social charm. After splashing his face at the sink, Zhang Zhu walked alongside Gu Qinghan, feeling refreshed as they observed their fellow classmates. Indeed, exercise brings joy. "Time to head home," Zhang Zhu said to Gu Qinghan. "Very well." The two then made their way toward the school entrance, where the horizon glowed with the colors of dusk. The following day marked the second day of the sports meet. Zhang Zhu rose early, donning his favorite athletic attire, determined not to embarrass himself today. Quite professional. Gu Qinghan, also clad in sportswear, nodded approvingly at Zhang Zhu. A normal person would wear this, wouldn't they? "No, you didn't wear before." Zhang Zhu quickly interrupted Gu Qinghan, who was about to delve into history. No, let us go." Observing the dawn lightening the sky, Zhang Zhu expressed his eagerness to practice, recalling the comfort of yesterday's run. Upon arriving at school, he pulled Gu Qinghan toward the track. As dawn had only recently broken, the field was sparsely populated. The gentle breeze felt delightful, causing the pores to open involuntarily. "Just like yesterday, right?" "Yes, but I believe I can run significantly faster today. Give it a try." Gu Qinghan nodded lightly, then began her warm-up. In the distance, Wu Li and others, just waking up and preparing for breakfast, paused upon spotting the figures on the track. "My goodness, it's Zhang Zhu," one girl exclaimed, noticing him. "What is he doing? Is he participating in the competition?" Wu Li nodded, explaining the situation. "No wonder. He used to seem quite reserved. I thought he was a total introvert." A nearby boy, overhearing this, felt uncomfortable. "What do you mean by total introvert?" "He has a free spirit. You wouldn't understand. Should we go take a look?" A cute girl expressed interest in witnessing the scene, drawn by Zhang Zhu's refreshing and handsome appearance in his sports attire. Wu Li hesitated, still feeling hungry, but ultimately led the group toward the track. Zhang Zhu completed 2 laps of the 400-meter track, feeling a burning energy in his chest. Gu Qinghan, too, had perspired significantly, yet her demeanor was calm, simply taking steady breaths. "Water." Handing a bottle of mineral water to Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan gazed at the brightening sky, realizing how much time had passed. "How does it compare to yesterday?" Zhang Zhu inquired while drinking. "There isn't much difference." Gu Qinghan shook her head, adding, "However, there has been considerable improvement. After all, yesterday's performance was merely a product of adrenaline. Today, Zhang Zhu's performance was entirely a reflection of his own abilities, though he was merely comparable to some ordinary high school students." Wu Li and her companions had also arrived nearby, observing the jovial exchange between the two. Yet Wu Li felt too shy to extend a greeting. It was Gu Qinghan who noticed this scene, smilingly remarking to Zhang Zhu, "Your classmate has come to find you again? What a coincidence." Upon witnessing Gu Qinghan's smile, Zhang Zhu instantly comprehended her implication. He believed it to be a mere figment of imagination. Wu Li could not possibly harbor feelings for him. Such notions were unfounded. After all, one who neither sought his company nor engaged him in conversation, nor even chatted online, could hardly possess any genuine affection. "Hey, Zhang Zhu, are you participating in the sports meet?" A girl beside Wu Li cheerfully inquired. Zhang Zhu recognized her as a student from Class 3, although her name eluded him. Nevertheless, he responded with a smile. "The sports committee called for participants. I had no choice but to comply." Wu Li, overhearing this, curled her lips in disdain, noting that the sports committee had practically begged him to join, ultimately resorting to financial incentives to secure his participation. Is that so? Zhang Zhu, you really embody the spirit of teamwork, the girl praised, to which Zhang Zhu bashfully replied, well, I did receive some benefits, but I suppose it can be considered a sense of collective spirit. Let us hurry, otherwise there won't be any breakfast left, Wuli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she regarded the girl, eager to convey her admiration for Gu Qinghan. It was evident to her that Gu Qinghan's demeanor was somewhat off. How could these others remain oblivious? Standing beside such a stunning beauty, how could they not react? All right then, we shall take our leave. Oh, by the way, Zhang Zhu, which event are you competing in? We could come and cheer for you. Wooly signaled to another girl nearby, pulling her along. The 400 meters, Zhang Zhu replied with a grin. As he watched the group depart, a sense of relief washed over him. He seemed to possess quite a charm. After all, Zhang the handsome, observing the girl's eyes, he could easily discern her affection for him. Although Gu Qinghan did not feel anger per se, her heart was stirred by a tumult of emotions. The disparity between them was palpable. After all, stop teasing. It's not as you think, Zhang Zhu said, though he was reluctant to clarify this misunderstanding. However, seeing Gu Qinghan smile, he found himself compelled to explain. All right, shall we continue our practice? Noticing the sun had risen, the once refreshing air began to grow increasingly sweltering. The track on the playground would soon become quite hot under the sun's rays. No, I think I'll head back to the classroom to recover for a bit, Zhang Zhu decided, feeling the fatigue settling in his chest. He recalled a previous instance where overexertion had left him drained for days. He certainly did not wish to exhaust himself before the afternoon's race. Very well then, I shall take my leave. Today is my duty day, Gu Qinghan said, glancing at the time. Goodbye. Bye, he replied, watching her depart. Zhang Zhu splashed the remainder of his water bottle across his face, relishing the refreshing sensation. Upon returning to the classroom, he was relieved to find his classmates all dressed in formal attire. He had initially feared he would be required to don a costume for the occasion. While aesthetically pleasing, it felt rather peculiar. Lu Qing, the sports committee chair, was enjoying breakfast when he noticed Zhang Zhu enter the classroom, his eyes lighting up as he approached. Have you eaten yet, Zhang Zhu? Taken aback by Lu Qing's enthusiasm, Zhang Zhu simply nodded. Yes, I have. What is up, sport committee? Oh, nothing much, just checking in. How prepared are you? As Zhang Zhu had anticipated, I practiced for several hours yesterday. I should be fine, though winning is not really in the cards. No worries. It's merely a way to accumulate participation points, so that's all right, Lu Qing replied with a satisfied nod. Zhang Zhu shook his head, watching as Lu Qing returned to his seat. Chapter 60. Feng Chang. Fortunately, I'm not showing off. Otherwise, I'd be featured in the meme section. Before long, afternoon arrived, accompanied by delightful weather. The sky was overcast, devoid of glaring sunlight, and a gentle breeze swept across the fields, bringing a refreshing chill. Zhang Zhu arrived to warm up, experiencing a newfound comfort in his pores. His classmates cheered him on, and he acknowledged them with a smile. Though the pressure weighed heavily upon him, observing the other competitors, most seemed quite formidable, particularly Feng Chang. Tall and robust, he exuded an air of explosive potential. Zhang Zhu's curiosity was piqued by one of the boys who had teamed up with Lin Lu to decisively defeat Gu Qi the previous day. One of them was also competing in the 400 meters. Lin Lu had evidently learned of Zhang Zhu's participation early on. His interest piqued. After all, he had never witnessed Zhang Zhu engage in sports before. While Zhang Zhu was stretching, he suddenly sensed a shadow looming over him. You must be Zhang Zhu, right? Not much to look at, I'd say. A tall boy approached, revealing that he was only a few centimeters taller than Zhang Zhu. Is there something you need? Zhang Zhu asked coolly, recognizing Feng Chang from class 2. His unimpressive appearance was overshadowed by a rather unpleasant demeanor, especially considering Feng Chang's previous clash with Gu Qinghan, which left Zhang Zhu with a negative impression. I heard you and Gu Qinghan are a couple. Huh. Feng Chang remarked with a disdainful tone. He had long been infatuated with Gu Qinghan, but had not anticipated Zhang Zhu's ability to thwart his advances so effortlessly. What business is that of yours? Zhang Zhu retorted coldly, finding Feng Chang's condescending attitude revolting. Their relationship was of no concern to him. Let us hope your speed on the track is as tough as your words. Feng Chang shot back icily before turning to leave. Unlike Gu Qi, he was not foolish enough to make any bets. Should Zhang Zhu prove to be a hidden talent, he would only end up as a subject of ridicule on various meme sites. As the time for the competition drew near, Zhang Zhu found himself positioned in the center of the track. He silently recited a few encouraging phrases as the teacher began the countdown. On your marks, 3, 2, 1, go. Zhang Zhu recalled Gu Qinghan's advice. If he wished to surpass more skilled competitors, he must start explosively. Otherwise, he would be left behind, especially since some of the seniors had tremendous bursts of speed. Feeling the rush of blood circulating through his body, a surge of strength propelled Zhang Zhu forward like a cannonball. The other competitors were similarly driven, each exerting themselves to the fullest. Go, go. Cheer Class 5, Class 7, Class 7, Class 3, Class 3, the best in Class 3. As fatigue began to set in, Zhang Zhu gritted his teeth, pressing on. 2 or 3 runners remained ahead of him, one of whom was Feng Chang. As Zhang Zhu gazed towards the finish line, a mere 150 meters away, despair enveloped him. Although he had been assigned to merely participate in the race, he harbored aspirations of securing a medal for his class. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed before him as Feng Chang collided with another boy. In his eagerness to overtake, Feng Chang had failed to gauge the distance, resulting in a direct collision that sent both boys tumbling swiftly across the ground. The other boy, slender and unprepared for such a forceful impact, found himself at the mercy of Feng Chang's momentum. They began to roll uncontrollably from the track. Before long, one boy surged past the finish line, followed closely by another, with Zhang Zhu claiming the third position. Standing at the finish, he beamed at the throngs of spectators gathered beyond. Drink some water, a crisp, indifferent voice called from behind him. It was Gu Qinghan, her hair tied back neatly, approaching Zhang Zhu. He accepted the water she offered, hesitating for a moment before daring to take a sip. The exertion had left him feeling as though a weight was lodged in his chest, making it difficult to breathe normally. Not too shabby. You've secured third place, Gu Qinghan remarked, her tone a blend of surprise and admiration. Though this third place was somewhat fortuitous, luck is indeed a facet of skill. I can hardly claim this third, Zhang Zhu replied, his expression a mix of denial and delight. Gu Qinghan, observing his struggle to feign modesty while his smile betrayed his true feelings, found herself at a loss for words. Well then, how about this? What a farce! A teacher called out to Zhang Zhu, summoning the top 3 students for a photograph and medal presentation. Zhang Zhu jogged over, his laughter infectious, prompting Gu Qinghan to chuckle softly. Let us hope next year's students are just as spirited, the teacher encouraged before departing with the photographs. Zhang Zhu, now adorned with a bronze medal around his neck, approached Gu Qinghan with a lightness in his step. Look at me flaunting it. Do you have one? Do you? He teased, his playful demeanor eliciting a knowing smile from Gu Qinghan, who decided it was time to enlighten him about his own capabilities. Just wait, you'll see the gold. Not just your bronze. Indeed, Gu Qinghan was set to compete in the afternoon's 1,000-meter race at 3 o'clock. Meanwhile, Feng Chang wore an exceedingly grim expression, grappling with the repercussions of their earlier collision, which had been a direct result of his miscalculation. The boy he had struck, being slight of build and falling onto a patch of grass, had sustained injuries, with blood staining his arms and legs. All right, everyone, let's not linger. We need to get them to the medical room. This bleeding must be addressed, the teacher murmured as they departed, lamenting the recurrence of such incidents involving first-year students. Feng Chang felt his mood darken further, relieved he hadn't wagered against Zhang Zhu, lest he face humiliation on top of injury. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Zhu smiled at Lu Qing. I never imagined you had this talent, Zhang Zhu, Lu Qing expressed, genuinely surprised that he had managed to secure a medal for Class 3, which delighted him immensely. It was a stroke of luck, sports committee member Lu Qing acknowledged. Fully aware that absent the collision, Zhang Zhu likely would have finished 5th. However, what was done, and having a medal in their class was sufficient. And as a reward, I shall assign you 2 extra days of homework across all subjects. Zhang Zhu, taken aback by the comment, could only stammer in disbelief. Is that for real? Truly? I can hardly believe it. Thank you, you are my savior. Chapter 61. Gu Qinghan. A level 1 runner, as Zhang Zhu surveyed the surroundings filled with long, elegant legs, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was now a little past 2:30 in the afternoon, the venue for the women's 1,000-meter race. Gu Qinghan was stretching in place, her expression inscrutable as she observed the crowd. As time ticked away, the race approached 2:55. Is everyone from each class present? A female teacher called out. We are here, teacher, came the responsive chorus. The teacher nodded, signaling to the gym instructor beside her. If anyone has yet to warm up, please do so. The 1,000 meters is a true test of physical endurance. Let us not have a repeat of what happened with the boys, either falling or colliding. Laughter erupted among the students outside the track at the teacher's words. Coincidentally, Gu Qi had also arrived, drawn by the presence of the girl he admired. However, the teacher's remarks left him visibly troubled, especially as those who recognized him, whether acquainted or not, had gleaned his reputation from various online videos. All right, if everyone is ready, we shall begin, the teacher announced. On your marks, get set, go. Zhang Zhu watched as Gu Qinghan darted ahead with remarkable speed. While several girls from other classes were competent, they paled in comparison to her prowess. A few girls meandered along, as if casually strolling rather than racing, prompting discontent among the teachers who shouted at them to run. Feeling her strength returning, Gu Qinghan ran with an exhilarating lightness, a sensation both delightful and liberating. Soon, she had completed half the distance, while the second runner lagged over 100 meters behind her. My goodness, which class does that girl belong to? She is phenomenal, murmured Zhang Zhu, astonished by the sight. While he had felt the competition close during his own race, Gu Qinghan seemed to be a league of her own. As Gu Qinghan entered the second lap, the second runner was still struggling through her first, inciting a thunderous cheer from the onlookers. The physical education teachers at the finish line widened their eyes in disbelief. Is that speed characteristic of a level 2 athlete? It seems beyond mere capability. She's accelerating. This girl must come train with me. Such raw talent is undeniable. One teacher exclaimed. You? Training a level 3 athlete would be your limit. She would be a perfect fit for my class. With less than 150 meters remaining, Gu Qinghan pushed herself, sprinting towards the finish line, driven by the sight of Zhang Zhu waiting at the end. She has crossed the finish line. The champion is Gu Qinghan from Class 1. A teacher bellowed, her face flushed with excitement as her stopwatch registered a remarkable 308 seconds, a time indicative of elite female athletes. Gradually, the second runner crossed the finish line, clocking in at 350 seconds, a stark contrast to Gu Qinghan's performance. The disparity only grew as several girls meandered along the track, leaving the teachers speechless, struggling to comprehend such an extraordinary display of athleticism. Observing the serene figure of Gu Qinghan before him, Zhang Zhu offered an exceedingly high appraisal. Particularly remarkable was the fact that, after completing a 1,000-meter run, she bore not a single bead of sweat upon her brow, her complexion remaining unflushed, which left Zhang Zhu questioning the very nature of existence. Though Gu Qinghan was not excessively fatigued post-run, she had indeed reached a sprinting phase in the latter half, and now felt an acute thirst. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu handed her the bottle of mineral water he held, and then produced a pack of tissues, offering her two. Help me wipe. I'm exhausted. Zhang Zhu nodded and gently dabbed her forehead and neck to wipe away the perspiration. So you do sweat after all. Nearby, several teachers looked on with envy. After all, she was a first-class athlete, a fact they could scarcely believe. After all, Taohua High School was primarily known for its academic prowess, not its athletic achievements. Many promising athletes would typically shy away from such a school. Have you considered pursuing athletics? One teacher inquired. Student, I see you possess exceptional talent. Allow me to mentor you. Another chimed in, choose me, and I can grant you the liberty to skip classes at will. Zhang Zhu observed the teachers, noting the stark contrast in demeanor. Their usual stern countenance was now replaced by eager fawning. No need, teachers. My academic standing is commendable. The teachers, upon hearing Gu Qinghan's refusal, grew increasingly anxious. If you practice for another 2 years, gaining admission to Qingbei will be a cinch. Indeed, many techniques you have yet to grasp. With professional training, you could very well become an elite athlete by your senior year. Consider it, student. No matter how good your academics, don't squander your potential. Gu Qinghan replied coolly, "My academic scores are more than sufficient for Qingbei." Upon hearing this, one teacher realized she was the second in her grade, confirming that admission to Qingbei was indeed within her reach. Zhang Zhu found himself at a loss for words, realizing that sycophants could be found in any student group. "Can I collect my award now?" Gu Qinghan recalled Zhang Zhu's earlier words. "Oh, of course, student. We shall prepare a deluxe medal for you soon." With the teacher's assistance, a remarkably ornate medal was produced. As the teachers announced the results, Zhang Zhu discovered who placed second and third, a tall girl from Class 7 and another from Class 18. "What do you think?" Gu Qinghan approached Zhang Zhu, the splendid medal in hand. "Speak," he replied, at a loss for words, much like the author grappling with how to elaborate. "I possess a bronze medal that you do not. That counts as 1 victory. I have 1 win, you have none. That counts as 2 victories. I have 2 wins. You have none. That counts as 3 victories. Therefore, I am the victor, and you should treat me to a meal." Listening to Zhang Zhu's nonsensical banter, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Take it. Let us go home." Tossing the medal to Zhang Zhu, she added, "So early? Let us eat." "Did you not say you treat me, young Master Zhang?" "I was mistaken, Sister Qinghan. Mistaken or not, we're going to eat." Chapter 62, Discussing Travel Destinations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 2 slender figures strolled leisurely out of the school gates. The golden rays of twilight cascaded upon their shoulders, adorning them with a resplendent cloak. "Where shall we dine?" a gentle voice inquired. "Let us return to our usual spot," came the calm and resolute reply. The speakers were none other than Gu Qinghan and Zhang Zhu. Acknowledging Gu Qinghan's suggestion, Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement. After a brief silence, he suddenly recalled something and remarked, "How much of your strength did you exert today? I can't shake the feeling that you had more to give." Gu Qinghan did not turn back. Her gaze remained fixed on the horizon, her hands resting naturally by her sides. After a moment's contemplation, she answered without hesitation, "Perhaps about 90%, but that is already quite impressive." Her voice carried a note of confidence and pride, suggesting she was highly satisfied with her performance. Yet, beneath that seemingly nonchalant facade, did she truly exert merely 90% of her strength? Perhaps only she knew the answer. At this moment, Zhang Zhu finally attained a clearer understanding of Gu Qinghan's capabilities. Until now, she had scarcely revealed her true prowess, leading Zhang Zhu to mistakenly believe her martial pursuits were merely for fitness. Little did he realize, she was not only exceptionally skilled, but also possessed remarkable physical attributes. Before long, they arrived at the commercial street. Perhaps due to the fact that it was not a weekend, or perhaps because it was still early, the streets were relatively quiet, with only a sparse crowd, despite it being just past 4 o'clock. "What would you like to eat?" Gu Qinghan slightly turned, her gaze resting on Zhang Zhu as she softly inquired. "How about trying the crab roe rice?" Zhang Zhu suggested. At his words, Gu Qinghan's eyes deepened with intrigue, her gaze fixed on him, seemingly surprised that he knew her preferences. However, she soon smiled, nodding in agreement. The two then made their way to their destination, a time-honored establishment known as Crab Friendly Rice. The restaurant was rather empty, exuding a somewhat desolate atmosphere, with only 2 waitstaff and 1 front desk attendant bustling about. "Hello, may I take your order?" One of the waitstaff approached their table and inquired softly. "We would like 2 portions of crab roe rice and 2 beverages," Zhang Zhu replied. He then turned to Gu Qinghan, gently asking, "Would you like anything else?" After a moment's thought, Gu Qinghan added, "Let us also have an order of fried crab." Zhang Zhu nodded slightly in agreement and informed the server, "Please add 1 order of fried crab." Given that the city was situated near the coast, the seafood was not only fresh and delectable, but also reasonably priced, comfortably within their budget. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of fragrant crab roe rice were presented before them, accompanied by 2 vibrant blue drinks that were visually enticing. though their flavor remained a mystery. Gu Qinghan picked up her chopsticks and carefully lifted a small piece of crab, wrote her mouth. Instantly, a wave of exquisite flavor burst upon her palate, reminiscent of delightful childhood memories. This is truly delicious, Gu Qinghan exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Hearing this, Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, affirming this restaurant crab roe rice is indeed among the finest in Huaqin. As they savored their meal, the two engaged in casual conversation about everyday matters. Unconsciously, the topic shifted to the sports meet. I noticed that during the girls' 1,000 meters, a few of them seemed to be walking. Even several teachers were visibly frustrated, as if they were on the brink of reprimanding someone. Zhang Zhu chuckled. Faced with such commentary, Gu Qinghan found herself momentarily speechless. She was acutely aware that disparities in physical fitness among students were perfectly normal. Therefore, she refrains from indulging in excessive disparagement of others. However, having already registered for the competition, she finds herself unable to complete it, leaving her utterly speechless. While many may find amusement in it, the fundamental spirit of sportsmanship should still prevail. Yet, every individual is unique. She feels no obligation to voice her thoughts, merely shaking her head in silence when confronted with the question, "Are there any coastal cities?" Regarding Zhang Zhu's desire to see the sea, Gu Qinghan expresses her agreement. She recalls that long ago, her first impression of the ocean, seen on television, was one of refreshing exhilaration and playful delight. Yet as time passed, she never did visit the seaside. She still harbors a yearning for it. Perhaps places like Shaolin, Shihuang Island, or Love Island would suffice. Which one do you wish to visit? Zhang Zhu is eager to see the sea, but appears to lack any particular preference for locations or specific bodies of water. He seems rather uninformed. Subsequently, he shakes his head and replies, "I don't know either. Let's wait until after the exams, and I'll look up some places." Time drifts by, and after a few more minutes, Zhang Zhu glances at the now empty crab roe rice bowl, his face lighting up with joy. The flavors from his memory, indeed, are delightful. "Do you want more?" he asks, observing Gu Qinghan quietly gazing out the window. "No need, let us go," she replies. As the two prepare to leave, a nearby waitress chuckles and remarks to a girl beside her, "Did you see that? That guy's quite handsome." "I think the girl is particularly attractive," the girl responds. "Why are you so focused on her? Aren't you just as infatuated? Oh, are you looking for a fight?" They find themselves aimlessly wandering the commercial street, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Zhang Zhu appears to spot something. "Look, there's a claw machine. Let us check it out." Noticing Gu Qinghan's slight disdain, he unceremoniously takes her hand and leads her to the machine. The claw machine is filled with an array of adorable plush toys. "I'll go get some change. Wait for me." Soon, Zhang Zhu returns with 10 coins in hand. "Let me show you a trick." Gu Qinghan silently observes without uttering a word. Unexpected success. After several attempts, Zhang Zhu manages to snag a rabbit plushie with 8 coins. "Here you go, what do you think?" Gu Qinghan takes the plush toy and replies coolly, "You could have bought 2 with that money." "You don't understand. This is meaningful. It seems you were just having fun." "Not at all. I thought you would like it. Since it's a heartfelt gift from you, I will indeed cherish it." "Hey, don't say another word." Chapter 63. The Eve of Departure. Time flies like a fleeting shadow, and before they know it, the final exams arrive. During this period, Zhang Zhu dedicates himself wholeheartedly to his studies. Through relentless effort and perseverance, he gradually deepens his understanding and mastery of the knowledge pertinent to high school. Moreover, with continuous exploration and contemplation, he gains numerous new insights, an experience he never encountered in his previous life. "Oh no, I'm definitely doomed this time. I'm going to flunk the exam. If my parents find out, they'll surely kill me." Lin Lu sits pale, muttering anxiously under his breath, his voice tinged with fear and unease. Wu Li, seated behind him, can't help but stifle a laugh. "You had so much fun before, cramming at the last minute 1T help. Do you really expect to become a gambling god now?" "What do you know? This is called rational time management." Although Lin Lu protests, internally he is in a state of panic. Wu Li, observing Lin Li's stubbornness, chooses to remain silent, merely smiling faintly, knowing that once school resumes, they may not share the same classroom again. At that moment, Wooly directs her gaze toward Zhang Zhu ahead and curiously asks, "Hey, Zhang Zhu, are you planning to choose the arts or sciences in your second year?" Despite having a clear answer in his mind, Zhang Zhu gently shakes his head. "I'll consider it during summer vacation." "Oh, I see." Wooly's expression dims, revealing her disappointment. She understands that the separation in their second year may indeed become permanent. Zhang Zhu is acutely aware of Wu Li's unspoken thoughts. However, in the journey of life, connections between individuals are inherently limited. It is a rarity to accompany someone along a particular path, and the next phase may welcome new companions. At this moment, Zhang Zhu gazes up at the bold characters of departure inscribed on the blackboard, oblivious to the chatter of his classmates discussing their feelings about the division of subjects. He remains undistracted, quietly retrieving 2 test papers from his drawer and immersing himself in his work. After all, while gaining admission to a 211 university in his previous life was commendable, this time he aspires for more. Life is fleeting. The opportunity for rebirth is precious. And how could he squander it? Classmates, please set down your pens for a moment and listen to a few words from the teacher, accompanied by soft footsteps. Teacher Mo Li enters the classroom, cradling a book in her hands, smiling as she stands before the podium, raising her hand for silence. "Tomorrow marks the beginning of your final exams. I understand that you may feel a bit restless at this moment, but I hope you can channel that energy into the exam tomorrow. This examination is crucial for your class division in the second year, so avoid discussing unrelated matters that may distract you." Teacher Mo Li continues earnestly. "Regarding the choice of subjects, please consider carefully before making a decision. Choose based on your actual circumstances and strengths. Do not act impulsively. Once you reach university, you will have ample time and opportunities to pursue your true interests." Finally, taking a deep breath, Teacher Mo Li concludes, "All right, I will say no more. Let us begin self-study. I wish you all outstanding results in tomorrow's final exams." With that, she claps her hands and quietly exits the classroom. Setting his pen down, Zhang Zhu falls into contemplation, the echoes of Teacher Mo Li's words resonating in his mind. He cannot deny the truth in her remarks. In his previous life, many classmates overlooked the importance of subject selection, resulting in a significant increase in the difficulty of the college entrance examination. Those who could have attended better institutions ended up at schools far below their expectations. Some even found themselves entirely shut out from university due to inadequate performance. Reflecting on this, Zhang Zhu can't help but smile gently. "Never mind. If I can't take care of myself, why should I worry about others? After all, each person has their own path to tread, and all he can do is strive to improve himself. As for the choices and outcomes of others, they are beyond his control." The classroom is enveloped in an unusual silence, broken only by the soft murmurs of 2 individuals conversing. "Qinghan, you're definitely going to secure the top score in this exam." Nangong Ling smiles, her gaze fixed on Gu Qinghan, radiating expectation and trust. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. "Indeed, I shall do my utmost." Her voice was as soft as silk, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. However, Gu Qinghan refrained from continuing the conversation with Nangong Ling and instead directed her gaze out the window. The sky was overcast today, a gentle breeze wafting through, bringing a hint of chill. In the distance, clusters of withered yellow leaves drifted down leisurely, as if bestowing a faint hue to the otherwise dreary horizon. At that moment, Nangong Ling seemed to recall something significant and suddenly inquired, "Oh dear, I almost forgot to ask you, Qinghan, which subject do you intend to choose in your second year?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan momentarily paused her actions, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and calmly replied, "I haven't decided yet. I shall make my choice during the summer vacation." Nangong Ling nodded eagerly and then asked, brimming with anticipation, "May I come to spend time with you during the summer?" Her eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for this answer. Observing the fervent expectation in Nangong Ling's gaze, Gu Qinghan found it peculiar. Her demeanor seemed inconsistent with her established persona. Initially, Nangong Ling appeared rather aloof, but at some point, she gradually transformed into a loquacious individual with a penchant for playful antics. This shift left Gu Qinghan feeling somewhat disoriented, even slightly displeased. Nevertheless, her expression remained impassive as she shook her head in refusal. I shall be going on a trip during the summer. It may not be convenient. Nan Gongling's disappointment was palpable, yet she nodded in understanding. As she glanced at the clock nearing afternoon, a thought struck her, and she invited, "Shall we have lunch together?" It seemed that due to the upcoming finals, the food had improved significantly. Recalling her prior arrangement to dine with Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan had no choice but to decline Nan Gongling's request. "All right, I understand who you plan to eat with," Nan Gongling remarked, having recognized Gu Qinghan as companion. Zhang Zhu, whom she had seen dining with her daily for over a month. In the cafeteria, two figures occupied table. "Do you think I can make it into the top 100 this time?" Zhang Zhu mumbled to himself absent-mindedly as he ate, lost in thought. Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, he abruptly set down his chopsticks and fixed his gaze on Gu Qinghan, eyes brimming with anticipation and anxiety. For the past month, Zhang Zhu had been receiving guidance from Gu Qinghan. It was undeniable that she possessed remarkable prowess. Her grasp of knowledge surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and her explanations of complex concepts were both clear and accessible, leaving Zhang Zhu feeling immensely enriched. As long as you perform to your potential, there's no doubt you'll secure a place in the top 100. After all, you are my personally tutored student. Gu Qinghan raised her gaze slightly, responding with a calm and unwavering tone, exuding confidence in Zhang Zhu. However, her composed demeanor struck others as somewhat peculiar, as if she were not particularly surprised by Zhang Zhu's inquiry. "Well, aren't we confident? Our little Miss Gu." Zhang Zhu couldn't resist teasing her, yet deep down, he felt bolstered by her assurance. Before long, they concluded their lunch. At that moment, Zhang Zhu's mind was consumed with the desire to return to the classroom for a brief respite, to gather his strength for the afternoon classes. However, before departing, he casually inquired about Gu Qinghan's plans. "I too intend to return to the classroom for a bit of rest." Gu Qinghan replied with a gentle nod, offering a succinct response. After a day of learning, she felt a touch fatigued. Despite her previous life having rendered her proficient in these subjects, human energy is inherently finite. After exchanging farewells, Zhang Zhu returned to the classroom. The empty classroom was eerily quiet as he retrieved his books to use as a makeshift pillow and lay down for a brief nap. "Wake up! Class is about to start." Suddenly, a voice resonated in Zhang Zhu's mind, jolting him awake. He blinked rapidly and sat upright. "Why are you so tired today?" Lin Lu inquired curiously, observing him. "I stayed up late last night, working on 2 exams. Zhang Zhu rubbed his eyes in response. L'un nodded understandingly, having witnessed Zhang Zhu's diligence and effort over this period. However, Lin Lu then shifted the subject, saying, "Do you know what just happened?" Zhang Zhu looked utterly perplexed, completely unaware of any events, and asked casually what happened. Based on his knowledge of Lin Lu, he assumed it was yet another trivial matter. "You won't believe it. Just now, outside the teaching building, a guy was confessing with flowers," Lin Lu exclaimed. Zhang Zhu waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was already aware. Finding such trivialities utterly uninteresting, all he desired was to nap a bit longer. "Wait, don't doze off yet. Do you know who that guy is?" L'un le teased, building suspense. "Who?" Zhang Zhu feigned interest. "Gu Qi. Oh my goodness. That girl isn't half bad looking." And when Gu Qi got rejected, he was mocked. His face almost turned green. "He is probably still standing there now." Lin Lu animatedly gestured. Only at that moment did curiosity flicker in Zhang Zhu's eyes. He thought to himself how Lin Lu could be so skilled at withholding crucial information. "Shall I go take a look?" Zhang Zhu shook his head. He bore no animosity towards the individual and did not wish to make the trek to Class 5. "Very well, then you can nap a little longer," Lin Lu said, and Zhang Zhu nodded slightly, his mind racing to contemplate what he should write next. Ever since his rebirth into his high school years, he had tirelessly sought to recall those elements that could lead to fortune, yet the passage of time had blurred many details. Now, only a handful of relatively significant memories remained. What was even more exasperating was that he would have to endure the monotonous high school life once more. With this thought, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but exhale softly, allowing his body to relax as he laid his head back down on the desk, slipping into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, a cacophony erupted within the classroom, abruptly awakening Zhang Zhu from his slumber. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, feeling irked. However, upon seeing Lin Lu, who had rushed in with an excited expression, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but inquire, "What is going on? Is there some major incident? Wow, this time it's truly incredible. Absolutely a super major event," Lin Lu exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Zhang Zhu, accustomed to Lin Li's penchant for dramatics regarding trivial matters, held little expectation and teased, "Oh, is it another failed confession?" As he spoke, he casually glanced at the clock on the wall, only to be astonished to find that class had been in session for quite some time. Yet no other students had returned. This struck him as odd. That girl Gu Qi confessed to has a boyfriend, and upon discovering the situation, they ended up fighting. Lin Lu continued, growing increasingly animated. "You won't believe it. That girl's boyfriend is quite the brawler. He beat Gu Qi so badly that he couldn't find his way home. Now a whole bunch of teachers are trying to mediate, but it's no use, and a crowd of students is peeking in." Upon recalling the incident where Gu Qi was reprimanded, Lin Lu felt an undeniable sense of joy. It was at this moment that Zhang Zhu began to comprehend why Lin Lu had rushed back in such a flurry. Subsequently, Zhang Zhu, intrigued, decided to join him, reasoning that since they were not in class, it would be worthwhile to witness the unfolding drama. "Are they still there?" Lin Lu noted Zhang Zhu's interest and responded with a smile. Indeed, the two are engaged in quite the fierce altercation. No one dares to intervene. Soon, following Lin Lu's lead, the duo arrived at the scene that had ignited the confrontation. Observing the throng of spectators, Zhang Zhu felt a twinge of curiosity. Why had the teachers not dispersed the students? "Goodness, it seems Gu Qi is on the verge of being utterly beaten," he exclaimed. "If this continues, he might end up hospitalized. His face is covered in blood. Huh, serves him right. Who told him to confess to a girl who rejected him and still attempted to force himself upon her? Now he knows the consequences." The crowd was largely reveling in Gu Qi's misfortune, for his reputation at Taohua High School was far from stellar. As Zhang Zhu navigated through the crowd, he gasped at the sight before him. There stood Gu Qi, embroiled in a brawl with a notably tall boy, though it was evident that Gu Qi was on the receiving end of a one-sided thrashing. "Gu Qi, you damned fool. I swear I'll beat you to a pulp." Chapter 65, Destination Confirmed. Zhang Jiang, stop this at once. How dare you continue fighting? Do you wish to be expelled? The commanding voice of a portly, furious dean cut through the air as he strode swiftly towards them, his expression dark and foreboding. "Dean," Gu Qi, raising his bloodied face, opened his mouth to explain, only to be ruthlessly interrupted. "Enough. No need for words. Both of you will report to my office shortly. Now disperse immediately." Before the dean's words had fully settled, he turned to several nearby teachers, instructing them to help clear the gathering crowd. "How disappointing. Just as it was getting interesting, it's over," Lin Lu muttered, his face reflecting his disinterest as he resignedly pouted. He then turned to leave. Zhang Zhu, too, appeared somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated a spectacle, but acknowledged it was futile to linger any longer. Upon returning to the classroom, the students were abuzz with chatter about the earlier events. The discussion grew particularly animated when Gu Qi's name came up. After all, his already unattractive face had become even more grotesque after the altercation. Among the voices, Lin Lu's was the loudest. Thus, this minor uproar quickly subsided. People are invariably fascinated by gossip, yet dissipates just as swiftly. With final examinations approaching, followed by a 2-month-long holiday, the allure of a splendid break far eclipsed any trivial rumors. Zhang Zhu gently picked up his pen, rotating it thoughtfully in his palm. At that moment, his mind drifted far away, contemplating which seaside destination to choose for this rare holiday. Perhaps venturing a bit further would be wise. Yet as this thought emerged, it was swiftly quashed by the realization that airfare from a decade ago was hardly affordable. Although the funds came from Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu was not one to squander. Thus, he resolved to select a locale within the province, should it be Guanghai or Zhanjiang. After a tumultuous internal debate, he finally settled on Zhanjiang. Firstly, It was not a bustling metropolis, which meant expenses would be relatively low. Secondly, being a less popular tourist destination, it would not be overrun with visitors. Taking all factors into account, Zhangjiang undoubtedly emerged as an ideal vacation spot. Time flew, and soon it was nearing the end of the school day. Watching the clock on the wall tick away, Zhang Zhu understood that he would soon be free. Rising from his seat, he hefted his heavy backpack from the floor and stuffed it with a mountain of textbooks piled atop his desk. With an important exam on the morrow, leaving the books behind in the classroom would serve no purpose. In no time, his previously empty backpack brimmed with various textbooks, workbooks, and notebooks. Just then, the sharp, jarring sound of the bell pierced the tranquil atmosphere of the classroom. Moments later, the announcement beckoning students to leave rang out. Class is over. Hurry up. Let us get food. Today's meal is sure to be delightful. Wait for me. Don't run so fast. As his classmates surged toward the exit, Zhang Zhu did not rush to follow. The crowd was dense, and with the substantial load of books he carried, he feared that a collision could result in his books scattering across the floor, inconveniencing others. What truly concerned him was the embarrassment of having to bend down to retrieve them. Why haven't you left yet? From a short distance behind, Wu Li observed Zhang Zhu with curiosity and couldn't help but inquire. Just a moment, he replied, turning to face her. It's my turn to be on duty today, so I'll be leaving a bit later. Wu Li smiled and explained, then quickly shifted the conversation. Are you waiting for someone? Could it be Gu Qinghan? A hint of amusement danced across her face as she spoke the last few words. Hearing this, Zhang Zhu smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying her question. He simply gazed at Wu Li, a fleeting glimmer of something unspoken passing through his eyes. Oh dear, don't look at me like that. All right, since you're still waiting, I'll just go take out the trash. Bye-bye. Wu Li seemed slightly flustered under Zhang Zhu's gaze and quickly grabbed a trash bin alongside a nearby classmate and headed towards the waste disposal area. Waving goodbye to Zhang Zhu before departing, Zhang Zhu silently watched her retreating figure until she vanished from view, then shifted his gaze to the now empty corridor. At that moment, few students remained. Just as he was about to step out, he caught sight of a particularly striking figure approaching him from a distance. There could be no doubt. It was Gu Qinghan, possessing a unique elegance and charm that marked her as one of a kind. Are you waiting for me? Gu Qinghan inquired, gracefully lifting her long, pale neck, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhang Zhu, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Guess, Zhang Zhu replied, raising an eyebrow, his tone teasing. I suppose so. Gu Qinghan replied coolly, falling silent thereafter. Then that means I guessed correctly. Let us go, Zhang Zhu said softly, and together they walked side by side, their pace steady and unhurried as they made their way out of the school gates. Outside, observing the throngs of students awaiting their rides home or to various destinations, Zhang Zhu realized that waiting for a bus would certainly require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, he turned slightly to face Gu Qinghan and initiated casual conversation. With the final exam tomorrow, do you believe you can secure the top spot? Gu Qinghan nodded slightly in agreement, her tone nonchalant as she replied, it should be possible, unless that person manages a perfect score in Chinese. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu silently mused, a perfect score in Chinese? How could that even be possible? Moreover, it pertains to high school literature, which is no small feat indeed. He found Gu Qinghan to be remarkably confident in herself, yet he was equally curious about the person who could evoke such apprehension in her. Setting that aside, have you made up your mind? Once the exams are over, we shall set forth without delay. As for Gu Qinghan's notion of planning, the answer was naturally the seaside destination. Zhang Zhu had just finalized his thoughts, thus he replied, let us go to Zhangjiang. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's response, Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Chapter 66. Shopping for Travel Essentials. Time flitted by like a fleeting horse, and soon it was the first day after their examinations. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow in the room. Zhang Zhu lazily turned over in bed and stretched. Today he had risen slightly later than usual, since the conclusion of the exams. He seemed to have lost that sense of relaxation and ease. The root of this unease could be traced back to the previous day. After finishing all subjects when he was drawn into a discussion about travel plans with Gu Qinghan. Today was designated for their shopping excursion. But since shopping did not necessitate an early start, Zhang Zhu indulged in a bit more sleep. After hurriedly completing his morning routine and donning his attire, Zhang Zhu slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to meet up with Gu Qinghan. However, just as he took a few steps out of his house, he was greeted by an amusing sight. Gu Qinghan, scissors in hand, was engrossed in trimming the branches and leaves of a pot of fresh flowers. At that moment, she was completely absorbed in her horticultural world, oblivious to her surroundings. Only when she heard Zhang Zhu's voice did she snap back to reality, lifting her head and exclaiming, "Oh, you're here. I'm just giving my little yellow flowers a trim. How do they look?" Zhang Zhu smiled and nodded in approval, surveying the area and noting that aside from the meticulously cared-for yellow flowers, there was nothing else unusual. It seemed that Gu Qinghan was indeed ready for their departure. With this thought in mind, Zhang Zhu patted his backpack and inquired, "What shall we buy?" "Sunscreen and swim trunks are certainly indispensable, right?" They exchanged knowing smiles, fully understanding each other. After all, their destination for this trip was the seaside, and these items were essential. Amidst the bustling shopping mall, the two figures navigated through the myriad of products, meticulously selecting their items. "How about this one? Many celebrities are using it," one voice suggested. "Not that one. Try that instead," the other responded. After an extensive and careful selection process, they finally settled on a sunscreen brand they both favored. These two were none other than Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan, out shopping. The shopping mall, situated in the city center, was especially crowded due to the summer vacation. And everywhere they looked, they were surrounded by young students. Faced with the gaze of so many peers, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but feel a bit shy and uncomfortable. Despite possessing memories from a past life, Gu Qinghan's striking presence rendered him acutely aware of the curious glances from those around them. "I heard there are swim trunks on the 4th floor," Gu Qinghan remarked, having just consulted the mall directory to ascertain the location of the swimwear section. "Let us head over there." Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement. Thus, they made their way to the 4th floor. However, upon arrival, they were astonished to find that the crowd was more than double that of the 3rd floor, creating quite a spectacle. "Over there," Gu Qinghan pointed in the distance, her gaze sweeping across the space until she spotted the swimwear store, not due to any exceptional eyesight, but rather because of the striking sign above the shop. They promptly entered the store, where a dazzling array of swimwear greeted them, resembling a visual feast. Before long, they split up to explore, as the men's and women's sections were not in close proximity. Although Gu Qinghan had previously stated that no one would mind a high school student loitering in the women's section, Zhang Zhu felt a persistent inner barrier. Especially upon noticing several attractive girls nearby, his discomfort intensified. Consequently, Zhang Zhu directed his attention towards the men's swim trunks not far away and walked over to inspect them earnestly. "This style is rather unappealing," he mused. This design is also lacking. It's quite hideous. If I wore such swim trunks, I might have to don a mask the entire time." "Hey, this one looks quite decent. Wait, something's off. Isn't this the adult swim trunk section? Why are all these styles suitable for elementary school students?" Thus, Zhang Zhu spent several minutes sifting through options, yet he found nothing satisfactory. Just as he began to feel a twinge of frustration and sighed softly, he suddenly caught sight of a boy in the distance holding a rather appealing pair of swim trunks. Instantly, these swim trunks captivated Zhang Zhu's attention, invigorating him compared to the odd and ill-fitting designs he had previously encountered. With a heart full of joy, Zhang Zhu hurried over to the boy, ready to examine the style closely, only to be astonished to discover that the swim trunks he had seen were nowhere to be found in front of the boy. Rubbing his eyes and searching around, he ultimately had to concede to the harsh reality. The pair the boy was holding was likely the last one available. However, Zhang Zhu was undeterred. He tilted his gaze slightly, fixating on the boy and observing him intently for a while. It appeared the boy had no intention of placing the swim trunks in a shopping bag. This ignited a flicker of hope within Zhang Zhu. Perhaps the boy was not particularly fond of those swim trunks and was still deliberating whether to purchase them. The boy evidently noticed Zhang Zhu's bold behavior, slowly turning his head to meet Zhang Zhu's gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do you like these swim trunks? His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a certain magnetic charm. Zhang Zhu was taken aback by the boy's unexpected approach, his heart racing slightly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a hint of shyness coloring his cheeks as he replied softly, "Yes, handsome. This pair of swim trunks looks far better than the others. They appear very fashionable. Are you planning to buy them?" The boy seemed a bit surprised by Zhang Zhu's response. He paused for a moment before chuckling lightly, responding in a relaxed tone, "Well, it's not that I must buy them. I was just thinking about going to the beach to unwind during the holiday. Unfortunately, I've been so busy with work lately that I haven't had any time off, so I just came here for a look. Since you like them so much, you can have them. Consider it a favor to me to check out the sea." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy unhesitatingly extended the swim trunks toward Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu was momentarily at a loss, his eyes wide with astonishment, stammering, I can't possibly accept this." "Oh, don't decline. Just take them. After all, you're the one paying for it. There's no need to be polite. Hurry along now. I have other matters to attend to." Seeing Zhang Zhu's awkwardness, the boy simply pressed the swim trunks into his hands before turning and swiftly disappearing from Zhang Zhu's sight. Chapter 67, Tidying Up. As she gazed at the receding figure of the young man, Zhang Zhu silently expressed her gratitude. Although he had not rendered any tangible assistance, she held a fondness for his character. Subsequently, Zhang Zhu realized that she had seemingly completed her shopping, and she casually picked up a nearby shopping bag, delicately placing the swimming trunks inside. Not long after, a tall and slender silhouette appeared ahead, quietly observing her. "Have you made your selection?" Gu Qinghan's cold voice pierced the air, her hand grasping a bag, clearly indicating that she had been swifter in her choice of swimwear than Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu nodded slightly and succinctly recounted the recent events. Upon hearing, Gu Qinghan paused momentarily, then a faint smile graced her lips. "It seems fortune is on your side today." With that, she reached out to take the swimming trunks Zhang Zhu had selected, scrutinizing them for a moment. A glimmer of approval flickering in her eyes as she softly remarked, "Not bad. Your taste is quite commendable." Her words conveyed an imperceptible tenderness and affirmation. Zhang Zhu was genuinely curious about how Gu Qinghan would appear in swimwear. However, upon meeting her icy, star-like gaze, he felt a shiver run down his spine, prompting him to clear his throat awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. "Hand it over." Gu Qinghan extended her hand, her expression bearing a hint of perplexity. "Hand over what?" Zhang Zhu momentarily failed to comprehend, instinctively responding with a question. "The swimming trunks, of course. What else?" Gu Qinghan's brow furrowed slightly, her tone tinged with discontent. Only then did Zhang Zhu realize that she was referring to the swimming trunks he held. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, he glanced at Gu Qinghan before handing them over. After receiving the trunks, Gu Qinghan began to examine them closely, while Zhang Zhu stood beside her, feeling increasingly uneasy. "I'll wait for you outside," Zhang Zhu finally blurted out, unable to endure the atmosphere any longer. "Remember to stand a bit more towards the center. Don't hide in a corner like before," Gu Qinghan admonished without looking up. She had always found Zhang Zhu's habit of retreating to corners while waiting for others quite distasteful. Although her vision was sharp enough to spot him even in a corner, it still made her uncomfortable. In her previous life, she had repeatedly reminded him, yet he seemed unable to shake off this habit. I know. Don't worry. I won't do that again," Zhang Zhu muttered to himself. Gu Qinghan cast him a fleeting glance, opting not to say more, and turned to queue for checkout. Left alone, Zhang Zhu silently prayed that there wouldn't be too many people at the entrance. Perhaps the heavens truly favored him, as there were only a handful of individuals at the store's entrance. Zhang Zhu scanned his surroundings and finally settled on a nearby chair, making his way over to sit down and check his messages on his phone. Upon opening the app, he was greeted by the group chat of Class 3, Year 1, displaying 99 unread messages. It was evident that the incessant chatter was a result of their boredom during the holiday. Zhang Zhu browsed through the messages casually, only to find them filled with trivial, unedifying discussions. He continued scrolling until he soon lost interest. "What are you so engrossed in?" Just then, Gu Qinghan emerged from the store with 2 shopping bags in hand. Noticing Zhang Zhu entirely absorbed in his phone, Her curiosity piqued, and she leaned in to see what was captivating his attention. Look at the messages in this group. These folks are utterly dull, Zhang Zhu said, handing his phone to the curious Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan glanced at the screen, quickly realizing that the group's conversations were aimless and meandering. One moment discussing insects, the next dreaming about outer space. Just moments ago, someone had suggested going shopping, yet the group had managed to chat for an entire hour without anyone actually setting out. Indeed, rather tedious. Let's go. Gu Qinghan shook her head and returned the phone to Zhang Zhu, suggesting they depart. Sure, but should we head straight to buy train tickets this afternoon, or wait a bit longer? Zhang Zhu still harbored doubts about when they should set off. In truth, both Gu Qinghan and Zhang Zhu had only experienced the allure of the sea together during their university days. That vast, boundless ocean brought them endless joy and a sense of leisure, rendering that time particularly beautiful and unforgettable. However, as Gu Qinghan reminisced about those days, a wave of sentiment washed over her. Perhaps only the high school years could truly be deemed the essence of youth. After all, everything experienced in that innocent and naive age was so pure and precious. All right, Zhang Zhu agreed wholeheartedly, for it was indeed a bit unreasonable to expect him to queue for tickets early the next morning. As seconds turned to minutes and roughly an hour passed, the duo finally returned to their doorstep. Move swiftly. No more dawdling, Gu Qinghan stated coldly. Given Zhang Zhu's notorious procrastination, she felt it necessary to remind him. Otherwise, knowing his nature, he could easily linger for 2 hours. With the sun nearing its descent, Gu Qinghan internally calculated that if they continued at this sluggish pace, they would likely miss their chance to purchase tickets. The sun had only recently risen, and she estimated that by the time they acquired their tickets and rushed to catch their transport, it would be nearly dark. You know I'm not fond of procrastinators, Gu Qinghan replied, her expression unyielding as she regarded Zhang Zhu, her words betraying an unmistakable sense of exasperation. In response to Zhang Zhu's clever banter, she merely nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. Understood, Zhang Zhu replied nonchalantly. Having said that, Gu Qinghan turned away without a backward glance, striding resolutely in the direction of her home. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhu, just returned home, stood before his wardrobe, his gaze fixed on the array of clothing within. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that their outing would last no more than a week. So he casually selected 2 pairs of long pants and 2 pairs of shorts for good measure. Next, he rummaged through the closet to find 2 short-sleeve t-shirts and, on impulse, tossed the swimming trunks into his backpack as well. This gear should suffice for the upcoming journey, he mused internally. He continued to scan his room, suddenly catching sight of the facial cleanser on the table. Best to bring this along to maintain facial cleanliness, he decided. Additionally, given the intense sunlight, he figured a pair of sunglasses would be necessary to shield himself from the glaring rays. With this thought, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Finally, he checked his belongings once more, confirming that everything was in order before nodding slightly, signaling that he was ready. Chapter 68, Boarding the Train. Let's go. Gu Qinghan spoke softly, her blue backpack slung over her shoulder, her gaze calm as she looked at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu stared blankly at the scene before him, curiosity bubbling within him as he fixated on her, as if trying to uncover some hidden secret within her. What are you looking at? Gu Qinghan felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, her brow slightly furrowing as she inquired with a perplexed expression, "Is there a problem?" Zhang Zhu scratched his head in confusion, responding, "I saw online that girls usually carry a lot of things when they go out. Yet you only have a backpack?" Gu Qinghan shot him a cold glance and retorted, "Then why don't you go learn about those who were born just to die?" Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Zhang Zhu involuntarily shivered, retracting his neck. He thought to himself, why is Gu Qinghan's speech so venomous? It is entirely different from my memories of her. Suddenly, as if recalling something of great importance, Zhang Zhu hastily asked, "Oh, by the way, did you bring your ID and student card?" He vaguely remembered that minors were required to carry these 2 forms of identification, but since they had reached adulthood in their previous lives, he was not particularly familiar with the specific regulations concerning minors. "Of course I did," Gu Qinghan replied, fully aware of this requirement. At the Huaqing train station, at the ticket counter. "Hello, We would like to purchase 2 tickets to Zhangjiang. At the ticket counter, a beautiful woman was engrossed in her phone until she noticed Zhang Zhu approaching. Upon hearing his request, she set her phone down and scrutinized him carefully. Student, you appear to be a minor. Are you accompanied by a guardian? Zhang Zhu could never imagine going out with a parent. That would defeat the purpose of going out at all. Sister, I'm with my friend to meet our parents, so I don't have a guardian with me. The woman did not expect Zhang Zhu to address her so directly as sister, especially given his handsome appearance. This made her eyebrows arch slightly as she smiled and replied, I see, that is fine. Do you have your ID with you? Then, she glanced past Zhang Zhu to observe Gu Qinghan, momentarily astonished by the striking beauty before her. She resembled an ethereal fairy descending from the heavens, as delicate as a cloud veiling the moon, and as graceful as the wind carrying snowflakes. However, she quickly regained her composure. Zhang Zhu turned slightly and called out, Qinghan. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but sufficient for Gu Qinghan to hear. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan presented her ID and student card. Gu Qinghan, having overheard their conversation, felt somewhat displeased by the way the stranger's gaze continuously roamed over her. From her 20-plus years of experience, she deduced that the woman was undoubtedly infatuated. The woman accepted their IDs, glanced at them, and then at the one Zhang Zhu had presented, quickly grasping their relationship. She efficiently processed their tickets and smiled. Here you go. These are your tickets, totaling 110 yuan. Zhang Zhu nodded in acknowledgement, then fished out a 100 yuan note and a 20 yuan bill. Handing them over. After receiving the money, the woman returned 10 yuan in change and advised, Here's your change. Make sure to keep it safe. In response to her kind reminder, Zhang Zhu smiled faintly, a subtle expression of gratitude. He looked down at the ticket in his hand, which indicated a departure time of 2:30 in the afternoon. He pondered whether they should buy something to eat, considering the long journey ahead. It would be quite uncomfortable to travel on an empty stomach. With this thought, he turned to Gu Qinghan, seemingly seeking her opinion. Shall we get something to eat? He asked. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan slightly furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. The distance from Huaqing to Zhangjiang was approximately 300 kilometers, and if all went smoothly, they could reach their destination in about 6 hours. However, accounting for potential transfers and other uncertainties, the journey could become rather complicated. After careful consideration, Gu Qinghan finally nodded, saying, Yes, let us buy something. With her affirmative response, Zhang Zhu promptly dashed toward a nearby convenience store, soon returning with an assortment of snacks. The variety included sweet and delectable raisins, chewy sweet potato chips, instant noodles, spicy strips, and rich flavored ham sausages. However, what brought Gu Qinghan the most relief was that Zhang Zhu had also selected some fresh fruits, including translucent green grapes, vibrant red apples, and crisp, sweet jujubes. Had he returned with only junk food, Gu Qinghan would have likely been quite enraged. As time slipped by, it was finally 2:20. Suddenly, the once quiet announcement system erupted with a series of announcements. A clear voice echoed, Attention all passengers, the train to Zhangjiang is about to depart. Please prepare your tickets and identification for boarding as ticket checks begin. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Zhu's face lit up with excitement. He turned to Gu Qinghan, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Let us go, let us go. Before he could finish his sentence, he hastily slung his backpack over his shoulders, clutching several items in his hand, and eagerly strode forward. Observing Zhang Zhu's jubilant figure, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but smile gently. She felt his inner joy and chose not to say more, quickening her pace to follow closely behind. After successfully passing through the ticket check, a friendly attendant, noticing they were both minors, approached to guide them to their seats. Arriving at a row of empty seats by the window, the attendant smiled and said, All right, you two can sit here. Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan chorused their thanks. Thank you, Auntie. The attendant waved her hand gently, responding with warmth, You're welcome. If you need any assistance, just call for me. With that, she turned and walked away, disappearing from their sight. Would you prefer to sit inside or by the window? Zhang Zhu's gaze fell on a seat next to the window, his eyes reflecting a hint of fondness. What do you think? Gu Qinghan coldly replied, her stunning yet slightly teasing visage turning toward Zhang Zhu. In the face of Gu Qinghan's inquiry, Zhang Zhu exhibited no sign of fear or retreat. I think sitting inside is quite nice. He appeared entirely unfazed by her challenge. Very well. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Qinghan's eyes, quickly replaced by indifference. She returned his icy gaze, as if to inform him not to underestimate her. At that moment, Zhang Zhu lightly waved his hand, playfully saying, "All right, next chapter, stop staring at me." Chapter 69, Misremembered. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it was already 2:30. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a train bound for Zhanjiang steadily approached. Zhang Zhu gazed quietly out the window, watching the scenery shift, his eyes sparkling with joy, a unique essence of youthful exuberance. In his younger years, he had regarded studying as the entirety of life. Yet, as time passed and he looked back, he found little worth reminiscing about from those so-called youthful days. Perhaps only the distant memory of a girl with a high ponytail could evoke a semblance of beautiful recollection. If only we could embark on such a journey every summer. How wonderful that would be, Zhang Zhu mused with a smile. For every adult, freedom is often the most elusive and precious treasure. Yet, in the tender days of youth, it can be so effortlessly grasped. This freedom is not costly, and it could even be deemed remarkably cheap, yet bestows boundless joy upon those who possess it. Zhang Zhu gazed intently out of the window, where trees raced by like lightning, transforming in the blink of an eye into another enchanting landscape. He could not help but nod slightly, signaling his satisfaction with the journey. Indeed, it was a delightful trip. Gu Qinghan's thoughts surged within her as she quietly stared out the window. Occasionally, she would extend her hand to pick up a couple of raisins from the table, savoring their flavor with deliberate, slow chews. However, upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, she gently turned her body, her gaze resting upon his handsome visage, and slowly uttered, "Then let us embark on another journey together next year." "Ha! I was merely jesting, venting my frustrations." Zhang Zhu hastily waved his hands in explanation. After all, traveling incurs a considerable expense. Although most of the costs for this trip were covered by Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu had already given his all. He felt quite embarrassed at the thought of continually relying on her generosity. Despite having undergone a rebirth, he had not particularly paid attention to the wealth-generating opportunities this year. "We must go next year," Gu Qinghan responded coolly, completely disregarding Zhang Zhu's explanation, her tone resolutely bringing this conversation to an end. Outside, the scenery unfurled like a canvas, swiftly passing over vast grasslands, where a few leisurely cattle and sheep could be seen scattered about in the distance. Zhang Zhu withdrew his gaze from the window, a rumble of hunger emanating from his stomach. "Would you like to eat something?" Gu Qinghan suddenly inquired from beside him. She had been engrossed in her phone, having just received a message from Nan Gongling, inviting her to join in some leisure. Without a second thought, Gu Qinghan declined the invitation. Not only was she currently traveling, but even at home, she harbored little desire to spend time with Nan Gongling. As for this friend, they had met through the butterfly effect. Gu Qinghan was uncertain how to approach her. "All right then, have fun," Qinghan, a girl in the distant flower city, typed out, her face etched with disappointment. Yet, Gu Qinghan did not respond further. Instead, she turned to Zhang Zhu, smiling gently as she nodded and said, "Would you be so kind as to fetch something to eat?" Zhang Zhu regarded her with a quizzical expression, pondering, "What should I buy?" "I recall there being something on the train." Gu Qinghan furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on him. When Zhang Zhu noticed her unwavering attention, he could no longer contain himself and said, "Aren't we supposed to eat instant noodles?" He glanced down at the two familiar bowls of instant noodles in his hands, one bowl of pickled vegetable noodles and another of braised beef noodles. Feeling a sense of secret delight swell within him, he took great pride in his decision to prepare in advance, believing himself to be quite clever. However, Gu Qinghan misunderstood Zhang Zhu's intentions. She initially thought he had only purchased one bowl of instant noodles for her, but upon seeing the two bowls in his possession, she was taken aback. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan was not a picky eater. Still, a flicker of concern lingered in her heart. She was well aware that such foods tended to be greasy and could easily lead to breakouts, which she dreaded above all else. The thought of unsightly blemishes appearing on her face was unbearable. Throughout her life, Gu Qinghan had been meticulous about her diet, striving to avoid spicy and fried foods. She firmly believed that such a lifestyle would help her maintain good skin and keep troubles at bay. Thus, confronted with the instant noodles before her, she found herself in a quandary. This food is truly hard to swallow. It's even worse than what we usually have in the cafeteria, Zhang Zhu remarked, observing Gu Qinghan's indecision. In his previous life, he clearly remembered that Gu Qinghan seldom chose to travel by train. Even when food was provided, she would never touch the meals, let alone now when she was merely a high school student. Worse than the cafeteria food, Gu Qinghan's expression darkened at Zhang Zhu's words. Besides, a single meal costs 30 to 40 yuan. Why not just give me that money instead? At this juncture, Gu Qinghan finally dismissed the notion of eating the train's boxed meal. After all, her scholarship was limited. If she could allocate her funds to more necessary items, such as study materials or other daily necessities, she would not feel remorseful. However, to squander her money on something both unappetizing and exorbitantly priced would certainly infuriate her. Then I suppose I shall take the one in your right hand, Gu Qinghan said, pointing to the bowl of pickled vegetable beef noodles Zhang Zhu held. Weren't you fondest of braised beef when you were younger? Zhang Zhu remarked, surprised that Gu Qinghan opted for his pickled vegetable choice. He subtly gestured, thinking she should have chosen the braised flavor instead. Yet, Gu Qinghan coldly retorted, that was in the second grade. You still remember something so ancient? Moreover, she added, I only had instant noodles once back then. Since then, I haven't touched them. Gu Qinghan glared at Zhang Zhu, secretly musing. She found it perplexing why he would cling so tightly to her childhood preferences. She could hardly recall whether she had ever enjoyed braised beef, let alone that it remained a persistent memory for him. Perhaps Zhang Zhu had mistaken her preferences, but this left Gu Qinghan feeling somewhat baffled. Oh, really? Ha ha. So that is how it is, Zhang Zhu replied, having not realized this detail, but merely recalling something. Let us go to the convenience store, young Master Zhang. Oh, an idea like mine slightly heated, please. Thank you. 10 minutes later, Zhang Zhu cautiously returned from the rear carriage, balancing 2 bowls of instant noodles. He frowned, his eyes fixated on the bowls, as if any misstep would result in spilling the broth. Goodness, this is heavy, Zhang Zhu exclaimed, panting. Carrying these 2 bowls has certainly strengthened my arms. After gently placing the instant noodles before Gu Qinghan, he leaned back in his chair, sighing in relief. Gu Qinghan regarded Zhang Zhu with a nonchalant expression, remarking, you truly are rather weak, aren't you? After saying this, she ignored Zhang Zhu, casually picking up the bowl of pickled vegetable beef noodles and reaching for a fork beside him. Just as he was about to retort, Zhang Zhu suddenly realized that there might be some truth to her words. Humph, I shall be magnanimous and let you off this time, he thought to himself, finding solace in his own reasoning. Thus, he contentedly picked up his fork, preparing to indulge. As the train traversed picturesque landscapes and vibrant towns teeming with life, time gradually slipped away. Finally, the train bound for Zhanjiang arrived at its destination. Dear passengers, this train to Zhanjiang has arrived at the station. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner, a sweet voice announced over the intercom. After a brief respite, Zhang Zhu was roused by a sudden noise. He slowly opened his eyes and stretched languidly. Awake now? Do tidy up and prepare to disembark, remarked Gu Qinghan, who sat beside him, observing his sleepy visage with a hint of indifference. Oh, all right, Zhang Zhu replied, rubbing his eyes. He then began to meticulously check for any forgotten belongings. Identification card, student ID, and cash. Yes, all accounted for. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he stowed his items away with a sense of relief. Have you checked your belongings? Make sure nothing important is left behind, Zhang Zhu kindly reminded Gu Qinghan, turning to her. Rest assured, I have already verified everything. Since we are prepared, let us proceed. It is getting late, Gu Qinghan replied coolly. Navigating through the bustling and vibrant train station, the 2 figures, burdened with their backpacks, gazed silently ahead at the straight road that stretched before them. Their thoughts gradually drifted away, as if drawn by an invisible force, plunging them into profound contemplation. Where are we heading? Zhang Zhu murmured, his voice as soft as a whispering breeze. Upon stepping out of the train station, they were immediately greeted by a dazzling spectacle of a bustling urban landscape, leaving them momentarily at a loss for direction. Zhang Zhu lifted his gaze to the sky, where the setting sun cast a warm glow, painting the horizon in hues of crimson. Time seemed to fly. The sun appeared eager to retreat, slowly descending behind the mountains. With a gentle sigh, Gu Qinghan broke the silence. Perhaps we should find a hotel to settle down for the night. She understood that Zhang Zhu was unaware of her past life experiences, and thus empathized with his current bewilderment. Yet, she could not help but reflect on the irony of her being the guide in this situation. Shaking her head in resignation, she took out her phone to check for directions. Soon, she discovered a moderately sized hotel merely a kilometer away, perfectly suited for their needs. After a moment of consideration, Gu Qinghan nodded in approval and turned her attention to Zhang Zhu, who was squatting on the ground, drawing circles. "Hey, the one sketching on the ground. Let's head to that hotel ahead," she called softly. "Come on, follow me." They meandered through the enchanting coastal city, their surroundings filled with novelty and unfamiliarity. The city exuded a unique charm, with architectural styles, street layouts, and lifestyles that starkly contrasted with their hometown. Although they had briefly visited this place in a previous life due to work commitments, that hurried trip had prevented them from truly experiencing the local culture. Now, returning to the familiar yet foreign land, they felt a surge of anticipation, eager to immerse themselves in the exotic allure of the city. The air was rich with the scent of the ocean, and the sea breeze caressed their cheeks, bringing a refreshing chill. The ancient and quaint buildings stood along the streets, as if narrating tales of the passage of time. The lively commercial streets bustled with a continuous flow of people, showcasing the city's vibrant energy. Everything was so new and intriguing that it was overwhelming. Before long, they crossed the city center and arrived near a modest hotel. The establishment, named Jasmine Hotel, appeared clean and tidy. Upon entering the lobby, they approached the front desk, where a young woman stood listlessly, her eyes dim and occasionally stifling yawns. "Hello." Zhang Zhu greeted her first. Startled by the voice, the woman snapped back to attention, her previously drowsy eyes suddenly sparkling. She looked at the two of them and, her spirits lifted, quickly replied, "Hello. How may I assist you?" Zhang Zhu nodded slightly and inquired, "We would like to book 2 single rooms for approximately 7 days." The young woman nodded, indicating her understanding, and swiftly began typing on the keyboard. After a moment, she looked up at Zhang Zhu and his companion, softly requesting, "Could you please show me your identification?" Zhang Zhu retrieved his ID from his pocket and cautiously handed it over. As the young woman took the identification, she intended to input the information into the system. However, upon seeing the date of birth on Zhang Zhu's ID, she paused in surprise. "You are both still minors. This could be a bit troublesome." A look of concern crossed her face, as accommodating underage guests requires special consideration. Zhang Zhu quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. We are still students and will be returning home in a few days." He spoke earnestly, hoping to elicit understanding and leniency from the front desk staff. "We have nowhere else to stay. This is my sister," he added, pulling Gu Qinghan closer to him, designating her as his sister. Gu Qinghan was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Zhu's words, yet she coldly nodded in acknowledgement. The young woman, witnessing this exchange, also nodded, understanding that many students often come spend a few days here during their break, which was not unusual. After a few minutes of typing, the young woman announced, "All right, here are your room keys, 302 and 303. She handed 2 black cards gently to Zhang Zhu. "How much is it?" he asked. The young woman quickly checked the keyboard and smiled. "Currently, we have a promotional offer. Guests staying these days can enjoy a 10 discount. Let me calculate. For 7 days, for 2 people, the total is 491 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Gu Qinghan stepped forward slightly from behind, retrieving 500 yuan notes from her backpack and handing them to the young woman. Clearly, Zhang Zhu's earlier assertion had led the staff to genuinely believe in their sibling relationship. Consequently, the young woman swiftly prepared the change. Gu Qinghan accepted the change with a polite thank you before heading upstairs with her backpack. "Take care, you too. If you have any questions, feel free to come down to the front desk," the young woman cheerfully called after them. With light steps, they reached the third floor, where they quickly spotted rooms 302 and 303. Which room will you stay in? Gu Qinghan turned to Zhang Zhu, her eyes reflecting curiosity as she softly inquired. 302. I find that number quite auspicious, Zhang Zhu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well, one must still believe in science, Gu Qinghan remarked, shaking her head lightly. Yet she tossed the key to room 302 to him before turning towards 303. Zhang Zhu accepted the key, watching her retreating figure with a pensive expression. Moments later, he stepped into his room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a pristine, snow-white bed, immaculate and unblemished, with a minimalist wardrobe positioned beside it. Adjacent to the bed was a table for placing belongings, conveniently located next to the window. Moreover, the restroom is adjacent to the wardrobe. Upon entering, one can observe the basic amenities it houses: a toilet, a wash basin, and a transparent shower door. The environment of this hotel leaves much to be desired. Zhang Zhu couldn't help but murmur to himself as he surveyed his surroundings. Everything before his eyes evoked memories of the rudimentary inns from his past life, revealing little difference. He inhaled the air, a slight furrow forming on his brow, seemingly displeased with the scent permeating the room. Consequently, he hastened to the window and forcefully pushed it open. Oh, much better. I hope there are no harmful substances like formaldehyde here, Zhang Zhu remarked, taking a deep breath. Gazing into the distance through the window, he was greeted by a vast expanse of azure sea, which momentarily stunned him. He could scarcely believe that he had managed to secure a sea view room at such a price. Truly, what extraordinary luck, so overwhelming that it nearly brought him to tears. Soon after, Zhang Zhu joyfully retrieved his belongings from his backpack, meticulously hanging each piece of clothing in the wardrobe. He then swiftly donned his charming cartoon slippers, replacing his previous cloth shoes. Before long, he had arranged all his items to his satisfaction. Glancing down at his phone, he noticed that the battery was below 30%, a realization that stirred a hint of displeasure within him. The charging speed had always been excruciatingly slow. To fully recharge, it would likely take over an hour. Thus, he casually placed his phone in the room to charge and stepped out of his door. He noted the room number of 303 next door and gently rapped on the door. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Gu Qinghan, who regarded the visitor with an icy stare. What do you want? She inquired, her voice laced with an undercurrent of annoyance. Her hair was damp, droplets still cascading down, evidently freshly washed. At that moment, Zhang Zhu realized her state and mused silently. Ah, no wonder she was glaring at me with such disdain. Surely she had not yet completed her grooming, he pondered. Would you like me to help you wash your hair? He asked cautiously, unable to suppress a gulp. After all, broaching such a topic was fraught with risk, and he feared it might provoke her ire. Furthermore, the subject of the sea was strictly off limits. Otherwise, he would surely face her wrath. Come in, Gu Qinghan's voice, while still frosty, bore a hint of inexplicable anticipation. Perhaps the hassle of washing long hair had piqued her interest in the offer, or perhaps there were other reasons. Either way, the irritation she initially felt upon hearing Zhang Zhu's knock dissipated the moment she heard his words. Upon entering 303, Zhang Zhu found a decor strikingly similar to his own room, equally unadorned. In the bathroom, the faucet was gushing forth clear water, seemingly performing a cheerful melody. Gu Qinghan cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Zhu before turning back to the bathroom, resuming her hair washing. Zhang Zhu, of course, would not remain idle, lest he risk an unwarranted reprimand from Gu Qinghan. He followed her into the bathroom, immediately sensing the cramped quarters. Accommodating two individuals felt somewhat congested, yet manageable. Holding the shower head, Gu Qinghan wordlessly extended it to him upon his entrance. She then bent down, allowing her hair to cascade down. Do you need more shampoo? Zhang Zhu observed her hair, noticing a lack of lather, and ventured to inquire. Yes, pour some. The blue bottle on the sink contains it, she replied. As expected, Zhang Zhu turned to find the bottle of shampoo and, after squeezing some into his palm, gently began to apply it to Gu Qinghan's hair. As he felt the warmth from his hands transfer to her strands, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but feel a slight tickle, the sensation stirring ripples of intrigue within her. Sensing that it was time to rinse, Zhang Zhu took the shower head and directed the water flow towards her hair, meticulously washing away the suds. The length of her hair, indeed, posed some inconvenience, and several times he inadvertently tugged at her locks, causing her discomfort. However, observing her pained expression, a smile crept onto his face. Was this not a form of small retribution? Before long, he had rinsed away the foam and casually grabbed a towel that Gu Qinghan had brought, gently drying her hair. Next time, I won't help you wash your hair. It hurt too much. Gu Qinghan glared at Zhang Zhu with a sullen expression, internally fuming. This guy must have done it on purpose. He was so heavy-handed, showing no restraint, especially when he had tugged at her hair earlier. At that moment, Zhang Zhu noticed a black hairdryer on the table, which he had initially assumed was absent. In truth, what intrigued him was not merely the use of the hairdryer itself, but the opportunity to continue playing with her hair. After plugging it in, he gently tousled her strands and began to blow-dry them. The warm air caressed her scalp, creating a sensation akin to a gentle breeze. Suddenly, Gu Qinghan, who had remained silent, spoke up. Earlier, when I opened the window in my room and gazed out, I could see a vast sea. Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily spread across Zhang Zhu's face as he eagerly shared his own recent observation. I can't believe you saw it too. I was just about to come over and tell you. How about we go take a look together later? His tone conveyed excitement and anticipation. All right, but could you be a bit gentler while drying my hair? It hurts, she replied softly. At that moment, on the expansive shore of the boundless sea, two figures were gracefully strolling along the golden sands. Indeed, it was Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan, perhaps due to their arrival at the seaside. Zhang Zhu had donned his beloved beach shorts. He slowly crouched down, pinching the sand between his fingers, savoring its moist texture while a faint scent of brine wafted up to his nostrils. This sea leaves much to be desired. It is no wonder it is labeled a sea view room. Zhang Zhu frowned, muttering to himself as he sensed an unpleasant odor emanating from the sands beneath him. Compared to the idyllic beaches of his imagination, this place fell woefully short. Others are not fools. Gu Qinghan coldly shook her head, expressing her utter disdain for Zhang Zhu's thoughts. Nevertheless, the seaside breeze remained refreshingly pleasant, tousling Gu Qinghan's silk-like black hair as it danced gently in the wind. Let's move on. Gu Qinghan turned to her side, glancing at Zhang Zhu, who was still fixated on the mound of sand, and spoke softly. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Zhu seemed to awaken from a dream, gently clapping his hands before gradually rising to his feet. Yet, his gaze remained wistfully fixed on the distant sea, as if something there held an irresistible allure for him. A few azure shared bicycles were neatly parked at the roadside, seemingly awaiting eager riders. Should he mount one and explore the surrounding area? A sudden surge of inexplicable impulse welled up within Zhang Zhu as he beheld the bicycles before him. He yearned to ride, to feel the brisk sea breeze, and to admire the resplendent beauty of the landscape around him. Gu Qinghan had little objection to Zhang Zhu's suggestion. After all, their outing was meant to be a whimsical escape, filled with freedom. Thus, the two of them made their way toward the bicycles, their eyes locked onto the refreshing shade of blue. Upon reaching the bicycles, Zhang Zhu could not resist the urge to gently caress the frame before skillfully retrieving his phone, opening the relevant app, and scanning the QR code on the bicycle. With a cheerful chime, the lock of the shared bicycle clicked open, observing Zhang Zhu's seamless maneuver. Gu Qinghan felt a flicker of confusion and curiosity. She silently pondered. How did Zhang Zhu come to know this method of unlocking? Shouldn't shared bicycles be a novelty they encountered only after entering university? Seemingly sensing the question in Gu Qinghan's eyes, Zhang Zhu turned with a smile to explain. Actually, I came across an introduction to shared bicycles online before, so I am quite familiar with how to use them. What do you say? Shall we set off together? With that, he mounted the bicycle and pedaled forward. Gu Qinghan, enlightened by his words, quickly hopped onto a bicycle of her own and rode alongside Zhang Zhu. Embraced by the gentle breeze, they weaved through the city's streets, relishing this leisurely and joyous moment. At the end of a street imbued with an antique charm, a few slightly yellowed bricks came into view, clearly etched with the prominent characters, architecture from the Republic of China. Shortly thereafter, Two figures approached slowly. Their curiosity piqued as they stepped closer to examine and gently touched the inscriptions. "Is this the legendary ancient wall?" Zhang Zhu exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. Had it not been for his inquiries with local residents, he might have dismissed it as merely an ordinary wall. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan was savoring a piece of sugarcane, taking small bites. Her gaze fell upon the wall as well, and she nodded, remarking, "Yes, it seems to be correct, though it appears somewhat rudimentary." At that moment, they found themselves in a rather secluded spot, with few pedestrians on the road. Should anyone pass by, they would likely be drawn to the unusual sight of the two individuals crouched on the ground, each indulging in a stalk of sugarcane, occasionally discarding the remnants into a nearby red bag. Even more amusingly, these two not only engaged in peculiar behavior, but were also strikingly attractive, rendering the entire scene visually arresting. As they were wholly engrossed in their sugarcane feast, a light and swift sound of footsteps gradually approached. They lifted their heads, following the sound, and beheld a small boy sprinting from a distant corner toward where Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan sat. Upon reaching them, the boy seemed oblivious to the presence of the two adults, instead fixating intently on the wall. Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan glanced around, noting the absence of any accompanying adults. They scrutinized the boy, who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, exchanging bewildered glances. Finally, Zhang Zhu could no longer suppress his curiosity, not solely for his own sake, but also due to Gu Qinghan's persistent urging through her gaze. Thus, he gently inquired, "Little one, what brings you here all alone?" The boy, startled by the voice, abruptly turned his head to see Zhang Zhu beneath the plaque. However, his immediate reaction was to instinctively take a step back, and in a flash, he darted away, leaving Zhang Zhu momentarily taken aback. "Seems like you're not very popular with the children," Gu Qinghan remarked, spitting out the chewed sugarcane residue into the bag. She watched the unfolding scene with great amusement, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she teased Zhang Zhu. "If you had seen me as a child, you probably would have run away in fright. Popularity has nothing to do with it," Zhang Zhu retorted, unwilling to concede to the notion that children found him unappealing. He mused silently that it was the adults who harbored an innate fear of children. Even so, at that moment, Zhang Zhu was merely 16 years old. Gu Qinghan shook her head lightly at his protest, choosing not to dwell on it, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Before long, the sky began to be cloaked in the hues of night, and the amber streetlights flickered to life as if on cue. "Shall we go grab a bite to eat?" Zhang Zhu suggested, patting his stomach, which had begun to rumble with hunger. After all, since lunchtime, he had consumed nothing but a bowl of instant noodles, and he could now distinctly feel his hunger pangs. In truth, Gu Qinghan felt similarly. Though she was a girl, her appetite was no less voracious than Zhang Zhu's. Matching him bite for bite, a mere bowl of instant noodles could hardly sustain her for long, and her stomach, too, began to voice its discontent. Thus, with a swift nod of agreement, they mounted their bicycles and sped away from the quaint Republic of China-style buildings, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They rode through the streets until they arrived at a bustling eatery. This street, unlike the Flower City, boasted a different kind of vibrancy. While it was equally lively, the barbecue stalls were relatively sparse, replaced instead by a myriad of oyster stands. Gazing at the scene before him, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but mutter to himself, "If only they sold barbecue alongside oysters, they'd surely strike it rich." Standing before the dazzling array of stalls, Zhang Zhu suddenly found himself at a loss, unsure of what to choose. For him, there seemed to be no particular food he adored or detested. Just as he hesitated, a voice broke through his contemplation. "What should we eat?" It was Gu Qinghan, equally ensnared in her own dilemma. "Since we're here, we must try the oysters." Zhang Zhu recalled the delectable flavors they had savored during a previous work trip years ago, a taste that still lingered in his memory. The oysters then had been not only exquisite in flavor and brimming with juices, but also affordably priced. The lingering satisfaction they provided was truly unforgettable. Sadly, after that visit, they had left the area and never returned, and even the city where they had once lived was now but a distant memory, let alone the far-off Zhangjiang. "Let's go." Gu Qinghan nodded, acknowledging that although she was not particularly fond of oysters, in her memories from her past life. This was the first dish she shared with Zhang Zhu here. Little did she expect that upon returning to this life, her meal would once again consist of oysters. Of course, oysters could hardly be classified as a staple food, yet their quantity surpassed that of rice. Approaching a modest stall, they found the proprietor, a middle-aged man, fervently grilling oysters. Zhang Zhu gazed at the oysters before him, marveling at their pristine, alabaster sheen, especially with the generous drizzle of garlic sauce atop them. This garlic sauce was a local concoction with various flavors, yet they all shared one common trait: deliciousness. The proprietor, noticing the two young individuals, did not underestimate them. Instead, he greeted them with warmth, cheerfully inquiring, "What would you like to eat? We have a menu." With that, he handed over the menu he was holding. Zhang Zhu accepted it, his expression transforming into one of astonishment as he scanned the prices. Contrary to expectations of exorbitance, the prices here were significantly lower than those in Huaqing. Oysters were merely 8 cents each, chives a mere yuan per skewer, and vegetables similarly priced. Even the seafood porridge was only 28 yuan for a pot. This left Zhang Zhu dumbfounded. Such prices will be doubled back in Huaqing. However, to avoid any potential embarrassment should the portions prove scant, Zhang Zhu decided to clarify with the proprietor. "Are these oysters priced at 8 cents for the size you're holding? They won't be as small as a pinky finger, will they?" He feared such exaggerations, having encountered them several times in the past, where many establishments boasted but delivered little. The proprietor, evidently experienced, took no offense at Zhang Zhu's query and explained with a smile, "Young man, you must not be from around here. We are close to the sea in Zhanjiang, and we pride ourselves on our oysters. Rest assured, they will be the same size as the ones I'm holding. If they aren't, feel free to overturn my stall." He even gave a hearty pat on Zhang Zhu's shoulder. With the proprietor's earnestness and confidence, Zhang Zhu felt reassured but continued to inquire, "What about the seafood porridge?" "Fear not, it is absolutely generous. Not only will you two young ones be satisfied, but even if you add 2 more, it will be enough to fill you." As a coastal city famed for its seafood, the locals would never jeopardize their city's reputation for a trifling profit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu's eyes widened in surprise. If the proprietor spoke truly, it would indeed be quite a bargain. Soon after, Zhang Zhu returned to his seat, retrieving a pen and paper from the proprietor. "What would you like to order?" he asked, glancing at the quietly contemplative Gu Qinghan. She regarded him with a calm demeanor, expressing no particular aversion or preference. "You decide. I am agreeable to anything." With her words, Zhang Zhu felt a surge of confidence and swiftly jotted down his selections: a pot of seafood porridge, 60 oysters, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and a dish of sought ed meat. "Would you like rice?" he asked, concerned that Gu Qinghan might not enjoy porridge. She shook her head, indicating that she wasn't so particular as to require rice. "That'll be all, boss. If it's not enough, I shall order more later." Handing the order to the proprietor, who accepted it with a smile, he replied, "It will be ready soon, as there are not many customers at the moment." Given that it was just past 7, many young people prefer to stay indoors, resulting in a quieter food street. This allowed Zhang Zhu to take in his surroundings. Noticing that many women favored wearing shorts, their long, fair legs incredibly alluring. "Are they attractive?" Gu Qinghan inquired, observing Zhang Zhu's rapt attention. "Ah, it's chilly tonight. Those girls ought to wear more," Zhang Zhu remarked thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Before long, the proprietor approached, carrying a pot resembling earthenware, filled with steaming seafood porridge that filled the air with a rich aroma. "Please, try this while the fresh oysters finish cooking." He beamed before returning to his kitchen duties. As the proprietor had already provided bowls and utensils, Zhang Zhu promptly rose, taking the bowl in front of Gu Qinghan and scooping porridge from the pot. There's quite a bit of seafood. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the porridge contained not only octopus, large shrimp, and crab, but also glistening little shrimp. The enticing aroma wafted up, tantalizing his senses. "Here you go." Zhang Zhu carefully filled the bowl, ensuring not a drop spilled. He cradled the bowl in his hands as if it were an invaluable treasure, gently presenting it to Gu Qinghan. This was not merely for show. The porridge was scalding hot, and care was needed to avoid burns from its high temperature. "Thank you," Gu Qinghan replied softly, her voice as gentle as the first breeze of morning. She elegantly extended her hand to grasp a pristine, white porcelain spoon, carefully dipping it into the bowl to take a small sip. The moment the warm porridge touched her tongue, an explosion of exquisite flavors unfurled, filling her mouth with a delightful blend of freshness and tender meatiness. The subtle sweetness danced like a melodious tune, captivating her senses. Delicious. Gu Qinghan couldn't help but murmur in admiration. She had not anticipated that this humble eatery would produce such culinary delights at such reasonable prices. Perhaps her good fortune had not awaited her at sea, but was instead manifesting here. Zhang Zhu, seated nearby, was intrigued and took a small taste himself. The moment it touched his palate, he was captivated by the remarkable flavor. He had not expected such a small establishment to harbor such extraordinary cuisine. It truly is delicious, he exclaimed, gazing at the translucent, pearl-like grains in the porridge, offering his heartfelt praise without hesitation. You have 20 oysters now. The remaining ones are still being grilled, along with this plate of stir-fried vegetables. Please enjoy, the proprietor cheerfully announced. Before long, he returned, presenting a large platter filled with plump, ivory oysters, generously topped with a thick layer of garlic sauce that exuded an enticing aroma. The sight alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Beside it, the stir-fried vegetables glistened in vibrant green, adorned with a few bright chili peppers, perfectly complementing the visual feast and stirring appetites further. Zhang Zhu could hardly contain his excitement as he picked up an oyster, taking a gentle bite. Instantly, a burst of tender, succulent texture graced his palate, followed by an explosion of rich, savory flavor. Especially when the oyster meat harmonized with the garlic sauce, the delightful taste was utterly intoxicating, as if even the gods would be enamored. He then sampled the stir-fried vegetables, savoring each bite. Upon the initial tasting, one is immediately struck by the delightful crispness and tenderness of the dish, while the perfectly balanced spiciness enhances its flavor, rendering it utterly delectable. These two are truly scrumptious, Zhang Zhu exclaimed. Gu Qinghan sampled a bite as well, mirroring Zhang Zhu's sentiments and bestowing high praise upon the two culinary delights. Thus, the two leisurely savored their meal, engaging in conversation while relishing the satisfaction each bite bestowed. Shall we take a stroll later? Zhang Zhu inquired, glancing outside where the sky was still bright, around 7 o'clock, suggesting they would finish dinner before 8. Turning to Gu Qinghan, he posed a question. Gu Qinghan, upon hearing Zhang Zhu's inquiry, gently placed her chopsticks down and propped her chin with one hand. After a moment of contemplation, she softly shook her head. Perhaps not. I feel a bit weary today. However, you can start planning our travel itinerary for the evening, and we shall set off early tomorrow. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's reluctance to venture out, Zhang Zhu felt a secret sigh of relief, acknowledging his own fatigue. Yet, the subsequent suggestion of drafting an itinerary caused a subtle shift in his expression. I believe traveling should be spontaneous, wherever the journey takes us, as preparing an itinerary often robs one of the freedom and joy of exploration. Zhang Zhu feigned calmness while avoiding Gu Qinghan's gaze. Observing the facade he put on, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but find it amusing, yet she wholeheartedly agreed with his perspective. She nodded slightly in affirmation, believing that a journey ought to be filled with enjoyment and unrestrained, accompanied by a heart full of anticipation and curiosity for the unknown. However, relying excessively on travel guides and harboring overly high expectations from the outset may lead to a stark contrast between reality and imagination, resulting in profound disappointment. In contrast, embracing the allure of the unknown and wandering freely allows one to discover breathtaking vistas previously unseen, an experience undoubtedly more enchanting. I wholeheartedly concur. Then tomorrow, you shall lead the way, and I shall follow closely behind. Gu Qinghan felt no displeasure at this remark, but as she contemplated leading, a sudden sense of uncertainty washed over her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for direction. Very well. Zhang Zhu too hesitated regarding the prospect of being the guide. Were it a typical friend, he would have surely declined such a request, as he did not wish to disappoint expectations. Yet, since it was Gu Qinghan who proposed it, He felt no qualms. After all, no matter which way he chose to go, it was unlikely she would resort to violence, right? I could indeed strike you, Gu Qinghan playfully retorted. As their conversation unfolded, the proprietor brought out the remaining oysters. All right, you two lovely individuals, here they are. If there are any issues, feel free to call for me. Zhang Zhu replied with a thank you, disregarding the owner's departure. Fortunately, their chosen table was spacious enough, or else 60 oysters would have been quite a challenge to accommodate. Are you really going to finish all that? Gu Qinghan queried, observing the table nearly overflowing with oysters. Her curiosity was piqued, not due to concern for the expense, but rather wondering if he could indeed consume that quantity. Isn't it manageable? If I can't finish, I'll face the consequences. But let's not be excessive. So easy. His English, albeit clumsy. Chapter 75. The hot water malfunctioned. After a satisfying meal, Gu Qinghan noticed that Zhang Zhu appeared somewhat unfulfilled, but chose not to press the matter further. She approached the proprietor to settle the bill and returned shortly. Zhang Zhu was lost in his thoughts, seemingly floating on a cloud. Gu Qinghan cleared her throat softly as a reminder. Oh, what is up? Zhang Zhu replied. As if waking from a dream, a look of confusion etched on his face. Observing the bewildered expression on Zhang Zhu's visage, Gu Qinghan sighed in mild exasperation. So young yet you seem so aged. Time to head home, young master, she teased. With her words breaking the spell, Zhang Zhu finally came to, offering a sheepish smile. He looked up at the sky, now shrouded in darkness, with only the roadside lights shining brilliantly. Retrieving his gaze, he slowly rose, stretching his limbs and emitting a satisfied sound. All right then, let us head home. No sooner had he spoken than both mounted their vehicle, the wheels swiftly turning. In the blink of an eye, their figures melded into the warm glow of the streetlights, gradually fading from sight. Inside the elegantly adorned Jasmine Hotel, the lights were bright, and a throng of people bustled about. In the spacious and luminous lobby, two figures stood quietly at the front desk. Is the water in the shower adjustable? It doesn't feel very hot, Miss, Gu Qinghan remarked, her brow furrowed, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. As she spoke, she recounted her experience in the bathroom, explaining that when she began washing her hair, she noticed the water temperature was merely lukewarm, far from the hot water she had anticipated. This temperature was quite uncomfortable for her, as she preferred steaming hot water to alleviate her fatigue. Though Zhang Zhu had never used a showerhead himself, he too sensed the water was not hot enough while washing Gu Qinghan's hair. At that moment, he had thought little of it, mistakenly assuming that Gu Qinghan simply preferred her water at a lower temperature. In retrospect, it seemed there was an issue with the bathing equipment. The woman at the front desk appeared genuinely surprised by the situation regarding the hot water, her face reflecting sincere regret as she quickly explained, I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. It seems our water control system has encountered some problems today. Please bear with me, and I will make an inquiry immediately. With that, she swiftly picked up the nearby landline and deftly dialed a series of numbers, the call connecting promptly. However, due to the use of the local dialect, Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan could not discern much. After a brief wait, she hung up and turned back to them with a smile. All right, esteemed guests, please hold on for just a moment longer. The hot water system is undergoing repairs. I truly apologize for the inconvenience. Displaying no hint of indifference towards the two young patrons, the woman earnestly conveyed her apologies. Gu Qinghan had no intention of making a fuss. Since the issue was being addressed, she felt there was nothing more to say. Thus, she turned to leave. At this juncture, Zhang Zhu expressed his gratitude to the front desk attendant. Thank you, miss, and promptly followed Gu Qinghan out of the hotel lobby. Watching the two depart, the front desk attendant felt a sense of relief, hoping this minor hiccup would not leave a negative impression on the guests. She also anticipated that the hot water system would be repaired soon to avoid impacting the experiences of other residents. Soon after, the two silently retreated to their respective rooms. Zhang Zhu lay quietly upon the soft, pristine mattress, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the white ceiling above. His thoughts drifted further away, as if entering a surreal realm. Time slipped by, and eventually his eyelids grew heavy, slowly closing as he succumbed to slumber. In the depths of slumber, He found himself immersed in a splendid sea of blossoms, where a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. Time slipped by unnoticed, and when Zhang Zhu finally opened his eyes once more, he perceived a faint glimmer on the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. Groggily, he reached out to grasp his phone, which lay on the bedside. Struggling to clear the haze from his sleep-laden eyes, he glanced at the screen, which distinctly read 6:02 in the morning. This revelation jolted Zhang Zhu awake, and he marveled internally. Had he truly slept the entire night away? His once drowsy mind now surged with clarity. He murmured softly to himself as he rose from the bed, making his way to the bathroom for a quick wash to rid himself of the remnants of sleep. Then he approached the window, forcefully flinging it open to welcome a refreshing sea breeze, tinged with a hint of coolness. Looking up, he beheld the horizon ablaze with the brilliance of the rising sun. Golden rays cascading over the shimmering waves, a sight of exquisite beauty. Zhang Zhu stepped out of his room with a light and determined gait, arriving at the door of room 303, where he gently tapped on the closed door. Moments later, the sound of soft footsteps emerged from within, followed by the gradual opening of the door. His gaze fell upon Gu Qinghan, who wore a serene expression, yet her lips were adorned with frothy white bubbles, rendering the scene somewhat amusing to Zhang Zhu. "Is there something you need?" Gu Qinghan inquired coolly, an undercurrent of annoyance flickering in her eyes. Zhang Zhu hastily shook his head, explaining, "Nothing of particular importance. I merely wished to see if you were awake." Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes in response, retorting, "How perplexing. Wait for me for 10 minutes. With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving Zhang Zhu outside. Gazing at the closed door, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Rather than feeling angered by Gu Qinghan's aloof demeanor, he found her endearing. He then turned back to his own room, plugged in his phone charger, and sat quietly on the edge of his bed, awaiting the precious 10 minutes to pass. Before long, a melodious voice, as clear and delightful as a lark emerging from the valley, wafted into the air. "Let us go." Who else could possess such a wonderful voice but Gu Qinghan? The two of them stepped outside, casting their eyes upward to see the sky tinged with a gentle glow, prompting them to seek a place to satiate their hunger. Thus, they walked side by side for a few minutes until a small eatery selling rice rolls appeared before them. "Shall we have this?" Zhang Zhu halted, turning to Gu Qinghan with a soft inquiry. "Yes, that sounds good," she replied with a smile, indicating her agreement. Chapter 76. Through unexpected woods, encountering the dreamlike sea. Sunshine bathed the streets, and the essence of morning enveloped the entire city. After relishing a delightful breakfast, Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan began their search for transportation to their destination. They arrived at a nearby bus stop, opting for this economical mode of travel that also offered a glimpse of the urban scenery. The bus stop was deserted, as though it had been prepared exclusively for them. Gu Qinghan gestured for Zhang Zhu to wait there for the bus, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the journey ahead. Before long, a vibrant green bus appeared on the horizon, gliding down the street like a verdant dragon. Zhang Zhu, quick to react, raised his arm to wave, fearful of missing the opportunity. The bus driver appeared and noticed them as well, coming to a steady halt. The doors swung open, and Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan promptly boarded. Inside, they discovered that the bus bore a striking resemblance to those in Flower City, clean and orderly, with passengers seated in silence. They dropped a few coins into the fare box and found a seat by the window. Through the glass, the scenery unfolded like a tapestry, towering skyscrapers, bustling crowds, and lush greenery, all familiar yet foreign. As the bus rolled onward, the cacophony of the city gradually faded, replaced by an array of unfamiliar and fresh sounds: the honking of horns, the murmur of the crowd, and the cheerful chirps of birds. The view beyond the window shifted like a slideshow, with skyscrapers giving way to humble abodes, and wide roads transforming into quaint country paths. All of this filled Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan with a sense of wonder. In silence, they continued to admire the changing landscape outside. After an indeterminate period, the bus came to a gradual stop, and they found themselves in a place shaded by trees. Zhang Zhu peered outside, astonished by the sight before him. Towering trees lined the road, their verdant canopies resembling massive green umbrellas. Although he was unaware of the specific names of these trees, he found them undeniably beautiful, each leaf shimmering with the vitality of life. More astonishing was the refreshing breeze that greeted them as they strolled along the path, akin to stepping into a natural air-conditioned haven. The air was pure and untainted by the pollution and heat of the city, filled instead with the tranquility and beauty of nature. Is this still the city? It seems almost too tranquil, Zhang Zhu murmured, unable to suppress his thoughts as he gazed at the scene before him. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. This place is truly suited for a getaway, Gu Qinghan affirmed, nodding in agreement. Unlike the famed scenic spots, she preferred these lesser-known locales, which possessed an ambience incomparable to those popular destinations. They walked side by side, their footsteps light upon the seemingly hidden path. Occasionally, a car would speed by, yet not a single pedestrian was in sight. Why is there a bus stop here when it appears so deserted? Zhang Zhu pondered curiously, bewildered by the incongruity of the situation. I have no idea, Gu Qinghan replied, shaking her head lightly, her hands resting casually at her sides. She then quickened her pace, humming a cheerful tune as she kept close beside Zhang Zhu. Before long, they successfully traversed the thicket. In the distance, a radiant gleam beckoned at the end of the path. As they approached, an incredible sight unfolded before them. The vast, magnificent ocean, stretching endlessly, its waves crashing with grandeur. As they stepped off the road, a narrow, concealed staircase caught their attention, winding downwards and leading to the ocean, a mysterious passage that piqued their curiosity. They exchanged knowing smiles, as if comprehending each other's unspoken anticipation, and without hesitation, they descended the staircase. As they neared the sandy beach, a refreshing sea breeze enveloped them, tinged with a hint of salt. They inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of the ocean, their spirits lifting with joy. Ahead, clusters of tourists basked in the beauty of the beach. So this is the true meaning of the bus stop, Zhang Zhu exclaimed in realization. This place serves not merely as a transit hub for the bustling masses, but rather as a vital link connecting nature and urbanity, allowing individuals to escape the cacophony of daily life and embrace the allure and power of the natural world. Perhaps this embodies the very essence of the bus station's existence. It serves as a gentle reminder to weary souls, urging them to pause amidst their frenetic lives and appreciate the exquisite beauty surrounding them. The golden sands stretch endlessly, their fine, soft texture reminiscent of walking on clouds. An unparalleled comfort. As one gazes out, the beach reveals itself in pristine cleanliness, devoid of any trace of marine debris, harmoniously contrasting with the sapphire waters that shimmer like precious gems, an awe-inspiring sight to behold. Not far off stand a prominent signpost, clearly instructing, "Please enjoy swimming in the shallow waters. Refrain from approaching the marked boundaries." Upon reading this, Zhang Zhu suddenly realizes that this area might resemble a tourist attraction. As he suspected, a distant lookout tower comes into view, where a vigilant figure stands, attentively observing the activities on the beach. "Shall we go down and have some fun?" Zhang Zhu proposed. Clad in shorts, both were eager to indulge in the delightful experience of splashing in the shallows, even if they couldn't get their clothes wet. "Sounds good. I'm in," came the enthusiastic reply from his companion, and the two of them joyfully made their way towards the beach. As they approached, they discovered a throng of visitors, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Many donned swimsuits and shorts, wielding an array of colorful water toys, reveling in playful antics by the shore. When Zhang Zhu cautiously dipped his toes into the ocean, a jolt of icy freshness surged through him, akin to a current of electricity racing to his brain. This sensation was both invigorating and refreshing, as if it could wash away all worries and fatigue, leaving him utterly rejuvenated. "Wow, this is incredible," Zhang Zhu exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and joy. However, his exuberance caught the attention of Gu Qinghan, who shot him a disapproving glance, her brows furrowed in distaste, clearly displeased by his lack of composure. Despite her annoyance, Gu Qinghan found herself captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Taking a deep breath, She summoned her courage and stepped into the water. Instantly, the delightful sensation enveloped her once more, prompting an involuntary gasp of delight. Ah, this is indeed quite pleasant. The sea breeze caressed her cheeks, while the waves lapped against her body, bringing waves of coolness and relaxation. Observing Gu Qinghan's delicate features marred by a frown, Zhang Zhu felt an inexplicable warmth in his chest. He couldn't quite understand why, but at that moment, Gu Qinghan appeared particularly endearing. "What are you looking at?" she inquired coldly, a hint of irritation and vigilance in her tone. After some time acclimating to the environment, Gu Qinghan began to appreciate the change around her. Initially, the water felt frigid, but gradually, the chill transformed into a refreshing comfort. Just admiring the sea, Zhang Zhu replied casually, oblivious to the fact that his gaze had elicited Gu Qinghan's discontent. "Are you crazy? Are you staring at my face while looking at the sea?" Gu Qinghan retorted, her tone sharp and irritated. Zhang Zhu, taken aback by her response, burst into laughter, finding her vexation amusing, an irresistible urge to tease her bubbling within him. Without further ado, he dashed toward the shoreline to gather items washed ashore by the waves. Meanwhile, not far from them, a group of young men had their eyes fixed on Gu Qinghan, captivated by her striking beauty, something they had never encountered before. With their own handsome features, they felt confident in their ability to win her over, oblivious to the fact that they were merely average in appearance. Exchanging knowing glances and nods, they approached Gu Qinghan with mischievous grins. "Hey, beautiful, are you here alone?" One of them initiated, his gaze betraying blatant desire. Another young man flicked his hair back and sauntered closer, wearing a faint smile as he regarded her. Gu Qinghan had initially intended to splash water on Zhang Zhu, but as she turned back, she was startled to find two figures beside her. Ignoring their advances, she attempted to walk away. However, when the short-haired boys blocked her path, a smirk plastered on his face. "Hey, don't rush off, beautiful. How about we become friends?" He persisted, even whistling in a self-satisfied manner. Faced with these two, Gu Qinghan felt a mix of frustration and disdain. She could hardly fathom the existence of individuals so foolish. "Get lost," she replied coldly, her glare unwavering. The two young men were evidently taken aback by her bluntness, their expressions shifting to awkward embarrassment. "Don't push your luck," one of them retorted, glaring at Gu Qinghan, his temper flaring as he recalled her earlier attitude. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab her arm. In a swift motion, Gu Qinghan intercepted his hand, retaliating with a powerful punch. The sound of impact echoed sharply as the young man's arm dropped limply, as if severed from its tether. My arm," he screamed, his face contorted in agony and disbelief. He could not have anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman possessed such formidable strength. Her blow akin to a hammer strike, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his expression twisted in torment. "You filthy bitch. Don't get too cocky." The other young man seethed, witnessing his companion's injury and furiously rolling up his sleeves, ready to retaliate against Gu Qinghan. With steely resolve, Gu Qinghan fixed her gaze on him, exuding an aura of determination. She understood that words would serve no purpose in this moment. Thus she refrained from speaking, swiftly delivering a kick to his abdomen with tremendous force. The strike was executed with the swiftness of lightning, leaving the young man no time to react as he felt an overwhelming force propel him backward, akin to a cannonball hurtling toward the ocean. Meanwhile, the other young man stood frozen in terror, his mind racing as he witnessed the unfolding chaos, especially as he felt the searing pain radiating from his arm. A wave of dread and helplessness washed over him. The agony was nearly unbearable, driving him to flee from this terrifying place. Yet his legs felt heavy as lead, rendering him immobile despite his desperate attempts to escape. Fear consumed him, stripping him of reason and courage. In that moment, his only thought was to flee, to distance himself from this perilous woman and preserve his own life. On the other side, Zhang Zhu had clearly noticed the commotion. He swiftly sprinted from the water toward Gu Qinghan, concern etched on his face. "What is happening?" he inquired, locking eyes with her, his gaze ablaze with fury. Not far away, A man's arm hung limply at his side, while another man lay a short distance away, groaning in pain. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Zhu's understanding was instantaneously ignited by a surge of wrath. He cast a fierce glare at the man before him and, without hesitation, took a step forward, launching a powerful kick towards his adversary. The man flew back as the first had, eliciting applause from the onlookers at the seaside. Well done. These two men had the audacity to bully a young girl. They exclaimed. It was high time someone taught them a lesson. It's utterly shameful for them to be unable to overpower a mere girl. The crowd cheered. That was magnificent. If they dare escalate this, we are willing to testify. Young man, one should bravely protect their girlfriend like this. As Zhang Zhu observed, Gu Qinghan's complexion gradually returning to normal, her once frigid demeanor softening. A ripple of emotion stirred within him, as if something deep inside had been gently awakened. Instinctively, he stepped closer and, with utmost care, wrapped his arms around Gu Qinghan in a tender embrace. Are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm truly sorry. I didn't notice earlier, he whispered, his eyes brimming with concern. The once furious Gu Qinghan now found herself devoid of strength. She had intended to rush forward and deliver a few more kicks to those two ruffians, but Zhang Zhu's unexpected embrace disrupted her thoughts. Feeling the warmth of his hold, her body involuntarily softened. Simultaneously, she noticed other tourists around them were watching, causing her cheeks to flush crimson and her earlobes to glow red. She hastily pushed Zhang Zhu away, lowering her gaze in embarrassment, and softly remarked, "There are others here. But I am fine. It is they who will surely regret this." Her tone grew stern as she uttered her final words, her eyes glimmering with fury. Chapter 78, Compensation. Zhang Zhu slowly turned to face the two men before him, then steadied himself and boldly approached them. "Don't come any closer." The man sprawled on the beach exclaimed in terror, attempting to scoot backward. Zhang Zhu, undeterred, advanced until he was directly in front of the man, crouching down to fix him with a piercing gaze that seemed to probe the depths of his fear and unease. "You prey on the weak, yet now you cower in fear?" Zhang Zhu's voice was frigid, laced with mockery. The man being questioned visibly faltered, but quickly sought to defend himself. "Your girlfriend struck me so brutally." However, Zhang Zhu remained unfazed by his words, retorting with a cold laugh. "Oh, there are so many witnesses here. Shall I call the police to sort this out?" Upon hearing the mention of the authorities, the man's countenance darkened profoundly, as if struck by lightning. He internally lamented his predicament, fully aware that once the police became involved, the dire consequences would undoubtedly befall him and his companion. "We want." The man's voice quivered with trepidation and resignation. "Quite simple, compensation, and you must sincerely apologize in front of everyone. Otherwise, I will immediately call the police." Zhang Zhu responded resolutely. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, displaying an air of readiness to dial. "No, please, don't call the police. We are willing to compensate. Just name your price." The man, now thoroughly panicked, pleaded for mercy. He understood all too well that if Zhang Zhu were to make that call, they would be in deep trouble. "You must pay 2,000 yuan. Not a single cent less," Zhang Zhu declared emphatically. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. He stared at Zhang Zhu, his mouth agape, utterly speechless. Clearly, this sum far exceeded his expectations. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We simply don't have that much money," he exclaimed, his forehead veins visible in agitation. Although he could scrape together 2,000 yuan, surrendering such a sum would leave them living on a shoestring budget thereafter. "That's fine. We are merely impoverished students. Still underage. We could always report to the police that you harassed us." Zhang Zhu teased with a grin, a threatening glimmer in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the man panicked even further. Should this incident reach wider circulation, they could potentially face severe repercussions, even imprisonment. All right, we will pay," he conceded through gritted teeth, knowing that this unreasonable demand was a lesser evil compared to the risks at hand. The other man, standing beside him, had clearly overheard their exchange and wore an expression of deep dismay. 2,000 yuan was no trifling matter for them, but given their predicament, they appear to have no choice. As the man resigned himself to this outcome, a malicious glint flickered in Zhang Zhu's eyes. Had it not been for their status as minors, his former self would not have settled merely for monetary compensation. He would have pursued a legal battle, ensuring that they experienced every hardship possible. Anyone who dared to lay a finger on Gu Qinghan was courting disaster, regardless of who they were. Zhang Zhu would never let them escape unscathed. Yet, confronting these minors through legal means was overly complicated, necessitating parental involvement. And both of their parents were abroad and could not return promptly. "We don't need cash. Just send the payment through online transfers," he suddenly proposed, recalling that cash, while not entirely obsolete 10 years ago, was not something individuals would easily part with in such large amounts. If they simply walked away, it would be problematic if the other party decided to backtrack on their agreement. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, the man's expression darkened further, as he had indeed considered such a possibility. "Fine." Before long, the man scanned a payment of 2,000 yuan to Zhang Zhu's digital wallet. As a notification of successful transfer appeared, Zhang Zhu's expression finally relaxed slightly. In truth, had the other party genuinely laid a hand on Gu Qinghan, the situation would have escalated beyond mere verbal threats. As he watched the two men clamber to their feet, Zhang Zhu promptly delivered a few more kicks, each accompanied by their anguished cries as they hurtled away. Only then did the tension within him dissipate entirely. Returning to Gu Qinghan's side, Zhang Zhu grasped her hand tightly, his tone light and reassuring. "Rest assured, it's all over now." Gu Qinghan gazed at the two men, now struggling to escape, and remarked sharply, "Fortunately, they didn't manage to touch me. I knocked them down before they could." Reflecting on the moment when they had attempted to approach her, she felt a surge of pride for her quick reflexes that had sent them flying without ever laying a finger on her. After this incident, both of them were devoid of any lingering excitement, gathering their things before heading towards the staircase leading down. Qinghan, as the two individuals traversed the road they had come from, a breathtaking vista of verdant trees emerged in the distance. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, Gu Qinghan paused momentarily. "I assure you, next time, I shall be by your side without delay." Listening to Zhang Zhu's self-reproachful remarks, Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly before he responded, "Your presence is what matters. The rest is inconsequential." Gazing at the leaves swaying on the trees, a gentle spring breeze caressed their faces as they exchanged smiles. "Is this a young parasol tree?" Zhang Zhu inquired, noticing a robust sapling dancing in the wind beside the road. It bore a striking resemblance to the saplings they had seen in the sycamore grove. "It must be," Gu Qinghan replied, focusing his gaze, and indeed, it was identical to the saplings within the grove. "Shall we take it with us?" Zhang Zhu suggested. However, Gu Qinghan shook his head. "This is its home. We should leave it be. Perhaps it has family and friends here. Leaving can be quite a painful experience. What if I were to leave someday?" Zhang Zhu countered. "I will not be in pain." "How hypocritical of you. I misjudged you," Gu Qinghan retorted. "I shall always be by your side. We shall not part ways, nor shall we be separated." "How sentimental. You have changed, Qinghan. Do you like it?" "I adore it.